That transitions very well into our next segment.
Ba, 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 ba.
Opie did a tribute, a 2-part tribute to Carl Ruiz, where him and his buddies all got together at Gebhard's. And I listened to that. I listened to the first part. I haven't listened to the whole second part yet. But there's a few things that I observed here that I wanted to point out. And right at the beginning, they talk about the fact that Carl Ruiz was a great chef. And you know he's successful when, even when he's not at the restaurant, it still thrives and the food's amazing and people love it. Carl lives on through La Cubana, the restaurant that he recently opened.
You know, a great restaurant runs without the chef being there. And that's kind of the test of La Cubana now. Like, everyone who's down there, Chef Mario now and the crew that he hired, like, that's his legacy, his lifeblood. And it should, look, if he did his job right, it's going to continue going, right? Yeah. So go down to La Cubana, show some support. Right. You can literally taste that guy's heart and soul.
So that's a really sweet sentiment. Guys, Carl is no longer with us, but the restaurant that he started, now the people he hired to do this work and the chefs he trained to make his dishes are still there. Go down there, support Carl, keep him alive in spirit by keeping La Cubana going. And Opie immediately follows that sentiment with this.
Right. You can literally taste that guy's heart and soul.
I'll be honest with you. I don't know if I could go down there anytime soon. I feel way more comfortable here at Gebhard's.
Well,
fucking idiot. Great endorsement, dummy. Yeah, I'm not going there. Fuck that, man. That's a place I'm definitely going to avoid from now on. Why would you say that?
It's virtue signaling. It's, I'm hit so hard by this passing that I can't even bear eating those burgers in a restaurant. Do you think he's...
Oh, it's so stupid.
He must be extremely salty because I assume Carl had the foresight to leave behind a will. And do you think OP must be angry because perhaps he wasn't mentioned in it as much as he hoped he would be?
I doubt Carl had a will.
That could be a thing.
I doubt it. He was 44 years old. I don't think he was planning on dying in his sleep anytime soon. I don't know.
He was a fat restaurant owner who ate fast food for a living, basically. I feel like he would have some sort of a plan. After all, he has a huge company. He must have had a plan for how are the things going to go forward if he passes or if he steps down, who runs the place now, who gets what.
He might have. I think Opie is much more concerned about content than whatever Carl could have given him monetarily. So Opie now is left without a co-host. And if you've heard me document what Opie does on his podcast over the last year and a half, you'll know that he's terrible at it. He really needs someone to help him out and make the show interesting. I don't think he's salty, to be honest with you. I listened to the whole tribute. I think he's hurting. I think he's broken up. It's tough for him. And it shows... It shows when he's walking into Gebhard's, he runs into his neighbor, which makes sense. That's the neighborhood he lives in. He sees his neighbor there. And this is such a weird reaction to the neighbor saying he can't stop in for a beer with him.
Hey, what's up, Ben? How are you, buddy? My neighbor.
What's up, man?
How are you, man?
Good.
Come on in for a beer, all right?
Going to pick up Bonnie right now.
Oh, right on, man. Life goes on, I guess, right?
Yeah,
life goes on, all right? Have a tremendous tragedy, and my friend's just going to get his daughter and has no idea what's going on there, Matt.
This guy's got to go pick up his daughter, and Opie's like, dude, my friend just died. Have a beer with me. Your daughter can wait. What the fuck is your problem? This is how Opie thinks. That's crazy.
Life goes on, I guess, right?
He's like, that's what he's salty about. It's like, why aren't you mourning the death of Carl Ruiz? He's like, because I don't know Carl Ruiz. I have to go pick up my daughter. I'm sorry, dude. I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah. Well, I'd love to be here and be a shoulder to cry on, but I kind of have to do my taxes and Game of Thrones is on tonight.
Yeah, right.
What do you want?
I would rather do anything else. This is interesting. I like this theory. They talk about something that Carl Ruiz had mentioned back when he was doing the radio show on Sirius with Opie.
Carl would talk about how easy it is to disappear And a lot of fans are like, that's what he did. He told you from day one he was going to disappear and how easy it was.
So the theory here is that Carl faked his own death in order to stop hanging out with Opie. And while that sounds crazy, I'm like, I'm listening. Yeah, I could see it. It kind of makes sense.
Possible.
Oh my God. So this episode that I listened to, Vic Henley's on it. Vic Henley's doing his fucking nasally laugh throughout the entire episode. And if I had the time or the will or the ability to go back and listen to the show again, which I have none of those things, I would have pulled together a compilation. It's so enraging. Vic Henley's just the worst. Anyway, moving on. What else we got? Opie is trying to do a tribute to Carl Ruiz. And he decides to tell a story about the biggest laugh he ever got out of Carl was when Carl laughed at one of Opie's jokes. Opie's reminiscing about Carl and somehow turns it into him. The level of narcissism here is unbelievable. Listen to this.
The biggest laugh of my life when you were telling that whole story about your ex making out on the security camera, and I asked if you got hard, and Carl started laughing, and because he started laughing so hard, then I went off, and it's pretty much the biggest laugh I've ever had in my life.
So Opie says, the hardest I've ever laughed is when I told a really funny joke that made my friend laugh, and then I laughed along with him at my joke. This is what Opie just said, and you would think that would be a ridiculous thing to say on a podcast. But he takes it to the next level when he then splices in audio from that exact thing that he's talking about in order to show everybody how funny he is. See, here's proof that I told a joke that my friend laughed at.
But I have her laughing, you know, has a bigger smile than she had for a long time. And then the two of them just start making out right in front of my fucking door.
Wow!
So,
how hard did you get?
I was...
Is that unbelievable?
This turned into an Opie tribute.
Yeah, it turned into Opie's greatest hits. Hey guys, Carl Ruiz passed away. Remember that time I told that really funny joke? I think Carl was there. I don't know. Let's play it. What the fuck? And speaking of cracking themselves up, and Vic Henley, they're talking about Carl's last night on Earth. So it was a Friday night. He went to bed. He never woke up after that. And Vic Henley, and I'm all for, especially when someone who's a funny person, a comedian, who's lighthearted, when they pass away and you want to make good fun of it and have some levity to it, make some jokes, I think that's great. I don't think it has to be a mournful event. But something about the way that Vic Henley cracks himself up over a nothing joke is weird.
Carl, you're going to die over a hashtag, and he would be like, yeah, I am. He would go with it.
Literally a living hashtag.
Well, the one time he didn't Ruiz, which was the last night of his life, killed him.
He needed that shot.
He didn't do it. The only time he didn't do it.
Why is that? So they're talking about he had this hashtag Ruizing. It was all about eating and drinking and going out and partying. And Vic says, yeah, you know what's crazy is that the last night that he was alive, he actually took it easy. Like, what? Oh, wait, what did I miss? What's funny about that? I'm lost. I'm lost in what you're trying to say here.
So what's Opie's plan now, since he has one less co-host?
That's a good question. So far, he's done these two. He did a 2-part tribute thing from Gebhardt's where he had Sherrod Small and Vic Henley and Tim Sabian and a bunch of guys all come in and talk about Carl. They actually tweeted it out, and I think fans came down and stuff. So he's done that. And then outside of that, he's put out a bunch of like best of episodes and old episodes of Carl to like reminisce about it. So that's a good question. I don't know what's the next chapter in Opie's life, but We'll document it here on WATP. I guarantee you that. People were concerned I didn't do any Opie last week. They're like, oh, just because Carl died, we can't talk about Opie anymore. I'm like, no, of course we can still talk about Opie. What are you talking? What are you crazy? This is a funny clip because Opie talks about something that Carl used to do. It was part of their friendship that Opie thought he was special, and then he quickly learns that he was not.
Well, that leads to one of my favorite things about Carl was the videos and the pictures I would get Saturday and Sunday. Oh, look at how many people got these videos and pictures.
Who didn't get them is a question.
So Opie thought that he's like, oh, my buddy Carl is telling me about his weekend, and we share this stuff back and forth. It's like, no, Carl's just blasting it out to everyone, dummy. You're not special.
Yeah, that is sad. Jeez. Again, these guys are acting like teenagers when they're 50-year-old men. This is similar to how when you're a young boy and you think you're the only guy your crush is paying attention to, the girl, but then you find out that she's been talking to 3 other guys as well.
Yeah.
That you're just one of many.
Yeah, no shit.
Sad. Poor Opie.
That's why that girl that you have a crush on is on her phone all day, is because she's also doing the same text thread with all your friends. Just FYI. It's not just you dummy.
Yeah.
All right, this is the
they're
last.
all better looking.
They all have a shot, and you don't. This is the last clip that I want to play, and this is at the very end of part 1 of this tribute to Carl Ruiz. I thought that, I'm getting a little choked up here because Opie and Carl were really good friends. We're really good friends, and I think Opie did a fantastic job of paying tribute to their friendship and Carl's legacy with this.
MyBookie is the place to bet on football every weekend. MyBookie has better bonuses and more prop bets than any other sports book, period. Use promo code OPIE, O-P-I-E, to activate the offer. Promo code OPIE, O-P-I-E. Visit MyBookie online today. That's MyBookie, MyBookie. And don't forget to use the promo code OPIE, O-P-I-E, when creating your account to claim the bonus.
Did you see that coming? Did I make it too obvious?
How many times can you say Opie? Do you think you went to the So this is not standard practice.
No!
Generally, sponsors don't come to you and say, hey, your promo code is your name, but twice. That doesn't happen. Opie must have went to them and said, okay, I like Opie as a promo code, but how about we make it OPOP? In fact,
No.
can we make it OPOP?
No.
3 times?
You're getting confused. The promo code is just Opie, but he spells it. He spelled it 3 times just there. O-P-I-E. He says Opie, O-P-I-E. He's spelling it because who the fuck doesn't know how to spell Opie? You grew up in Turkey. You know how to spell Opie. What the fuck? How dumb are his listeners that he thinks they don't know how to spell this shit? He's spelling out MyBookie. He's spelling out the promo codes. We get it. We know English.
Okay.
We understand how this works.
So what I'm thinking is he got reprimanded then. Is he with a different network now after he got booted from Westwood One?
Well, no, he's on his own. I don't know how he's getting advertisers.
Okay, so what the advertisers usually do is they tell you, okay, so you mentioned your promo code only once. We need you to read this URL.
Yeah.
I don't know. Try to say it 5 times so you can actually get us some clicks, you fucking pathetic loser. And that feels like that in that case.
He's so bad at ad reads. He puts on a whole different inflection in his voice. He starts yelling for some reason. I don't know. I mean, do I have to explain this? It's obvious he sucks at this. It is time for...
Ba, 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 ba.
We're going to give a call to Opie's producer, Mike Sappho, who has agreed to talk to us on the show today. So let's see if he is ready and willing to chat.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
No, him.
Yes. Hopefully. Actually, that's a good question. I don't know.
Hello?
Mike.
What's up, bro?
Hey, what's up, buddy? How's it going?
I got nervous. I saw Dansville. I said, what the hell's going on here?
I know. I grabbed a phone number for Google Voice, and for some reason it made it Dansville. But that's not where we are. We are in Rochester, New York.
Very smart, because you have a lot of enemies, I heard.
A couple.
There's lawsuits and everything, man.
Oh, yeah, buddy. I want to get into that. So let me just give quick backstory here. Mike Sappho is, you're in the NYPD, I believe.
For the last 16 years,
The last 16 years. And you're also a huge fan of Opie and Anthony. And at this point now, you are the producer of Opie Radio. Is that correct?
Kinda, and I'll kind of clarify that a little bit.
Please.
When I was just a big fan, and like every other person in the world, I started a podcast 5 years ago, and I just interview different celebrities, athletes, authors, fascinating people. That's all I do.
Yep.
So I obviously wanted to have Opie on and Anthony, and I would just message them relentlessly, being like obsessive. And after just maybe like a year of hitting up Opie, like, dude, just come on, we'll just hang out, nothing controversial. He's like, dude, just come to Gebhardt's and link up. I want you to come check out the show. So I went there, and it was just a coincidence that I had the same like Zoom recorder as him, same mics.
Perfect.
I helped him up, like, lower this, know this one. And just because I'm like a personal person, I have a lot of people that came on my show and hung out. So I'm like, hey, Rob O'Neill, you should come do Opie's show. So I think he just saw my initiative, and he's like, dude, you should come work for me. And I'm like, well, I have a real job. I can definitely help you out. So on that sense, I'm more of like, I guess you can say an assistant. It's like, hey, help me get this guest and do that. Because the producing-wise, I have no background in radio or anything, just a fan of talk radio.
So on your Twitter, it says producer of Opie Radio, which is why I said that you're the producer of Opie Radio.
And you're right, because when I had business cards for Westwood One, I was fancy. It did say producer because that was my goal. I was going to try to produce the podcast, like, hey, this guest coming on. Here's a one sheet. On that aspect of it, there's no more real production value. It was more Opie and Joey doing the production stuff for the show.
Yeah, right.
One, I don't have a background in radio, like I said. And two, my other thing was I was more of an assistant, but on a business card, it said assistant to Opie Radio. Who's going to write back to me, Carl?
Yeah, no, that makes perfect sense. So how far back does this go then? You mentioned that you met him at Gebhardt, so he was at Westwood One at the time. How long have you been working with Opie?
Yeah, so I'm going to say probably around the June area, because June area is when I met him. He was doing a show at Gebhardt's, and then I was actually I'm a big traveler. I was going to Russia for the World Cup, and he's like, hey, when you get back, we should definitely link up again. I said, oh, okay, cool. And I just went there, Carl, as a friend, like, hey, this is kind of cool. I'm going to, watch Opie do a show. I think Krista Stefano was there. The late, great Carl Ruiz was there. I think Sherrod was there. It was just a fun day. And then when I got back, he's like, hey, let's link up. And it was him and Tim Sabian, like, are you interested in working?
Wow.
I'm like, yeah, man, of course. I'm like, I have a real job. I do it as a hobby, but if you guys want me to help out. And then they hired me to, it's like, hey, here's a real job.
You're right. I like that Westwood One comes to you and says, hey, do you want to work for us? You're like, I have a real job.
No, you son of a bitch. I knew you were.
Hey, Tim Sabian, go fuck yourself. I actually am employed.
But Carl, you know what the funny thing was? I actually, I'm just a fan of podcasts and talk radio. I don't really listen to music. So when they said help, I thought they meant like, hey, Mike, the truth, hey, here's Opie's equipment, carry it to the show, call this guest. Yeah. But I got put into a different position, which was fun. It was cool. It was learning on the job, but yeah, it was fun.
That's amazing. So when you said June, you meant June of last year.
Yeah, June.
So you've been...
Yeah, World Cup, yeah. So probably around a year now I've been with him.
Okay. And are you still helping produce the show? Are you still part of it?
Well, yeah, definitely. I definitely help him out still. But you know what it was, too? One, I have a wacky schedule. Sometimes I'm working like 30 hours in a row.
Oh, wow.
And listen, I work in Brooklyn. So if there's a shooting or a stabbing, I'm working double. So I've only, unfortunately for me, because I love going to the podcast. I love watching it. You tear down that third wall of watching radio. That's why Stern was great with the E! Show. Remember, you got to watch a radio show. For me, it was different.
Yeah.
So to have a front row seat to watch shows is great. I do the show now. I help him out whenever he needs. Not as much recently. And the truth, maybe out of all the shows he did, maybe around 20 or 30 or maybe 35 of them, I was kind of part of helping him out, like meeting up with him, setting up the stuff. So, yeah, I have more of like, I guess, a background thing. Like, hey, help me try to get this guest or hook me up with a one sheet. What do you know about this guy? Would this guy be a good guest? So I'm still definitely with him. I still talk to him all the time. We still throw out ideas to each other, but unfortunately not as much, just because the show's not as being done as much as we speak.
Yeah, and I want to talk about that, but I want to talk real quick about how you ended up on my radar. Now, I had heard you on Opie Radio. I know you guys were like on a car trip together and just talking about the old O&A days and shoving things in girls and stuff like that. So I played some clips of that.
No. We were talking about Opie and Anthony about how crazy they were. He brought up the sticking things into females.
I remember, yes. I don't think you were the one proactively pursuing that conversation. I remember that.
No.
So I received a note from this guy named Eddie Palais saying that he knows you and you're a fan of WATP and that I should reach out to you. And I don't know if that's true or not, but I did.
Yes and no. It was... The guy's a good guy. He's one of my travel buddies.
Okay.
He actually put you guys on my radar. He's like, hey, do you know this show, WATP? They destroy podcasts.
Yeah.
And I'm a weird dude. I'm like, oh, let me hear it. The one I listened to, you destroyed my man Opie. So I'm like, so now I'm like, all right.
You mean all of them?
Yeah. I'm very fair. I'm a big First Amendment, say whatever you want. I'm like, all right, listen, they can crush people. And then I'm like, oh, I listened to a couple. And then I checked out because, in my opinion, you guys were just like, picking on everything he did, everything Joey did. You guys were killing him.
Yeah.
And you know what it was, Carl? And it's a weird spot. The same way, when your friends get made fun of. So I'm like, I'm checking out these guys, entertaining show. And then you brought me back in because he was like, hey, they destroyed, I think he was Stuttering John on one of them. And then I forgot something else. But then I also heard that you guys were speaking like highly of Carl. And my buddy Eddie's like, dude, they're not really crushing Opie anymore. You should check back in. So I checked in, and you guys were being very fair with a lot of stuff. You are. Yeah. Like, sometimes you guys go over the top, and Kaya, you are. This is why I like Kaya, because he doesn't know them. Yeah. So he's, like, overly vicious. And I respect it. I respect the game.
Good job, Kaya.
And that's what it was.
I am holding back as we speak.
No, you can't. No, go at it, bro. And, so for me to say as a fan, I can never say I'm a fan. I'm friends with Opie, so I can't be a fan of you. I appreciate every work. You guys put a lot of production work into it, but I've definitely listened to a few shows. I missed a few of them because apparently when I just told my buddy I was coming on, apparently you guys are overly vicious with him, which I don't like, but hey, it's your show, right?
Yeah, I was really blown away, and I love the fact that you have a good sense of humor about this, and that you were very polite when I reached out to. I was when the guy wrote that to me, I'm like, there's no way this is true, but what the fuck, I might as well reach out and see what the deal is, and I give you huge props for the fact that you're working very closely with Opie. We've obviously been making fun of him a bit, and you're cool with us. But let's go
Carl,
ahead.
let me do one thing, and because the truth, Kaya crushed me on one episode.
Oh, did he?
Cool, like but
did I?
Yeah, it was like when my grandfather passed. You're like, who the fuck cares? Why is it? But you know what?
Kaya.
No,
that was you.
Okay. Carl, but you want to know what it is? You can't be like, I'm never talking to that guy. That's a show you do. Who knew who was listening? So I don't hate on people. That's like, listen, everything's in good nature. It's all fun. If it was vicious and you're talking about people's kids, and I'm like, these aren't good human beings. Right. You do everything in fun. You know, that's your thing.
Well, so I appreciate that. And the other thing to point out is that we only talk about people who are putting shit out on the internet. And I think that's the thing that's lost on people. Like, oh, why are you going after that person? I'm like, because they're putting that shit on the internet. Like, I wouldn't have known that they were talking about this shit if they kept it in their living room.
I'm fair with that. 'Cause I would never go just say make fun of. I don't have Instagram, but I would never be like, oh my god, let me go destroy that girl on the street. Yeah. But when you're putting yourself out there, doing the duck face, doing this, you're opening yourself up for criticism, and that's how I feel. If I'm gonna do a nice little show, me and my buddy, we don't record it. You don't make fun of it. But if you're putting it out there and promoting it, then you listen. That's criticism. Everyone gets criticized, no matter who you are. You're gonna get criticized.
Take the good with the bad. Kaya, you were gonna say something. Go ahead, buddy.
Yeah. So, well, Mike, I appreciate it, man. I think that's getting unfortunately too rare to be able to just talk to somebody else and say, you know, when you're funny, you're funny. When I disagree with you, I disagree with you, and that's that. But aren't you a little worried? Maybe you may be burning some bridges, even just merely by coming on the show, because I know that Stuttering John has been threatening to fuck Carl, and Opie clearly doesn't like him very much.
Yeah.
Well, the burning of the bridge, I'm going to tell you the truth, I don't know. I haven't listened to all the shows, so I might come off maybe a little silly now. You might have destroyed Opie way worse than I thought, and I hope he didn't. But I don't think it burned bridges. Because the truth, I came on here hopefully to defend my man Opie.
Yeah.
And listen, I'm not. If you guys are just like overly vicious, that's what you guys do. But no, I don't think I'm going to burn any bridge. I don't really. I think Carl and we message each other. I don't really talk shit about people. I don't really. Hey, you reached out to me. I'm going to always write back. And even the same way, if someone in Anthony's camp reaches out to me or something, I'm going to say, hey, what's up? I'm not involved in anyone's beef, but I would never come on here and speak ill of Opie or anything. So I don't think that would burn a bridge. I hope it doesn't.
Good. I mean,
if not, I'll come intern at WATP.
Perfect. Yeah. You keep your real job though. This doesn't pay. This doesn't pay great.
Yeah, I was gonna say you have a real job.
It's interesting because the way we got our show format was very much from Opie and going back to the Jocktober days. And Sam Roberts even made a point that, we crushed him, and he said, I don't want to listen to that. I feel like I kind of gave them the format that they're using. And so it's all fun. It's all in good fun. But let's get into this thing with Stuttering John. So I reached out to you because Stuttering John talked about having a conversation with you. I'm going to play a clip that I pulled for a show. I think it was back on the Tinfoil Hat podcast that we did.
Okay. I also then spoke to Opie's producer. Opie from Opie and Anthony.
Yes, I've heard of him.
And we talked about this, about these certain idiots, and how they like trying to milk off of our success to like give themselves a name. But I'm not going to fucking gratify them by giving them any name. But then I just thought about it. Royce, they're playing pieces of this podcast. They don't have our permission for that. So I got a lawyer who's my friend. He'll send them a cease and desist. They shouldn't be allowed to play my song.
All right, well, that's where he gets a little bit off the rails there. So,
look, I'm just wondering if I'm getting sued now because I'm on this show with this clip being played, Carl.
Right? Yeah, watch out. It's fucking idiot. And then, so he goes on to say, and I have another real quick clip, and then we'll get into it.
But getting back, so I was talking to Opie's producer. I'm just like, and they're doing the same thing that we're doing, just ignoring these fucking losers because they're just losers.
So it's so funny because I love people who can't get out of their own way. He's saying that they're ignoring us, but he's also saying that he's going to send us a cease and desist, and he's got lawyers involved, and it's kind of everything. And I heard that, and it sounded like there was this whole meeting between Stuttering John and Opie about us, and what are they going to do about us. So I reached out to Mike and said, hey, have you talked to Stuttering John? What's all this about? And can you just clarify? Because John said he had a conversation with you about us, and can you just tell people what that was?
In the past year, I've never mentioned Opie. Your podcast to Opie. Mm-hmm. He's never mentioned it to me. Listen, I'm sure he's aware of it. The same way if someone talks crap about me on Twitter when I cry about the Yankees, you see who mentions you. I'm pretty sure he knows who you guys are.
Yeah.
We've never discussed you. Yep. And the conversation with John, now I have to say this. John has been really cool. The time Opie wanted him on the show, we hit him up. He came into the city. He was really fun. We talked afterwards. So again, I know Kai is worried about me burning bridges. John was nothing but really awesome to me every time.
Cool.
He did call me up maybe around 2 months ago. And he was like, hey, I'm just curious what you and Opie are doing with this, I know he won't mention you guys now, the WATP podcast. I'm like, oh, I'm nothing really. And he's like, they're destroying, they're crushing me. They're hitting up with Opie. And then I did go back and listen to one.
Oh, go on.
You guys were way mean on that one. I got to defend my boy.
This is so hot.
And that was really it, Carl. It was just basically, he's like, what are you guys going to do about it? I said, nothing. And he was telling me, he's like, he's like, they're playing clips of my show and this and that. But as far as Opie getting involved, he would never. That's just not something he does. You know that.
I'm not worried.
That was the conversation, but it wasn't like a powwow. It was actually a phone call. I think I was like either at the gym or something. But he definitely called me up and we talked. But he was just saying like he was venting and he was like, are you guys going to do anything about it? And I'm like, no, it's never even been discussed to go after.
And Mike, this isn't your place to do this kind of thing. But did you mention to him that he should just get over it and calm down, and that it's not a big deal?
I was actually taken back because when he called, I'm like, oh, he's in New York. He probably wants to link up, do Ope's show.
Yeah.
Maybe do like Jackie's show. Do something. So I was a little taken back. So I wasn't usually prepared.
Yeah.
And I have to working what I do. I have to always be quick on my feet. And I'm like, I just didn't know where that even came from. Like Ope wasn't gonna go after every podcast that talks about him. Like, sadly, a bunch do. Like on Compound Media, they kind of go at him a lot. He doesn't go after anybody.
Right.
So yeah, it was it wasn't a big powwow. It wasn't a big Opie Stuttering John meeting. It was just more of a quick conversation, like, hey, is Opie going to do anything about these assholes? And that was it.
Someone created a YouTube video and put it on our subreddit. I sent you a link to the video. Do you happen to see that?
I didn't see. Which one is this?
Oh, it's off the site now. Unfortunately, it's been taken down. But it was really funny because somebody photoshopped what the meeting looked like, and they had a meeting in the White House with Trump and his advisors, and they swapped out the faces. So it was like Royce and Stuttering John and you and Opie, and you're all like having this meeting of the minds about WATP.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah,
First of all,
cracked me
I
up.
should have backtracked. I should have acted like it was this huge meeting, but it was just a phone call as I was leaving the gym. So I hate to disappoint the WATP fans.
No, I know. I knew it was nothing.
Now I'm mad, Carl. I wish I could have been like, no. We flew him in.
Yeah,
from
right.
Burbank. We sat down, me, him, Sabian, Opie. But no, it was a 2-minute 12 conversation about, hey, you guys gonna do anything? I said no because I thought you guys actually stopped talking about Opie. So I'm like, no, I don't. I'm like, this is good. Get off Opie. Get on Stuttering John.
Right.
This is good.
I agree, by the way. Talking about Stuttering John is way more fun right now. I'm with you on that.
It's called because he's fighting back. When you're like a kid, when you're a kid growing up, if someone makes fun of you, you ignore it. It goes away. When you fight back, then everybody gets on. So it's like, just leave it alone, man.
No shit, Sherlock. All right. So this is what I want to talk to you about: the future of Opie Radio. If you're still involved in it, obviously the passing of Carl Ruiz is a tragedy, and I didn't see it coming. I don't think anybody else did either. It was brutal. Huge part of the show, very integral part of the show. What's Opie thinking? What are you guys going to be doing? Is there anything coming up on Opie Radio as far as format or what you're going to be doing in the future?
So it's a kind of a two-pronged thing. When it happened, I personally am like, this is the end of the show. Not that Carl was on every show,
right?
But listen, I know you guys only spoke highly of Carl, and I think I played the Carl Ruiz episode today because I wanted to hear what you guys actually said about him. And you guys, he wrote to you guys before, Carl was in contact with you guys. Carl's a good dude.
He's a great dude.
He was talented. He was funny. I can go on for stories about Carl, but that's not the show you do. You don't do nice shows. So as far as Opie's show, it threw him for a loop because the truth, if he wanted the podcast and he wanted to do a quick show, he would drive down to La Cubana and bother everyone in there and do a show.
Yeah.
But Carl, he would do a show there, and after that, he's like, I'm not sure if I'm into it. But I think he is. I think he has to get out of the funk. He's actually, he's in California now with Guy Fieri and all the Food Network people doing some shows, doing a bunch of Carl tribute shows. I know you guys are gonna make comments, but he has a ton of offers to do it, but he doesn't want to commit to like a 4-day-week schedule. Or his whole thing was he never wanted to. And I don't want to speak for him, but he doesn't want to be like, I have to do a show today.
Right.
I have to put out a show today. I think he's going to continue. I hope he continues. I enjoy watching it and doing it and listening to it. So I hope he continues. There's nothing set in stone. My opinion from knowing him and being kind of loosely involved in the podcast, I think he's going to, ride out Carl a little bit to the end of the year, maybe a few tribute episodes. I'm sure out in California he got a bunch of good stuff. And then hopefully in January, maybe revamp and decide what he wants to do because, we are he's at the crossroads now because is he going to continue the podcast? It's his co-host. So it's a weird spot.
It's a very weird spot. So that's interesting that you said he has offers. Are you talking about other podcast networks? You're talking about radio?
Well, both. A few radio things have reached out to him. Podcast networks have definitely reached out to him and his agent.
Yeah.
And his whole thing from the beginning was like, I don't want a commitment. I don't want to be like, I have to do 3 shows a week. I have to do this. And that was it.
I mean, that's what having a job is, though. Doesn't he want to get paid to be a radio host? That's kind of what you have to do.
He's got retirement money, so I can kind of see where he's coming from.
Yeah, he's got
if he just wants to do it for fun.
Yeah.
Oh, he definitely does. And Kaya, that's the thing, and I think that's kind of where, I wish you guys had a call-in show because I would have defended the first time you guys did the show.
Yeah.
I'm like, he's just doing it for fun. He's just kicking it.
Right.
And then, so that was my thing originally. He does have FU money, which is good for him. I wish I had FU money.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's what. And I always hated when people would talk on Reddit or even your subreddit. People were like, well, if he has FU money, why is he trying so hard with it, or why. So that's what
He's not trying hard. No one's saying that. No one's accusing him of trying hard.
Now this is where I have to defend him. Now I have to ask you.
Yeah, go ahead.
Your biggest issue is usually the audio. Is that your biggest issue with him?
Well, it's the lack of prep too.
Okay.
Where he'll and this was another question the last question I had written down for you. He'll sit down at a crowded bar and there's a bunch of background noise and he has nothing to talk about and he has Vic Henley sitting next to him. And I have to ask you, Mike, and you might be friends with Vic. Does anyone think that he's an interesting or funny guest on the show? He's atrocious.
See, no matter what I said, I know you're very anti-Vic. I know that.
He's terrible. Everyone's anti-Vic. He's the worst.
Vic is very knowledgeable. And let me explain about Ope's prep, and you got to hear me out with this one.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, go for it.
So when he had on, like, Damien Eccles or Rob O'Neill or even Maury, guys who have, like, you know, a background that you can, hey, let's talk about this. I think Ope's good at it. I really do. I think he's really good at it. He gets a lot out of the guests. When he has a format of the show, like, hey, I'm going to invite Sherrod, Vic, DeStefano, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Sets down the mics at Gebhardt's. I think it's the and I'm not talking bad about Sherrod or DeStefano. I think that they're all just like, you know, having a few drinks and just kind of forgetting they're doing a podcast.
I noticed that.
No. And I, this isn't a knock. This is my thing. When I would talk to Joey about this, I don't know if you got. I think you do it from a studio, right?
Sure. Why not?
Well, it's not a Zoom recorder.
Very professional operation over here at WATP.
Yes, but you say you're in a radio studio. You kind of feel like you're doing a radio. The same way if you're playing football and you're in uniform, you feel like, hey, I'm part of the team.
Right.
I think when you're at a bar and who's walking away to go have a cigarette, who's going to hit on that girl, I think it loses its maybe format structure because he always has shit he wants to do. Dude, his notes are on point. We're going to crush this, this, and this. But if he wants to talk to Sherrod about basketball, and then you got Vic checking out a chick, Carl going to have a cigar, it's like there's so much mayhem and chaos going on sometimes. So a lot of that's not his fault, though.
I agree. I mean, it's his fault for doing the show from Gebhardt's, but I agree that, those guys get distracted. And half the time, you hear Vic Henley talking to someone in the background, having a side conversation. You're like, what? Are they on a show right now? What's going on?
And I do have to defend him one more time. Is that fair? And you guys give me a platform to defend him. That's
please do.
In the beginning, now remember, he did radio for 20-something years.
Yeah.
So when he's like, hey, here's a podcast setup. He's never done a podcast. So someone like me and you putting together a Zoom, that's all we know. We have real jobs. So it's like, but he went from there to having this Zoom, didn't know audio mics and stuff. And even though I think Kai, I think you said it, he's been in radio 20 fucking years. He should know audio levels. But remember, he had people do that for him. So when he was doing it from the bar in the beginning, or Mike Bichetti's house and stuff, we didn't know the audio, format of how podcasting, the mics with this, maybe a boom mic here. So that was in the beginning. I think the big audio problems were in the beginning with that.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So, but my point was just, like we said, this guy has FU money. So at the beginning of this call, you said, one day you showed up and you had the same Zoom mic as he did or something. It's kind of funny to me how this guy who has, no offense, but I'm going to assume that you, with your beat cop salary, you don't make millions of dollars to buy a camera crew to follow you around. And OP, this guy who's been in the business for decades, looks at you and and you guys have the same equipment. You have the same budget allocated
That's a good point. That's a very good point.
Kai, a good point. And I know you guys are going to get me on the end of this, but remember all that stuff when he signed at Westwood, they literally handed him a box and was like, here's your podcast stuff. And it was the Zoom, it was the mics, it was the whole entire setup. It was like, here. And then he went to, I think, Gebhardt's and like, oh, let me plug it in. Let me do this. So the equipment, yes, we do have the same equipment. I had the same equipment as Westwood. It was all Westwood stuff. So Opie didn't go out and let me buy this Zoom. What mic are they doing? So whatever Westwood handed him, that's what he was using. But I understand what you're saying with he should have maybe more professional stuff. I don't control his money, unfortunately.
Mike, I just want to clarify something. The fact that you're on the show right now, we love you. This is awesome. This is so cool that you're coming on and talking about this stuff. So we're not going to bash you or anything after this.
But you're Carl, if I hung up and then next Sunday when the show comes out, you guys are destroying me. Like,
yeah.
That's funny. Like I put, but Carl, I put myself out there. If I didn't, Carl, if this was like a private call, and then you're like, that Mike's a dick. He's this. He talks too fast with his accent.
Right.
Then it's funny. But I came on. So once you come on, you're allowed. You open yourself up to being.
Well, that's why I made it very clear that when I was calling you, it was going to be on the show, and I was actually taken aback. You're like, yeah, that's fine. Let's do this. So I appreciate it, man. You got balls. That's awesome.
I actually didn't know that. I'm like, dude, just call me beforehand.
Right.
Because I thought you wanted to just like chat about the show, and then you're like, you're coming on the show, and then I'm like, oh, all right. I'm like, all right, I got to go defend Opie now. So let me.
You don't have to defend Opie, man.
You don't.
I really appreciate the candidness, and I love that you're open about this stuff. Are you helping him with his advertising at all? Are you helping him sell the ads?
No, not selling the ads. I wish I can sell the ads.
Fuck, because I wanted you to talk to my bookie for me, and I was gonna go through my read of how I would do it. That's my bookie, MYBOOKIE.CO. My bookie. All right.
Well, listen. I'm not selling the ads, but people do reach out to me like that want to buy advertising.
Yeah.
Or be like, hey, I want to pay for this, for that. Yes, I know you had a problem with OPIE. I heard that.
Good, you heard that. All right.
you know what's funny? Here's what's great. Here's what's funny. Because I think you noticed, whoever writes to me on Twitter, I write back to. Because the way I feel, I'm like, I'm a nobody. If someone wants to ask me a question, I'm like, dude, go for it. What else am I going to do? You know, sometimes they'll hit me up. And then people send me clips. When people send me clips of your show, I'm like, oh, I'm just going to have to start listening. Because they send me a clip of like, do something with this, with my bookie ad. I'm like, what was wrong with the my bookie ad? And then I have you yelling, oh, PIE. Oh, and then once you Carl, it's like you put a fucking microscope. Oh, I don't know if I can say fucking.
Yeah, of course you can.
You put a microscope on it, and then all the WATP fans send it to me. I like, because my DMs are open. I don't care who writes to me. And then I'm like, okay, I heard, I get it. The my bookie ad. We'll fix the my bookie ad.
That's hilarious. All right, so I have to point this out, and not to toot my own horn, but we are fixing podcasts near and far. Podcasters hear us make fun of them. Pat Oates was just on Anthony Cumia talking about me because we roasted him a few weeks ago, and he said, I've changed my entire format. He rebranded his show. He's like, those guys crushed me so hard. I've changed the entire way I podcast. I'm like, yes, good. We're fixing people's podcasts. I know it's not a fun way to go about it, but it works. It's effective.
Carl and Kaya doing God's work. Hey, let me ask you a quick question, boys, both of you.
Yeah.
What changes would you make then? So just now remember, I want to explain something because I know people write to me if like there's bad audio. I'm like, one, I wasn't there for it, and how am I going to fix that? You know?
Right. Yeah.
What would you do? So right now, you're saying you're trying to fix podcasts. Opie does. I know you guys don't believe it. I know when you say 7 people download it, he does get a ton of downloads. What's your 2 things that you would want him to do? Like, hey, I want to do boom and boom to make the show off WATP's radar. How about that?
All right. Yeah, all right. That's a perfect question. The first thing I would do is, so you have your guest, or you have the person that Opie's talking to, and I'm a huge Opie and Anthony fan, just like you. So you and I are on the same page of why this is on our radar to begin with.
Sure.
What I loved about that show is they would have very specific segments they would go into. They would talk about, did you watch Hoarders last night? Yeah, I watched Hoarders. And then they'd play clips from the show, and they'd go through, like, this person's crazy. And you could all understand what's going on there. And then they'd come back from break, and then the next segment was, we're going to have this person come in, we're going to interview them. And then they come back, and then they talk about, like, what I don't like is the rambling conversation stuff, where there doesn't seem to be any preparation. There's just a couple people hanging out, thinking that because they're celebrities or people know who they are, anything they say is going to be interesting. It's not. And there's a lot of episodes of Opie Radio, but also a lot of the podcasts that we listen to, where the people are just rambling about nothing. It's like, dummy, you're doing a show right now. Larry King never just got on his show and just rambled about nothing. It was a very specific thing they were trying to converse about.
So Carl wants more structure. That's seriously, you want more structure.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you, let me tell you what I always wanted. And I never brought it up, but we've talked about it before. What I would love, instead of just say Sherrod, Vic, and Chris DiStefano, I'd rather a one-on-one with Chris. But the way I like it, and just because I'm kind of like a radio nerd of stuff, I would love to hear like Chris, how'd you get started in comedy? Like, that's what I would like. Instead of like, hey, let's just riff on the Yankees or, going into some bits or talking about music, I kind of like the fucking, dude, you've been doing this forever. What are you into? That's what I like, more of a one-on-one. So I see you don't like the 4 guys in a bar drinking, doing random stuff. And what about you, Kaya? I know you're not a big fan to begin with, but what would you change on it?
Well, it's not that I'm not a big fan. It's simply these guys are out of my generation, but I understand that they are still the old school industry titans, right? Of radio.
Yes.
OP, no matter what you think of him, OP, Anthony, they know how to get a show, how to keep it going. So there's no silence, which many podcasts these days, the amateurs suffer from, where you have some married couple doing a podcast about My Little Pony and they're going,
We just did that, by the way.
Obviously.
so what do you want to talk about? I don't know. What do you want to talk about? There aren't these 15 seconds moments. So that's good, but you really need to get a studio, in my opinion. I don't care how good you are. Even someone like Joe Rogan, who's a complete professional, I don't think many people would listen to him if he was recording his podcast while walking on his iPhone.
Right.
No matter who he's talking to. I don't
fair.
think anybody would want to listen to that. Some sort of it sounds like a fucking hot mic. It sounds like somebody was bugging you. Someone bugged you, like the CIA was listening in on you rather than you actually creating a show.
Yeah, it sounds like
That
one
would
of
be
those.
my first advice.
No.
Like
You have plenty
Veritas
of
or
money. There's so many.
Yeah.
There's so many people
like
out there,
I said,
so many
Viking
young
all time.
podcasters who would kill to have their own studio. You have the means. Just get it done. You can have the same conversations, a little more structured, and just invite them into your studio. You can still offer them beer or whatever you like drinking.
I'll tell you this, Kaya, and the biggest complaint I've ever gotten was the audio. And I remember when Opie was with Westwood, I would call Joey up, and Joey is a stickler for like audio. Like if there was a sneeze, like thank God he was down in Texas because he'd come up and punch someone in the face.
Yep.
But that was the biggest complaint we had was the audio. And I know Opie's trying to do something different with it, which I like, I dig. But I understand you want more of this. You want it more of like, I'm putting this on. There's no background noise. I can enjoy it and listen to it. Because I think I like the content. I know you guys aren't the biggest fan of the content. But yes, the audio was the biggest complaint we've had. So,
Well, it was interesting when they went down with Louis J. Gomez to what he's created, and they
it's just when you crushed him when Carl's like, I'm jealous. We have a defibrillator and Robert Mathers.
Carl was so depressed after that. He's like, "What are we doing? We're walking around the streets with your Zoom recorder. You see what they're doing in there?"
But listen, I gotta tell you guys, because the Westwood studio was really like, Westwood One Studios. It was kind of just like an empty room. There was an old radio room.
Yeah.
So they actually made that thing for Opie, and they made the producer engineer's room huge. So when I sat down there, I had this like monster room, and they were like cramped in this small little office thing. And Carl would be like, "I need to know why. The talent is in this shoebox." And look at Mike's room. I had like my food out, all my stuff laid out.
That's hilarious.
Oh, Carl. Hey, Kaya, real quick, what part of Germany are you from?
Hamburg.
Oh, no, because I travel all the time. I'm trying to go to every country in the world. I'm always in Germany, so.
Oh, cool.
I'll link up with you.
Yeah, let me know if you're here, man. I'll buy you a beer. Bring your Zoom recorder. We'll record an episode.
You fuck.
This guy is in the NYPD. He works out of the gym, and he's like, "Hey, Kai, where do you live?" I'd be like, "I don't know. I have no idea." You talked about his grandpa.
no.
Like, you might want to just like pretend you don't know this guy.
No. Dude, I told you I appreciate. No,
I think
Carl,
Mike
was
sounds
like-
all right. I think Mike sounds like the kind of guy who can take a joke.
Yeah, he's a good.
If you're
dude.
ever around in Germany, let me know.
He's a very good dude.
I will.
Mike, I'll let you have the last word, buddy, and I thank you again for coming on. You've been awesome. It's been a great conversation.
Well, hey, listen, to even be asked to come on a podcast, I always think that's such an honor. Like a
Good.
few like smaller shows, like, hey, come on. One, it was cool. Listen, you guys were extremely fair with me. I was getting ready to come out punching. I had notes in front of me, like they want to talk about downloads. Let me hit. You guys are very fair. When I hang up, you guys are allowed to talk so much shit. Like everyone says, subscribe to WATP, 5 stars, and then destroy them in the rating. In
Yes.
the description, of course.
Yes.
Listen, no, you guys do your thing. I had to come on here. If you were going to talk bad about Opie, I had to try to defend him. I hope I defended him enough. But yeah, I don't think I burned the bridge. I came on, started a new friendship, and it was fun. Listen, you guys do a good show. You put a lot of work into it. You don't, like Kaya said, real quick, I don't want to take too much of the mic time, which I already have. But Kaya said it's not just two guys sitting there. you say like, hey, press button 14. Let's do this clip. Listen, you guys put a lot of work into it. It's a hell of a hobby, and you guys are doing a good job, man. Keep up the good work.
Thanks. And Mike, I really appreciate that. And I'd love to have you back on again sometime, especially if Opie does something really stupid that we have to talk about.
Oh, wait, let's make a new segment. If he does something, Carlos, if he does something that's so egregious, and you're like,
you should be his unofficial attorney.
Hit me up, okay?
That's awesome, man. Thank you so much. And we will take advantage of that because I've enjoyed this conversation and I really appreciate you coming on.
Thank you. And Kaya, just get my number or whatever from Carl and hit me up and I'll hit you up in Germany. Guys, be good and good luck and don't destroy me too much when I hang up, all right?
Sounds good, buddy.
Sounds good.
All right, man. See ya.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Wow.
Well, he was nice.
Holy
that
shit.
was unexpected.
That was fun. We got to I feel like we got to the bottom of some things. I'm not sure what we got to the bottom of, but I don't know. I want to get this out of the way. We're going to make short work of it, but I think it's time for this segment. That's enough of that.
Yeah, thank you.
Opie is on, as Mike Sappho pointed out on the show last week when we talked to him, Opie is just doing Carl Ruiz tribute shows now.
Yeah.
And for the rest of the year, he went out to the West Coast. I haven't listened to it yet, but there's been a couple shows posted where it's him talking to Guy Fieri and different people from the Food Network. And it's just, he's going to go talk to anyone and everyone who's ever known Carl Ruiz. Yeah. And that's what Opie's show is now. And of course, selling the Carl Ruiz merchandise, which I should have talked to Mike about now that I think about it.
Yeah.
The hashtag Ruizing t-shirts that we've all purchased since then. But Opie goes to La Cubana and there's like a memorial for Carl Ruiz. It's not a formal memorial, but apparently like all of his friends are getting together.
And that's his restaurant.
It's his restaurant. Yeah. And this is the restaurant where Opie would fuck with the staff, would hang out in the kitchen while he's trying to cook or figure out recipes.
Tell him to turn the radio off when people are dancing.
Opie is literally still fucking with Carl's restaurant even after Carl's death.
Oh my God, this is so embarrassing. We're at La Cubana, another memorial for Carl. I'm with Matt from Smoking Tire.
Embarrassing?
Yeah, it's embarrassing because they were just cranking Biggie Smalls and they turned it down so we could podcast from Carl's memorial here at La Cubana.
So he's stopping the fun once again. And Carl Ruiz tragically died at the age of 44. However, he loved life. He loved partying and dancing. And I have to imagine that he would want his memorial service to be people celebrating his life, dancing, having fun.
See, I got the opposite impression. I thought if there was one thing Carl Ruiz hated, it was people enjoying themselves. And if he was, his memorial would be like, all right, everybody stop having fun. Stop it over there. Sit down. Shut the fuck up.
Opie thinks the same thing.
There you go.
Because this is what he did.
They were all dancing to Biggie Smalls. There were girls. Mike, get on Mike. How crazy was that?
Vic, help us.
Hey, Vic. They just turned off Biggie Smalls so we could do this dumb podcast.
How do you follow Hypnotize?
Good Lord.
So they're giggling like school children about the fact that they were playing music people enjoyed and then abruptly cut it off so that Opie can start podcasting into a Zoom recorder in the corner. It's not even like he's there performing for people. They're like, all right, party's over. Opie over here is going to talk to Vic Henley. Of all fucking people. And then Vic Henley comes on the show. You heard Mike Sappho right there go, Vic, get over here. So Vic Henley has to come in and make sure. This is my last clip. I know. I see you're getting upset. He has to come over and make sure that there is no fun to be had here. He has to start fact checking.
And now the edibles have really fucking kicked in. And now-
I should point out, they're also high.
Oh, good.
Which is great.
Good,
You always want Opie to be on edibles when he's podcasting because he's so good at it anyway. Why not give him a disadvantage?
And now the edibles have really fucking kicked in, and now we're at La Cubana.
Have you guys cut a little more of the Jello slices off?
I love it when you call me Big Papa.
Yeah.
They've sampled Between the Sheets by the Isley Brothers.
Oh, there you go.
And then they were playing the next one, I think, is Hypnotize.
Yeah.
Oh.
He's like, guys, you were saying that they did this and they were playing that. What actually happened was the music was, Vic, whatever. That wasn't the point of the conversation. They were just talking about how they stopped everybody's fun. And by the way, Vic, you're a big part of stopping everybody's fun.
Yeah, no
shit. A very big part of it.
When you open your mouth, Vic Henley, ain't nobody having fun.
And I know that what I'm saying is true because...
Man, Carl knows his shit.
You got that right, Opie.
Straight from the horse's mouth.
You got that right. At this time, hey, Anthony, stick with us here, buddy. It's time for...
Bum, 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 bum.
This is Opie Radio, and if anyone's been following the show lately, we know what Opie is up to. He is trying to milk everything he can off of the death of his friend Carl Ruiz. He has traveled out to LA to hang out with Guy Fieri and all the people who used to work on Guy's Grocery Games, which is a Food Network show that Carl Ruiz was on as a judge. And so now Opie says, all right, I got to keep this thing going. I used to have Carl help me out by co-hosting and doing all the heavy lifting and carrying the show. Now Carl's death is going to do all the heavy lifting and continue to carry the show. So I don't know if, Doug, I gave you a heads up that I was going to listen to this episode. If you got a chance to listen to Opie with Guy Fieri at all.
Yeah, I sent you over a couple clips. I think they start Opie, only 3 of them. But yeah, this is the definition of somebody exploiting somebody else's death. That's all this is, and it's disgusting, and I love it.
I love it too. It's so fucking ridiculous. I have some clips on here that are hilarious. Starting off with the fact that they're at Guy's house, and they're all hanging out at Guy's house. I think Guy just made food for everybody, and then they're going to go out to some type of bar restaurant where a bunch of people are going to go, and they're going to celebrate Carl Ruiz. It's another one of these memorial service types of things that they're doing. And at one point, Guy looks over at Opie and is just like, what are you doing? Are you still fucking podcasting? We're all hanging out at my house.
Well, what he said was awesome.
We're going.
Oh, are you still podcasting right now? By the way, the amount I just saw you talking on.
We're influencers, Guy.
So Guy's just like, and he's not having fun with this. He goes, are you guys still podcasting? Come on. We're all trying to get out of here and go to the party. So these guys are standing in Guy's kitchen. They continue to podcast, and then this happens.
Whoa. We just got Oscared out of the kitchen. The speech went a little, the lights just went off. I think we got to take the hit. Let's go. All right, let's get in our Porsche and go.
So they turn the lights out on these assholes. They're like, Opie, shut it down. We're going now. We're all leaving. He's like, oh, I guess they're being serious. Opie continues to talk to people, and finally, Guy has had enough and comes over to Opie one last time.
Hey, you still podcasting in my fucking house? Yeah. Get the fuck out.
So I don't know how to interpret that. If Guy's having fun with it, it doesn't sound like he is to me at all.
Then it transitioned to when it sounded like they were in a banquet hall or bar, as you said, some sort. But my Opie 1 is him talking about him being a complete douchebag.
We're going to be doing plenty of drinking and celebrating Carl's life.
Yeah.
Damn right.
I just wish he was here for it.
He
invited me out to California many times to hang on Grocery Games and hang out with all you guys, and I always put it off. Like, eventually I'll get there. So the first time I'm out here, it's for this.
So what he just said is, this guy that was supposed to be my friend invited me, and I never ever came. Now he died, so I'm going to come here and record all these celebrities because I'm a fucking prick.
Well, plus, it's so sad. I had that clip too. Opie says, we're here to celebrate, or his buddy says, we're here to celebrate Carl's life. That's why we're all getting together. And Opie goes, yeah, but I wish he was here for this. That's not how that fucking works, Opie. And I'm not trying to be morbid or a douche about this, but that's why you guys are all getting together right now. Like you just said, you were invited to go out there before and you didn't. He's like, well, now I'm here because we're mourning his death. And geez, I really wish he was here for this. Oh, fucking idiot.
And then when he was talking about, like, he was astonished that the one common denominator in this large group of people is Carl, number 2.
Yeah.
Right. It's like, oh, I heard about you through Carl. Then I heard about you through Carl. And Carl said this about you. And it was always, and everything with a lot of love.
It's like the Kevin Bacon game. But it's
Carl, right? But it's Carl. We're all related.
7 degrees to Ruizing.
Yeah, 7 degrees. There it is.
You're astonished that you're all know the same person at a service in a remembrance of his life.
Hey, how do you know Carl Ruiz? Who's Carl Ruiz? I have no idea what you're talking about. I was just in the neighborhood, and I just decided to come over here. I saw lights on.
I seen a catering truck outside. I assumed it was a lunch for the homeless.
Right after that happened, they talk about the Kevin Bacon 6 degrees of separation thing, and there's a guy who comes in with a joke so nice he has to say it twice.
It's like the Kevin Bacon game. But it's
degrees.
Carl, right? But it's Carl. We're all related.
7 degrees
Instead of
to
bacon.
Ruizing?
Yeah, 7 degrees. There it is.
Exactly.
There it
Instead
is.
of bacon, it's a Cuban sandwich. Instead of bacon, 7 degrees, it's a Cuban sandwich.
I don't know if that joke was very funny.
I've only got one more Opie clip, and that was towards the end when I would like to think that he accidentally left the Zoom on the table recording and then accidentally forgot to remove it from the episode number 3.
Here's my deal. Hold it down, boys. So here we go. Here's the last thing I'm going to say. Everybody shut up! Dirty P, shot caller. God, he's wanted to forever be that. He just didn't want to go to prison.
So as you've talked about, you may have mentioned that he used to be a world famous broadcaster.
Yes, he used to be.
And now his episodes consist of just a bunch of crowd noise for 2 to 3 minutes at a time.
Oh, when he gets to the party, it's so ridiculous. Everybody's there from the Food Network to celebrate this guy's life. And he just wants to get in people's face and talk to them and podcast. It sounds terrible. This is an example of him. You know, they're at this party and they're talking about all the people who are going to be there.
I don't know, man. He was, and the way he treated. You see all the people here.
It's like well over 100 people, and then they just opened up another room because they're expecting maybe another 100.
Yeah, and he treated.
Are they all these people like Food Network people?
Yeah, these are all people from the crew. I mean, there's a couple people I don't recognize, but these are all people from the crew of Grocery Games.
Wow.
So this is funny to me because when all of the articles came out about Carl passing, none of them mentioned Opie. None of them mentioned Opie Radio, Sirius XM. Like, it was only about this. He was on the Food Network. He was friends with Guy Fieri. That's what everything said. Opie did this memorial show for Carl Ruiz in New York at Gebhard's. And he had Vic and Mike Sappho and a couple other guys. That was it. Sherrod Small was there. It was just those like 4 or 5 guys there to talk about. He goes out to LA. There's 200 people that Carl was working with on this Food Network show who all wanted. Opie wasn't a part of Carl Ruiz's life the way he likes to think that he was. He had a lot more going on.
Yeah, it's almost like Carl was just a decent guy who was nice to Opie, and Opie doesn't realize that he is just a grain of salt in this big universe of people that like Carl.
Doug, Opie doesn't even know how friendship works. He talks to this guy who's, I think, a cameraman for the Food Network, and he says this to him.
Rodriguez, get over here, brother.
What's up?
Introduce yourself. Cameraman for Grocery Games.
Anthony Rodriguez,
Right.
DP of Triple D and Grocery Games.
Let me tell you about Anthony Rodriguez. So we met for the first time today, but when Carl, died, you reached out to me on Twitter and made sure I was okay, and I want to thank you for that. That was amazing because you don't know me.
That's not impressive, Opie. Someone tweeting at you is not an important gesture.
I think it is if you're in Opie's world where nobody reaches out to you ever.
Yes, that's what I mean. This guy has no friends. People just hate him. One person's like, "Opie, you okay?" He's like, "Holy shit, somebody cares about me."
Okay,
This
Carl,
person's
I'm gonna guess that you have your Twitter notifications turned off.
I do.
I have my Twitter notifications turned off. I promise you that Opie's are turned on.
Oh yeah, for sure. On 3 different phones, probably. He's doing that thing like the podcast we listened to last week, where when one person DMs him, it goes off at like 5 different places. Like, whoa, I'm so popular. This is crazy. Yeah, everything's buzzing.
Everybody's trying to get a hold of me right now.
Oh, shit. Everybody's pinging me right now. It's like, I'm only one guy. Hey. I love when he brings over this cameraman, Anthony Rodriguez, and Anthony insults Opie immediately without even trying to.
Oh, Carl lit up a room. No, he didn't. he made everybody in the room feel like they were better than themselves. Yeah. You know, if he was introducing you, he wouldn't say, "Hey, here's my buddy Opie." He'd say, "Here's Opie. He's the funniest guy around," or "He's the greatest radio guy there ever is."
So he says, the thing about Carl is that he blew smoke up everybody's ass like Opie. He would say, like, "You're the best." He didn't even realize he was insulting Opie right there, but it's true. It's 100% accurate. And then Opie goes on to say this right after that statement.
I have no problem saying that he brought my confidence back and made me funny again. And
Whoa. Okay. Carl Ruiz is a great guy, and everybody loves him. I understand that. But he's not a miracle worker. He didn't make you funny, Opie. He was funny on your show, but he didn't make you funny.
Yeah, he may have made him feel less annoying because somebody was now laughing at what he said or encouraging him.
Correct. So this whole thing where it's this never... And when we had Mike Saffo on the show, he said, the rest of the year, Opie Radio is just going to be these Carl Ruiz tributes. And this is all Opie has planned for the next couple months. And then 2020, who knows what he's going to do. So Opie mentions as they're going to the party that this celebration of Carl's life will never end.
Yeah, we're going to celebrate Carl's life now. This is like the trip that never ends.
Yeah, it never ends because you keep fucking podcasting about it. You're just supposed to be hanging out with people. This isn't a show.
So I know that we may have been pinged a couple times about not being a high quality production at Who's Right.
Yeah.
But I do like to think that we are a true podcast.
Yeah.
Whereas he is just recording something into a handheld recorder and then puts that out. It almost bothers me that he calls it a podcast. It should just be called the Opie recording. That's it. That's the name of it.
It's what you do when you're a spook in the CIA or a plant, like recording people's conversations when you're just
going back to some David Allen Coe talk there.
No, I mean a spy. When I say spook, no. When you're recording people's conversations with you, when you're just hanging out at places, it's fucking annoying. Nobody likes that. Nobody wants to be recorded and then posted on the internet when they're just having a conversation with somebody at a banquet hall.
At a celebration of life. Like,
right.
So do you remember when Home Alone came out, they had them talk boys that looked like the little recorders?
Yes.
I had a little cousin that used to run around with that fucking thing. And can you imagine, like, at my grandma's funeral or after the funeral when we're sitting there getting our ham sandwiches or whatever, and that little fucking douchebag runs up and is like, "How you feeling, Uncle Doug?" Get the fuck out of here, you piece of shit.
And you would think that if you are going to walk around and record every conversation, you must have a dynamite personality. You must get great conversations going with people. Opie walks over to the producer of Guy's Grocery Games for the Food Network and says, "Hey, you're the guy who thinks I'm awesome."
You really believed in me and Carl's chemistry. You were like, "Holy shit, you guys you were," I should say were, unfortunately, but you said you guys are onto something.
Well, because as...
What are you supposed to do with that? Opie walks over to this guy and goes, "Hey, you're the producer of his show. You're the one who said I was really good." And then just lets him talk. Like, did you want to elaborate on that at all for my show? The fuck is wrong with this guy? So Opie's talking about the fact that Carl would say so many things that were hilarious or informative, and that's why he never used to edit his podcast.
The funny thing is, I told a lot of people that I don't really edit the podcast, but the reason I didn't edit the podcast was because he made it so easy. There was never anything really to take out of the damn thing.
What? How many examples have I played on my show of things he should have taken out of his podcast? He's walking down the street with people and dogs are barking and sirens are blaring. It's like, there's so much shit to take out of your podcast, Opie. You're just lazy.
I'm sure I know you've touched on this. It's really just about him being narcissistic, thinking that anything he is involved in, even his day-to-day life, he thinks that's interesting to the rest of the world.
It's true. He does think he's a celebrity and that people give a shit. Regardless of all of the evidence that nobody does and no one knows who he is anymore, he still continues to think that. I just have a couple more clips on here. this is very telling. Opie doesn't know what the future of Opie Radio is.
It sucks, and I know it's hit you hard too.
Yeah, it sure has.
Yeah. No, yeah.
I don't even know what to do with myself because
Opie doesn't know what to do with himself because Carl was his show. Carl still is his show. And at some point, everyone else is going to get tired of talking about Carl. And what's Opie going to do when that happens? I fast forward to May of 2020. Is he going to be on there with Vic Henley talking about, remember when Carl used to come down to Gebhardt's and we would, what is he going to do now?
So I liken it to anybody that has a friend on Facebook where, say their spouse dies unexpectedly.
Yeah.
They get an outpouring like you wouldn't believe. And then a month later, it's been a month and I still miss her or whatever. And they get like about half the outpouring. But then it just keeps going on. It's been 72 days and I still can't figure out what to do with my life. It's been a year and a half. And It's like you've drained it. It's no more. It's time to bang somebody else and try to re-up.
Right. Like, we're not here with you. We're not here to support that anymore. We want you to move on. Like Opie, we all want you to move on. You need to find a new co-host. And guess what? I think he might have found one. While he's at this get-together, he runs into George Ruiz, which is Carl's brother. He's a cardiologist. And Opie says...
I have to assume there's going to be a pitch coming up.
Yep. Opie says this to George.
And we were at Gebhardt's, the place I like to podcast. And I hope you make it there. Next time you're in New York, you look me up. We'll go have a beer there. I would love that.
Of course you would. He's like, hey, George, you got to come to meet me at Gebhardt's. Can I call you Carl? Is that cool? I mean, I don't know. Is that weird? Is that a big deal if you just come to Gebhardt's that we shoot the shit?
I really don't care when I call you your first name, but I'm just going to refer to you as Ruiz. Is that
okay? Can I just say that you're Ruizing and maybe use that hashtag? I don't know. Is that cool? You have your blessing on that? Opie, there's a tell here that I want to point out. A lot of times when people say what other people are thinking, it's because that's what they think. I shouldn't say a lot of times, all the time. When you say that, some people think this. It's like, no, that's what you think, asshole. You're projecting that on other people. Here's Opie's tell.
That's what made him so unique. That's why so many people are here to honor him.
And they really know him.
They do.
They're not just here like, oh, there's a party and, I can hang with Guy Fieri and everybody from the Food Network. They're like, no.
Yeah. Opie, these people all work with Guy at the Food Network. They're there because they liked Carl Ruiz. And Opie's like, a lot of people are just star fuckers, but not these folks. That's you.
I really want to play poker with him. I think that would be a
yes! It'd be so easy. You're the star fucker, Opie, not everybody else. All right, that's all I got for Opie. This is really turning into a weird twist on Opie Radio, and I feel bad about it because I like Carl Ruiz, and I like Mike Sappho, and it's just bizarre that this is what Opie has turned into. Trying to milk this. He's selling merchandise. He's putting on every show. Anywhere he goes and has a conversation about Carl Ruiz, it's a fucking podcast now.
He is. That's the only word that comes to mind is he's gross.
Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of gross. It is time for
Opie Radio. The Opie Radio Podcast.
All right, so what Opie is doing is he's continuing to have these Carl Ruiz tribute shows and memorials. It's out of control.
Uninspired?
It's crazy. I mean, like this is all he does now.
If not being inspired to do anything was out of control?
So there's this guy, Matt Farah. Is that how you pronounce his name?
I think so.
And he hosts a show that's all about cars.
Yeah.
He's a big auto enthusiast. Mm-hmm. And he was on Opie's show. I think he's friends with Carl.
Right.
So he was on Opie's show a couple times in the past. They're at that Manhattan car club.
Right.
Where you can rent out really nice cars.
Where Opie was out of his depth and everybody was telling him to shut the fuck up.
Right. Opie didn't know what he was talking about. Opie's not a car guy, which is fine. He doesn't understand. Well, he doesn't know anything. I don't know. What kind of guy is Opie? In what fucking realm is he interesting to talk to? I can't even think of one. So he's got Matt Farah on the show, and they're doing a pregame show before they go to this next memorial service or whatever tribute thing they're doing for Carl Ruiz.
Right.
Because it's just never ending.
Right.
So they decide, okay, we're going to do a show, and we're going to do it again from this area where they're in a giant garage with cars all around them. And you can only imagine this is a great place to do a podcast, especially when there's work being done.
I knew this was going to be the clip.
Oh, this is great.
The tires they came with from the factory were not good. What's up?
We're going to be welded.
Oh, I don't care if you weld.
Welding's not that loud.
Yeah, we're
you
good,
running
man.
a compressor? Welding's not that loud.
You're so
on its
nice.
own.
Hanging a race car.
No, I know.
You're
That's
hanging
okay.
a race car on the wall here at Classic Car Club Manhattan?
Absolutely.
Okay. These guys are over there podcasting with this shitty Zoom microphone, and the guy is nice enough to come over and say, hey, you probably want to go somewhere else. We got to put a race car on the wall. And they're like, oh, that won't be loud. How can that be loud? You're just going to weld a race car onto the wall?
Yeah.
That's fine.
Everyone except Opie sees where this is going.
Yeah. They're like, hey, that's fine. No, we'll hang out here. I don't think that'll be too bad. All right, fast forward a few minutes and they get started.
But Audi has a tendency to give. Oh, wow. That's what he means by fucking welding? Holy shit.
That's the welding?
I said, you're not going to be running a compressor or anything, are you? And he was like, maybe we should get into Conti. Oh, wait.
Oh, I see.
No.
Oh, I see the welding.
Yeah, no.
Oh, my God.
This may be tough for audio, huh?
I don't know.
How's it in your headphones right now? Is it fucked? It's got to be a disaster.
It kind of sounds cool.
You think so?
Yeah, I think it sounds cool.
Opie, what is wrong with you? There's heavy machinery going on behind you in your podcasting. I think it sounds cool.
Yeah.
Why? What radio studio have you ever been to in your life where there was construction going on while you were recording a radio show? You should know this better than anyone.
Like the guy came up and said, oh, we're going to be welding. Maybe you want to leave. And it starts and the guy's like, oh, it's pretty loud. Maybe you should leave. And Opie's like, I think it sounds great.
Right. And then Opie finally says the truest thing he's ever said on his podcast.
Well, should we go in a different room, maybe?
Yeah, I guess.
Should we try and go like down in the shop over there?
Yeah,
so
let's
we're
do that.
farther away?
All right, let's walk into the
this
shop.
This is not gone well.
No, it's going. This is what people expect from my podcast.
I mean, I guess Murph.
Yes, this is true. We expect it to sound like shit. We expect it to be zero content, to be uninteresting. We expect you to make every wrong decision. So yes, that's true. This is what people expect. Thank God Matt's on there. It's not even his show. He's like, oh, Opie, let's get out of here.
Yeah.
There's a ton of other places we can walk to where there isn't welding going on in the background. They're trying to put a fucking race car on a wall somewhere.
Oh, my God.
I thought that was a fun part to put.
Oh, yeah.
Talk about.
He knows that he's the dumbest dumb fuck that ever dumb fucked.
Yeah. I have a whole package I want to get into.
Oh, yeah?
Matt shows up a little bit shaken up. I don't know if you got this far into the episode.
No, I didn't get very far.
Okay. So Matt shows up to do this show with Opie.
Oh, no, I did get this far.
Okay, yeah. He's shooken up because he just witnessed a pretty horrible accident where a bus ran over a person.
Yes.
So he gets off. I think he took the train into Manhattan, gets out of the subway, and witnesses a bus drive over a person, and he talks about that.
Yeah. I felt like, as I walked away, I was like, am I a piece of shit that I didn't immediately see this person and go, I need to help you? My first reaction was, he's doing an Eddie Murphy from Trading Places and he wants to scam me.
You're beating me to the punch. You're definitely a New Yorker, true and true, because
this is such classic Opie. So what Matt is saying is, I witnessed a man get hit by a bus, and I thought it was a scam. Because in New York, people are trying to scam you out of your money all the fucking time.
That's happened to me, by the way.
Has it really?
Yeah, because I drive a truck for a tractor trailer.
Yeah.
And I was going around a corner, and there was a woman with her kid, like her kid driving a toy truck. Mm-hmm. And I went around the corner, and
Please tell me that you ran this kid over.
No.
Oh, come on!
Nothing that great. I got up a block to where I was going, and this guy came up and said, oh, you hit that woman back there. And I said, the fuck I did.
Yeah.
And I turned around and I went back, and by the time that guy found me and I turned around and went back, there was emergency vehicles on the scene, and she's sitting on the ground saying that I ran over her foot.
Okay.
And long story short, the paramedic just kind of like
investigated the situation.
Yeah, investigating like her condition.
Yeah.
He starts kicking her foot.
Oh wow.
That got ran over.
Yeah.
And she's not even she's on her phone, blah blah blah. And the cops are just like, this. They're full of shit. You know, they do this all the time. They're just trying to get Coca-Cola money.
Right.
Don't say the I word. Right. No, I don't care. But
so Matt Farah, his first reaction was, these people are trying to scam me.
Yeah.
I don't want to get scammed. And Opie says, oh, you beat me to the punch. No, I know. I've been in these situations too. Opie does not understand what Matt is saying.
The thing about Manhattan, especially when you're walking around, you see shit go down. Like usually it's like an old lady falls. Sometimes you see a guy in his early 50s with chest pains on the sidewalk.
Yeah.
And the first thing a typical New Yorker will do is start looking around and pausing, hoping someone else gets involved first.
So that's not what he was saying at all. What he was saying, Opie, was, he goes, I feel like I'm a piece of shit because my first instinct was, I think these people are scamming me. Like, his outlook on civilization and humanity is that this is probably a scam.
Yeah.
That's why he's like, oh, am I a piece of shit? Like, a bad thing just happened, and my first thought is they're trying to take advantage of me. Opie says, oh, dude, you're not alone. Anytime I witness something terrible, I want to get the fuck out of there and not help anyone. Opie actually goes on to explain specific scenarios and explains how he himself is a terrible person.
And then you do that half step, like, because you want to make yourself feel better, like, oh, I was just about to help. But then this woman in her early 30s is helping the old lady up off the sidewalk, and now she's got to call her family and get her home. And I'm like, man, I go, lady, good for you. I was right there with you. You got this? She goes, yeah, I got this. And then you walk away.
That's cold.
So Opie really actually is a piece of shit. Matt's saying, I feel like maybe I'm a piece of shit because I thought it was a scam. Opie's going, oh, no, I know what you mean.
Oh, yeah.
When I see an old lady fall over.
What a real piece of shit is.
Yeah, when I see an old lady fall over, my first instinct is to get the fuck out of there and not help her and hope that somebody else is there to help.
What an asshole.
So Matt has to double back and explain that that's not what he's saying.
You look around, and then if there's no one around, you go, fuck. Inside, you go, fuck.
Well, as I was calling 911, I did the look around, not to get out of there, but I honestly was looking for the scam. I thought there was going to be a scam.
Yeah,
but there was no scam. The guy really got hit by a bus.
So he's explaining to Opie, he's like, no, your internal shittiness that you're talking about, where you're pissed because you have to help somebody who's in peril.
Yeah.
That's not what I'm talking about at all. No. I was concerned that I was part of a ruse, that they were going to take advantage of me.
I wanted to help.
I want to help.
But I was worried that being a compassionate person that wants to help was going to get me in trouble.
I don't know if I can explain this anymore, Opie. This is what Matt was saying. So he's still not figuring out that to do one more last round of dumbness.
It revealed a lot to me about myself, of where my brain went to immediately, and then how I reacted to it.
People don't want to get involved unless they really have to.
No, Opie, that's not what he's saying.
He wanted to help.
The person. A person's got run over by a bus, and by the way, Matt did help the person.
Right.
The person he said that both front and rear tires went over this person. Like, that's horrific.
I can't imagine.
I can't even imagine.
Yeah.
This person was mangled.
Yeah.
And Matt went over and helped the person. Opie's like, Jesus Christ, I see that. I'm like, I'm out of here. Fuck these assholes. I'm not helping anyone. So weird.
Fucking asshole.
So I have a theory, Andy, and you might know this because I've known you for a long time. I have a theory about bright lights and loud noises. Mm-hmm. I think that the dumber you are, the more excited you are about bright lights and loud noises.
Yeah.
Hence, fireworks.
Fireworks are a thing.
Fireworks are for dumb people. Because they cheer for like loud explosion. Boom! Whoa! They're cheering. What are you cheering? That the explosion happened?
I love the red ones, don't you, kids?
There's a lot of examples of this where dumb people will tend to migrate to places where there's bright lights or loud noises.
Yeah.
They're welding inside the shop. Opie gets very excited about this.
Sorry about this. We're walking past the welders.
Oh, look at the sparks.
Yeah.
That's
welding
awesome.
Sounds like a 7-year-old. Whoa, this is awesome. It's called welding, Opie. You've never seen this before?
Everyone's seen it.
Not that. Not
It's
that
like the Land
impressive.
of the Dead. I don't know. You're probably not familiar with the George Romero movies.
I'm not.
Oh, God. There's a sequence in the third one where the survivors that are still human start distracting the zombies with fireworks.
Okay.
They set off fireworks, and all the zombies look up and go, oh, and then you can just walk right by them.
Yes!
That's it. Opie's a
This is
fucking
what I'm
zombie.
talking about. It's the sheeple.
Yep.
Opie explains that he finally got his hair cut. And this is just...
God.
This is pathetic. I don't even know what to make of this.
You know, you forced me to get a haircut because I'm sick of you calling me Boris Johnson hair.
Finally, I was just gonna poke at that until it fucking happened.
No, it's like
oh, you're looking good. No, you're good.
Thank you. First haircut since Carl died.
I don't want to. Oh, really? It's like that? Oh,
Yeah,
man.
it's time to move on, man. I think even Carl would say, it's time to move the fuck on. What are you from, Narnia?
Andy, what's going on here? So, his friend died, and he stopped basic grooming habits? He wasn't going to cut his hair again?
That's what AC and BC stands for, Carl. It's before and after Carl. I got a haircut.
BC is...
AC.
Yeah, AC is not going well for Opie. Dude, does anyone do that? Is that a thing? Do I not know about this?
I think, when you have a tragedy in your life, you stop caring about personal hygiene. Yeah.
You stop cutting your hair for months because your friend passes away?
I think some people would.
Jesus Christ. Well, I will say my wife's a hairstylist, so I hope that not most people do that. Because that would really fucking cut into our, Patreon only pays so many bills around here. Got to do some cutting colors.
Yeah. Get to it. Chop, chop.
Chop, chop. Let's get on it. All right. This clip right here really sums up what Opie is, and that is Brother Weeze's prodigy.
Oh, God.
If you couldn't have a better example, if you just pulled a guy off the street who knew Brother Weeze and said, this is what the next generation of Brother Weezes would do on a radio show.
Yeah.
Who cares? Let's just stand here for a second.
All right.
Because I want to tell you a story. So I didn't shave my balls.
Oh, no.
All right. That's enough of that. I like that Opie doesn't understand what fetishes are or how they work. They talk about the fact that Matt doesn't have any fetishes.
Okay.
This is a quick conversation they have.
I actually kind of suck. I don't have fetishes, which is unfortunate. I wish I did.
Yeah, I don't really have fetishes
I kind
either.
of wish I did. I think it would be easier.
It'd be kind of fun, right?
Yeah, I mean, I have an activity. An activity I like, extracurriculars.
What kind of fetish would you like to have that you don't? I'm trying to think.
Oh, I don't know. That's kind of a...
I know.
I know. That can't be true, though.
What kind of fetish do you wish you had that you don't? That's how fetishes work. If you had a thing that you wished you had, you would have it.
Yeah.
That's what the definition of a fetish is. Oh, I really wish I was into boobs. Well, you are into boobs. Yeah, that's right, I am. Good. This is all working out. Like, oh, but you that stupid? What a dumb question. The guy's just trying to do a quick little throwaway line like, yeah, I wish I was into fetishes. I'm not. Like, oh, let's look into that. Like, what?
Just stop.
What weird thing do you wish you were into? Like, none.
Yeah.
That's why I'm not.
You don't want to see somebody that you're attracted to, whatever gender it is, wearing something that you find appealing all the time. It's like.
Where are you going with this, Andy? You got an example? What's your thing?
I don't want to get into my thing.
I think you're going somewhere.
I'm just saying, don't say that you don't want to see something specific.
I was watching.
Oh, now we're going to say this and find out what Carl's is.
I dig too deep into this shit, dude. I was watching this video of Gallagher from a couple months ago.
And he's horny.
He's in Indiana or something, and they're interviewing him on this local news show, and he pulls his shirt off. He's wearing men's underpants upside down around his torso with the crotch cut out for his neck. he says it's a sports bra for men. Like, he's still doing bits. Like, this is what he does. Yeah. This is what a 69-year-old Gallagher is still doing.
That's Opie's new fetish.
And that's Opie's thing now. So Opie has lost Carl Ruiz. Now he's trying to do the show with Matt, it seems like, and they have zero chemistry. This is an example of terrible chemistry, and, this just in, Opie's an idiot.
I just spoke toast points out loud.
That was nice.
You know, that's from the A-Team. Remember the modern remake of the A-Team?
I didn't see the modern.
You didn't see it?
No,
It's
why
actually
would I
pretty
see
fun.
that?
Because it's fun. It's
I
it's a
hate
dumb, silly
remakes.
movie. It doesn't matter.
You know, they just redid Midway, which is out now.
What's Midway?
Midway is some kind of like war film.
Oh my God! Really?
And,
it's World War II, right?
I think so.
Okay.
What the fuck? Fuck both of you.
Worst chemistry ever. The guy goes, "Oh, that reference I just made is from the new A-Team movie. Oh, I don't like when they do reboots. Although I did like Midway. Oh, really? What's that about? I have no idea.
Yeah.
I don't know even why I brought it up.
Historical
Fucking
events. They just made it to another movie.
By the way, anyone who's on the Discord now or has been in the past will know that I say things that are just the most idiotic things ever. I take them out in post. Yeah. I try to save face a little bit, like Opie. If you say, "Hey, I really like this movie Midway," what's it about? Habana, a war? I don't know.
The battle at Midway. What are you talking about?
It's in the title of the fucking movie.
What was the War of 1812 fought? I don't know.
If you saw the movie, you might have noticed Japanese people in the planes. That could be a clue. How many wars have we had against the Japanese?
Jesus Christ.
Holy fuck. All right.
I couldn't venture to guess.
I don't like A-Team. You see Midway? No, I haven't. What's it about? I don't know. Great conversation. All right.
Opie Radio.
Yeah!
The Opie Radio Podcast.
All right, so I checked it on Opie a little bit this week, and Opie's doing this thing now where he's not even putting out new episodes. He's putting out best ofs, and he literally put out a show that was just Opie and Anthony clips of Patrice O'Neal, which I'm not even sure if he has the rights to do that. You have Jim Norton and Anthony on there who both hate his guts, but this was interesting. He sets up the show. So this is him live setting up the show before he plays old clips from back when he was famous many, many years ago.
Welcome to a tribute to Patrice O'Neal. Some of our favorite moments from the late comedian's history on the Opie and Anthony Show.
Hey guys, it's Opie. I guess they wanted me to intro what you're about to hear.
They wanted me to intro what you're about to hear. It's your show, Opie. Who's they?
What?
The fuck are you talking about?
Wait, who's doing the editing on this?
I have no idea. Because he doesn't work for Westwood One anymore. So what's he talking about? It's just Opie Radio. Hey guys, I'm reluctant to even be on this. They wanted me to do this.
That wasn't Opie's voice who's producing this.
Well, yeah, the first announcer was not Opie.
Yeah.
But then Opie comes out and says, listen, they wanted me to intro
But this is
show.
his podcast.
It's the Opie Radio podcast.
Who are
what the fuck's
people?
he talking?
What is that voice?
I don't know.
They don't.
It's all very confusing.
They don't tell you what this voice is. That's introducing. What is this? Did Patrice O'Neal die? Like, what's going on?
He did.
Okay.
He died many, many years ago.
But then why are they doing a tribute to him?
I don't know.
On the Opie...
Maybe because he's getting so much traction with all of his Carl Ruiz tributes.
That he's just
like,
gonna tribute
every
all the...
person I know who's died, I'm just going to do fucking tribute show. Seriously. I didn't even think about that until you just brought that up. Like, what are we talking about? Patrice O'Neal?
Yeah, what the fuck?
It was like 10 years ago. And I love Patrice, but what are we talking about?
And it doesn't seem like it was even his idea.
No, they told him he had to do that.
Who? Who's he work for?
I don't know. All right, so this is another episode where he does a best of. He plays all these clips from him and Carl Ruiz talking about Yelp reviews, and which is a Jim Florentine ripoff, but whatever. So he goes on and starts off this show and turns into Maddox. This is crazy. Only Maddox does this type of shit.
This episode of the Opie Radio Podcast, sponsored by... Me. All right. Look, it's Black Friday tomorrow. Why don't you give the Opster a little taste, okay? OpieRadio.com for your hats and T-shirts. Now on with the show.
The sponsor of his show is his own merchandise.
Opie, for fuck's sake, don't talk directly into the mic.
He's the worst at
You've been in radio forever.
He's so bad.
Forever.
He's so bad at it. But what is with that? Today's sponsor is My Merchandise Store. That's not a sponsor.
No.
You're just promoting your merchandise store. It's a very different thing. A sponsor gives you money to talk about their product on your show. Promoting your merchandise store is hoping that people will go and buy your merchandise. It's
What
very
merchandise
different.
does Opie have?
Oh, he's got... This is the sad thing. So Carl Ruiz had this Twitter hashtag Ruizing.
Right.
And Opie sells shirts that say hashtag Ruizing on them. So he's making money off of his friend's death. And this is the thing that he's promoting. But he says in the description of the show that proceeds go to some type of charitable benefit of something. He doesn't explain what it is, how it works, what percentage, anything. I think he just felt obligated, like, oh, and by the way, I'm not pocketing this money. Yes, you are. Opie, yes, you definitely are. You haven't had a job in 2 years and you live in Manhattan. So yes, you are definitely pocketing that money. And speaking of Ruizing, so this is another fucking Carl Ruiz tribute where they're out somewhere with Carl's family and all of his friends. This is just nonstop. It's all he's doing. And he talks about this hashtag Ruizing lifestyle. And Opie says something that's very telling about it.
You got to kind of learn from these tough deaths, and you make your life better. You do a little more of that Ruizing. And to the stupid haters out there that think Ruizing is just drinking your face off and just eating shitty, it's way more than that.
Did you pick up on that?
How is Ruizing presented in the original context? Like,
so what he would do is he would tweet out that he's at a bar, he's at a restaurant, he's having fun, he's partying, and he'd be like, hashtag Ruizing.
Okay.
And Opie says, people who think it's just about eating shitty food and drinking a lot, it's way more than that. That's not what it is. Yeah. That is what it is. Yeah. But there's other things too. It's also fucking hookers, doing blow.
If you die when you're like 50, there's probably
44.
Probably some Ruizing involved.
44.
Yeah, 44.
And in case you thought that Ruizing meant partying a lot, there's way more to it than that.
Yeah.
Fucking idiot. Poor Carl Ruiz. It's sad that this
I don't know
is the way
how
he's
old you
remembered.
are, but you look like you'll last a bit longer than Carl Ruiz.
I hope so.
I don't think you've been Ruizing.
I haven't been Ruizing as much as Ruiz has. And that brings us to our next segment.
Ba, 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 ba.
We listened to Opie Radio.
Yeah.
He put out a brand new episode, Wandering New York City Instagram Live Questions.
He's on fire.
It's amazing. Because he gets back on the Instagram Live, and he's just standing in Central Park, rambling about nonsense, reacting to people's comments.
Yeah.
It's
People
great.
are commenting live, and he's just talking about whatever anybody throws up on his screen.
It's just Opie Unfiltered.
Yeah.
Which is my favorite type of Opie.
Yes. Yeah. This is one of the best
He just
ones.
says the dumbest shit.
Yep.
I'm going to start off really tame. Yep. Early on in the show, he's talking about, because they're talking about Carl Ruiz, shocker.
Yep.
And he talks about what happens when you die.
Yes.
And nobody knows. So he says this.
Don't tell me you know what happens. No one knows. What do you think happens when you die? Do you go back into the soil? And then your fertilizer for this fine tree right here in Central Park? Or the grass? What happens? Do you think you're kind of hanging out on a cloud with people that died before you? Is that what you think? What do you think? What do you think?
What do you think?
Let me explain how stupid that is.
So deep.
He says one thing that is 100% factual, and then the other thing that no one knows. It's not one or the other. He goes, what do you think happens when you die? Do you think that your body becomes fertilizer, or do you think you go to heaven? Like, it's maybe both.
It's one thing that it's likely to be, and then one thing it's definitely not. Are you sitting on a cloud?
Are you sitting on a cloud? Or does your body... This is not up for debate.
No.
All right.
And then my first clip is he starts speculating about reincarnation and if Carl were to come back as a pigeon.
There was an afterlife. Carl would come back as a pigeon and shit on my head. That, my friends, I can tell you, would prove to me there's an afterlife.
Hopefully someone will shit on his head. And
I don't have to come back from the dead. I'll shit on your head right now for free.
So after he talks about is there an afterlife or not, he does something that is the epitome of the difference between Opie and his former co-host, Anthony.
You want to be fed to the pigs when you die? What movie was that? What movie was that with Brad Pitt where they fed the dude to the pigs? I forgot the name. I love that stupid movie, too. It's been many, many years since I've seen it.
Snatch.
Oh, buddies.
So this is the difference between
Fucking idiot.
Opie and Anthony. Opie brings up a movie reference, doesn't even know the title of the movie. Anthony, if you bring up any movie, he'll know dialogue from it. He'll do the impression spot on. He'll talk about the problem with the third act.
Right.
Opie's just like, yeah, what was that movie? There was a scene that I liked. I don't remember what it was called. That's not an interesting conversation. You're not a good podcaster.
Right. I want to hear Anthony doing Statham talking about
Right. All right. What else you got on this episode?
I just didn't have time. I want to do a supercut of every time he brought up the fact that Carl died.
Yeah,
But
there's a few.
Somebody suggests that he goes back to the shaman because that was a running gag for a long time, and he's got to keep it running.
Someone's saying I need the shaman again. I gotta tell you, since Carl's passing, I've been thinking about dipping back into the shaman, dipping back one more time, because one of the times I was with the shaman, and we were in deep meditation, and he was doing Reiki, and he was brushing me with leaves and tree branches, and we were snorting the Peruvian shit. He said that I had a lot of enemies. And in deep meditation, he was shooting arrows at all my enemies.
And he was cupping my balls and biting my earlobe. He's saying it like it was so erotic.
Can I point something out? I don't know anything about shaman or this deep meditation where they're also snorting shit.
Oh, God, I just realized
each
Joey
other.
Clift is probably going to contact us about this now since we're talking about
How offensive that is! All right. So, I don't know anything about this, but within meditation, it's all about self-realization, understanding who you are, shutting everything out. In his world, his shaman is murdering his enemies.
Yeah.
That's the opposite of becoming one with yourself.
Right.
And whole.
Not realizing what you've done and what you could do to improve yourself. Yeah. No, you want a mystical man to magically kill your enemies for you.
And not for nothing, it might be Cupid. You might be getting all your enemies laid.
Yeah.
That was a stupid joke. I don't know what I'm talking about. All right.
He's in love with this shaman.
So Opie, the reason why I haven't been talking about Opie a lot lately and people have been giving me shit about it is because he's just been on this fucking Carl Ruiz tribute tour.
Yeah.
He's been doing it for months, but thank God he's ready to move on.
And finally, 2 months later, I think we're done with the memorials. And I'll be honest with you, I'm relieved. I need to kind of put that behind me and move forward.
Yeah.
You think?
I think it might be a good idea to stop talking about your friend who died back in September and figure out what the fuck you're doing.
Yeah.
He even says he has no idea what he's doing.
Yes.
Yeah, I had a radio show, all right. I've had many radio shows, which brings me to this point. I'm not really sure what to do next. Not really sure what to do next. I really, really enjoyed doing the podcast with Carl. But now I got to figure out what the next move is. Anyone have any ideas?
That's everybody. I don't really mean that. It's a joke,
Obviously,
people.
he's too narcissistic to do that.
It's a joke. We love Opie. We want him to keep putting out podcasts.
He's had multiple chances to figure out what
himself?
to do next.
Yeah.
And it's so probably same old bullshit.
I'm guessing.
That's what you've done every other time you got fired from Westwood One or you got fired from Sirius XM.
By the way, I got to point this out. I'm sorry. I hate to interrupt you like that, cut you off. Last week, I played this clip where he was playing the Patrice tribute.
Yeah.
And he says, oh, they're telling me I got to say this thing. And I was like, well, who's telling you? You have your own show now.
Who's telling you? No one's
and it was
telling
all
you.
produced and everything. And that was Opie and Anthony. So that was all from Opie and Anthony. He didn't even put anything new on it.
Right.
He just took all Opie and Anthony stuff. And there was a person who reached out to me through DM. His name rhymes with bagel. I don't know who it was. But he was the one who put all of that together.
Okay.
He created 16 hours of Patrice tributes for Opie and Anthony back when they were on Sirius XM. Opie is not using that with permission. He doesn't even own it. This person opined that perhaps Opie ripped it from the internet and just put it out in his feed. He's already put out another one since then.
Oh, my God.
He's putting out Patrice tributes from the old Opie and Anthony show that he has no permission for.
He
He
talks
no
about
rights to.
it. They asked him to be a part of some documentary about Patrice, and he wouldn't do it because they wanted him to do it with Anthony. So,
what a douche.
Yeah. So we can all look forward to more of the same fucking nonsense. If anything, I mean, this might
It really might be the death rattle. It sounds like he really doesn't know.
He's not sure what he's doing right now. No. That's for sure.
Well, he never is.
Maybe we can get Mike Sappho back on the show and figure out what's next for Opie.
But before we get too far away from the Carl memorial stuff, he talks about seeing Carl's mom.
Yep.
And how he didn't know what to say to her.
How tough was it listening to Carl's mom? My God, every time I see her, I say to myself, oh, go up there and say something that'll take all her pain away. Say something. And every time I tried, it was very obvious to myself and, of course, Carl's mom that nothing was going to help.
He was just talking to her the way he would talk to Carl. Hey, I brought this fish. Will you cook it for me?
You ever talk about how fish don't have eyebrows? You're going to love this, Carl's mom. I have a name.
Whatever, Carl's mom. Is it Ola? Where are the Olas?
Oh, fuck.
Piece of shit.
All right.
Well, then he goes on. It comes up multiple times on the show about... I mean, it's got to be all anybody ever asked him about because they only want to hear about the O&A days.
Yeah.
So there's a bit of a supercut about every time the O&A reunion comes up.
Sorry about Carl, Karl, but the time is right for an Opie and Anthony reunion. I looked at this text message like, you're fucking insane. If we could have just figured out our issues, me and Anthony back in the day, we would have taken over Howard. And then, it quickly just went back to pretty much not liking each other, unfortunately. And through that whole time, we were nipping at Howard's heels. As soon as Carl died, Anthony's company, Compound Media, reached out to me to, try to figure something out. And I just could not do that. For myself, I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it for Carl. I wouldn't be able to look at my fan base. They'd be like, oh, my God, you're this desperate that Carl dies and you run back to Anthony?
Fan base.
I know I said some shitty things earlier on the podcast about Anthony, but I'll say this. I think after doing that show for so many years, we just wore each other out. Basically, they wanted me and Anthony to do our interview together. And I haven't seen Anthony in 5.5 years. I don't intend to see him anytime soon. And I certainly know that would be impossible to sit next to him.
We get it. You're not going to do it. You don't want to do it. But that last bit was about the Patrice thing.
So Opie is still, and you would think with the shaman and all of the therapy he's been in, he wouldn't be blaming other people for where he's at in life, but he's still doing it. He explains that he's very pissed off with Jim Norton.
Oh, Jim Norton, a very, very bitter, unhappy man. I don't know why he's still bitter and unhappy. He literally took the Opie and Anthony show away from me and Anthony. Someday Anthony will understand that too. Literally took it away from us, took it from us right under our noses. He's doing a terrible, terrible version of the Opie and Anthony show.
Opie, what are you talking about? Anthony was fired, and then it was you and Jim.
You both shot yourselves in the feet, and he was the one left to pick up the pieces.
Of course! He didn't steal the show from you. It wasn't a diabolical scheme that he had. And of course, Opie goes on to explain after he just talked all this shit about Jim, what Jim's doing on his show.
He's got what's left of our fan base over there at SiriusXM, and he still obsesses and takes his dumb, stupid shots at me. Oh, God.
I don't think Jim's obsessed with Opie.
No.
Not at all. Jim was just in The Irishman.
Yeah.
He's in a new Scorsese movie. He's not worried about Opie.
He's doing just fine.
He's doing just fine. And I love that he's going, Jim Norton's a fucking asshole. And you know what he's doing? He's taking shots at me. What, Opie? Do you have no self-realization at all?
How could he not? You're a fucking joke.
And then he goes on to talk shit about Sam Roberts. And this is surprising because Opie hates Anthony. Yeah. And Opie hates Jim. But did you know who the worst person is?
I honestly could tell you that I think Sam is the worst out of all of them.
What?
The guy went on vacation with my family. He was at family functions. He was in the hospital when both my kids were born. And for him to do what he did a few years ago is just unforgivable, to be honest with you. I think he's a very, very damaged person.
Little projecting there, Opie? Sam's a damaged person? Opie, you were removed from the morning show and given an afternoon slot. Sam was offered the job and he said yes.
I know.
This fucking guy's the worst ever. Because he accepted a job offer?
He distanced himself from somebody who's professional cancer.
Right. Opie, you got yourself fired for taking a picture of someone shitting at work. You fucking idiot. I love that you think it's everyone else's fault. It's not. It's not everyone else's fault.
I'm surprised you're not on his side on this one, that he was shaming somebody for shitting at work.
Yeah, I mean, I would prefer you don't shit at work, but I promise you I'll never take your picture while you're doing it.
You have like a microphone with like a camera on the stall, and every time somebody walks in, they're like, "What are you doing?"
Yeah.
I don't think that's a very good idea.
Don't be turning around. I see what you're up to.
Go train yourself. Kegel your asshole.
Do you have anything else you want to talk about?
Sure. Yeah,
I have a whole thing that I want to get into, but it's going to be a little bit of a package.
Okay, well, he does just 2 or 3 more things. He has a story about how he just can't handle being nice to cancer kids.
And then this woman, I'll never forget it. She leans down.
Oh, hold on. Okay, that's part of my package.
Oh, okay.
Should I just get into it? Because this is a bombshell.
Sure.
I have a bombshell here.
Okay.
This episode had something that was so egregious, and you wouldn't pick up on it if you weren't paying close attention. And I'll admit that I had someone write into me, and before I listened to the show, tip me off to this. So it helped me understand what was going on here. Opie is talking about when they used to be in Boston. Opie and Anthony were in Boston on WAAF.
Right.
And they got fired when they did an April Fool's prank saying that the mayor died in a car accident.
Right.
Opie has now revised history in a number of ways. One way in saying that was all his grand plan to get them out of Boston and in New York.
And that's when I decided, Anthony, we're moving on to the big time. And that's when I got ourselves fired and got us to New York City. And I've been here ever since.
Yeah.
He decided, he's like, I'm sick of this place. I'm going to get us fired, and we're going to get an amazing job in New York. That's not how it happened at all. They got fired. They were fucking panicking. They didn't know what was going to happen to them.
He's trying to take all the credit.
He's taking all the credit for this grand scheme that he had. He goes on to talk about it again.
I needed to make more money. There's one reason why we blew our shit up and said the mayor died, so we could, go to a much bigger gig.
Okay. So this is why he said that he wanted to go to a bigger gig. So they said the mayor died, knowing that they would get fired for doing that.
Why would you know that you would get fired for that either? Why
wouldn't?
Why would you be? Everybody just be like, oh, there's the mayor on TV. He's not dead.
Right.
Who cares?
Oh, that was a lame bit.
Yes.
It's weird that they got fired for it. So Bruce Mittman was the programming director at WAAF, and he came up with a scheme to get the mayor to forgive him. And he came up with the scheme that they could throw pies at Opie and Anthony's face,
right,
for doing this, the mayor died bit.
Bruce Mittman, I guess I'm telling all this. I didn't mean to. This was going to be quick. I mean, God bless Bruce Mittman because he was trying to save our asses. But he was trying to save our asses because we were making him so much money up there in Boston. So he's like, all right, I got to figure out how I show Boston that these guys are really, really good guys. So he calls the mayor's office and he goes, look, the boys are sorry. Let's have a little fun with what happened. We'll put them in stocks like the old days because it's Boston in the middle of Faneuil Hall, and you could throw pies at their face, and then their fans could line up. Everyone that's mad in Boston could line up and just throw pies in Opie and Anthony's faces all afternoon.
So this is the solution to this problem because the program director wants to keep Opie and Anthony their popular show, and there's all of this fallout from this April Fool's prank.
Right.
This is a true story. I found a news report from Boston talking about this specific thing.
Now, the mayor plans to file a complaint with the FCC, and he may even sue the radio station. WAAF management says they've offered to let the mayor throw pies in the DJs' faces to raise money for charity. But tonight, Opie and Anthony told me they will not go along with that. Sean?
All right, thank you.
So according to everything we've just heard, the mayor's pissed. He wants to file a complaint, sue the station over this for false information or fake news, whatever they called it back then. And the remedy is you can throw pies at Opie and Anthony, which sounds ridiculous, but it's real. It was reported on by the news. That was really the thing that this guy came up with.
Yeah.
Opie and Anthony said, no, we're not getting pies thrown at our face. What are you, retarded? Of course we're not doing that.
It's funny that a bad idea was new. A bad idea that they didn't go through with was news.
It was, yeah, right.
Yeah.
That was a weird piece for the news.
Oh, you're mad? You want to throw pies at him? No. Okay.
Right. Why would that even be brought up?
It was a conversation that was had.
So, in Opie's retarded brain, he's made up this entire story that goes along with this. That the pies were already purchased. Now remember, Opie and Anthony hasn't even agreed to that, and neither did the mayor say, like, that's a great idea, let's throw pies at these guys, and then all is forgiven. But according to Opie, the pies were purchased, and they had to do something with them.
So then Bruce is like, well, how do I spend this? And I just spent all this money on pies. And the holiday is right around the corner. This could be more great press.
Did you hear that? This is an April Fool's prank. The holiday is right around the corner.
What?
And I could get the Boston Herald and their photographer. And they could take all sorts of pictures with Opie and Anthony and their pies. And we could give it to a charity. And then everyone in Boston's like, oh, they're just wacky shock jocks. They fucked up. But look, their hearts are in the right place. So we went along with that and brought the pies, because he now had the pies, to a hospital for very, very sick kids. Very sick kids.
So Opie's making up this entire fucking story.
This
never
make
happened.
any sense.
This doesn't make any sense. So apparently, they came up with an idea. We'll buy pies and you can throw them at Opie and Anthony. No one's agreed to this, but the pies have all been purchased. There's all these fucking pies. By the way, you don't even actually have real pies. You throw pies at someone? It's usually just whipped cream.
I feel like this program director, Bruce's brother, owns a bakery or something. Like, why would you have all these pies that you have to get rid of?
He wants to fix everything with pies. Our ratings are down. Let's get more pies. We're not throwing the pies around, guys. That's the problem here. So this fucking dipshit says, we had all these pies, and we wanted to try to get everybody back on our side because they were all pissed at us. So we decided to give the pies to cancer kids in the hospital at Christmas time.
In April.
And then he goes on to tell this emotional story that's made up because none of this makes any fucking sense. This is so shitty.
And then I'll never forget it, this little girl was singing her, oh God. I'm an emotional wreck these days, so hopefully I could get through this, but...
This made up story is tough.
So this little girl is singing Christmas carols, and she's singing her fucking lungs out. And just picture like Cindy Lou Who. And I'm like, wow, this girl's got a beautiful, or this little girl has a beautiful voice. And then I'm standing next to someone, and they're basically saying, you know, she's got a great voice, doesn't she? And I'm like, yeah, really a wonderful voice, my God. How's she doing? And then this woman, I'll never forget it. She leans down and whispers to me. She goes, this is going to be your last Christmas. And I'm like, what the fuck?
None of that is true. First of all, people who work in a hospital would not say that.
No, I don't know.
Maybe.
I don't know. But the end of that is he's just like, oh, I got to get out of here. That's the only believable part of the story. Is that they're like, oh, this little girl really needs some emotional support. And you left.
And he's like, fuck this shit. I'm out of here. Is that the dumbest thing ever, though? Opie says this shit. Yeah, I ran into Kurt Schilling during spring training in Buffalo, New York. Like, Opie, are you even listening to yourself? What are you talking about? Fucking idiot. Andy, what else you got on Opie? Anything that I didn't cover just now?
A couple of things.
Cool.
This guy Bruce is a real piece of work, apparently.
Okay.
And
This
usually
is the pie guy.
Yes.
All right.
And usually, if somebody does something horrible, you don't recount it like verbatim.
It was basically the minority veterans group. So basically, black men and women that fought in Vietnam said, we'll take your money. And Bruce comes in with a giant check. I wish I could remember the amount. It was a healthy amount. And basically said to me and Anthony, because he goes, thanks to you guys, once again, I can't play golf today because I got to deliver this check to the Schwoogies. Exact quote.
Jesus. This guy is still alive and he still runs a company. Opie.
It's such an asshole.
What a fucking asshole.
I didn't even know I assume that's a slur. I don't even know that one, but
if it's not,
why would you be like, whoa, this guy loves to call black people names. It's just like,
how is that helping anyone?
Oh my God, it's just like, maybe don't say that.
And what sucks is that now people are going to know we said that because we just played it on our show.
Yeah.
All right.
And then the very last thing I have, it's just if you watch somebody set a trap for you, do you just step right in it?
Usually not.
Yeah, not Opie.
Been doing this since I was 18. That's a hater, everybody. Let's give Go Gonzo Joe some credit for being a hater, because that's his whole life. He needs to hate. When people say, been doing this since I was 18, because I've said that a lot.
You sure have.
I don't know why that's a slam by repeating that back to me, but
it's a slam because you suck at this. I've been doing this since I was 18. You should be good by now.
I guess it is, but yeah, I've been doing this a really fucking long time. I knew this is what I wanted to do when I was listening to radio shows out of New York when I was a kid, and started practicing in my room. It was kind of an escape for me because we had kind of a crazy household. So what do? You listen to the radio, and all of a sudden you feel like you're part of something. And then, I was lucky enough to start doing this at 18. Yeah, I'm proud of that, actually.
I just think it's so funny that somebody's like, I've been doing this since 18. He's like, what? What's wrong with that? I'll tell it all over again.
Yeah. Well, he's reading the comments in his Instagram live feed, and he's like, hey, you fucking suck, Opie. Oh, is that it? This person doesn't like me. Yeah, no shit. Don't read everything that's on there.
They're mocking me. Oh, I'll just roll right into why you're mocking me and tell it all over again.
Yep. All right, the last thing I have. At the end, he talks about Westwood One. He had a great relationship working with Westwood One, but there was one episode they wouldn't let him put out.
Right, yeah.
So he explains that story.
They basically came to me and said, hey, man, we don't want that episode out. And I'm like, what? It was going to be one of my best episodes at the time, and I really thought it was going to get, a little bit of a buzz, because at that time, it was like April. Alex Jones was really, really hot.
Let me set the story, because we did review this show. He put it up on YouTube. Opie is walking around Washington, D.C. with his Zoom recorder, and all of a sudden, out of nowhere, Alex Jones is there with a megaphone.
Yeah, I remember
Opie
this.
stops and just records Alex Jones shouting like a maniac into a megaphone. Again, the difference between Opie and Anthony. Anthony has Alex Jones on as a guest to talk about what's going on with him getting deplatformed. Opie runs into him on the street, records him yelling, and says, this is going to be one of my best episodes. He's not even talking to you, Opie. You're not even interviewing him. This is how far you've fallen. Any fucking retard with a phone in their pocket could have said, I'm putting on a podcast with Alex Jones on it. Because he's yelling like a lunatic in Washington, D.C.
It's Alex Jones's show, not your show.
And then Westwood One is just like, Opie, sometimes you actually have on celebrity guests. This is embarrassing that you're putting this out. Can you not put that out as a Westwood One podcast?
Yeah.
We have real podcasters on our network. You're making us look bad.
I'm going to go to the comedy club and just record the comedian doing the set. And then I'm going to put it out as a podcast and be like, this is my podcast.
Right. It's pretty much what he's fucking saying.
Fucking idiot.
All right. We have a lot of other things to get to. One of them being my friend.
Opie Radio. The Opie Radio Podcast.
Opie put out a brand new episode that is old as shit. He found audio of him and Carl doing a Facebook Live. So before Opie started the podcast, he was in between gigs. When he got fired from SiriusXM, he would do these, what he called pop-up shows. He would go on Facebook Live and do an hour with Carl Ruiz talking about whatever. So Opie decided that he's going to take one of those episodes and put it out on his podcast. So they're in a restaurant during lunch, having a conversation into an iPhone. So you can imagine this is probably pretty good stuff. This is Opie setting that up.
But in the meantime, I found some lost audio of me and Carl down in Chatham, New Jersey, eating burgers, talking shit about a lot of things, giving a lot of inside baseball on the Opie and Anthony show, and just simply laughing our asses off together. I still miss Carl horribly.
No shit, Sherlock! No shit!
Yeah, it's pretty obvious, Opie. Every episode you put out has been either a tribute to Carl or old lost audio. I love that it's like, I found this lost audio. It's been on YouTube for 2 years. It's not lost. You can Google it.
The thing that I got out of this episode, because I listened to it, I tried to listen to the other one with, what's his name? Blue collar scumbag.
Vic Henley?
No. One of those blue collar comedians. I can't think of the guy's name.
Right.
Anyway.
Right. The guy that Vic Henley opens for.
Yeah.
Was on the show.
I couldn't get through that one, but I did listen to this. And while it is tragic that Carl had a heart attack at a young age, when he was talking about how he makes mashed potatoes, and it is a 1-to-1 potato to butter recipe. Like 5 pounds of potatoes is something you can easily get at a store. You know how much 5 pounds of butter is? That is an insane amount. It's dangerous. And he's eating the fries off of Opie's plate at one point too.
Well, also, it's an interesting episode only in the fact that I don't think anyone thought anyone would ever see it or hear it. So Carl has no guard up. Every time the server comes over, he goes, "Would you like anything?" He's like, "Yeah, 2 shots of Jim Beam and a beer, please." Every single time. And I thought he was ordering for Opie. And then he's like, "Opie, what do you want?" He's getting 2 shots of Jim Beam at a time with a beer. Yeah, it's pretty funny. I do miss Carl. So they're eating food together, which is an awesome way to do a show. And Opie gets really excited about irking Carl. The way that he eats his burger, Carl just can't take it. They're so quirky and so funny as friends.
Oh, I could save on the carbs. No, what do you do? No. Saving on the carbs. So I am watching. Can you put the bread on top of that, dude? I can't do this. Literally. Put your bread back on. I'm going to cancel the whole pop-up. Is your OCD kicking in? Yeah, you got to put the bread back on. Stop it. I'm sorry, dude.
So Opie thought this was the highlight of the show, that he's fucking with Carl by eating his burger without the bun. And, Carl's just like, beside himself. Oh my gosh, how could you do that? So they take a break and go to a Blue Chew ad read. And Opie has to talk about how he thought it was so funny that Carl didn't like the way he ate his burger.
Quick break because I want to talk about Blue Chew, one of my fine sponsors to the Opie Radio podcast. I also want to say Carl really, really despised how I ate my hamburger, as you could tell in that audio that we just played. And do yourself a favor. You got to see the entire video. There's a link to the video in the description of this episode. I think you're going to really, really enjoy the visual. All right?
Doug, this is not old audio. This is brand new. Opie is saying, you got to watch this video of me eating my burger with a fork and Carl freaking out. Opie thinks he's on the same level as Joe Rogan. And he's telling you got to watch this video of me eating a hamburger with a fork. Does he not understand how pathetic he is as an entertainer? Is that possible?
I think that's pretty clear that he doesn't.
Pretty clear, right?
He's doing this for a long time. Like,
Holy
you know that
shit.
is the case.
You guys got to see this video. I'm eating a hamburger with a fork. Yeah, we just heard that, Opie. I can picture it. I can photo it. Here is him with his Blue Chew. Yeah, what's that?
Oh, are you about to play this ad?
Yes. Because
the first third of this, I was like, I don't even know what the fuck Blue Chew is. What are you talking about? Your friend Butters?
Yes.
Like, is this a food? I swore it was something to like keep your food fresh for a while I was listening to this. It is so dumb.
It's so dumb. He's got a new producer named Creamy Butters, and I want to get into that. But
is that where? Wow.
Yes,
okay.
Yes.
That doesn't make any more sense than what I was thinking.
It doesn't help at all. Man. He's reading a Blue Chew ad, and he says, "My buddy Creamy Butters is telling me that he can't get his butter stick is hard. And just listen to how shitty he reads these ads. It's, again, like a high school project.
And Butters goes, oh, can you help me with this? Because I really want my stick of butter to feel like that butter that you take out of the fridge where it's nice and rigid and hard and firm.
You're not charismatic.
Opie, can you just fucking read an ad without sounding like a complete asshole? Is that possible?
Again, he can't. You've been doing this for a while. You listen to those quip ads.
do.
This is what he does. I can't imagine that any advertiser's like, oh, yeah, this is great. Let's have him read it. No, just play have somebody professionally read this and dump it into the episode. I don't think having Opie do these stupid voices and utter just like mutter nonsense the whole time is helping your product sell.
No, I would never buy Blue Chew because Opie said, you want to get it hard and firm. Like, it's a little over the top, buddy. So what you're saying is you eat this stuff and you get a boner. Okay, that's it. That's all you got to tell them. We're good.
There you go. Yep.
I want to talk about how terrible the audio is in this. And again, this wasn't supposed to be a podcast, but he did put it out as a podcast. I listened to this entire episode. They talk about nothing. It is boring as all fucking get out. And then they finally start talking about this lawsuit that Opie has against SiriusXM because he was let go and he's countersuing them. And all of a sudden, when it gets interesting, that's when all the noises start happening. You can't hear shit.
You better get back to us because Opie is going to sue you. And he's not just suing for the money you owe him. He's suing you for all sorts of stuff. No shit. Yes.
I can't fucking take it.
Why is he putting this out as a podcast?
I don't know.
All right. I
was really interested. No, I totally
too.
lost interest in this podcast. And then we started talking about the lawsuit. I was like, wait, what's happening now?
Right.
And then I tried to listen. Like you said, I couldn't hear a goddamn word they were saying.
So this is great. Opie talks about what he's suing SiriusXM for, and Carl genuinely laughs at him. At first, you're going to hear Opie laugh along with Carl until he goes, wait, why are we laughing? Oh, you're laughing at me? And he's like, what? This is a great clip.
Like, one of the things was a hostile work environment because when they... I'm sorry. Why is that funny? You just sounded like a teenage cashier at a Bed Bath & Beyond. Hostile... Anyway, so... Why are you laughing at hostile work environment? Honestly.
I love that, because Carl is totally goofing on Opie. Oh, you in a hostile work environment? Oh, wow, poor you. That must be so trying for you. Carl goes on to say, hey, it's called life. Every place you work, people hate each other. That's what work is. Get fucking over it. Carl goes on to talk about the very first time he was ever on Opie and Anthony. He was on there with Guy Fieri, and he was just trying to help set up the food they were cooking, and he was just kind of like his assistant. And after the show, Carl got to meet Jim, Anthony, and Opie. And so he talks about my very first experience meeting these people and what my impression was. Listen how nervous Opie is about how he came off the very first time he met Carl. Because Carl's never talked about this before. And Opie's like, oh, fuck, what did I do?
I remember I met Jimmy, like in the hallway. He was like, hey, Carl. Hey, Jimmy. Right. I was like, all right, nice guy. You know what I mean? He's like, oh, that was funny. Okay. And then I met Ant. And Ant's like typical Long Island, like hates you till he loves you. Right. He's like, angry Cuban, you do that food thing, get out of my way, nice guy. Right. And then I met you, same fucking thing. Good? Great. You were great. Yes. You were great.
He has to tell Opie he was great 3 times.
Yes.
Yeah, how funny was that? He's like, he goes, oh, shit.
I knew I was great.
Yeah, he goes, oh, shit. And then, how was I? You were great. Oh, thank fucking God. Oh, thank fucking Christ. The one person I was nice to.
I don't understand why Carl would want to spend any time with Opie. I don't understand why anyone would want to, because the more I listen to your podcast and the more that every time I come on, I have to listen to his,
yes,
the more puzzling it is why anyone would want to spend time with this megalomaniac.
If only Carl knew how precious time was for him. I think he would have rethought it a little bit. I do like the fact that Opie says this.
They just think I'm the biggest piece of shit and I should die. Okay.
I like that. I also like the fact they're talking about Roland, who's the guy that was the show booker for them, the guy that Opie took video of pooping while at work, who complained about Opie to HR. And this is Opie's complaint about Roland. And remember, this is more of a candid conversation. This wasn't going out as a podcast or anything like that. They were just doing this on Facebook Live for, I'm guessing, 13 people.
He's talking shit behind everyone's back. Oh, he talks about everybody.
Wow. There's a guy you used to work with who talks shit about people behind their back? Really?
Pretty crazy.
Yeah. Opie, do you think maybe you talk shit about people behind their backs? Is that possible? Because I've heard you do it on your podcast as recently as last week. Jesus Christ. All right, last thing I want to play about Opie. He's got a new producer, Creamy Butters. And I don't know if this is the new Mike Sappho. I got to reach out to Mike because he's a friend of the show now and find out if Creamy Butters took his place. But at the end of the episode, this guy comes on and he's like the new Joey.
Hey, what's up, buddies? Creamy Butters here. You want to be a part of the Opie Radio podcast, and the best way to do that is to join his Facebook group, the Opie Radio Podcast, better known as the Pod Squad. You can join Opie nearly every morning as he faces his camera outside of his window to see the beautiful New York City skyline, kick back with a bunch of other members of the Facebook page, and just listen to a classic episode of the podcast. Sometimes a bunch of us get together, play some video games. One night, a bunch of us got high. We turned on Netflix and we started the Flat Earth documentary, and it wasn't nearly as gay as I just made that sound.
So this Opie show is literally for people with no friends.
Right, yeah.
He just laid it out there.
Yeah, to get together with people virtually to play video games and to watch a documentary on Netflix. Why would you not want to do that?
You know what we did the other day with my fake friends from the internet is we all got high together. Did ya? That's
we
pathetic.
Got high together, and it wasn't gay like it sounds.
That's so pathetic. What's wrong with you people? What are you doing?
Did Mike get let go? Like, or was
I don't know.
When you had Mike on, I know he said that he was really busy with life and an actual job, and he didn't have a lot of time for this. So I'm hoping it was him saying, you know, maybe I don't have time, and hopefully he wasn't let go. I'd feel bad.
Oh, I wouldn't feel bad, but I do want to get Mike back on the show and talk to him about Creamy Butters. Because Creamy goes on to talk about the fact that they have a brand new rant line. Remember, back in the O&A days, they had the rant line where you'd call in and you'd motherfuck people in your life, and they'd play that. And then Opie reinvented that on Opie Radio for Westwood One, where it was the Say Things Nice About Me line. And we'll play it on the show. People would call in and be like, Opie, I was going to kill myself. And then I heard you with Vic Henley at a bar, and now I'm all better. And it's like, okay, I guess. So they're bringing that back again.
Coming soon to the Opie Radio Podcast Facebook group, a way for you to get your voice on the Opie Radio Podcast. It's kind of like the old 800 number, the rant line that Joe used to run, but it's going to be a little bit different. So if you want to be on the Opie Radio Podcast, join the Facebook group, the Opie Radio Podcast, the Pod Squad, and jump on in and let's have some fun. We're going to get you on the podcast soon.
So somebody in our subreddit posted the note because they're a part of the Pod Squad, which is great. I always like to have an insider or two. I think this is Don and Mike Show, who is a member of our subreddit. So he posted a screen grab of Creamy Butters' post in here to the Opie Radio Pod Squad, and it says, "You are also a member of an ever-expanding group of friends, a network of fuckers that have good humor, love good food, and enjoy living in the moment." Which I thought was interesting because I believe a commenter in this thread pointed this out. The living in the moment thing is, can we not dwell on the past, please? we all know that Opie sucks and everyone hates him. Let's not talk about that. Let's just talk about what's going on now. He got fired from Westman One, the only podcast who never get fired. Let's not talk about that. And then he says this. Record a message using your phone or computer, save it to Google Drive, and share it with me at creamybutters@gmail.com. If we like it, you will hear it on the show. So these are the craziest instructions I've ever heard in my life to participate with a podcast. He says, record a message using your phone or computer. Like, don't tell me what to use. If I know how to record a message, I know how to record a message. Then I have to...
I think you're going to write it down and mail it into them?
Then I have to save it to Google Drive and share it with creamybutters@gmail. If you send me a fucking Dropbox link, I'm never going to fucking listen to it, you motherfuckers. Like, why is this so specific in the way I have to share this audio file with you? And why would you just set up a number like you used to have, like we have? Just have a phone number. I just thought that was hilarious. These fucking people, man. I can't wait to hear all of the fun messages that come through.
This sounds like the least amount of fun. This sounds terrible. It sounds to me like Opie's totally checked out. Like Opie wants nothing to do with this. He literally said a few episodes back, like he's not even sure what he's going to do anymore. So I don't know what Creamy Butters is just trying to keep this thing afloat for a little while.
I don't know either. And it's funny you say that because Eric Nagel and I were going back and forth a little bit. He's the former producer of the Opie and Anthony Show. Okay. And he was even saying, like, Opie's in a transition phase right now. He's not sure what he's going to do. And does this sound like someone who has fuck you money? Someone who's trying to keep this terrible show going with his Facebook group, and now you can upload a message to Google Drive and we'll play it on the show if we like. Like, what the fuck? It all sounds so desperate. It sounds like Patrick Michael level shit. What is he doing?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'm sure he has money, but he's also a huge narcissist. Yeah, like, I don't think he can just go away. Yeah. I mean, to the untrained individual, he sounds like a maniac who should not be putting anything out for people to hear, but he continues to do that.
All right, we're gonna do something fun here for a second. We're going to stop talking about Todd for just a bit, and then we'll come back. But I want to call one of our friends of the show. Have you ever met Mike Sappho?
I have.
Cool. We're going to give him a ring. We're just going to have a quick convo with him.
Oh, good.
Oh, hello, Carl.
Hey, Mike. How's it going, buddy?
What's up, pal?
Not too much. I got E-Rock here, too.
Always a pleasure, E-Rock. How are you?
Hi, Michael.
Carl, here's what I'm confused with. You go from Florentine's show. You get Florentine on your show. You get E-Rock. You're on Compound Media. You're on Chip Chipperson. And then you're going to finish the year with me. You really went downhill, man. You're supposed to finish on a high note. What's going on?
Yeah, that's a good point. We should probably get you off really quickly. I don't want to drag this out too long.
Of course not.
No, the reason why I wanted to have you on, Mike, and you know this because I reached out to you. We were chatting back and forth a little bit. So Opie just recently introduced this Creamy Butters character and alluded to the fact that he's the producer. Maybe Creamy Butters said he's producing, but you're saying that he's more of the head of the Pod Squad, the Facebook group. Do you know anything else about this?
So I'll tell you this. I'll give you the quick background. And no one can ever produce the way E-Rock does. You got that, E-Rock? You're the best. I actually, unfortunately, I haven't really seen Opie for like 2 or 3 months. I know he was busy with all the Carl stuff and everything going on. He was doing a lot of the tribute shows. So I actually haven't seen him for like 3 months. And we explained last time I was on the producing thing. Like, I was never really the producer because I don't know how to produce. I have no background in radio. So after all that, I was kind of just helping him out. Hey, Mike, I'm looking to get X on the show. I'd reach out to them. I'd go there, set up the equipment and stuff. But as far as editing or any of that producing stuff, I didn't do, unfortunately. And I haven't really seen him. But Creamy Butters is like super fan, good dude, always on Twitter, always promoting Opie, the brand, the merchandise, big fan of Carl. And I don't think he's doing anything producing. I think he's more just helping out with all the Pod Squad. I know on the Facebook stuff, I don't have Facebook, but the Facebook Pod Squad is all Creamy Butters. He runs that. He has people calling into him. So he's just doing a lot of the behind-the-scenes stuff as just a great fan. As far as producing, I don't think really Opie has a producer because most of his shows lately have been like the Instagram live shows and a show from Gebhardt's. And I think Creamy Butters. I think he's up in Boston.
All right, so the question that I have, and Mike, I hope I didn't cost you your relationship and your job with the Opster. Why have you not been in touch? You came on WATP. You haven't talked to Opie since then?
We've talked a couple of times.
Okay.
I actually don't think it was coming on the show because, like I said, I defended him. Not that I have to, but I didn't obviously ever speak ill of him on the show or whatever. I don't know if it was after Carl passed away. He was doing his own thing for a while, putting out like the old best of shows. And then I saw him at La Cubana for that they had a huge Carl benefit. And then after that, he went away for a little bit. I went away for a bit. And the past couple of months, you listened, he was in California with Guy for like a few days. He was down in Disney for a few days. He was here and there. He's only done maybe 4 or 5 shows in the past maybe 4 months where like they were live really at Gephardt's. And because of my work schedule, they just didn't fit. Or he might be giving me the boot. I might be that jilted lover that doesn't realize that the other guy's cheating on him,
That's what I was just going to say. You go, yeah, well, we haven't connected because of my work schedule. He hasn't even reached out to you. That has nothing to do with your work schedule. He doesn't know.
Yeah, I'm probably that guy. Like, no, he'll come back to me. I hope so. We've texted here and there. He seems pretty busy. But now that you brought it to my attention, I might have got the boot without even knowing it.
Mike, I'm going to make a prediction that you're going to be on here doing an Opie Radio segment with me in a couple months' time. No. Oh, yeah, I have a feeling we're going to convert you to the dark side real quick. So the reason why I wanted to have you on here with Eric, because both of you guys know Opie very well and know him personally, and you had just talked about the fact that he was doing all these Carl tributes and then he hasn't done a lot of live shows. Where is he going to take this thing next? If both of you guys, if you have ideas on what you think Opie is doing in this transition period right now.
Eric, you want to go first? You're the senior guy. I respect seniority.
I have no idea what he's going to do. I've barely heard anything that he's been doing anymore. Right after Carl died, of course, like everybody, I went over there and I listened to see what they had to say, and then I saw for a while that he just was doing Carl stuff. So if that's what he needed to do, then good on him. I don't know. Going into the new year now, like Carl's gone and Mike's gone and Westwood One's gone and Sherrod doesn't even show up anymore for anything that I thought he was supposed to be part of the package, and he just kind of went MIA on him.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, he's good at trying to figure out the next thing, and it's never what you expect. Like, all right, well, somebody in his position, he'll go do this, and then he'll go do the exact opposite of that every single time. So he'll find something that seems logical and then go the other direction, and that's what he's going to do. I don't know. I don't really know what he's going to do.
So, Mike, before I get your take, I do want to point out that it's well documented. Keith the Cop reached out to Opie after Carl's passing and offered him a job to come on to Compound Media, where Eric works, on the Anthony Cumia show. And do you have any insight into that?
Hold on a second. It wasn't as blatant as what Ope said, too, by the way. It's like Carl died, and then Keith just reached out. It's like, hey, we need to do this.
That's what I want to hear. Tell me.
He waited a while for that, and then he said, you know what? I don't know what he's going to do at this point. Keith floated that idea and reached out to Ope shortly after Carl died, but it wasn't like immediately like, hey, I heard your friend died. Let's do business together. It wasn't like that at all. I thought it was a little overzealous, but I understand. Look, business is business. You got to do what you got to do. And if he took offense to that for some reason, I don't know why he took offense to that, but I don't know why he does anything he does anymore.
I don't know why.
It's not a shot at him. It's just I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm not around him anymore. I don't know where his mindset is at. But that's all it was. It was just like, hey, just, going into. It was more like looking into where we're at now. What's going to happen in the new year? Everything changed for him this past year. Why don't we just reach out to him again and see if maybe we can start talking about something? And it just wasn't the case. So no big deal.
And to piggyback on that, Eric, you nailed it perfect. And I don't know if Ope took the wrong way. Him and Carl were really close. But me and Keith, because of we have the same background for our real jobs, we've been in contact with each other for a while. And this has been going on for way before the tragic passing of Carl. Keith would hit me up like, hey, we should do that beer this is the infamous beer for 5 years they've been trying to have. He's like, dude, let's set this up. So it was never like Carl died. Hey, I just saw on Twitter Carl died. Like Eric said, piggybacking completely. Keith has been in constant contact. Like, hey, Mike, let's link this up. Let's do this. And Opie was never interested in it. I guess he was offended by when Keith sent it. But like he said, you can't tell someone how they can be offended. But Keith always reiterated, like, hey, do what you have to do for the rest of the year. Get yourself together. But, hey, 2020, let's get the brand back together. Let's do something. Doesn't have to be every second of the day. You don't have to do 4 hours a day. We'll do something here and there.
Nothing was malicious about him sending that message out to him. It was just
no. And I was on that group text with him. It was Keith wrote the longest text ever. It was sending my condolences, but hey, I'm putting this out there. I would love to link up and let's chat. Let's just meet up. And that was what Keith even said. Let's meet up and do something for 2020. I guess Ope did take offense to it. I don't know. We're all different with how quick someone can text you about something. But like Eric said, I don't think it was like, holy crap, we got to do this right now. Carl died. Let's get him on while he's vulnerable. I didn't take it that way, but maybe Ope did.
Well, in Opie's defense, he has been memorializing Carl for 7.5 months now. So to him, the body is still warm. He doesn't realize it. No, it's not that he just recently died. It's just that you keep having the fucking parties for him, and it's been months. So maybe he's a little delusional on that side of things.
I don't know.
But remember, Carl, when I came on last time, it was right after Carl passed, and you said, what's Ope going to do? And I told you, Ope said it for the rest of the year. He just wants to finish up with Carl stuff, and then 2020 start something new. So he kind of had in the back of his mind, he wanted to, Carl got him out of his rut when he got fired. He didn't know if he was going to podcast, and Carl really was the one pushing him, like, dude, let's put the mic in front of us and let's just kick it. Mm-hmm. So Carl kind of jump-started it going again. So I guess he wanted to do that tribute to him.
This is my question that I want to throw out there because, Eric, you said he never does what you think he's going to do. It's always something different.
No.
And when he started the podcast, it was 8 months after he was fired. Westwood One picked him up. We're going to do an Opie Radio podcast. And I understand that because why wouldn't you go into podcasting? He said he was turning down radio gigs, and he probably saw an opportunity to have a career like Joe Rogan or Dax Shepard, where he could be a podcaster that made good money doing that.
I don't even think it was that. I don't think it was looking for the money. Honestly, with him, a lot of time, it isn't about the money. It's a weird thing. Doing the podcast was more of like, I'm not going to do it like how other podcasts do it. I'm not going to do it like radio was. I'm going to do something completely different. And I get that mindset. I don't think it was executed the right way. But
I don't think it was either.
The mindset of him, of where he was going with it, I get it. Like, I get that's the creative part of it. It's just I don't think it was executed.
You don't think that going into a crowded bar and telling them to turn the music off so that you could talk to your buddies in a Zoom recorder is a good way to execute that?
Wait, did he really do that?
Oh, yes.
Yeah, none of what I've seen or heard him do this year was really for the company, for the audience, for anybody subscribing to it. It was all for him. And I'm not saying that as a shot. I'm just saying, looking at his mindset, everything he did, and Carl's made a career right now of complaining about his show, where you sit there and you go, why are you doing that? And that's part of the mindset for him, which I don't get, but that's what's built into him, is I got to do something that everybody else isn't expecting, or if they want me to do this, I can't do that. I have to do the complete opposite of it. All of this is really just for being him. And I mean, it's a podcast for him. It's not for everybody else. It's a podcast for him. And I guess if you understand that, then you reteach yourself on how to listen to a program, and then you get what he's doing. So just if you go into a show, just realize this is all for him, not for anybody else.
All right, I got one last thing that I want to talk to you guys about. Mm-hmm. So Mike is a super fan, and Eric has been around the Opie and Anthony show for a long time. There's a specific segment that they used to do that really bugged the shit out of me. I believe it was called The Virus. Is that when they would bring you into studio and put you on the spot? So what Opie would do, and I don't think anybody else was in on this because it didn't seem like Jim or Anthony were excited about this segment, but
nobody was.
They'd play the Baby Elephant. Yeah, okay, good. They'd play the Baby Elephant song, have Eric come into the studio, and then try to humiliate you by trying to have you come up with a joke off the cuff, and Opie would just sit there and badger you about, hey, this is in the news, come up with a joke. Meanwhile, Opie could never do that. He never came up with a joke about something that was in the news off the cuff. So was that all just projecting his own insecurities? What was that?
Think?
I do think, actually.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of things in there were projecting he was under the guise of, look, we had at one point almost 6 hours of programming a day that we had to fill.
Yeah.
So you have to do whatever you can, especially if it was a slow news day or any of us didn't have a lot going on life-wise to bring stories to the show. You had to do whatever it is to make something, and hopefully, you throw against the wall and see if it sticks, the old adage goes. But yeah, there would be times where you could see he takes out his frustration with the show, with management, whatever, and he would take it out on me. He would take it out on Roland. And again, this isn't like, oh, woe is me and I'm being bullied or anything. I knew the job. I had to play along with it. I was doing, I made a good living.
Hold on, Mike, what the fuck are you doing over there, buddy? Can you help me out? Just be a little bit quiet?
I want to give you the ambiance of the show. You always complain about the noise.
Seriously.
That's my bad. I actually thought it was on mute. That's my bad. I apologize, guys. Sorry,
it's all right. No worries.
He collapsed on the floor and died.
Yeah, I know. Jesus Christ. I was trying to put up with that. That just got ridiculous.
I apologize. I thought I was on mute.
So did you ever say anything to anyone? Like, why are we still doing this bit? Nobody likes it. It's fucking ridiculous.
Oh yeah, I've said it all the time.
Okay.
And, I was constantly told, it's like, stretch it out, make it as awkward as possible. Because a couple of times I had something ready to go, and that was the whole thing. It was like, don't give the punchline, because then the thing ends. And then I'm sure somebody's compiled it online, but if you could see towards the end of that bit, all of a sudden I came in one time, I just didn't want to do it, and they threw out something. I threw out the punchline right away, and it was dead silent. And then all of a sudden he goes, well, I guess that's the end of that thing. And then I walked out of the studio. It just killed the bit.
Nice.
Yeah.
Mike, do you remember that bit?
I remember bringing Eric in. I don't remember the one when he nailed the punchline, though.
Oh, yeah, I don't remember that either.
You can
I always felt bad for you.
It's silent, and they're like, because you could see Ant and Norton just kind of going, that this was happening again. And then when the bit stopped, their eyes kind of got wide, like, wait, is this the end? That's it. All right. Well, and then he would go, all right, thank you. And then I'd walk out to the music, and then they'd have to move on because the bit was over.
God, I wanted so bad for you to just be like, I don't know, what do you got? What's your fucking joke on this? Give me an example of what you're looking for, please.
That's kind of where the Tequila and Donut Day bit that people still send me stuff about. When I drank a whole bottle of tequila for the morning show and just started, lashing at everybody.
That's awesome.
Yeah, that's kind of where it all came out. And even that was toned down compared to some of the stuff I had.
Yeah, Eric, you were a soldier for them, though, for everything. With the Tony Danza stuff, running into different studios. You were a soldier forever with that, with O&A.
Yeah, almost getting arrested at Tony Danza, almost getting arrested at Fox for stealing Guy Fieri's birthday cake and slamming it into my face live on Fox and Friends.
Yeah. You're like the stunt boy / producer.
What was that dude on Zoom? Yeah, Greg T, the frat boy. That was Eric.
Yeah.
He was like the little bit guy.
Well, a lot of the guys on the show were good at, prepping and bringing content as far as stuff to talk about, but nobody wanted to do any of that stuff. So I said, all right, well, I'll do it. Nobody else wanted to do it, and what did I care? I could go and do whatever I wanted, and you can't say anything because it's all under the guise of the show. So, some of it really sucked. Some of it was fun, and was the Opie and Anthony show.
All right, we got some behind-the-scenes goss today on WATP. Some O&A goss.
I can't imagine anyone enjoying this. This is really boring.
All right.
Nothing juicy in this.
We got to get back to playing Hey Todd clips and making fun of Todd Pettengill.
Even worse.
But, Mike, thanks again for coming on. Mike and I are buddies now. Fan of WATP, loves every segment, especially the Opie Radio segment.
That is not 100% factual.
Oh, that's not true.
Like when you make fun of him, but I enjoy your show. I said you put so much prep into the show. I enjoy it.
Oh, thanks, buddy.
Eric, keep up the good work, man. You're doing a great job on your show, too, guys. I'll talk to you soon.
Talk to you soon. See you, man.
Be good, guys. Bye.
Later.
Yeah, I think you totally got him fired, Carl.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I don't know what he was thinking coming on the show. It kind of gives us a little bit too much credibility.
He texted me. He said, hey, I just did the podcast. I said, well, are you crazy? I'm like, he's not going to talk to you anymore.
No, of course not. You're now the enemy. That's what's going to happen.
When I went and we heard the episode, and it wasn't really that bad at all. Mike wasn't shitting on him. You weren't shitting on him. It was just you were being a fan of all this craziness going on, trying to find out what Mike knew and what the hell is going on here. And then when we started hearing that, it's like, I haven't heard from him in a while. I'm like, of course you didn't. What did you expect? He's so fragile.
Yeah, he's so fragile.
He is. He really is. I mean, a lot of talented people who have been very successful doing television and radio are so, like, they build, not only do they have a bubble built around them, they build another bubble themselves around them. And it just, you got to learn how to handle people. That's what, the role of an executive producer or a PR rep or any of those kind of positions learn, so how to handle these people, because you think a normal person will act like this. Well, that's a normal person. A talented, creative, deranged person will act like this. So you have to handle it this way here. And that's what happened. It's like, if he got the slightest, like I haven't talked to the guy since, this is a story for another time, but the last day of his show, when he stormed out, he left all these comics in the studio and he just picked up his stuff, walked out, told me to play the old Rage Against the Machine music. He popped into my studio, which was connected, but 2 different doors, yelled at me, and I'm not going into that, but yelled at me and then slammed the door and walked out. And that was the last I've seen of him.
Interesting.
Right? And it's because of any kind of doubt that gets placed in his head, he automatically thinks the worst. And when you try to reason with him, sometimes he doesn't process it, or he's not susceptible to the fact that you're trying to explain to something on air is different than something off air, which they preach all the time. And then when something happens in reality, some people can't handle it. Would I sit down and talk with him? Yeah, absolutely. There's some things that we need to sort out between me and him, but I don't go attacking him. I don't go publicly trashing him, and going after his show for whatever reason or whatever he's doing. He gave me a great opportunity, and for a while we were good friends and everything. It's just his mind changed and he went in a different direction based on all of this stuff. And what can you do? You just got to move on.
I love how naive Mike Sappho is, though, that he thinks he could just hop on my show, defend the guy, which is what his goal was to come on and be like, hey, it's not so bad. But then, to think that you could actually, it's like you working at Compound Media. Opie will never talk to you again. You work for Anthony. I mean, he's the worst person to ever exist. Well, actually, now I guess Sam is the worst person to ever exist, is what Opie said recently. But
everybody's the worst person.
I know, it's great. Depending on the day of the week, it's either Jim or Sam or Roland. But it's funny that you would think that you would ever talk to Opie again. You won't. You took a job at Compound. That's it. It's done.
Well, that's the difference, though. I would.
Of course. Everybody else would.
He wrote me or something and said, hey, we need to talk about some things. And if he still wanted to be mad and yell or whatever, I'd still go and meet him and talk to him. Like, I tried even about almost a year later. I think we talked about it on Answer. I'll make this real quick because I know everybody wants to get back to the Todd stuff. But around October of 2018, somebody that listens to his podcast wrote me on Twitter and said, hey, Opie said he's going to be going to New York Comic-Con at the Jacob Javits Center in Manhattan. You two should meet up and try to do a cross thing or whatever. Now, I do my show every year live from Comic-Con for SiriusXM, now for iHeartRadio. And I was like, well, we're going to be there. And I sent him I responded to the tweet, tagged him. I said, what say you? Nothing happened. Didn't hear from him. Next day I wake up, my producer writes me, he goes, you should go look at Opie's Instagram story. Okay, why? He's like, well, he's shitting all over you. What did I do? So I go and I find the story, and he's all mad that I sent it in a tweet instead of, he's like, he has my number. He could have texted me. This is all, he could have personally asked me stuff. This is all bullshit to try to tie his name to my name and get some publicity. I'm like, what the fuck is he talking about?
Who wants to tie their name to Opie's name? That's not going to get you anywhere.
So I sent him a text. Finally, I said, I don't know what you're talking about here. I said, one of your listeners wrote me, said you're going to be in the same place that I'm doing my show. I offered to either come on your show or you could come on my show, or we don't have to go on either show. We could just meet up and talk. That's all it was. And he got a little upset, saying that he wished I would have texted him instead of putting it out on Twitter. I don't understand what was so bad about that. That's all he's been doing is stuff on Twitter. He doesn't talk to anybody. And I wrote something very nice. I'm like, I'm for it. What do you say?
It's all an excuse because he doesn't want to have to confront any of this shit. He knows he was a total douchebag to everyone, and there's a lot of people who have a lot of gripes about how he treated them. He doesn't want to deal with it, so instead he just pretends that you handled it wrong. Well, Kate the cop reached out to me, but he did it the wrong time. And Eric wanted to do this thing, but he posted on Twitter the wrong way. It's like, all right, stop it with all the fucking excuses, dude. Are you going to talk to these people or not? And you're not.
It was, look, I didn't even need to, but I felt like, you know what? It's been a year. Why not? I extended the olive branch. I was like, hey, you're going to be there? Let's talk. He just didn't want to do it. So
yeah.
I'm not going to go chasing after the guy. None of us are. Like if he said, "Hey, look, we need to talk and settle and sort some things out," to anybody, I'm sure anybody from the show would say, "Okay," and then work something out privately where they would go and talk. But it's all down to him. You know, he doesn't want to do it, and that's fine. Everyone else is doing their own thing, and they've all moved on. And best of luck to him. But if he wanted to, we'd be willing to. And that comes back to what you said with Keith. That's all Keith was doing. He's like, he saw Ope was in a bad spot, and what we thought was a bad spot, and said, hey, look, all this is going on. Maybe this is time for us to sit down and talk again and talk things out. And he took offense to it, and I'm sorry that he did.
He didn't. That's what I'm saying. He didn't take offense to it. He just doesn't want to deal with it. So instead he pretends that he's offended, and that's his way of not having to deal with it.
Well, best of luck to him. I don't know what to say. The guy gave me a great opportunity. I can't shit on him for, he did a lot for me.
Sure.
It sucks that it worked out this way.
I got to say, I'm not sure what Keith thinks is going to happen here. I understand that the Opie and Anthony brand, there's a lot of people who loved the Opie and Anthony show in many of its different iterations and would be excited about that. But at this point, Anthony's fan base is so different than Opie's small, shitty fan base. It doesn't make a lot of sense to me that they would bring those two together again. Because Opie's tried to reinvent himself into almost like a Todd Pettengill kind of guy, like a nice guy show where, hey, we're all just friends and buddies and join the Pod Squad and we'll watch a Netflix movie together. Like, what the fuck is going on here? This is so off-brand. And you think about what's going on at Compound Media, it's the exact opposite of that.
Look, they're not, nobody in that position enjoys conflict. Like on the air is one thing, but when it becomes real, they can't handle it or don't want to handle it and choose not to address it. And that's fine, but that seems to be what he did. It's like all this happened. He felt he did nothing wrong, and he decided to do a complete overhaul and go in this other direction where, everything is, I hate the term safe space, but it's a safer, nicer area around him that he's building, and it's all about him. And more power to him. Good luck.
So there's a guy named What. He's from Russia. He's in our Discord, and he recorded an Opie Radio impression. And this is his impression of the Opie Radio show. And Fran Drescher has been a frequent caller to our show recently. So he brought in Opie with Fran Drescher. And I'm not going to play this whole thing as long, but we'll bear with it for a minute here.
Hey, Carla Runo, it's me, your buddy Opie, and this is how I talk, and I'm voicemailing in while recording a new episode of an Opie Radio podcast, which is, it's doing fantastically, by the way. We're pulling great numbers, and I'm here with world-famous celebrity Fran Drescher. Hey, Carly Poo. And we're recording a tribute to every person that has ever died in the history of humanity, man. It's going good. I'm definitely not using this as an excuse to hang out with world-famous celebrity Fran Drescher, known for such classic films as Jack and Spinal Tap. I'm so sad about, Carl Louise, Jesus Christ, all the people that died on 9/11.
All right, you get the point. The thing that cracked me up about that bit was the background noise.
Yeah, I was going to say the sound effects up until the dog barking.
The dog barking was great.
Hearing the traffic and the cars in the back, I'm like, well, that's pretty accurate. Okay, and then the dog's barking, and then the impression kind of just fell apart.
The impression's terrible. But Opie went to Mike Machetti's house once, and you heard a dog bark for 20 minutes in a row on that episode. So it's pretty accurate.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
Look, see, this is that goes back to and then we got to move on to the Todd stuff. I'm sure your people don't want to hear any more of this.
Fuck them.
That goes back to the fact that, the people who were responsible for talking and putting things together and having the right people around him. We're not the people who knew how to do recording or engineering or mic levels or any of that stuff. And that's exactly what he was doing. Where you're hearing all this, if you're hearing dog sounds constantly while you're still trying to plow through, it's bad enough when you see like a 3-second clip on the news where they try to get a witness reaction to something and there's a dog barking. But if you're doing 20 minutes of it, how do you listen to that?
And there was no substance at all. They were like walking up the stairs. He was introducing himself to Mike's mother. It's like you could take all of this out. It's super obnoxious.
Mike Saffo's house?
No, Mike Bichetti.
Oh, Bichetti's the best and the worst at the same time.
I agree.
Like, I don't understand how he manages to pull that off. He's on Artie's podcast now.
Yeah.
And he can be the best part and the worst part in the same segment while he's doing it.
Well, he's got some mental things going on.
He's a good guy.
He's a good guy. We like Mike.
I like it. I mean, I can listen to Anthony. He can rant on something, and I find him very listenable. Opie, I just find it's like very vanilla now. It's just weird.
Totally agree.
That's great.
That's a perfect segue into the next segment of the show, which is, of course, Opie did a show where he's on YouTube Live videotaping a sunset on the beach somewhere on Long Island and answering questions that people are writing into him in real time on YouTube. I love when Opie does shows like this because a lot of things come out that I always find to be amusing. So the first thing I want to talk about is the fact that I had Eric Nagel on the show last week, and E-Rock said, I've reached out to him. I want to get together. He was mad at me because of the way I tweeted at him. He didn't want to meet with me because of that. And I'm like, well, that's not what he was really mad at. He just doesn't want to deal with you because he was a shithead. And he doesn't want to have to face the fact that he treated all of his coworkers like assholes for all that time. So he explains, because somebody asked him about E-Rock. He explains why he's mad at E-Rock.
E-Rock's reached out a few times. He's texted me a few times, but I don't really have a desire to talk to E-Rock either. When I got let go from SiriusXM, Jimmy basically threw a fuck Opie party, and I was very, very surprised that he went to that. I wish him the best. I'm not mad at him or anything, but that was a tough one for me to digest.
So Opie's upset. All right, I hope you're following this.
So I just have a question.
Yeah.
Because because of the Doug versus Doug, I was so wrapped up in that, and I made time to listen to Seamus or whoever that guy is.
Yep.
I did not listen to this.
Right.
How many, or what do you think the percentage is of questions he's getting that come from listeners of your show?
That's a good question, because when he started this show, somebody posted it in the subreddit right away and said, hey, by the way, Opie's doing a live thing right now. So I got to think there were a few. And I'm wondering if the E-Rock question came from that specifically. It had to have.
It had to have been, right?
Right. I would think so. And I'm guessing he didn't read a lot of the questions that came from WATP listeners, but he did read that one. So he says the reason why he's pissed at E-Rock. Now, remember, he treated Eric like shit for many, many years. Eric is ready to make up and figure it out. What he's upset about is that Jim Norton threw a party where he invited all of his friends, and Eric was one of his friends that went to said party. Now, this whole it's a fuck Opie party, that sounds like something that he invented in his own mind. I doubt that was the theme of the party, fuck Opie. Maybe it was, that's funny too. But why would you be mad at someone because they hung out with their friends? That guy went over and hung out with his friends for a while. Fuck that guy. Really? That's what you're harboring resentment over?
I feel bad. Like I feel there are times, and this is probably because I didn't listen to the show, because every time I listen to it, I stop feeling bad for him. But
yes.
I feel bad that this is what he has become, that this is a weird thing that's happened to him because of fame, that it all came crashing down. And I know he's a terrible person and he's brought it all on himself, but man, he just can't get past it. He can't get over it. And this consumes him daily.
Oh, but he says that he's gone to therapy and he's all better now. I'm not buying it. I'm not buying it.
No.
So the thing that we've been talking about is what's he going to do in the future? And that was what I was talking to both Mike Sappho and Eric Nagel about last week. Well, of course, people are asking him on this YouTube Live, and he reveals what the future of Opie Radio is.
And I want to see what I can do with this podcast. I'm going to start doing a lot more episodes from Gephardt's. And I want to see if I can make another run at this whole thing. Maybe a new co-host, Emily says. Nah. I mean, I got a stable of guys I love being with, but nah, man, I got to do it on my own now. That Carl thing was a huge hit.
Holy shit. His plan is to not change anything, go back to Gephardt's, and continue to do live podcasts from a crowded bar with music playing in the background.
I mean, for you, there's nothing better than that decision by him.
I am so excited. Like, thank God. Because I can only listen to so much Patrick Michael, and apparently I can't fucking edit his show correctly to get people to hear it, so.
So, was Carl an official co-host? I never thought that was... I just thought he showed up from time to time, but I'm not a regular listener.
So, Carl was the most regular co-host, but he was never... It was never the Opie and Carl show. It was Opie Radio.
Right. That's kind of what I was asking.
And Carl was on there. Now, Carl had a lot of other things going on because he was on the Food Network. He had the restaurant. So this podcast was not a big thing. Opie goes on to talk about that Carl was, if he had not passed away, he was about to make it big. And he explains why.
But that's what bothers me because, you know, he had so much more to give, and I know he wanted it bad, and it was happening. I mean, Guy Fieri loved him on Grocery Games, and I know the Food Network loved him. Our podcast was starting to really start taking off.
What's he done? This is the thing about Opie that pisses me off to no end. At any given time, he's always saying that things are happening. Oh, the podcast was just starting to take off? It's been in a slow decline since you debuted. You were number 2 on iTunes when you debuted because your name is Opie from Opie and Anthony. And then everyone dropped off. Nobody was listening to you anymore. What do you mean it was about to take off?
You can't put yourself... Oh, Food Network and the Opie podcast? Yeah. You can't put those in the same sentence, man.
It doesn't make any sense. Yeah, you know this guy named Guy Fieri? Yeah, we've all heard of him. He has a TV show. Oh, okay, that probably sounds... like it's pretty popular. And he was the co-host on Opie Radio. What?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Food Network was about to pay him tens or possibly hundreds of thousands of dollars, and I wasn't giving him shit.
Right. Great. He was doing it pro bono. Great. We got fired from Westwood One, but we were about to take off. Oh, yeah? Were you? Someone asked Opie about, remember the Joe Rogan thing where Opie asked Joe to be on his show?
Of course. That was great.
It was amazing. Joe never responded to him. I guess Opie tried to text him but doesn't have his number, and then he also DM'd him, which I'm guessing Joe Rogan probably gets a lot of DMs and tweets. He's probably not looking at all of them. I wouldn't take it personally.
He hasn't shown up on Good Times, Great Movies yet. I don't understand.
You keep DMing him though, right? And eventually it'll happen.
Oh, of course, yes.
So of course Opie takes to YouTube and does this 10-minute long video explaining like, what the fuck, Joe? Why wouldn't you do my podcast? Which is a crazy thing to do. So somebody writes in and says, are you and Joe Rogan cool now? Opie explains that they are. However, they still have never talked about this.
Are you and Joe Rogan good these days? Yeah, we're good. I was just incredibly disappointed with the big blow-off in the last year or two. I didn't do anything to Joe. I did absolutely nothing to Joe. I guess he decided to pick sides. That was kind of a bummer he did that. But I'm good with him. I said what I had to say, and then I love the people that try to trash me for being honest. I was disappointed, so I made some silly video about it. And, spoke my mind because I didn't think it was right. I really didn't think it was right. I don't expect me and Joe Rogan to be like, best buddies or anything, but to get the big blow off like I did was really, I'm not going to lie to you, it was very, very disappointing. I was trying to get him on my podcast and, I didn't even get an answer from the guy.
Yeah, so that's just a normal thing that people do. I just made a video where I just talked about, like, what the fuck? Why didn't you go on my show? I just blow it off steam. It's normal, right?
Yeah, of course.
If you want have that conversation with your wife in your house, that's one thing. But you talked into your phone and then uploaded it to YouTube. And the fact that he thinks that they're good now, based on absolutely nothing.
Oh, nothing. No.
And
it's not like they've spoken. It's not like,
no.
And I guarantee you, Joe Rogan has not given him a second thought, not a moment's thought. He's too busy taking his shirt off, I guess, on videos and
breaking the internet. I do want to point out that our buddy Mike Sappho, who's now a regular on WATP,
of course,
has been replaced. And I just have to play this clip because Creamy Butters, if you want to talk about how can you represent that Opie's show has gone to shit, here's a really good way to do it. This comes in at the end of his show.
Hey, what's up, buddies? It's Creamy Butters. I'm hiding at the bathroom at work, doing a little recording. Figure I'll bring you into my workplace, but I got to do it from the bathroom. Very, very quiet. There's a Vietnamese guy sitting next to me eating a sandwich. Don't worry. We're in stalls, individual stalls, but he usually, I know that he's eating a sandwich because he offered it to me. He reached it below. Let's check in with one of my buddies from the Opie Radio podcast Facebook page, Cody's own. Cody, take it away.
Bum, 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 bum.
This dude is fucking corny. So I realized that I had Vic on during the voicemail segment last week, but Opie is letting Creamy Butters now bring on people who are in the Facebook group to record pieces for him at the end of the podcast.
Wow. This is crazy. And also that guy was talking about a Vietnamese guy and he did not make a Mark Wahlberg joke. Come on. How can you let that pass you by?
Creamy Butters is not the cream of the crop, I think you could say.
That guy's horrible. That guy's terrible. And I can't even believe that Opie's trusting him to do anything or to handle anything. But honestly, I don't know, maybe it makes sense.
It probably makes sense if you think about it. There's a guy, Kevin Eric Snell on Twitter, who pointed out an old O&A clip on YouTube that I grabbed just for the people who don't know Opie from Opie and Anthony. This is an example of they're in the middle of a conversation. He gets a note from someone with a joke, doesn't understand the joke, but has to interrupt everyone to tell it and then have it explained to him why it's funny.
So I don't know if this is funny. I have a feeling it might be. It says...
and if you are wearing those jeans, you're wearing $216 shorts.
Wow.
My chick bought them for me, so...
Wow. Jay from Huntington, does anyone else picture Steve getting dressed to Goodbye Horses? Why is that funny?
It's from
Silence of the Lambs. Oh, I'm crying over you. Oh, right, okay. I knew there was a reason why that would be funny.
What a fucking idiot.
Oh, my God.
I knew there was a reason that'd be funny. Did you? You still don't get it.
I took a chance in reading this. I knew everyone else would get it but me.
Oh, it's unbelievable. He did say something that I think is very telling because every now and then Opie says something that is true and the truth slips out.
But I just like telling the truth from time to time.
That's about right. He likes telling the truth from time to time.
From time to time.
Not consistently or on a regular basis by any means. Croge, we have talked about so much. I know that you have a couple clips. Let's table them for a second.
Of course.
Again, this is what I'm talking about. Like, we got to do a bonus show or something because there's too much to get to.
Yeah.
What happened this week was Opie talked shit about Jim and Anthony. And then Jim Norton just happened to be a guest on the Anthony Cumia show where they listened to a 45-second long clip of Opie talking about them.
Oh, great.
And then went on for 36 minutes about Opie. And then people told Opie that happened, and he's doing this YouTube live videos, and he's responding to that, and then E-Rock's on his show talking about shit. So I got to get all this caught up on, all right?
Yeah.
There's a lot to go over here. I want to start off talking about E-Rock because I played last week on the show. Opie said he's pissed at E-Rock because Jim Norton had a fuck Opie party that E-Rock attended, right?
Love that.
So I sent a note to Eric and I just said, can you please explain to me what a fuck Opie party is? I'd love to know what this whole thing is all about. And he said, I'll address it on my show. So checking out Would You Kindly with Brian Johnson, his co-host, the E-Rock talked about the fact that compared to what Opie did to him after Anthony was fired from the show, in the years that they worked together, like Opie was the worst person ever.
Yeah.
He goes, that's what he's mad at me about? Going to a fucking party? But I will say that Eric holds things close to the vest.
Yeah.
He always says, if I'm going to tackle this, I want to talk to Opie. I don't want to just make it a public thing.
Yeah, okay.
Which is cool. But he does bring this up, which I thought was interesting.
You want to talk about the mental illness factor? Yeah, and for a while it did well by him to succeed by always failing upward, I guess. Mm-hmm. And then it got to the point where you don't course correct, and it's also your downfall, your undoing.
It is a weird kind of. I wonder. That whole like be nice to the people on the way up the ladder, you'll see them on the way down type thing.
So very interesting that he says Opie's mental illness is what made him famous.
Yeah.
He would do these irrational things, and because he was a shock jock, it worked out well.
Yeah.
And it stopped working after a while.
It did, yeah.
Opie, on a show just a couple days later, not even having heard that, admits just that when recounting his Joe Rogan video. And I thought this was very interesting because we're all on the same page now.
Yeah.
It was kind of dumb of me to make that video, but I was mad at the time. You know, made a lot of money over the years being mad at the time. Made a lot of money over the years because I couldn't help myself. But maybe it wasn't the smartest thing to make that Joe Rogan video after I was mad that he didn't even get back to me when I tried to get him on my podcast. Didn't help that I was kind of like rotating in circles as I was filming, but I really was trying to get the sun out of my face, and stupid me was thinking, you know, I should try to make the video look as best as possible. What are you gonna do? Make fun if you have to.
Okay.
Don't mind if I do.
So, very interesting. Opie finally realizes that he probably shouldn't have posted that video of him calling out Joe Rogan.
That's a rare moment of clarity.
Very rare moment.
Yeah.
Interesting, too, that he says, I know I was spinning around like a lunatic. I was trying to get the sun out of my eyes. That's not how the sun works. You don't have to keep dodging it. Oh, shit, now it's over there. Now it's over there. Face one fucking direction away from the sun and you're good. It's like, guys, it's just because, the sun was in my eyes, not because I'm a lunatic who was ranting because I have a mental illness. But I'm glad that we're all on the same page. E-Rock then goes on to talk about, and I got to get him back on the show. He doesn't want to talk about this shit, which sucks, because if I'm to understand what he's saying in this clip, and I'm going to play it for you, but I want to spoil it first. He was offered a job to work at Westwood One.
E-Rock was?
E-Rock
Okay,
was.
go ahead.
Opie has a podcast there.
Yeah.
On Westwood One. E-Rock was offered a job to produce another show.
Okay.
Then Opie says, or somebody says, why don't you work on Opie's show? And Eric is open to it. And what ends up happening here would leave me with a bad taste in my mouth about Opie.
It's not worth it at this point because I tried, and look, even after that, there was a situation where before I came to Compound, there might have been another position I was going to be working in, and I got screwed out of that one too because of said individual, and that was really fucked up, and it cost me another position with not even involved with him somewhere else, with somebody else there at that same company, and I was supposed to be working there with that person first. Then the company's like, no, we want you to work with this thing, with his new thing. I said, I'll do it I got to talk to the guy first. And then they were getting ready. They had the papers all drawn up and stuff. And then a couple weeks went by, didn't hear from him. I'm like, what's going on? Where are the papers and everything? Oh, well, situation changed because said individual, I don't want to get too into it. Said individual wanted to go in a different direction, we'll say.
Away from E-Rock as opposed to towards E-Rock.
Much to the objection of that company. Didn't want him to go in that other direction, but that's where he went, and the rest is history.
So if I can interpret this.
Yeah, that's a little hard to follow.
This is how I understand it. And Eric can go ahead and correct me if he wants to, but I believe what he's saying is he was hired by Westwood One. And then they said, why don't you work with Opie? So they signed the deal. He was ready to go work for Opie. And then Opie said, you know what? I don't want to be in a studio. I don't want to have a producer. I do my own thing. I just want to take my Zoom recorder and go to Gebhard's.
Yeah.
And I just want to like walk across the street with Carl Ruiz. And so they said like, oh, well, now there's no longer a need for what you do, Eric Nagel.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Because you guys brought me in to work this other job over there. Oh, yeah, we found someone for that one.
Oh, okay.
So wait, so now I have no jobs? Like, yes.
Yeah.
So he had a job lined up. They offered him this thing with Opie. He's like, okay, I'll do that. And then Opie fucked him over on that job and the job he was going to get. So I'm pretty sure, because that's what he was saying when he said that last part. He was like, despite what Westwood One wanted him to do, he decided to do something different. And that's what Eric was talking about when he was on the show, too. He goes, he always does the opposite of what you'd think he would do. Mm-hmm. They're like, we're going to give you a nice studio. You can do a regular podcast. We'll bring in guests. Yeah. We have a lot of clout. We have people who can bring these people in. Opie's like, nah, I just want to talk to Vic Henley at Gebhard's and call it a day. Like, okay.
Yeah.
And shocker, he no longer works at Westwood One either.
Imagine that.
Before we get into the calling out Jim and Anthony and their response and responses back, I want to play something that you'll appreciate. Opie decided to go on and do a quick, I think it's a YouTube live feed again.
Beautiful.
Talking about Howard Stern's take on Imus.
Oh, great.
So Imus passed away.
Yeah.
And Howard Stern did a whole bit about it. I was telling you about it at band practice. Yeah. That he wasn't kind to him.
Can't
he
imagine
never
why.
has been.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously.
Jeez, you call a guy's co-host the N-word a couple times in the hall, and all of a sudden he doesn't like you anymore.
Right.
Boy, that's a weird one.
I'm glad that's where you went with this, because Opie didn't hear the segment, but he's reading an article about it. and Opie wants to point out that Howard has no right calling Imus a racist.
First of all, the amount of racist material that Howard put out on the airwaves over the years was probably way more than what Imus did.
The guy that sat next to Anthony is complaining that Howard was racist.
So, that might be a sore subject with Opie, but I hear what you're saying.
Sorry.
So he says that Howard was the one who had the more racist show, and he cites an example of that.
Okay.
Yeah, he used to have a KKK member on his show, but Howard doesn't want you to know that anymore. He's rewriting his own history, and then he goes after Imus and saying he was a racist?
Opie, you fucking moron.
Way to fucking woo! Right over the head on that one.
Opie, there's so many examples you could have pointed out about the un-PC nature of Howard's humor back in the 80s and 90s.
No shit.
Not Daniel Carver. Daniel Carver was a buffoon that they brought on to make fun of.
And they made fun of him for a decade.
Yeah.
They mercilessly mocked this KKK guy for a fucking decade.
Do you think Howard was endorsing a guy who hated Jews? Is that your angle on this, Opie? You fucking moron! Holy shit.
Oh.
And then he has the balls to say that Howard is the one who's delusional.
Of course. Of course. Of course Imus was doing it wrong until you came along, Howard. Of course.
Fucking delusional, man. Fucking delusional.
So he's calling Howard Stern delusional for saying that I changed the way people did radio.
Now, Don Imus, who used to call Howard Stern's mother on the air because Howard would call his own mother on the air.
Yes.
And you can find the tapes of that. That exists. You can listen to it.
Opie says Howard Stern taking credit for the way he was doing radio. This guy's delusional. The guy whose name is synonymous with shock jocks. He's the Kleenex of shock jocks. Say shock jock. Oh, Howard Stern. And by the way, Opie, I don't think he's putting on a good show these days.
Yeah.
But he's still on the air, getting paid tens of millions, if not hundreds of millions of dollars a year to put on a show that has millions of listeners, and you're doing a fucking YouTube live and calling Howard Stern delusional. That's insane.
Oh,
you couldn't be more out of touch on this one.
Holy shit.
I mean, I'm not a guy who defends Howard all day long, but Opie.
Yeah, what the fuck?
So Opie finally goes on to, Howard's talking about the fact that Imus's obit, like the second paragraph, is about Howard Stern.
Yeah, of course.
And Howard's like, the difference between me and Imus is that when I die, Imus will not be in my obit.
Yeah, no shit.
Every obituary about Imus mentions me by the second paragraph, he said. I could tell you when I die, I don't think they'll be mentioning Imus. He's probably
just happy that he's finally getting some press. This guy's fucking Howard is insane. He's absolutely insane.
Howard Stern, who just put out a New York Times best-selling book last year,
right,
is happy that he's getting press.
Right.
Okay. The top of the booksellers list wasn't enough press for him.
The guy was just on Jimmy Kimmel and Bill Maher's show.
What the fuck?
And
I mean,
Howard's right about that.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's not going to talk about Don Imus.
Other than the nappy-headed host thing, I would never know who Don Imus was outside of Howard.
Right.
Furthermore, Imus used to put out albums of his radio bits before he met Howard. And you can listen to them, and they're out there, and it's fucking atrocious. I mean, Stern used to talk about that all the time, too, but oh my God.
All right, so...
Good Lord. I love that he's talking about a radio segment that he didn't even listen to.
Correct. I just thought that was a lot of fun to listen to, because Opie's just like, wow, this Howard guy's really full of himself. Well, yeah, there's a reason for it. All right, so he's taking all these questions from people, and this is his format of his show now. So one of the questions is about the fact that he used to just sit and play Candy Crush on his phone when he was on the Opie and Anthony show.
Yeah.
Jim and Anthony, maybe that a comedian in the studio would be riffing on something, and you could just hear the sounds of Candy Crush going off on his phone.
Yeah.
Because Opie couldn't be bothered with it. So he addresses this, and this is what sets Jim and Anthony off.
You missed me playing Candy Crush when Ant was on a rant. Yeah. Sadly, I became wallpaper on my own radio show that I created and put together way back in the day. I ended up just being wallpaper playing Candy Crush because I couldn't listen to another rant about blacks. Oh, my God. Fuck that. You got one guy ranting about blacks, then you got another guy, playing out his multiple personality disorder in front of everybody, insisting that everything has to have a character in it. And I'm sitting there going, what the fuck happened to my radio show?
All right, so they play that on the Anthony Cumia show.
Go ahead.
And here's Jim's response to that little clip right there you just heard.
It was, he felt left out.
Yeah.
He felt left out.
He got a little jelly.
And he would get jealous of guys having fun in the sandbox, and he would get resentful. And it's like, look, man, we all had our part that we played in it. We all had our part, but this fucking childish inability to accept, and not just accept responsibility in a way like, I know I did stuff. But I mean, for real, understand that you sat there fucking sulking while guys were being funny. Every fucking comedian who came in noticed it.
Everyone noticed.
All right.
Yeah, wow. That well put. Well put.
Very well put.
I mean, Opie's got that victim thing that's so prevalent nowadays. Yes. This is everybody's fault but mine.
Right. So this clip right here goes exactly to that. Jim goes on later on in that to explain that Opie does have talent. If he would just stop blaming everyone around him and own up to the responsibility, it would do a lot of good for him.
Yeah. There was two versions of him. When Opie was comfortable and having fun, he was charming, he was fucking funny. I loved that guy. I truly did. I loved working with him. He was fucking great. He gave me some of the biggest laughs I've ever had on that show. When he was insecure and he was unhappy and feeling uncertain about his place, don't blame me and Ant because you know you're fucked up. You had your own. My insecurities are my fault, they're not your fault. When you had your insecurities, you were impossible because everything was a slight and everything was aimed at you and everything was under my... Instead of realizing that you got fucking problems. Look, my fucking shit is all my shit.
All right.
Wow.
So this makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Right?
Man.
Listen, we were all dicks to each other. We all had issues. I know I had my issues, but you just got to own your thing.
Yeah.
Don't blame me and Anthony. So somebody goes on the next day when Opie's doing his YouTube live.
Yeah.
And says, hey, did you know Jimmy paid you a compliment? He said that when you were relaxed, you were funny. And listen to how Opie responds to this. This is amazing.
Jimmy was saying when you're relaxed, you're extremely funny and a great guy. Thank you, Jeff. You know what? I like hearing that, and he's not wrong. But I did not feel relaxed in that environment anymore, and I think if he really said that, that's a thank you to Jimmy for real. Not a fan of Jimmy, but if he said that, thank you. But I was an uptight fuck at the end of my run on that show. I do blame those guys. I really do, because they honestly had issues with me, but they didn't really bring them up to me. But there was a lot of talking behind my back.
Holy shit, Opie, will you just please listen to what he's telling you?
Oh my
He
God.
still blames everyone but himself.
And that, you know, that's funny because it sounded like he was just about to, like, actually see the light.
I know.
And then he's like, but fuck that. That was everybody's fault. Mine. I'm the
So
greatest.
close, Opie. You came around in the Joe Rogan video, but not on this one.
Oh, fuck.
And I think that Anthony sums this up very well about how we all feel about Opie at this stage.
There's a part of me that just feels bad for him at this point because I know he's so lost. He's alone and has no fucking prospects.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
This is the thing that people who blame the world, you and I know somebody like this.
Mm-hmm.
We had to deal with this person for a long time. When you blame everyone around you, all of a sudden nothing works in your life because
Amazing.
you never take any effort to fix the things that you're doing wrong.
Yeah. And then, strangely, people don't want to associate with you or work with you or be your friend anymore. It's the strangest fucking thing.
Right. So I think I've documented that every single person from the Opie and Anthony show no longer talks to Opie.
Yeah, no shit.
Even though they've actually put out olive branch after olive branch.
Yeah.
Let's get together. You can come work at our network. Let's do this. Opie is just like, I do not want to face what an asshole I was, so I can't even talk to them. And it's left Opie with almost no audience, which he addresses in this clip.
I don't need an audience anymore or a big audience. I used to obsess about that. I wanted to be the biggest thing, and we came close. And I wanted to make a lot of money. And both those things are just simply not important anymore. If it happens again, though, oh my God.
At the end, he goes, if it happens, though, that'd be amazing. Like, wait a second. You can't have both. You can't have I don't care about it, and that'd be amazing if it happened.
Oh, my God.
It's one or the other.
Oh, my God. Well, she turned me down, but I didn't want to date her anyway.
Well, what, she wants to marry me? Okay.
Yeah, exactly. Holy fuck.
So somebody asked him, because obviously he's a man without a co-host, much
Yeah.
like our friend John Melendez. Somebody asked him, would you ever get Louis J. Gomez to be your co-host? Now, Louis J. Gomez is, I believe, one of the owners of Gas Digital.
Yeah.
He's kind of building a podcast empire. He puts on these huge comedy shows.
Yeah.
He's got a bunch of shows on his network. If you remember, Opie and Carl did a tour of the whole podcasting studio, and it was amazing.
Yeah, no, successful dude for sure.
You would think that would be a good guy for Opie to want to podcast with.
Can you make Luis Gomez your second mic? Hell nah. Why would I do that? No more second mics for me.
Now listen to this. I'm going to keep playing this clip. Opie is doing a thing now where he's accepting payment on YouTube. You know, like you have the super chat thing, or people can donate to you.
Really?
So he just said, I don't want to podcast with the successful podcaster. I don't need that.
Yeah.
And listen to how excited he gets in a second.
I got a bunch of people that I like doing the podcast with, and Lewis is good. You know, he's good. But he's doing more of that shock jock thing, which I'm trying to get away from, so I don't think that would really work. But he's got a good thing going. Wish him nothing but the best. Oh my God, $5 just came in.
Oh my fucking.
Does that fucking... I didn't edit that clip. That's how he actually recorded that thing.
Oh my
Does that sum it up for you? Hey, Opie, would you ever reach out to this famous person that you know pretty well?
Yeah.
And see if you guys could do something together? Oh my God, I wouldn't even consider that. Thanks for the $5. It's amazing.
And dude, I've never heard anything as insincere as how he just said, I wish him nothing but the best.
Right.
Oh, I wish Carl nothing but the best. Carl's a great guitar player. Are you being sarcastic? No.
Oh boy.
Jesus Christ.
I have another clip of Jim Norton. I might have played this a little bit out of sync here, but this is more Jim responding to Opie's criticism.
Oh, radio. I know. Why would I do characters on your radio show?
You miss me playing.
You were like Mr. Amos doing characters.
I don't know why I would do characters on a radio show. What the fuck are you talking about?
Kenan Thompson is always with his multiple personality disorders.
Multiple personality disorder because you do characters on a show.
So is it
the acting ability?
Is it you?
You didn't think that you thought you were Uncle Paul, right?
because Opie's calling him out for having this personality disorder. Meanwhile, one of the great things about Jim on that show was that he had a lot of different characters. One of them being Chip Chipperson, who went on to do his own show, obviously. But the good news is, guys, now that Opie is relaxed and he's gotten rid of the toxicity that was Anthony and Jim and E-Rock and Sam and Roland and everyone else on that show, he's funny again.
Oh, and I think I've shown people through my podcast that I'm way more relaxed, enjoying myself, and and I will say it, and I'm funny again. Yes.
Based on what?
Oh, that's amazing.
That's amazing. This is what this guy thinks in his head and then says out loud. It's sad that he thinks it in his head. It's even sadder that he says it out loud.
Jesus.
And he says this.
I'm really proud of my podcast. Really proud.
Why? Your podcast is the worst.
Good Lord.
The only thing that I'm hoping, Crouch, is he said he's going out to LA.
Yeah.
And people were asking him in the chat, oh, are you going to do any podcasts when you're out in LA? And they're throwing out all these names like Joe Rogan and Bert Kreischer and all these things. Yeah. And then Opie says this, and my fingers are crossed.
Pauly Shore's Random Rants with Greg Opie Hughes. That'd be cool. I would do Pauly Shore's podcast.
Yes, do it! Opie and Pauly Shore!
Wow.
Let's turn that into a whole fucking show.
Seriously.
That is a dream team. Let's go.
Wow.
I want John with Seamus and Pauly Shore with Opie.
That's every WATP bonus episode from here till eternity.
I'm gonna double the cost of being on our Patreon if and when this happens. This is the last clip I want to play, and I just have one issue with this.
Oh, geez, look what he just did. Oh, my. I think I'm babbling now. Probably should have ended this 10 minutes ago. I'm an idiot.
The only thing wrong with that is that he said minutes instead of years.
Yeah, no shit.
You're just babbling, Opie. You have nothing left to give. We get it. Let's move on, because I have a lot of other things to get to.
Lucky us.
And the first thing that I have to get to right now is this.
Ba, 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 ba.
Opie did
radio
a podcast.
Show. We're going to listen to the radio show.
On my radio show. Oh, he starts off talking about Jim and Anthony because, as I documented last week,
you sent me a text message this week that said Opie has Yakov Smirnoff on as a guest.
I did send you that.
So I went and I listened to this episode.
Yeah.
In the first minute and 40 seconds, I was staring at a wall going, what the fuck did I just hear?
All right, here is the first minute and 40 seconds where Opie decides, because as usual, he's reading comments that are coming in real time, hoping for a $5 donation on his super chat. And someone asks about Jim and Anthony and their response to his video from last week.
I don't feel like talking about that shit tonight. Because one comment, and then Jimmy calls up Anthony. I gotta come over to Compound Me, and we gotta beat him up for an hour. He said something about us. I'm on my way over now. Fuck, did those guys get triggered? It's a dumb, quick video from the beach where I made fun of myself, those guys, and what the show sounded like at the end. Next thing you know, Jimmy's calling Anthony. You hear this shit? I'm on my way over. And let's beat him up for an hour and a half.
Boy, Opie did not take that well, did he? He's not dealing with this very well.
He is, though.
Is he?
Sure, I'll play devil's advocate here.
Please
They
do.
did an hour and a half. He did a minute 40. You got so mad. I just saw your face.
Here's how I would break that down. Opie says, I put out a dumb video making fun of myself, and these guys decided to call each other up to do an hour about it. What Opie said was, I played Candy Crush live on my national radio show because my co-host was a racist and my other co-host had a personality disorder.
Correct.
He wasn't making fun of himself at all. He was calling out everyone else and saying that the reason why he was the worst host to ever exist on a show was completely the fault of the other two guys. So you know what those other two guys did? Because they still have an audience and a show, they responded to that.
Huh.
You don't say.
But he only responded with 1:40.
Yep. That's...
Don't you understand how that makes him in the right?
I guess.
Don't you understand that his flippant attitude toward it makes him cool?
And by the way...
Don't you understand
in Opie's mind, he put out that video, and Jim and Anthony are like, you got to come on the show. We got to talk about this. When Anthony pulled that up, Jim had never seen it or heard it.
Right.
He goes, oh, did you see what Opie did? He's like, no, what the fuck's that guy doing? So they played the clip, and then they talked about it. And I wish Opie would have actually listened to what they said. Because what Jimmy was trying to tell you, Opie, is to look inward to solve your problems. Look fucking inward for a second and determine if maybe it's you that's the problem from time to time.
Carl, that's crazy. You know that Opie just said something on the beach, just talking.
Yeah.
And these guys overreacted.
He's making fun of himself. He's talking about Jimmy.
And
whatever.
Opie's completely in the right going, oh, they're going to go crazy because they're mad at Opie. Because, he's very relevant. He's just very relevant.
The only thing that makes Opie relevant is me, Anthony, and Jim talking about him. Otherwise, he wouldn't exist on this world. Anyway.
What is he, like a fairy? Like if people say, I don't believe in Opie, he's
right.
drop dead?
Yes, he just disappears.
Oh, he ain't going away.
Well,
Opie's ain't going anywhere.
I shouldn't take credit for keeping Opie relevant. I am not the reason why he is by any means. But my buddy Mike Sappho, who was Opie's producer, been on the show a couple of times, was getting ghosted by Opie. And I felt bad about that because when E-Rock was on, he's like, yeah, I think Opie's done with him because he came on WATP. Oh my God, that cost this guy his gig. He's a big fan of Opie's. So then when I heard this Yakov interview, now remember, the way that the Yakov-Smirnoff interview started was Opie was in the hotel hallway and surprised Yakov.
Now,
there's video of this. It's on our subreddit.
This whole episode gave me PTSD.
Okay.
Because I also had a terrible experience in a hotel room with a very famous comedian from the 80s that was half as interesting as this.
Okay.
But I had PTSD when I was like, come on into the hotel room. I was totally freaking out. I was like, no, don't do it.
Do you want to explain who this comedian was? Or...
Gallagher.
Oh, fuck, that's right. We talked about this.
Yeah.
Fucking Gallagher.
Gallagher dragged me into his hotel room and read his poetry to me
Holy
for 2.5 hours. I stared at a clock for 2.5 hours as he read his poetry to me.
It's almost as if I set you up.
Yeah,
I made you listen to slam poetry and then talking to a washed-up comedian in a hotel room. I'm sorry, dude.
At least I was getting paid when I was dealing with Gallagher.
I am really sorry about that. Yeah, we do not pay our co-host a fucking penny on the show. I don't even cover your gas.
Please. You gave me this flat Coke.
How is that Coke? Is it all right?
I've had worse.
All right. So I was really excited because in the video you see that Opie's with another guy in the hallway and Yakov walks up. And then...
Why is Opie just chilling out in a hotel?
Oh, I'll get to that. Oh, there's a whole backstory to this.
Okay, that's what I need to know.
They go into the hotel room and Opie introduces Mike.
All right. I'm taking my coat off. This is Mike, by the way. He's my producer.
That's slam
Pleasure, my
poetry.
friend. How are you?
Nice to meet you.
So he says, this is Mike. He's my producer. And I heard that, and I immediately messaged my buddy Mike Sappho and said, dude, you're back with Opie. Congrats. That's great. Because he hasn't been on a show in months. And Mike writes back. He's like, yeah, I don't know. I don't know what's going on with that. I'm like, what do you mean? You were just on the show. He's like, well, yeah, you guys will have a field day with this one because I haven't listened to it at this time.
Uh-huh.
I'm like, oh, okay. Well, are you guys on the outs again? And Mike made it sound like he was trying to avoid Opie at this point. At the very end of the show, Mike reveals a text message that he got from Opie and says it out loud to Yakov, and Opie is not happy about this.
I heard it.
This is great.
Yeah, what's up? Mike, you around today? Podcasting with Yakov Smirnoff. Creeped me out because he wants to meet me in his hotel room. That's exactly what he told me.
No, he's making that up. Come on. I wouldn't write that.
All right.
I wouldn't write that.
I gotta go, guys.
So,
Yeah, what's up?
Mike.
You made a guy so uncomfortable he had to leave his own hotel room.
Mike fucking reads the text he got from Opie. Opie goes, you know that's a lie. You know, He's looking at his phone and reading it. What do you mean that's a lie? You think Mike's making this shit up off the cuff?
And he also mentioned it multiple times in the interview.
Yes.
He made jokes about, it's kind of creepy. It brought me to a hotel room.
Oh, so Opie didn't even realize that he was dealing with the real Yakov Smirnoff?
Hey, Stevie, come on up to 4003.
Oh, and this is, by the way, Yakov has a buddy coming over.
Mm-hmm.
And he was supposed to do the thing with Opie at noon, and Opie shows up hours late, and now it's infringing on other things that Yakov has to do. So this is him on the phone with the guy who just showed up to the hotel telling him where to go. And listen to how insecure Opie is with his life and his podcast.
Hey, Stevie, come on up to 4003.
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, I was hoping to see you at noon. That's why
I messed the whole thing up.
Yeah, that's why I had more
I thought you were a
time.
troll account on Twitter. I didn't even really believe it was really you until maybe 2 hours ago.
Oh,
I thought I was getting set up. That's why I brought Mike.
So Mike had mentioned to me in our DM chat that I think Opie just used me because he needed someone who was in the city who could respond to him. Mike was probably his 5th or 6th choice to come down and do this thing. But as he just made clear, Opie didn't even know if he was actually talking to Yakov Smirnoff
You
to
think
set this up.
Opie's been tricked?
Do you think
anybody's got him to show up?
Oh, for sure.
You know something?
I would almost guarantee that you would create any type of fake Twitter account and fool Opie with it.
Sounds like a challenge.
Sounds like a fun thing to do.
Sounds like a challenge.
So Opie is talking about the fact that this guy is coming up. And when Yakov mentions this earlier in the interview, he says, by the way, at 4:30, I have a friend coming over. And Opie tries to make a joke out of it and quickly realizes that it's wildly inappropriate.
I'm expecting somebody coming here at 4:30, so that's why.
Do you need us out of here by 4:30? So you could get the chicken suit on.
No, chicken suit.
Okay.
But I have a friend in Brooklyn who is not doing so well,
I'm
and
sorry
I want
to hear that. I was trying to have fun, and now it's awkward for everybody.
It's all.
Okay. So he has a friend who's in poor health. And so he says, I'm meeting up with someone. We have plans. We want to visit someone. So then this guy shows up, and you would think that Opie would realize that this is probably a sensitive subject. Right?
No, I wouldn't think that. I've
Of course
listened to Opie before.
Of course not. So Opie embarrasses himself yet again when this guy shows up to the hotel room.
You want to put Steve on the podcast too? I mean,
Steve
this
is
turned
there.
into a party.
Yes,
he brought roses. I mean,
yes.
I don't know what's
Steve,
going on here.
We're going.
Huh?
We're going to Brooklyn to see my friend who's not doing well.
You're not the sick
No,
friend.
no. He's a doc.
Oh God!
He's a doctor.
You know who he's completely turned into?
Who?
He's completely turned into Wheeze.
He is Wheeze.
That is
That's
Wheeze
a
all day
Wheeze
long.
thing to do.
The whole thing. I felt like I was listening to that show.
Right. You're like, Wheeze, why would you think a sick person would show up to your hotel room? That's not how this
But
works
not
at
only
all.
that,
And it's got roses.
And not quietly process it either.
Right.
That's the thing that I don't understand.
It's like, who's this fucking asshole with roses? What are you, dying or something? He's like, no, we're going to go visit my friend who is dying in Brooklyn.
And he just talks over the guy, explaining it to him, yelling about how confused he is.
Dude,
I'm so confused.
Opie, you're not even supposed to be there right now. You showed up hours late. And now you're fucking telling this guy who showed up with roses to go visit his sick friend, oh, I thought you were the sicko. Oh, I'm an idiot. Like, what is wrong with you?
Come on, Bobby.
All right. I have a lot to get into.
That whole interview
Yes.
was nuts.
Yes. All right, let's get into it because it starts off, and I'm just going to say this one thing about Yakov. He is lying his fucking ass off.
Fooling.
He talks about how he became famous. He gave himself 10 days to become famous. After coming to America from the Ukraine, he went to the Comedy Store in LA. You ever heard of this place?
No, can't say I've ever heard of the world famous Comedy
Yeah,
Store.
right. Yeah. So he goes up and tries to do stand-up. Mitzi sees something in him and says, I'll tell you what, come back tomorrow and just observe. Just see what the other stand-ups are doing. This is the show that Yakov went to.
come back tomorrow and see a regular show. And then talk to me. So I went, and the first person on stage, it was Monday night, was Robin Williams. Second, he just hit number one with Mork and Mindy.
Yeah.
Second thing was David Letterman.
Oh, my
God. Third person was Jay Leno.
Oh, my
then
God.
followed by Billy Crystal, and Richard Pryor closed the show.
Bullshit! I mean, there's no fucking way that happened.
Well, I don't think Richard Pryor was playing there, but I know Leno and Letterman played the Comedy Store all the time.
Of course, but for that lineup to happen specifically...
Just for Yakov's sake, yeah.
There's just no fucking way that that's what happened. I'm just calling bullshit on
All
it.
right.
Liar, liar, pants on fire is what I'm saying.
I'm just saying at that place, crazier things have happened.
Fair enough. I think that...
I think the crazy thing here is Mitzi Shore taking the time to tell the immigrant boy to come back and watch a free show.
Right.
That's more of the shocking part.
Well, I think that probably what's happened is Yakov's had a very interesting life and found a lot of fame in the 80s.
I learned how to tell a story.
And probably is changing things a little bit in his head. He's been on Carson and Letterman, and maybe he's forgetting where he saw people and how that all went down. I do love when he's leading up to this story, and he just throws out the name of a television show that was popular back in the day, and fucking autistic Opie just has to start yelling out things he knows about the television show. Because this is what you do when you're an interviewer.
I know exactly what you're talking about.
And the person who I was supposed to meet was Ted Bergman. He was the executive producer of Three's Company, which was huge at that time, right?
Yeah.
And
John
so,
Ritter.
Right.
Yeah.
And so he...
Suzanne Summers.
Uh-huh.
The Regal Beagle! It's so funny because...
The other one!
Even Yakov is like... Right, yeah, no, I know. We all know Three's
Dots!
We all know Three's Company. Right, yeah. Anyway, what I'm telling you is about the guy who created that show is...
Mr. Roper!
All right. This is a pretty funny nuclear joke, and this is what Yakov is known for. Is, you know, in Soviet Russia, we'd had it this way, you guys over here.
What a country.
What a country. So this I think is actually pretty funny.
Russia was so much worse because you had it since the 50s, hiding under desks and, you know, all of that, like that would help you from nuclear attack.
Sure.
But that's and they would tell us, if there's a nuclear attack, put the sheet over yourself and crawl slowly to nearest cemetery. That was their strategy. So we were on the same level there.
Solid joke.
That's a good joke, right?
Yeah, I don't hate that at all.
52 seconds later, Opie, who he just said, remember they told you to climb under your desk? And Opie's like, yeah. Opie decides to tell his joke, which there is no punchline for.
Yeah.
And the funny thing is how you talked about, you know, when they were threatening to blow up America with nuclear bombs and stuff, you know, the advice was to just crawl under your desk and everything will be fine.
Yeah,
which
exactly.
I always found ridiculous.
Yeah.
Opie, are you even listening? You're acknowledging things as if you're listening, but you're obviously not. He just said that and turned it into a joke with a good punchline. And Opie goes, you know what else is funny? They used to tell you to climb underneath your desk.
The worst part about it is, you know how in lieu of a punchline, it's like, I hate when people say, hey, you know, it's funny. When they add that in there, it's like, you're going to write your own punchline here. I'm just going to say something at you.
Yeah, there is a punchline. He just said it.
Right.
You fucking idiot. That really is a wheeze thing to do, too.
There's a joke that Yakov does in this that goes right over Opie's head.
I have that.
Oh, thank God.
You ready for that?
God bless you. This joke.
This is great.
It's a corn joke, but it's a simple joke. And the fact that he didn't get it, I couldn't understand. I can't believe.
Opie, so they're talking about the fact that Yakov Smirnoff was booked to perform in front of Ronald Reagan in Washington, D.C.
Yes.
Here's the joke.
And they said, we'd like you to come to Washington to perform in front of the Bushes. And I'm going, this would get me arrested. And they...
Wait, why would you think that?
Because it's funny.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you're the first one who didn't get it, but that's okay. Let me do it again. Let me do this again.
About your friend.
I love how he points out, you're the first one.
You're the first one to not get that joke. You even hear Mike Sappho laughing in the background, like, Opie, you fucking moron. Like, wait, why would you get arrested for performing in front of the Bushes? They were the vice president. And later went on to be that. No. So Bushes can be two things here,
And
Opie.
here's the thing about Yakov.
Fucking wordplay from a guy who barely knows English, and Opie can't keep up with it.
And it's the A material. He's doing like material that he's done. He's like, you're the first person who hasn't gotten this. Like, he's legitimately shocked. Like,
so Opie pretends he's still reeling from the fact that he's got a friend coming over and there's someone who's sick, and so he goes, "Oh no, I'm sorry, I get that joke. I get jokes. I just I'm still reeling from this thing." So then Opie actually gets a joke and has to take credit for it. Have you ever heard someone take credit for getting a joke?
When you think about this, if I bomb, that's one thing.
Yeah.
If he bombs,
that's a
different story.
I got that
You
one.
got that one.
So now Yakov's even making fun of him, like, yeah, okay, you got the bomb joke. Okay, you didn't understand the bushes, but you get the bomb joke. Very good.
Yakov Smirnoff is making you look like an idiot.
Yes.
Wow.
All right, here's more Opie taking credit for getting jokes.
When things don't work, laughter is the first thing to go.
Mm-hmm.
Second thing is intimacy. Third is your house. In that order.
See, I only missed one joke, Yakov.
I know.
One joke. I'm batting pretty well.
He's batting. Dude, I mean, he feels embarrassed by the fact that he didn't get that joke. So now that's all he's thinking of. He's like, "Oh, that was a joke. Okay, no, I get jokes. See, I got that one too. I get
that
it.
was a good one,
That was a
Yakov.
good
Tell
one.
me more jokes."
All right.
Do you have any of the clips of what Yakov is up to in 2020? Did it blow your mind when he started telling you what he's actually working on right now?
It did. I didn't pull the clips. You want to talk about that?
I just want to say that Yakov Smirnoff, if you're looking to retire,
Yeah.
he's opening up Yakov Towers in Branson, where you could go to retire and die in Yakov Towers.
And I almost pulled the clip where Opie tried to make a joke out of that. He's like, "Oh, it makes sense because they were dying of laughter and now they're dying." Which actually I just delivered better than Opie did. I
was
said
gonna
it's
say,
kind
way
of funny.
Yeah, but that's what he's doing. He's not performing. He's like, money's in suckering old people. I'm just not even worried about doing a show anymore.
Well, this is the craziest thing from this entire interview right here. So, Yakov's father passed away before his mother did, and they lived out in L.A. And as we all know, Yakov Smirnoff lives in Branson, Missouri, where he
he does.
feeds dinner with real cloth napkins.
And magnets on the trays.
And magnets on the trays to keep the food from falling off of your lap.
Can I give Opie credit for playing old O&A clips in there? It was the best part of the show.
He did, but not in front of Yakov. He put it in post.
Yes, he did.
And then he played all the jokes that Anthony and Jimmy did about his dinner theater ad, which were all fantastic.
God bless Jim Norton. The line, what restaurant has to advertise that the food doesn't fall off of the table, was so good. I'm not telling you to go.
The funniest thing that ever happened on Opie Radio is playing old O&A shit.
Yes, it is. It is.
So he's in Branson. He decides to move his mom to Branson because his father has passed away. His mom misses his father's grave. Listen to this story.
They can take a picture.
So she's there for a year, and she's appreciative that Yakov did all this for her and closer to family and that, but she's missing her husband who's in the ground in L.A. You know what Yakov does? Digs up his own father and brings him to Branson, Missouri for his mom. Who does that?
Yeah.
No permits. Me and friends do it ourselves.
So I hope that everyone understands what just happened. We are saying that Yakov decided at his mom's request to dig up his dead father and transport him from L.A. to Branson, Missouri, and then rebury him.
Yes.
And Opie asks what is essentially the worst question ever asked on a podcast in the history of podcasting.
But how do you get that? Is that an easy thing to do to dig up your dad and bring him to Branson?
It's not easy.
No!
That's why I haven't done it.
It's most certainly not an easy thing to do, Opie.
If it was easy, everybody would be doing it. We'd all be digging up our
right
grandparents. We'd go to a show.
Whose grandma is this? We're going to move her.
Here we come, Branson.
What kind of fucking question is that?
Nice
Is that a difficult thing to do?
What a... There were so many bad questions in this interview.
Oh,
and
yeah.
let me tell you something. I interview comedians all the time.
Yes.
I would love to interview Yakov because the guy has seen some shit. But Opie doesn't get to anything interesting.
Oh, no. Opie does that classic thing, and I appreciate your interview style.
Thank you.
Because you make it about the guest. seems like it's a no-brainer, but so many people cannot fucking figure that out. I'm going to talk about Artie Lang in a minute because I've been listening to that guy's show, and he fucking talks over. Like, why even have guests on? I love you, Artie, but why are you just talking over people? Anyway.
He's just bringing people over to tell him his coke scoring
stories. Yes! I ever tell you about the time, like, yeah, I heard that on Stern when you were on terrestrial. I heard
Pig
that on Stern
suit,
when you were
right?
on
Pig
Sirius. Yeah. All right, so this is Opie making it about Opie. So he's talking to Yakov, and he wants to know if Yakov knows that they had great bits when he was on O&A.
We saw a commercial for your show in Branson, Missouri, and did that make your radar? Me and Anthony making fun of that whole thing?
No.
No. I mean, why would it? Do you guys watch a YouTube video and goofed
Do you
on
think
it?
anyone, apart from people who work in the kitchen and Yakov's Dinner Adventure, anyone that would go there was a legitimate Opie and Anthony fan?
No, of course
Exactly
not.
right.
It's a very different demographic.
Right. Just,
All right, so this is
self-serving, sir.
This is great because Opie has terrible listening skills. He's not understanding what's going on. This is where Yakov is talking about how his career ended when the Soviet Union became Russia.
You know what I just realized?
What's that?
You and Yakov both smirk a lot.
We do.
You both just grin like idiots.
I know. I've been told this.
All right.
It comes through. All right. Anyway, as you know, the Berlin Wall came down, Soviet Union's wiped out, and now all of a sudden this comedian who talks about in Soviet Russia is no longer relevant. So Opie's talking to him about that and laughs about it. And then listen to how Yakov responds to it.
David Letterman had a top 10 list of things that will now change that the Soviet Union collapsed.
Yeah.
I made number one on the list. Yakov Smirnov will be out of work.
Yeah.
And at first, I thought it was funny.
Of course.
Yeah. It wasn't 6 months later.
No.
I couldn't pay the mortgage on the house. We were living in 2 little kids. I mean, it was scary.
Opie, you know how this goes. Why would you crack up at that? Yeah, they were saying my career was over. He's like, ha ha, that's an amazing joke.
But you had that non-compete money, right? Right? Like,
did you sue SiriusXM? No, I just didn't have gigs anymore.
Clubs stopped hiring me.
Yeah, I'd have children to feed. It was actually a terrible time for me. And this sums up Opie right here.
Is because...
I'm laughing because I'm uncomfortable.
Yep. You are always uncomfortable. Last clip that I want to play is Opie is a retard. And even Yakov talks to him like he's a mentally challenged boy. Listen to how Yakov talks to him right here.
I went to Target and went grocery shopping for the entire house.
Wow.
I wasn't 100.
Oh, big boy went to grocery.
Wow.
I mean, that sounds like he's a step away from just jingling keys at him,
Right.
doesn't it?
Yakov was talking about how he escaped a communist country, came to America, became uber famous overnight, and Opie goes, I went to Target and did grocery shopping for my family.
There's one clip in there I can't believe you didn't pull.
Okay, what's that?
Where he goes, where the Opster says, no editing for me.
Yeah.
You didn't cut that for your board?
I didn't, because it's the same old shit.
All right.
It's the same, because, right, Opie, when he didn't get the joke and he embarrassed himself, Yakov goes, well, you can cut all this out. It's your show. And Opie goes, are you kidding me? Edit my show?
Come
Am
on.
I going to get Mike Saffel to do it? Like, who the fuck's going to do that kind of thing?
The only reason he's here is to embarrass me in front of you.
You're not going to believe this, dude. And I can't believe this. This is a treat.
None of this was recorded?
Yakov Smirnov is in the Discord right now. Yakov, are you there, buddy?
I am here. Can you hear me?
Yakov!
Oh.
This is amazing. I want to hear about this whole adventure you had with our friend Greg Opie Hughes. How fun was that?
Oh, he's a great interviewer. Come into my room, make a mess. He make me late for death of my friend. A real piece of work, this Opie. I wish I know more about him before I do interview in hotel room with him.
It was funny, too, because at one point, Opie was uncomfortable being in a hotel room with just you and him. That's why he brought Mike Saffo. And you mentioned that there was never going to be any gay sex involved in this. And you were kind of curious why Opie thought that might be the case.
No, I don't want to have intercourse with Opie, of course. But, you know, if I was going to have intercourse with someone, it would be probably the Creamy Butters
from the Pod Squad.
show.
Sure, that makes perfect sense. Hey, Yakov, where exactly is your father now?
Well, it's funny you say, but he's in the ground.
Okay.
Yes, he's in the ground. I plant tree next to him. So,
on your grounds of your property?
I have a question.
Yes.
I have a question for you, Yakov. Is it difficult to dig up a dead person and move them halfway across the country?
It's really fucking difficult. Yes,
Oh, no
it's
shit.
really. Yes, I don't swear often, but fuck this guy, this Opie. Yes.
No shit, Sherlock! Oh my god. So I gotta understand how this whole thing came about, because it sounds like you messaged Opie to be on his show. Did you know that his show is listened to by 4 people and 2 of them are me?
Well, I've fallen so far as a star. I'm not where I used to be, and it's good to be asked to be on show. I'd be on your show on WATP, but I like to, be on show as much as possible because I'm not around in the spotlight much. But this Opie Hughes is a huge piece of shit. I mean, he make me late for the death of my friend. I can't, in Soviet Russia, they hang you for this.
For bad podcasting?
So what you're saying is that Opie should be killed? Is that your summation of this?
Yes, and then his body dug up and transported to another area.
Preferably Branson, yes.
Branson, Missouri, where I am putting up new tower. Thank you, Vinny.
You're welcome.
Talking about
smeared off.
Yes.
Yeah, why don't you plug your death tower there for all the listeners at WATP?
Yes, Yakov Towers going up soon. Going up on land right next to Dead Father. It's next to hospital.
He bragged about that on the show.
He did. He goes right next to the hospital. Like, how convenient.
And then he goes, I'm very strategic thinker. He said it.
He said strategic.
Yes, he did.
That is true. They like magnet on tray for food at my place. They like magnet for tray on food at hospital, too.
Yes, they do.
Yes.
Well, Yakov, I want to thank you for coming on the show. Anything else you want to tell us about your experience with Opie or your plans for the future?
Plans for the future are the Yakov Tower.
Yep.
As I mentioned, OB can go put his penis in his own butthole. As far as I'm concerned,
right.
I did not care for the man. And Vinny, you're good. Have me on your show. I'm comedian.
Yeah. That's true. He could be on your show.
I'm sorry. I'm busy.
Come meet the girls at Gas.
I have Rich Voss on again.
Jesus fuck.
Sorry.
All right. Well, I've already reached out to Mark. I talked to him. I go over your head. I'll get on show. All right.
He's okay. You good luck with
Yakov's
that.
got an inside track. It sounds like.
I sure do.
All right.
Sure do.
Well, thanks for coming on the show, Yakov. If you want to hang out in the Discord, feel free.
What a country. What a country. All right. Go. See you.
Well, that was a treat.
I'm on Gallagher's website, and he
Okay.
actually has a page called Poetry.
Oh boy.
And there's a list of all of his poems here, titled Cupid Pits Loverboy versus the Earth, I Kicked Football, Obama's Final Thoughts, Gallagher's Bucket List, and Mr. Penguin, all available on GallagherSmash.com.
Holy shit.
If you'd like to find out what I sat there and listened to for 2.5 hours while he stood there in a pair of gym shorts and a tank top and no shoes or socks.
Oh, what a fucking disaster that guy is.
I did get to see the hammer, though.
Yeah.
It was
The
in the
sledge-o-matic.
filthy bathroom next to the toilet.
Oh, Jesus Christ. What's he using it for? Is it a plunger, too?
I don't know what he was using it for, but it was the strangest place I've ever been. Okay.
All right. I got to keep flying. We're going to move real quick. All right, you get the point. Opie starts off his latest show, and this fucking podcast is called Anthony Makes Me Mad and Sad. So he's never done this in a title before where he's like, I'm going to talk about Anthony Cumia. So he gets everybody talking, like, oh shit, there's a new episode out where he talks about that. And I just want to play what the actual Anthony talk is in this episode. Because somebody writes in and says, hey, if you saw Anthony on the street, you guys both live in New York, and you just passed by him, like, how would you react to that? Opie's response is, I don't want to talk about that right now. Right. And then he goes on. This is the only thing he says about Anthony on the show.
The overwhelming majority of hate I get towards me and my family absolutely comes from Anthony. And that just really, really makes me really mad and really sad at the same time, if that makes sense.
So that's where he got the title for the episode from. And then there's no other talk about Anthony on the show. And meanwhile, he says all of the hate towards me and my family. Do you read the YouTube comments? Have you ever read what people write on the internet about you? Do you ever go on Twitter and actually read through these comments? They're not Anthony. It's not Anthony. Although I was talking about it last week that their two fake accounts are fighting each other.
Yeah.
That's still going on, and now I've been dragged into it. So I'm very excited about this. I encourage everyone to check that out. Opie starts off his show like an amateur would with shout-outs.
What's going on, Dennis and Justin Collins? And who else? Rachel, what's going on? Crumbump. God, all the regulars popping right in. Donald, what's going on? McHenry, Cruiser, what's up? What's up, Ken R? Hacks Against Hacks, what's up? Aaron Lewis, what's up? Rich Donovan, what's up? Rick Bradley, my God. All the regulars. You guys are like celebrities to me.
Personality. This is what he's doing on his podcast now.
Said this over and over again. I can't say it enough. Calling out people's Patreon contributions is exciting for one person. It's not exciting to listen to.
This is not even Patreon. These
know.
are people in the chat room on YouTube.
You usually just hear it in Patreon, though, but this is the exact same thing.
All right, so he has a sponsor on his show. He talks about it 3 different times. It's Blue Chew.
Right.
More boner pill stuff. And I'm going to tell you right now, I'm predicting that Blue Chew is done working with Opie based on this right here.
I was talking to my pals at Blue Chew. I said, hey, man, how we doing? And they said, tell you the truth, we're 75% happy. And I'm like, what does that mean? They said, well, we need to get to 100% happy, and then we'll continue sponsoring the Opie Radio podcast. I said, oh, okay. So what that means is I need a few of you guys, not many, but a few, to go to BlueChew.com and get your boner pill.
All right, that's going away. There is no way. Nobody says we're 75% happy. What that means is we've committed to these next couple episodes. After that, nobody listens to your show, Opie. We're not getting anyone from
We're
this.
semi-rigid, but we're on our way to completely flaccid. So see you later.
Yeah, how do you guys feel about me?
Not quite turgid.
And I call this also bullshit because Opie is asking for more money.
You know, maybe buy a t-shirt or a hat at opieradio.com. I got bandwidth charges up the ass every month. You fuckers are downloading too many episodes, so...
That doesn't make any sense, Rick.
No fact checking. He needs money because of these bandwidth charges that he has up the ass for people downloading his show so much, Andy. All right, I'm just going to throw this out there because my show is downloaded more than his is. I pay $30 a month. Okay. In order to have this everywhere that it is that you can download it and listen to the show.
Okay.
So Opie doesn't need you to buy his merchandise. To cover the cost of these crazy bandwidth fees.
Right, I already bought the t-shirt, Carl. Jeez, what else can I do?
All right, one last thing I wanted to play because somebody posted this on our subreddit. Matt Serra, the UFC Hall of Famer, was on the Jim and Sam show.
Ah, yes.
Did you watch this?
Yeah, I saw in the Reddit feed that he was talking shit.
I just have a quick clip. It's a funny video, but this is just great.
So what's really amazing about Opie is his confidence. Where the fuck does he get his confidence from? What the fuck is he so cocky about? No, because Anthony's hysterical, Anthony Cumia.
Yeah. I love that. Why is he confident? What happened in his life that someone told him he was good at something? It doesn't make any sense.
He rode on his coattails to success.
Anthony Cumia was on Artie Lang's Halfway House. They put out a 2-part episode.
Okay.
And we all know that Artie Lang loves to talk over people and not let them answer questions. So we're just going to try to get past that.
Okay.
Okay, you're going to hear some of that going on.
All right.
But what I thought was interesting was, of course, there was the Artie and Anthony show for about 8 months where Artie joined Compound Media and they had a show together and Artie was a train wreck at the time.
Yeah.
He would leave in the middle of the show to go to the bathroom. He'd come back and blood would be pouring out of his nose. He was that bad.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it was bad. So the first part is pretty much him apologizing to Anthony for everything. And Anthony doing what he always does, giggling about it and going, who cares? Because Anthony doesn't like confrontation.
No,
you know.
he doesn't.
But part 2, they talk about Opie a little bit, and they get into some of that stuff. And I don't think there was anything mind-blowing or anything that's all that new that came out, but just a couple clips that I wanted to comment on. And one of them is something that I've always said, and that's the fact that when people say, well, is Opie really the problem? You know, it's easy to blame Opie, but what about Anthony? He does this, he does that. What about Jim Norton? This fucking guy, Jim Norton, by the way, he was just on Joe Rogan, did a 3-hour-long interview with Joe Rogan.
I gotta listen to that.
I don't know. He's talking about the fact that he puts a rope around his neck when he's at home and feeling suicidal just to feel it. As I, Jim, you fucking get out, man. What are you doing? And he's talking about it very openly, like this is what people do. He's like, yeah, you know, like when people shoot themselves, they put the gun in their mouth a few times before they finally do it, just to get the feel of it. I'm like, Jesus, Jim. So anyway, my point is this.
Oh, Jimmy Norton, stop it.
I know. My point is this. Jim and Ann have their issues, and people say, well, Opie just has issues too. But I've always said, yeah, but if you look at all the people who are involved in that show, everyone's friends with each other, except for one fucking guy, and Anthony points this out.
Jimmy's great. And I still have a lot of those professional and just personal relationships with a lot of the people that I worked with on the Opie and Anthony show, except for Opie.
It's crazy.
And it just gets to the point where you got to start thinking like, all right, let me look a little deeper. Was it me? Did I do something? This? And, you know, Opie's just out there. I don't even know what he's doing.
Nobody knows what he's doing. So it's interesting that they have reached out to Opie. I know Eric Nagel talks about this. Obviously, there's a whole thing where they tried to hire him to come onto Compound Media. Keith the Cop has reached out to Opie. And so Anthony talks about the fact that they've tried to reach out to this guy to see if there's anything they can do from a business standpoint, which is pretty natural to do. If there's potential money to be made, have a meeting. And in this next clip, you'll hear the premise is, can our people talk to your people? Like, let's just have a meeting and figure this out. And Opie even rejects that.
We've approached numerous times, and he wasn't even for the idea of us sitting down at a restaurant and meeting with Keith and his guy. Wow. And shit. Like, he's got these ideas that I did things to him. He always talks about, like, oh, he did things to me. I'm not going to bring him up. And then people go, what were those things? I go, nothing.
Well,
make a giant, put him in a different tax bracket.
Yeah, it's exactly. You're talking about success.
Yeah,
that old gag. But it is true. Opie, he loves to sit back and go, "Oh, you don't even know, man. Oh, Eric Nagel, he did me wrong, man. You don't even know. Oh, Anthony, oh my God, the things that he's done." You're like, name 2. Can you just let people know what you're talking about here? He's never ever once come out and said anything, because God forbid somebody says, oh, that's what you're upset about? Because here are the 18 things that you did to me over the last 3 years.
Right.
So it's all obviously Opie.
It is.
Is the problem.
Well, everybody knows that.
And here's further proof of that. There was a point in time where, and this was a small point in time, where Artie Lang was still on the Howard Stern show. And Sirius merged with XM. XM's morning show was Opie and Anthony. Sirius's morning show was Howard. Sirius took over XM, and you had this point where they all moved into the building together, and it was Opie and Anthony and Howard having shows in the same building at the same time.
Oh, I remember.
They had lots of issues around guests and where could guests go and which show did have to go on first. And they talk about, this is Artie Lang talking about a confrontation that he had. He's only had one confrontation with the people on Opie and Anthony. I guess who it was with.
Oh, I don't know.
It was with Opie.
I told you the only person I've ever had a confrontation with on that show in the Stern day, like, you know, we were both at Sirius, was that time with Opie in the bathroom.
in the bathroom.
And I saw, and again, to me, it was all just radio bullshit.
That's what I was under the impression. It's that, hey, motherfucker.
And I saw him, and I said, hey, Opie, what's up, man? And he said, fuck you. I'm like, what are you talking about?
What?
Because you said something about our show. I'm like, what did I say? It was something so innocuous. I don't even remember what I said. And then we got into a big shouting match. And Baba Booey had to break it up. It was actually kind of a funny scene.
Yeah, no shit.
Yeah, I mean, you know, if we would have fought, that would have been something for the Hall of Fame.
That's Mike Buschetti that you hear cracking up in the background.
Oh, well, God, why is he there?
He's the co-host on Artie's show. My buddy Drew Lane and I go back and forth about this because we talk about Artie Lang. We're both fans of his.
Mm-hmm.
But he's terrible on this new show format where he's pretending to interview people. Artie just wants to tell stories. And that's all I want Artie to do is tell stories. I don't need him asking questions of other famous people. He should just get on there. He should have 7 co-hosts who don't talk. They just laugh. And he should just tell his stories.
Sure.
That'd be great.
Yeah. Does he have him on there to make Artie's face look better?
I don't know that anyone can make Artie's face look better at this point.
Well, in comparison.
It's tough. Man, Mike Bichetti is rough. That is for sure. All right, so we're podcasting from Gebhardt's right now. We're on the podcast. Mike Sappho's going to show up at any minute now and tell us all of his amazing Opie stories.
Not happening.
From being the producer on Opie.
Not happening.
I'm hanging out with Megan.
Hello.
And Matt.
What up?
Yes, and we are broadcasting live from Gebhardt's.
Hey,
it's a dream come
can
true.
Somebody turn the music down because we're trying to.
Yeah, turn the music down. We're trying to podcast over here.
Can we just do a
What's wrong with you people?
Some bullshit over here.
Can't you tell we're podcasting? We're very important people trying to podcast. We are literally in Gebhardt's. I heard Opie talking to Jim Florentine at Gebhardt's from earlier this week, but I think he learned to walk away from the bar area and actually go somewhere where they could talk to people. I have not figured that out yet.
I think there's a secret room where we can do armpit farts, and we're about to go there. It's going to happen.
What I like is that not only is there a lot of ambient noise, which is always good for a broadcast, there's been an alarm going off pretty much nonstop for the 3 hours we've been here.
30,000 minutes.
Oh wait, Mike Sappho is showing up. He's gonna tell us, "Hey girl, it's Mike. Opie's a dick. I knew it." All right.
That's a fake. That's a fake.
Thanks for hanging out.
It's showtime.
WATP.
WATP.
Hello, bag slappers and cousaroos. Welcome to another episode of Who Are These Podcasts? The only show that's making time, breaking ground, sailing Brown Bay to Chocolate Town. I'm your host, Carl. With me this week, back-to-back weeks, Jen from the Jingles Department.
Heidi-ho.
Jen, thanks for joining us again.
Gosh, thanks for having me.
Go to whoarethese.com to get our email address, voicemail number, link to our subreddit, link to the Discord server, link to our merchandise, link to our Patreon. We're going to record a new bonus episode this week. Dick Masterson and I are going to be recording that in a couple of days. Also, we encourage our listeners to give us a 5-star review on iTunes and then shit all over us in the comments section. I think I saw Vic in the Discord. We'll get her on later to read some of those recent reviews that have come in. But first, we got to talk about what's going on with our friend Opie. He went down to Fort Lauderdale to visit Wheeze during the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
And they did a bunch of podcasts from down there. Opie was on Wheeze's morning show. Wheeze has a morning show in Rochester, but he actually records it from his condo in Fort Lauderdale in the winter months.
Yes, which is wise.
Which is wise. It's one of the smarter things that he does.
Yes.
So Opie went down there and they hung out and did a show. So we talk about Opie from time to time on this show.
Not again.
I thought it would make sense for us to review what he's been up to lately. And it's always fun when you just hear two professional broadcasters get on and just start doing their thing. I love the wittiness of the banter that goes on between them, because Opie just comes up with these things and it just gets stuck in your head. Coronavirus comes up and Opie's got a gag for that, of course.
If there's some corona, it's going to get on the motherfucking mask.
Yeah.
Then you're going to touch it, and then you got it on your hand.
My corona.
Oh, yeah.
Bum, 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 bum,
My corona. That was a good parody song.
No, it's all about...
Fucking dorks. He first sang it, and you're like, oh, don't do that. And then he has to start like doing the music to it, too. And, of course, Wheeze is his buddy, so he's like, yeah, that's funny.
They have fun.
That's a good parody song.
They have fun together.
This is funny. So, Opie's talking about on his flight down to Florida, there's a family who asks him to take their picture. Do you see how I said that? Picture.
Proud of you.
Thank you. I've been working on it. And Wheeze assumes that he means they want a picture with him because he's Opie from Opie and Anthony.
Oh, Lord.
Not the case.
I'm sure not.
Lovely family flying down to Fort Lauderdale like myself. It's me and then a family in the row.
Oh, yeah.
And they want a picture. And
they know it's Opie?
No, sorry, they want a picture of them. No, God, those days are
they
over.
Want you to take a
God,
picture.
those days are over.
What do I know?
No, now when they say, "Can I get a picture?" They're basically handing me the camera.
Aw.
I love that. It makes me so happy.
Wheeze always has to make it worse.
Well, Wheeze is so out of it that he still thinks that Opie is talented and famous. So Wheeze is a little bit out of it. He's like, yeah, man, you're Opie. Of course they want a picture. Oh, no. They just handed me their phone and asked me to take a picture of it. All right. They get into some political talk, and I love it. Is this the episode that you listened to, by the way? The one that I'm playing clips from right now?
No, I listened to the one about the Super Bowl.
Okay, I have that one too.
Okay.
Don't you worry.
Okay,
we got that covered. So I love when they get into political talk because Opie knows a lot about politics and makes a lot of sense. And of course, Wheeze is like really far left leaning. So he gets into these political rants. And when the two of them get together, you know, intelligent things are going to be said.
But this bullshit's been happening in our political system since the beginning of time. And when they talk about the founders would be rolling over in their graves, I'm like, the founders were terrible people too.
It seems to me like you're an expert, Mark.
Way to break it down there, Opie. The people who founded this country were terrible people.
Well,
there you go, Ope. Nailed it.
I mean,
as they get into the political talk, though, Wheeze does make a statement that I find to be very true.
I guarantee you there's friends of yours, I call them friends, listeners of your podcast that have already turned it off.
Check out the big brain on Brad. You're a smart motherfucker. That's right.
Yep.
I would have.
Yeah, if you weren't assigned it.
If I wasn't assigned to listen.
If Carl didn't tell me how to listen to the entire episode, I would have definitely turned it off at that point. But instead, we pushed through. And I love when Wheeze starts talking about one of the biggest problems we have in the world is we're making too many people. This overpopulation. Yeah. This isn't a thing I've heard a lot about recently because we've figured it out.
Sure.
There's less hunger than there's ever been, and there's more people than there've ever been, but whatever. Wheeze gets his news from an interesting source.
Because you can't keep making babies,
right?
And the whole world keeps making babies, and nobody stops to think about water, electricity. Man, it's scary to look at science fiction movies and stuff and not know that this shit's coming.
Uh-oh, retard alert!
Oh my God!
Retard alert, class!
He goes, the two examples he came up with, which are brilliant. Water and electricity. We're going to run out of them because there's too many people. Haven't you ever seen a science fiction movie? That's what's going to happen.
Aye.
So there's this thing called the water cycle. I don't know if you're familiar with this.
I'm a little familiar.
Water doesn't ever go away.
Right.
We have the exact same amount of water on the earth now that we did millions of years ago. Sure. Or 5,000 years ago when the earth was created, whatever.
It's just in different places now than it used to be. That's all.
We're going to run out of electricity with all these fucking people.
Well, running out of electricity
fucking moron.
Is fucking stupid to say.
This isn't about, I shouldn't be talking about Wheeze. This is about Opie. I feel bad now. Let's talk about the fact that one good thing came from the death of Carl Ruiz. And I don't say that lightly. I was a fan of Carl Ruiz, but his timing was good.
Matter of fact, we were planning a trip to Rochester. We were going to be there in late September. Carl died September 21st.
Yeah,
That's why I canceled the trip, obviously.
Kept Opie out of Rochester.
Well,
so at least that happened.
When I heard that part of it, I thought, so close. You almost met Carl Ruiz.
Man, I wish Jeremiah's would have poisoned them the way that they poisoned me. I mean, is that so bad to wish somebody to get food poisoning?
It's
from
not
a restaurant
it's not
that sucks.
It's not nice.
It's not a nice thing. You're right. All right. This is the big deal. This was the big story. They talked about it on this podcast. They talked about it on Wheeze's show. They go to this nice Italian restaurant. It's like the finest Italian restaurant in all of Fort Lauderdale. And Wheeze and Opie, it was like the day that he got down there, took a little selfie together. And this is the story here.
So I just posted a picture. I'm not even thinking anything of it. And one of my guys goes, "Yo, oh, did you see what it says in between you and we?" So there's a sign in the background, way in the back of the restaurant. I guess near the bar or something. I don't know what the actual word said, but in the picture that is posted on my Instagram, go back a little bit if you want to see it for yourself. All you see is the letters in between me and Weeze's head, C-U-Z.
Yep.
As in
cuz. Lit up.
So Opie takes a picture, and I looked at this picture.
You did? I didn't look at it.
Opie takes a picture with him and Wheeze, and in between them is the word cuz. And it's like Carl Ruiz is trying to make a statement like, hey, I'm here with you guys, kind of thing.
Yeah.
What I noticed in that picture, they're in the finest Italian restaurant in Fort Lauderdale. Opie's wearing a ski hat.
Ugh.
He's dressed like a bum. What is wrong with this guy? He's a millionaire.
He's eccentric.
Is that what it is?
Isn't that what millionaires are?
I don't know, maybe do your hair before going out to a nice restaurant?
Well, Wheeze
put on a fucking ski cap.
Wheeze mentioned that he was in his pajamas the entire time he was there.
That's true. They did make fun of Wheeze for what Wheeze was making fun of Opie for what he was wearing.
Right.
Whatever.
Doesn't matter.
I know. It's the stupidest radio bit ever. I mean, Vic does a very good job with it, but talking about what people are wearing on the radio typically does not work all that well. So one of the things, I didn't realize this, but Carl Ruiz, his grave site is in Fort Lauderdale or somewhere near there. I think they had to drive an hour to get there. So one of the things that they were talking about is they were going to go visit his grave site.
Okay.
And then we'll do another taste post or during Carl.
I don't know.
Okay, post Carl.
A few people told me not to do pod.
Oh, because do people think you're using the mother executive fella? Cuz, come on, he just sent us a message.
Yeah, he almost wants us to do a podcast.
Last night he sent a message.
So they go to his gravesite, and Opie decides he's not going to podcast from there, which I give him credit for. But it's interesting how that came out, because that must have been a conversation they had before, because Opie's like, I don't think we're going to do that. He's like, oh, because people think that you're using him. It's like, yeah, you're selling merchandise that says #Ruizing on your website. And I just want to point out, if that wasn't bad enough, do you know what the new t-shirt is that Opie's promoting on his website?
No.
OpieRadio.com?
Haven't seen it.
It's a wow sticker.
Huh?
Yeah. Whip 'em Out Wednesday, the old Opie and Anthony catchphrase. You can now buy a wow t-shirt on OpieRadio.com. Do you think he's giving proceeds to Anthony Cumia or Jim Norton or
Well, maybe that was Opie's idea to begin with.
Sam Roberts?
Maybe they didn't have anything to do with it.
Eric
Maybe it was just
Nagel.
Opie. Which it might have just been him. Whip 'em Out Wednesday sounds like something Opie would come up with.
It does sound like something Opie would come up with. It's funny to me that he wants to distance himself from the Opie and Anthony world. Doesn't want to be part of that anymore. But if you want to buy a t-shirt, I'll sell you a t-shirt.
But not lately. That's all he's talking about lately.
Yeah, that might be true. Let's call up my buddy Mike Sappho. Let's see if we can get him. We got some things we need to talk to this guy about. So I appreciate you taking some time today. I know you're visiting your mom, and it's really nice of you to make some time for us. What I really wanted to talk to you about was a couple of things. One of them is you were not doing Opie's show. You were his producer for a little while there, the Westwood One days, and then you hadn't done his show in a long time. And then all of a sudden, he was talking to Yakov Smirnoff in Yakov's hotel room, I believe in Manhattan somewhere. And all of a sudden, it's like, whoa, Mike's back.
Yeah, at first I'm like, these guys are crazy. I did Carl's show, I did WATP, but I spoke very highly of Opie. I made sure you guys didn't destroy him anymore. And then I didn't hear from Opie, so I'm like, these sons of bitches are right. I think I'm blackballed. But yeah, I got a phone call, and he's like, hey, are you busy? He texted me, are you busy right now? And it was the day of the AFC, I guess, maybe the first round of the AFC playoffs. I'm like, no, I'm not. He's like, listen, I'm about to interview Yakov Smirnoff in my hotel room, in his hotel room. And to be honest with you, I'm kind of creeped out because I don't even know if it's really even him.
So that's funny because you read that text out loud, and he was pissed at you. He's like, I didn't write that. He's lying. I didn't write that.
You know, I don't know why. I'm bad at reading a room because I'll tell you the truth. He's doing so. He tells me, hey, can you come to the city? And I'm like, yeah, why not? I haven't seen him, and I did want to link up and just see, like, hey, are we cool? I haven't heard from you. How you doing with, I know he was still reeling about Carl. So I go there. We go upstairs to Yakov's thing, and they're having a good time, a little banter. It was kind of funny, a little weird in Yakov's hotel room. But then I'm like, hey, this is a funny part. And that was the whole issue of the Opie and Anthony show. You'd kind of blow people up.
Yep.
So I'm like, this is great. I had the text. My phone says Opie. So I'm like, hey, I'm kind of creeped out about Yakov didn't think it was too funny, and I don't think Opie thought it was too funny. So I felt like such an ass. I'm like, oh my God. And then Yakov kind of ended the interview. So I'm like, oh boy.
Oh shit.
Oh boy.
So what happened after that?
No. So we finished the interview. Listen, it wasn't like, oh, I'm pissed at you. It was, I didn't read the room well. And that was it. Then I really didn't hear from him. It got a little weird. He asked me to send him a clip from some YouTube thing, which I did. And then he's like, hey, bro, I haven't heard from you in a week. I'm like, I emailed you twice, man. And that was it. I really haven't heard from him. And ironically, it was funny. When was it, Carl? Maybe 3 or 4 days ago, he hit me up. And he's like, hey, I'm going to be at Gebhardt's on Thursday recording with Vic and Sherrod. Are you free? But I was working. If it's a last-minute thing, I can never just pull last-minute, like leave early, shoot over there to do it.
No, you can't even meet up with people at Gebhardt's where we make plans well in advance. So...
Carl, if you do it a week early, I should be okay, yes. But so it was the day before, and that was it. So I haven't really heard from him too much, but the truth, I'll throw it out there. I threw a very nice text message like, hey, I know you're dealing with so much stuff, but, we haven't really worked together in a while. Is everything cool? I threw it out there because I was a little curious what happened. And then, and he's like, everything's cool. He's like, the truth, he's like, I'm messed up with Carl, man. I'm doing my thing. I'm going to see what's going on. Then he was down, he was down in Florida with Brother Weeze. He's been doing more of his own thing. And that's it. Hopefully when he sets back up, and if he does set back up, I'll definitely help out and stuff, but I haven't really heard from him too much.
Okay.
But Carl, even if you notice, I know you listen, he hasn't done many podcasts. They're mostly like the Instagram lives and stuff, and like Brother Weeze, he was in Florida, so there's no real need for me to set up or help out right now. So
I love that you're still the scorned lover who's saying, no, he's going to come back. He's figured his thing out, but he'll be back when he's ready. We'll still be together.
Not together. I think if he does start podcasting more traditionally and he needs help, I love the podcasting. I love coming on your show. I would love to help out anyone podcasting. So if he does need help, of course I'm there. But the truth, he hasn't done anything where he needs help. What am I going to go sit in his apartment and hold the phone out the window? He doesn't really need me right now.
I just got the sense from that Yakov interview so he kind of called you last minute for that. And
yeah, that was actually like 1 hour before the show. It was a Sunday. He's like, hey, what are you doing today?
Yeah.
So I'm like, oh, nothing. Just going to watch the game. He's like, hey, can you come to the city? Like I said, Yakov. As we're going up there, he goes, I don't even know if this is really Yakov. I'm like, where the hell am I going?
Wow.
Because there's a funny video of you guys like hanging out in the hotel hallway, and Yakov just comes walking up towards you, and you're like, oh, hey, there he is.
Yeah, well, Carl, here's full disclosure. We get there, and I'm in the lobby for like 10 minutes. Ope shows up. And he's like, hey, you ready to roll? I'm like, yeah. So we go upstairs. Yakov texted him whatever floor he was on, like 8th floor. We get off. Ope, sets up the Zoom. We plug in the microphones. And we're walking over, getting ready to knock on Yakov's door. And Yakov's walking down the hallway. So it was like he was completely thrown off guard. Yeah, I was freaked. I'm like, holy crap, he's like, Mike, I'm not even sure if this is even him. I'm like, well, what could it be? Are we getting set up here? Right. I don't know why he brought me there, but yeah, Yakov showed up, and it was a good time. That was the last time I saw him, though.
So I got the sense that he was really annoyed with you because of a couple of the comments that you made while you were there and kind of blowing up his spot. But you didn't have any conversation with him afterwards that made you think that he was concerned about that?
No, because, I kind of know my place on his show.
Okay.
Like, I actually don't talk. I try not to talk whenever I'm there. Like, it's not my place. Like, it's his show. Even when it was him and Carl, or if he had a guest, I tried never to talk. It was never really my business to ever get involved in it. It's not my whole thing was to be helped behind the scenes. So with Yakov, I thought it was funny when Ope called him. He's like, yeah, when Opie said to him, Carl, during the interview, I didn't even know if this was really you. I'm like, finally, a perfect time for me to show, look, Yakov, he really didn't think it was you because you called him out. Yeah, and it didn't go over well. I'm just sitting there like, oh, boy. And there was no one else there for me to even, like, like, oh, hey, help me out with this one. I just stood there looking ridiculous. So.
Well, it's weird that Opie's immediate reaction was, he's lying. I didn't write that. You're just like, well, Opie, do you think you think Mike Samuel's just making up a text that he got? Why would he be lying about that? And you can tell Yakov was just like, well, he's not lying. What are you talking about?
And Carl, I would have never walked in there and be like, yeah, he said he creeped out. But Ope made that comment a few times. So I'm like, oh, it must be cool. It's out in the open. But I'm so glad you said that because, my DMs are open on Twitter. I don't care who writes to me. Yeah. But 3 or 4 people wrote to me, and they were like, we just heard you on WATP. Why did he call you a liar? You had the text message. Wait, some girl wrote the funniest thing. She's like, you're good. So I'm like, question mark? I'm like, oh, I'm sorry, I'm married. I thought she was creeping on me.
Yeah.
And she's like, you sat there, put Opie in your phone, made a fake text message to then show Yakov to end the show. I'm like,
right. That's what he's trying to say. Like that's not even his real phone. That's not even a phone. He made this up. He painted that on there.
I felt bad because I'm like, I thought it was funny. I'm like, I never talk. It seemed kind of funny. You were creeped out, and Carl, a few minutes before that, he did say, I was creeped out. I'm sitting at creepy Yakov's hotel room. Yeah. Yakov was running with it, and then I guess me showing the text kind of went over the top a little bit.
Yeah, it kind of ruined things. So the other thing I wanted to talk to you about, and now that you mentioned that Opie's still really depressed about Carl dying, this tends to be a lot less fun than I was hoping it would be. But
oh no, come on, we make it fun.
I had a friend who was down in Miami, and we were doing something for work for the Super Bowl, and she was forced to stay a little longer than she was planning on, and stayed with Wheeze at the same time that Opie was there. And I had no idea that Opie was staying with Wheeze at the time. So it was really interesting because this person doesn't know who Opie is, never heard of Opie and Anthony, didn't know anything about it, just happened to be like put in a position where she's like hanging out with Opie. Okay. And the description of Opie was interesting to me. He never left the place. They're right on the beach. They're right on the water. He never left the place. He was just on his phone the entire time. Only time he lit up and acted normal was when he was doing a podcast or when he was on the radio show. Other than that, just mopey, kept to himself. And he was even going off and complaining about Anthony to this friend of mine who doesn't know who Anthony is or anything about that. And Opie's come out and said, I never even think about Anthony. You guys asked me in the chat, and so I have to think about it. But he was like bitching about Anthony and what a racist he is and what a problem he was and all this stuff. Like, I don't know what your experience is with Opie outside of doing the show, but is that a good representation of his personality at this point?
No, well, 2 things. One, I'll address the Anthony thing. When Tim Sabian and Opie were like, hey, do you want to come work?
Yeah.
It was kind of like, hey, I'm not going to be fanboy and be like, hey, I have a million Opie and Anthony questions. So even though I wanted to ask questions about like WNEW stuff and signing, they were supposed to sign with Sirius, I never went over that line because I'm like, I don't want to be fanboy. So many times I wanted to.
Yeah.
I think in the times we hung out, Anthony's name only came up like one time. He didn't speak too ill of him. It was more like, it was that famous Gebhardt's episode when they were all drinking. And, I think Ope said like, O never stop being O, A stop being A, something on that level. But I never really asked about the Anthony situation. I always felt it wasn't my place. And for the second thing about him being social, we've hung out a few times. He's not like on the show. He's one of those guys. I'm kind of like Howard Stern, how he was perceived, that he was very shy, an introvert, never really outgoing. But when the mic's on, it's like something just clicked. Now I can be outrageous and out there. Yeah, he's not very talkative. Like, again, Carl, I might be the scorn lover and he doesn't want to talk to me.
Yeah.
He never really seemed to like he's not that kind of guy. He's very to himself and stuff. Like, I wouldn't see him going out there, just randomly walking up to people. He's very quiet. Even when it was Carl's benefit at La Cubana, it was packed. There was 200 people there.
Yeah.
And he was very, very quiet, sits by himself. It's more if he takes everything in. He's not really overly outgoing, I should put it that way.
Sounds like depression to me.
Yeah, I'm not a doctor. I don't know.
Right.
I'm going to tell you, though, the truth, and we can still make it fun. But even when I texted him, like, hey, listen, we haven't really done anything in months. You okay? How's everything with us? He was honest. He's like, dude, this Carl thing messed me up more than anything. Like, it was out of nowhere. So we did hit him with a big shock. So that might have something to do with it, but I don't know. Down in Florida for the Super Bowl, you could have let loose a little bit.
Yeah, you would think so.
A little bit.
Well, there is one thing that we know about Opie in his personal life, and Jen, you and I have talked about this. Opie is a notorious shitter.
Yeah.
He's really good at shitting, which he brags about on this episode with Wheeze.
See, I brag on my podcast and my old radio show that I could shit anywhere. I'm one of those guys, when I leave the house, I could shit anywhere.
But do you do them outside?
Yes. My famous story is I shit on the beach as my mother-in-law was coming back from a walk.
Oh, fucking Opie. All right. I'm trying to have some fun again, Mike. All right, buddy. Well, thank you very much. I'm sorry that we missed each other yesterday. I was really looking forward to meeting you and having a chat.
Carl, I promise you, Carl, next time in New York, 1,000% I know you're in New York. Next time you're down in the city, we'll definitely link up, brother. Keep up the good work.
Fool me once. Shame on you.
Carl, never again, Carl, I promise. And Carl, you want to know why? Here's why I really like you. I told you this all the time. Besides the fact that you put on a good show and you put effort into it, you're the ultimate troll, and here's why.
This is his compliment.
But Jen, no, and Carl, I know you. You take this as a compliment. Jen, there are 1,000 bars in New York City, maybe 2,000. But he had to go to Gephardt. It's like he always has to do this little. Let me just.
Yeah, I mean, I was close by. Terminal 5 is less than a mile from Gephardt's.
Okay,
so,
well, a mile in New York, Carl, that's not a lot. It's only 13 miles.
Okay, fair enough. Good point.
Carl latches on, and once he does, forget about it.
It's true. All right. Well, Mike, it was good talking to you, buddy.
Carl, I hope I came through. You're the best, brother. Keep up the good work, right, man?
All right, buddy. You too.
See you later, pal.
See you.
Bye-bye.
I didn't even tell you about my hotel room last night. There was my fire alarm or CO2 detector or some fucking nonsense was chirping every 30 seconds.
Oh, that's so irritating.
Yeah, it actually is irritating. I think I can probably play this for you because at one point I just decided to turn on my recorder. This is what I heard all night last night and all morning this morning.
Oh my God. Yep. That's horrible.
Yep.
Did you call the front desk?
No, but somebody started pounding on my door. I'm like, all right, leave me the fuck alone. So I just got the hell out of there. It was really annoying though.
Why didn't you call somebody? They probably would have switched your room.
I was very drunk when I got back to the hotel room last night. And then this morning I was very hungover. So that's why I didn't do anything that I should have done.
If I were drunk, I'd be even more apt to call and complain, probably.
All right. So getting back to, they were talking about going to see Carl. This is Opie winding up for a big lie here.
You see him out there?
I can't.
Whoa.
That's pretty natural. That's how you talk when you're confident about what you're saying. And I want to point out the fact that they talk about how certain people copy other broadcasters and that becomes their shtick. And Opie explains how he did not copy Wheeze.
So you taught me how to do it the right way, but what's important to creativity, I'll say this every time, is learned a lot from you, but decide I'm not going to copy you.
There is no copying.
People copy all the time. That's the problem.
You can't copy.
But that's the ones that aren't successful are the ones that are just copying like a Howard Stern or somebody they were listening to.
Right.
Opie explained he does not copy Brother Wheeze. Let me remind you what his theme music is. This is a Wheezism, the brother man.
There's so many Wheezisms.
There's so many Wheezisms. The fact that he goes, some people just like copy people, but can you imagine doing that?
Opie, come on.
You're talking to the guy you copy. How are you not recognizing this?
Prediction.
Yes.
5 years from now, Opie will move back to Rochester.
Yeah.
To be on Wheez's show.
Interesting.
And then you will have to watch your back.
Oh, yeah, that would be bad.
Because Opie will be living in our town.
Well, if he's on 95.1, maybe I can get on 96.5 and compete head-to-head against Wheeze and Opie. And we'll just, play their show from the previous day every day and make fun of it.
You're such a copier. Such a copycat.
I'd be copying my own format if I did that. By the way, when they go to visit Carl, Brother Weeze has to take a piss.
I heard that part.
Did you hear that part?
I'm surprised that's something that he would cop to.
Well, it's weird to me because the way that they set this up is Opie's getting a little choked up. There's his friend Carl, and he's doing whatever he needs to do and working through that. And then he hears a 70-year-old man pissing. And what I thought was interesting about this was Opie's take on it.
But I gotta say, man, we all know Weeze is getting up there in age. I was impressed by your stream.
See that?
I was impressed.
Good stream.
Kind of fire hosy, man.
I gotta admit,
Who's impressed by someone's fucking piss stream?
In my notes, it said...
That's not a thing.
Weeze takes a piss at Carl Weeze's grave, and Opie is impressed by his stream. I wrote that sentence.
Yes! That's what just happened!
That was so nuts. So, there's a lot about that particular part, too, where Weeze and his wife went out and had cocktails, got too drunk, forgot to pick Opie up at the airport.
They didn't pick Opie up at the airport. He's texting them over and over again. I'm here. Hey, guys, I'm here. They're passed out drunk on a Friday afternoon.
Did he get there that same day?
I don't know.
And then we sobered up and drove to the mausoleum?
Oh, I think that was
still?
I think that was Saturday.
Okay.
That they went to visit Carl, because Friday was when they went to the Italian restaurant.
So in that case, why was Weeze pissing? I thought he was drunk. Maybe that's why he was pissing at a mausoleum.
It's a good question. It's not acceptable behavior.
I was trying to put this all together. I don't know why.
It's not acceptable.
Never mind. Anyway, yeah.
I liked when they're doing the podcast, and of course, you can picture the scene here. They're at a Super Bowl party. Opie's got his stupid recorder out. He's talking to Weeze, and Weeze's wife, Doreen, I believe is the person here you're going to hear interrupt the conversation to let them know that there's a guy there who listens to podcasts. I'm not making this up. She has to interrupt them to say, did you know that this guy right here listens to podcasts? This is great.
Yeah, of course. Why wouldn't you?
Hold on.
Listeners that go to FAU and he listens to podcasts every day, this guy.
Does he listen to Opie's? No. What?
You're interrupting us for a guy that doesn't even know who we are.
So fucking young.
Yeah.
That he probably hasn't even heard of Opie and Anthony?
No, I haven't heard. Of course. What are you doing?
Oh, my gosh.
That's a fucking amazing. So in Doreen's world, and Doreen's like a 50-year-old woman. She's not that old. She goes, this person listens to podcasts. You'll want to talk to Opie over here. He does a podcast. It's like, dummy, everyone listens to podcasts. It's not a thing anymore.
Everybody does podcasts also.
Everyone does a podcast. Everyone listens to a podcast. They're like, you listen to podcasts? You got to meet Opie. Like, who the fuck is Opie?
Oh, my gosh.
Opie does not have a big... By the way, shit, I meant to talk to Mike Saffel about this. I should have written down notes. I didn't write down any notes. Opie tweeted that he's already had 2 million downloads in 2020.
Oh, right.
This was
that
like
was
a week or
big
two
talking
ago.
Point for you.
Yes, I was. There was a lot of things I wanted to talk to Mike about, but I was planning on talking to him over a beer or two. But it's crazy that he's lying about his download numbers, because I see where Opie is at the charts, quote unquote. He's not getting 2 million downloads in a month. Not even close. And it's funny because, well, I don't want to blow up Mike's spot, but he sent me a funny note. Eric Nagel sent me a funny note. Like, no one's buying this shit.
Right.
No one's believing this for a second. And even this cool guy who goes to college and listens to podcasts every day has no idea who Opie is. This is a sexy Weeze story.
Ew.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
All right. So the Weeze at a strip club. Get ready.
Oof.
I have a feeling you're going to ruin that seat that you're sitting on.
So he pays his chick to give me a lap dance. This fucking sweaty, fake titty, big basketball gets up on me, and she's putting sweat on me and shit.
I love that story.
All right. Let's talk about the excitement of a conversation about shades of red. They're watching the Super Bowl between the San Francisco 49ers and the Kansas City Chiefs.
Right.
Who both have red
in
as
their
one of their colors.
Yeah.
And of course, there's a conversation that goes on around, are they the same shade of red or not? And that has to get onto a podcast.
The fucking king says the red on San Francisco is a different red than in Kansas City. Now, I know this sounds silly. He was actually going to buy the jerseys tonight to prove it to me. I said, bro,
red.
it is not.
Yes, it is.
Red is red.
It's a different red.
Oh,
One's a little more maroon and one's red.
that's what he says.
Yes.
Imagine being that boring. Imagine being such a boring asshole that you're talking to someone about different shades of red on uniforms on a podcast.
Were they in a car?
They might have been in a car at that point, because what they did is they watched the Super Bowl at this billionaire's house.
Right. I heard about the puke on the couch and everything.
Yeah. So they go to this house. There's 200 people there.
Which, P.S., Opie decided, I had front row seats to the Super Bowl.
Yes.
I sat in the puke spot.
Yes.
And the smell was not that great, but, I had front row seats. I'm like, front row couch in front of a television.
Right.
To watch the
I
Super
saw
Bowl.
the picture of it, too. I mean, it's a giant living room, but it's not an impressive place to watch a football game.
Why? When he sat in the puke.
Well, this is funny because there's 200 people at this guy's house watching the game, and they say this.
The outside bar had 4 TVs. They were all watching in a different. For some reason, the room we were in, nobody wanted to be with us.
Yeah. Go figure. Nobody wanted to hang out with Opie and Weeze while watching the Super Bowl. You don't say. Shocker.
Oof.
Shocking. All right. This is a clip that I just call old man talk, which is pretty much all of these clips, but this is literally Weeze talking about his gout and parking spaces.
What, you got the gout?
I got the gout. Bad gout.
Bad gout.
Bad. I got shots in the foot, fucking medication.
You gotta
this cocksucker takes my parking spot.
How old is he now?
I don't know, 100.
How old do you have to be to get gout?
How old do you have to be this boring? Like, when do you become this boring in
Wow,
life?
there is no age limit for that.
They talked about parking spots I listened to 3 Opie episodes with Brother Weeze.
I listened to one and I heard him talk about the parking
3.
spot.
And this is one of the main topics of conversation, is that in the building that Weeze lives in this condo in Fort Lauderdale, there are 2 handicap spots and 3 people with handicap stickers.
Problems.
Yeah, I know. Holy shit. So when Opie is on Brother Weeze's show, one of the guys on Weeze's show, I don't know the people on their show. I know John DiTullio. I don't know who the other people are. One of the guys asked Opie a question that I thought was hilarious.
Can I ask a question as a fan of the podcast in your nearly 200 episodes? I know you can't say specifically, obviously. It defeats the purpose of the question. But what is the most significant thing you've had to edit out? Was it just Shiznit talking?
Oh, that's a good question.
Yes.
The answer is nothing. He's never edited out anything. This guy claims to have listened to Opie's podcast, and he thinks he's editing shit out?
Oh, yeah.
What would you edit out? I would love to know what was too boring to be in an Opie podcast. Where he goes, this part, listen, the part where me and Mike Bichetti walk down the street and walk past homeless people, that's great. Keep that in there. 20 minutes gold. But this part right here, I got to edit out. Like, what are you talking about?
I know, this guy did not listen to any of Opie's work.
No, I don't blame him.
Well, I don't blame him either.
I wouldn't either. I mean, who likes their job so much that they're going to prep and listen to Opie's podcast to be prepared to talk to Opie? Nobody likes their job that much. All right. Opie then does a show from Gebhard's, but he's like up in the attic or something. He's like upstairs.
Did they finally push him upstairs and out of the regular common area?
Yes!
Where people are patrons and spending money?
Yes, and it doesn't sound terrible. It's amazing. And he's talking to Jim Florentine, and he's so jealous of Jim Florentine. Now, Jim does a podcast, and this is interesting because we're going to talk about Stuttering John in a minute, too, because Stuttering John had Jim Florentine on his podcast, and John's just the worst. He's the worst interviewer. Anyway, so Jim Florentine's podcast has recently shifted over to Barstool Sports, which is a pretty big deal.
Yeah.
David Portnoy.
You lost me. I don't know.
I got a feeling this dude bleaches his asshole. Dave Portnoy.
Okay. I got it now.
All right. So anyway, Jim Florentine's over at Barstool Sports.
Jim Florentine, by the way.
Yeah.
A man among men.
Well, he's the greatest guy ever because
he's so nice.
He's so nice, and I have so many examples of him saving the person asking him ridiculous questions. Like, he's too kind, especially with John. The shit stuttering John's talking about. And, and I will get to it in a second, but stuttering John will say, well, I do this thing that you make fun of. He's like, well, it's cool when you do it, John. It's cool. That's fine. Jim's like trying so hard to make John feel good.
I know. We're not there yet, but I know what you mean.
I love Jim. All right. This is Opie being very jealous of Jim Florentine.
Congratulations, man. You're on Barstool Sports now with your podcast, huh?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah, man. It's
have you noticed the downloads have gone up?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah,
because to get you on a bigger network now.
And we're in an attic in a bar, and he's at Barstool Sports.
Yep.
Oh boy.
It used to be that Jim Florentine would be happy to be on Opie and Anthony's show and talk to people. And now his podcast is much more successful than Opie's. At what point does Opie say, this is getting embarrassing even for me?
I think it's limitless. I don't think he ever will.
That's what I love about him. That's what I love. It makes me so happy. All right, so they're talking about Jim Florentine used to live with Jim Norton, and they had this apartment, and there was mold in the apartment, and I believe Steve Grillo joins the show for some reason at this point. It's Opie with Florentine, and then Grillo's there, but then he's not there, and Opie says one of the dumbest things I've ever heard.
The one thing, when you and Jim Norton were living together, you guys just wanted out of that apartment because it was terrible with the black mold.
Oh, yeah, the black mold and all
we
that
haven't
shit.
talked about that in a long time.
Where was it? It was
everywhere.
It was in Cliffside Park, New Jersey.
Grillo goes, where was your apartment? And Opie goes, everywhere. Do you think he was asking where the black mold was?
I don't know.
Fucking idiot.
But all I can hear is Opie, and I can barely hear anybody else.
Oh, you don't think it's mic'd well?
I don't think it's mic'd. I don't think it's mic'd very well.
When they're podcasting from Gebhardt's?
I don't know a lot about podcasting.
So Opie's got this. This is another thing I wanted to talk to Mike Saffo about. God damn it. He's got this guy on his show, Robert, now. So it's not Creamy Butters. It's not Mike Saffo. It's this guy, Robert.
Okay.
They're doing an ad read for some CBD product that Opie's shilling now. And Robert sets Opie up, gives him the line that allows Opie to read the copy and make it sound like a fluid conversation. And Opie drops the ball so fucking hard. This I call ad read fail.
Tell me, remind me again, it's this extract. They put a bunch of things together?
Yeah, they do, Robert. They sure do. It contains, I don't know what's in it officially, so I do have to look down. I'm not going to fake this, but I'll tell you this much. I've been on the ECS5, and I'm thinking clearer, believe it or not, and I have a bit more energy, but it contains a unique blend of black pepper, clove, hops, rosemary, jujube.
Oh, my Lord.
He could have easily, he had all of the things listed on his piece of paper. He's like, yeah, it's an amazing blend. What's in that again, Opie? He's like, I don't know.
I have to look down. You're on a podcast. I don't know that you're looking down, you dumb idiot. Oh, my God.
You fucking moron.
He's so frustrating.
Oh, it's so fun. You know what's funny, though? Yesterday, I flew out of Rochester. I flew to New York, and I had loaded all of these podcasts. And it was like 3 or 4 Opie podcasts and then Stuttering John. And I've noticed this about myself. I'm in a bad mood. Like when I got to Gebhardt's, I was in a bad mood.
I don't know why you do this to yourself.
I host a podcast.
I know.
That we're going to make fun of. What do you mean you don't know why? You've been on the show. You've written jingles for it. What do you mean?
You really immerse yourself in it, and then it ruins your mood.
I do, and I'm walking through Manhattan. I took the train into Manhattan, and I'm walking to my hotel room, and I'm looking at all the fucking Elmos. There's like 80 Elmos now in Manhattan. It's crazy. It's
a problem.
They're everywhere. It's all Elmos all the time. And how can you look at Elmo and be pissed off?
Oh, I can look at Elmo and be pissed off.
You can if you're listening to the fucking Opie. Opie and Wheeze chit-chatting about nonsense.
I was just in the comfort of my own home listening, and I was pissed off, so...
So Jim Florentine, God bless him, asked Opie about his altercation with Artie Lang. Because we talked about this.
Yes.
When Anthony was on Artie's show, they talked about how they had like a blow up in the bathroom over Sirius XM.
Yep.
So this is Opie's version of the Artie story.
And Artie was always incredibly nice to me. And he was working on Howard's show, and we'd, during breaks, everyone just runs to the bathrooms. For me, it was taking leaks. For him, it might have been something different, especially back then.
Yeah.
All right. But we'd but we'd see each other in the bathrooms and in the hallways. And, hey, what's going on? How's everything? And, all that stuff, the Artie stuff. But then he would go on the show and, he would play the part for Howard. Like, those fucking, copycatters, those hacks and all that stuff. And then, then in the hallway, hey, what's going on? And after a while, it started eating away at me. And so one day, he's in the hall and he's like, hey, what's going on? What's up, And I go, fuck you, Artie, don't say, hey, what's up, because I hear all the stuff you're saying on the radio. Which guy's the real guy? And all of a sudden he goes, you want to go?
All right. So this is funny to me because Artie has a short fuse.
Sure.
He tried to beat up Sal, the stockbroker, on the Howard Stern show once, and it was real. It wasn't like radio shtick. He wants to murder people when he gets pissed off.
Okay.
So Opie, of course, is a tough guy, as we know.
Right.
And he explains why he didn't fight Artie. Okay?
Okay.
And what I like about this clip that I'm about to play is that there's both a lie and the truth thrown in there just for good measure, because I think the truth wants to come out.
Okay.
So the truth wants to come out, and it does, but I love the lie first.
And I'm thinking to myself, I wasn't scared of Artie at the time, but I'm thinking, I know if me and Artie are in a fight in the hallway, I will be the one that gets fired over this, not Artie.
Yeah.
Because, as much as we were doing very well, Howard's show was bigger. I have to accept that. So, and I kind of didn't really want to fight. So long story short, I backed down. I was like,
How funny is that? I knew if I got in a fight with Artie Lang, the Howard Stern show's bigger, I would have gotten fired. Plus, I did not want to fight this guy.
I don't blame him.
Well, how about that's the answer? You just didn't want to fight. Like, you wanted to talk shit to his face. But then when he said, okay, let's fucking figure this out, you're like, never mind.
Now, I had kind of dropped off listening to Howard at that point.
Yes.
Because once...
Which is crazy, because that's when it was at its best.
Okay. But I didn't have Sirius.
I know, it's fine.
But did Artie actually always talk shit about Opie on the show? I didn't think he'd even bring him up. Howard wouldn't allow that. To talk about another radio show.
There was very little talk about Opie and Anthony on the Howard Stern show. Opie and Anthony talked about Howard a lot, but it was not the case.
Well, no, I know Opie and Anthony talked about Howard
a
lot. Well, Opie talked about Howard a lot.
Mm-hmm.
But I was just curious if that was the case, because I stopped listening at that point.
Yeah, I don't know what he's talking about. And the funny thing about Opie, too, because there is a listener who sent me a long explanation. I was talking about the fact that Opie says Anthony did this shit to me and I'll never forgive him and I won't say what it is. And I got a great explanation on that this week. The thing with Opie is that he doesn't listen to the source material, but he hears about it from other people. And then it turns into like a bigger thing than it actually was.
Sure.
Because Opie will just say, yeah, I didn't listen to that, but I heard that guy's blasting me and these people are talking shit. And it's like, well, you should listen to it. Because what Jim Norton said was figure out your shit and look in the mirror when you're trying to figure out why everyone dislikes you. And, like there's things in there that are genuine that people are trying to communicate to you. And you hear it third hand that, oh, these people are blasting me. And you're like, oh, fuck them. They're the worst people ever. And that's how this whole Anthony thing. He heard from someone that there was a fake Twitter account that Anthony was using that was blasting Opie, but it actually wasn't Anthony, but Opie thought it was. It's like this whole thing. I don't even know how I got on that.
Poor Opie.
That tirade just now. So at Gebhard's, Matt from Gebhard's, the owner.
Okay.
Who's from Rochester, according to our friend Megan.
She does have the inside scoop on a lot of places around there.
She does. I drank a Utica Club on draft yesterday.
Why?
Because they had it. You ever been somewhere that Utica Club on draft?
Well, it would make sense, though, that somebody from Rochester owns that Opie would go there.
It does.
Now it's all coming together.
So Matt from Gebhard's has put together a menu item in tribute to our friend Carl. And, of course, Opie pronounces Carl's name wrong. I don't know why.
I haven't officially announced it, but we talked about it on Twitter a little bit and my Facebook group. But basically, Matt from Get Parts here on the Upper West Side has the Carl now in honor of our pal Carl Ruiz.
So I took a picture of this. It's in the menu. I took a picture and posted on Discord yesterday. They do have the Carl. I don't understand why he still thinks his last name is Ruiz when it's obviously Ruiz.
However he wants to memorialize his friend, his best friend, that he doesn't know how to pronounce his last name.
All right. A couple more clips that I want to get to here. So this is finally a true story from Opie. And when I hear something, I'm like, oh, he's not even making shit up and lying about it. It strikes me. I'm like, what was that a real thing that just happened? I believe every part of this story.
I remember having sex with this girl in Rochester. She was a bit on the big side, but it was a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Some of the big ones are fun, right?
I believe that Opie fucked a fat girl in Rochester. That makes perfect sense to me in every single way.
I buy that.
I buy that all the way.
Yeah.
All right, let's talk about Grillo. Because Grillo shows it. Do you remember Grillo from the Howard Stern show?
I do.
He was the intern who made Howard's Baked Potato.
Yes, I remember.
Every day, and now he has a podcast, a super successful podcast, apparently.
Grillo does?
Yeah. We reviewed it on WATP.
That's right.
Yeah. I mean, pretend you listen to the show. Grillo has a podcast.
I forget. There's so many.
I agree. So, for some reason, Opie and Jim Florentine are shooting the shit, and I don't know where Grillo is, and then at the end, Opie's like, hey, Grillo, did you have anything else?
Should we get Gorillo on for one last thing? Gorillo! We'll wrap it up. You got anything else?
And by the way, Opie pronounces it Gorillo. It's Grillo, but he pronounces it Gorillo. Yeah, whatever.
Yeah, man.
Oh, you do?
I always got something, brother.
All right, what do you got? One last thing.
Well, you could check me out on Twitter.
Oh, I don't mean that. I mean actual content.
What kind of content?
And then if you give me something.
I got my. What do you want to know, man? I got stories up the ass. You want to know how I saved Howard's life?
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Let's hear this story. So, Grillo then goes on to talk about the time when he was an intern or whatever he was doing. He would tell Ronnie the limo driver which entrance to drive Howard to in the morning when he got to the radio.
Why?
I don't know why.
Okay.
There was a man parked out in front of the building with a loaded shotgun who wanted to kill Howard Stern.
Really?
And Grillo saw the car parked there and said, Ronnie, you're going to want to park in the back. So Ronnie parked in the back. This man came out to confront Howard Stern. And according to Grillo, he saved his life, although I'm not sure how that works because Ronnie actually did.
So he runs, and then I hold the door until I hear the gate go down, and I kind of peek, and Ronnie had stopped the guy at the gate.
So Ronnie tackles this guy. Grillo opened the door for Howard. And the story and the name of the podcast is I Saved Howard Stern's Life. Because Opie's getting so clickbaity with his fucking names lately. So Grillo says I saved Howard Stern's life. It's like, well, no, there was a guy coming after Howard Stern and Ronnie tackled him. You just got the door.
Wow.
Which I'm sure Howard would have figured out had you not been there.
Did he call the cops, maybe?
No.
Why?
I mean, the cops were involved in that, and the guy was sentenced and everything. But it was a terrible story. He was not the hero of that story.
No.
None of it made any sense. This is interesting. Opie went on YouTube Live, and you know the famous Joe Rogan video where he's calling out Joe Rogan for not getting back to him?
Yep.
So he admitted that that was a bad move.
Yeah.
I think I played that on the show not
did.
too long ago. Well, now he's talking about why that was a bad move, only because he was spitting. So if you remember, he's holding his phone, he's spinning around the street in Manhattan, and he's like, Joe, what's up? So he explains that's the only problem with it.
Go after Rogan again. I didn't go after Rogan. I just spoke my mind and I showed I was disappointed. And I think that video would have done damn well if I wasn't spinning around like a lunatic on the street, if you want to know the truth. But I was really bummed and hurt. Oh, God. As I get older, I'm just showing my emotions. I was bummed and hurt that he didn't do my podcast, to be quite honest with you. And then I blew it because the video was weird, because I was like kind of twirling around in the street like a damn ballerina.
So he thinks the reason why that video is crazy and everyone made fun of him is because he's spinning, which is a factor. Don't get me wrong.
It's odd.
But the content of the video is why it's crazy, Opie. Yeah. You're calling out Joe Rogan for not returning a DM using YouTube. It's fucking amazing.
He's showing his emotions.
He's so emotional on YouTube.
He's bummed and hurt.
He's so bummed and hurt on YouTube. Fucking idiot.
Oh, man.
So, Joe Rogan has talked about how Opie and Anthony is the reason why he started the Joe Rogan Experience.
Well, that's high praise.
And Opie has taken credit for this multiple times. Like, the reason why Joe Rogan exists is because of Opie and Anthony. Like, we invented this thing, and now it's the biggest podcast. So, somebody reached out to me. Let me get the person's name. Stephen Collins reached out and said, you got to check out what Joe Rogan said on a recent podcast, because he makes it clear that it was Anthony Cumia, not Opie and Anthony.
Where'd you get the idea to do a podcast? What was the impetus?
Probably no one would ever give me a radio show. Mm-hmm. That was, I think I had gotten some offers to do radio shows, but it was for like no money, and satellite radio kind of a deal for no money. And I had a friend, Anthony Cumia, who was on this show, Opie and Anthony, and he did a radio, like an internet thing in his basement just for fun. He was already on a radio show, but he put up a green screen in his basement, and he's kind of a nut. And he would get drunk and do karaoke holding a machine gun, like crazy shit, but hilarious. And I was like, this guy just set up a studio in his basement. How wild is this?
All right, so this is official. We can all now say this. Joe Rogan Experience exists because of Anthony Cumia. Has nothing to do with Opie.
No.
Opie had nothing to do with this.
Nope.
One more thing that Opie is not responsible for that's actually good in the world.
Yeah.
Although he is responsible for WATP in a lot of ways. And this is good.
I mean, sure, he might not agree, but...
I don't know. I think he should actually take credit for this.
Okay. Well, there you go.
There you go.
There's a little feather for his cap.
There you go, Opes. All right. We haven't talked about Opie yet.
Who?
There's this guy named Greg Opie Hughes.
Oh.
He used to be on this radio show called the Opie and Anthony Show.
Oh.
I don't want to play clips from his show.
I haven't thought about that show, and so I'm just kidding.
I don't want to play clips from his show. I heard that Vic Henley was on recently. Mike Sappho sent me a note. Vic Henley was on recently. People have asked me, we got to dissect Vic Henley a little bit more. I think
Mr.
that's
Sasso,
probably...
I hope you're doing well.
Sappho.
Whatever.
Yeah.
Hope you're doing well.
I want to talk more about Vic Henley because...
You hate him.
Well, I don't hate him. I can't figure out why anyone would book him to be on their podcast. He's never said anything funny. Ever. Not once. By mistake, you'd fall into funny from time to time. Not this guy. Can't figure it out.
Okay. So what about Vic?
Well, I'm not going to talk about Vic this week.
Okay.
Instead, we're going to talk about Opie. We're not going to talk about Opie. We're going to talk about people talking about Opie. There's a show called Street Fight Radio, and somebody turned me on to this just today. And these guys decided to, when Imus passed away, which was a couple of months ago.
Right around Christmas time, I think.
Yeah. They went in and they listened to what Howard had to say, what Opie had to say, what Anthony had to say. And they actually, similar to WATP, pulled clips from these different shows and discussed their thoughts on Imus and what people were saying. So they decided to listen to Opie talk about Imus. And what's funny about this is that Opie's video about Imus is one of those typical ones where Opie's on the beach and he's just filming a sunset and talking.
And just going, Carl, I miss you.
And
I miss you, Carl.
That's what he's thinking. and it sounds like shit, and it's terrible, and Opie doesn't have a coherent thought in his head, so it's very difficult for him to actually entertain people with a podcast. But it's funny to me that they started off by listening because they wanted to know what his take was on Imus. And then when they realized how bad Opie's show was, they just started giving him career advice. They're like, holy shit, what's this guy doing? And this is their advice for Opie.
Make like Imus.
Again, this is Street Fight Radio.
Like, Opie wants to pivot, and he wants to try this new thing. And I don't know if, like, his name is preventing him from getting a job in radio, but, like, the guy just, what he needs to do is start fresh on Long Island. I'll bet you WBAB would hire the guy back. And
100%.
Like, start fresh on Long Island. Don't talk about Anthony. Don't talk about Jimmy. Don't talk about Howard Stern. And like, just do a fucking, like, an entertainment radio show about, like, show business news and politics and shit, you know?
That's a terrible idea.
Yeah, this guy doesn't know what he's talking about.
You have no idea what you're talking about. Opie is the worst person to do that.
And frankly, don't you think they've already received an application?
Yes, they've already reviewed it. He didn't get the interview. It didn't get past HR. That's an insane idea. They're saying that Opie's podcast is terrible, but where he would be good is on the radio talking about pop culture. No!
Not even a little bit.
Not even close!
Nope.
So they go on to talk more about why Opie got into podcasting and what he thought he was going to accomplish. And they're talking about how all these ex-radio guys who get fired look at these people who are really successful at podcasting and go, wow, this is like the wild frontier. Let's get into this.
But I think that, like, some of these guys want the freedom and they want the experimentation, and they see people being successful doing it, and they think that they can then parlay that, because Opie is like recording his podcast in fucking restaurants with other customers there on like a Yeti, and he's like, this is my experimental stuff. I'm doing these like new experimental podcasts, and it sounds like shit.
I love it. I love that rational people all come to the same conclusion about Opie. It's not working.
Not even a little bit.
It's terrible. He's in a restaurant where people are just hanging out trying to eat and drink, and he's podcasting for some reason.
Well, Opie, who obviously knows the business, has decided to stay the course.
Correct. I know. That's what's amazing about this. Despite the fact that no one's listening anymore, everyone's goofing at him. He's like, I just got to get over this hump, and then everyone's going to realize how brilliant I am. Vinny, I just have a couple more.
Can I just say something, though?
Yeah, please.
Fuck radio in general.
I know. Why would anyone go back to radio?
Right, exactly right. Here's the thing. Like, if you could do an entertaining show, you could do an entertaining show on a podcast.
Right.
He can't do an entertaining show.
That's a good point. Why would going back to radio solve his problems? It wouldn't.
Maybe his financial problems, but I think he's doing pretty well off. I'm just saying, like, if you follow anything at all, the most successful radio company in America is billions of dollars in debt.
Yeah, and losing money every day.
Every day. Radio is not the answer.
And they've laid off everyone. They're not paying their talent.
I got a guy who's been a radio producer for 30 years who works for me now.
I was hoping you were going to talk about this. Weeze's producer was let go by iHeartRadio.
Yeah. I own him now.
And he works for Vinny now.
Yeah, that's where
we're at with radio.
Yeah. He answers to me.
I love that. All right, calm down.
What do you think of that, Alan?
You're getting a little bit too excited over there. So Opie is doing a show about Imus and then veers off into goofing on Jim and Sam. You know, Jim and Sam took over his spot on Sirius. And I love these guys' reaction to this.
So that was his parting shot at Jim and Sam during his remembrance. The guy is a mess, right? Like, he's just a destroyed person.
Yes.
You try losing your best friend.
He was a mess long before Carl Ruiz passed away.
Yeah. You listen. Do you know what it's like to not be able to get free Cuban food all the time?
Oof, that's tough.
It's tough.
Well, you mean I can't just walk into the kitchen with a Zoom recorder? What's your guys' problem? Carl wouldn't let me do
I
this.
can't walk in and just insult the wait staff.
Yeah.
While I sit there and wait for the chef to cook something for me.
I can't call them racist names because they grew up in a country that's not this. All right. The last thing I want to play from these guys, the Street Fight Radio guys, is they say this at the beginning of their segment where they talk about Opie.
Because as I said, nobody cares about Opie except for me and you.
Bullshit! How dare you?
How dare you, sir? Do you not know that WATP has devoted thousands of hours to listening to and reviewing Opie Radio?
What's the name of their podcast?
It's called Street Fight Radio.
Hey, dickheads, you're on a podcast. It's not a radio show.
All right, real quick, I do want to talk about a guy and his new best friend. So this would be the Opie Radio segment. We haven't done one in a couple weeks, and I'm only going to zoom in on my friend Vic Henley here because they go to Gebhard's. And Vic is on the show because they're celebrating the fact that Vic has a brand new stand-up album out, which I'll get to in a minute. But first, they decide that even though they've been drinking way too long, that they're going to do a second podcast. So they do one podcast that's boring, and then they start up a second one. And the very beginning of this, Vic tells what he calls a hack joke. But I want to ask you what the joke is, because I'm not even understanding why this would be funny.
And then I started watching other videos online, how to fix your back videos. And one, I'm not going to lie to you, it was a bit homoerotic, and I didn't realize that.
Is it more homo or erotic?
It was.
That's the standard. Sorry, that's a hack.
It was.
That's a hack.
It was.
It's a hack joke. I always have. Anytime someone says homoerotic, I'm required under Articles of Confederation Comedy 147, paragraph 2. I have to say, was it more homo or erotic?
So, Doug, I ask you because Vic Henley interrupted Opie to say, was it more homo or erotic? Didn't get any reaction at all, and then says, I know, that's a hack joke. What's funny about that?
I don't know that. I suppose if you were around a bunch of people who are homophobic, you could make the argument that something is either homosexual or erotic, but it can't be both.
I see. Okay. So he wants to know the percentage that is homosexual versus the percentage that is erotic. And I guess his premise is that it would be 100-0.
Right.
What a great joke. All right. Vic tells a joke later on in the podcast that he gets people to laugh at. So then it just encourages him. He's one of these guys that you can't even snicker at an utterance that comes out of his mouth because then he won't shut the fuck up about it.
What he didn't know was,
We were there and they say, shove it up your fucking ass.
Yeah, we threw. I mean,
shove it up your black fucking butthole.
Rod put a nice show together.
Anyone knows who that reference is?
And
if anyone has a black butthole that needs something shoved in it hard.
Right. And Guy Fieri texted
Rusty
me.
black butthole.
How black is it?
It's so black. Stephen Hawkins couldn't find a physics problem in it.
Oh, wow.
Pretty good ad-lib. Pretty good ad-lib. I like it. Not bad.
So Vic is talking about a black butthole and screaming about it, actually. And then he tells the joke that Stephen Hawking couldn't come up with some type of scientific physics problem, which is not funny. But then he says pretty good ad-lib 3 times in a row. It's a little buried in there. He's very proud of himself for coming up with that joke. Pretty good ad-lib.
Yeah, it was amazing. Amazing comedy.
Pretty good. Later on in the show, he's drunk, and he's just interrupting people for no reason and won't shut the fuck up.
I'm like, I'm going to go get the mortadella sandwich. That's what I'm going to do because everyone's talking about this. I do know that when you get to Sao Paulo...
Brazil.
Brazil.
You have to say it that way.
Brazil.
Yeah, no, you really
when I was there, this was like maybe 8 years ago.
Rat.
when you come out of the
He
airport.
gave me liquor.
I'm snorting.
Sorry. He gave me liquor.
We try not to give him liquor.
No, it's my
Dick
fault.
Hawks.
It's totally my fault. I'm canceling my spot later.
I know you said that.
The guy's just trying to tell a story, and Vic is just shouting over all of it, and everyone's giggling as if this is entertaining.
Okay, tell me if I'm wrong. So I've been around enough, you know, in my time in drinking and my time in business, and the two combined, I have no idea who this Vic is.
Yeah.
But I am picturing him as the type of guy. He's got his sunglasses up on his head, or probably wrapped around his ears, but they're facing the back. He's wearing a flowered type Hawaiian shirt, khaki shorts, and flip flops.
Sounds about right. He thinks he's the coolest guy in the bar.
Absolutely, and he talks over everybody, interrupts everybody. He sounds like somebody that I wouldn't mind punching in the fucking throat.
Well, I'm about to change your perception on this because this is an important moment in WATP history. We've talked about this for years now, that Vic Henley is a stand-up comedian, and yet you cannot find his stand-up anywhere. I have no idea what types of jokes he tells in his stand-up, but I've often opined that it's terrible because he never utters anything funny or witty when he speaks. Well, Opie has decided to tease us with a few bits from his new comedy album that dropped. So this is from the Opie Show, him playing Vic Henley stand-up, and I'm excited to play this for you, and then we can break down what the jokes were.
I get in the Outback Steakhouse. I sit down, and I'm with my mom, so I order Caesar salad, okay? And so here comes the waitress back, and she's just like the two girls from the wedding. She's 21, 22-year-old Alabama girl, and she looks at me straight up, and she goes, "The cook said to tell you that we're out of Caesar leaves." And my mom's already going, "Don't!" because she knows I'm going to pounce on this, right? I still managed to get out, "What?" even though I totally heard it, right? It was just so goddamn stupid, I wanted to hear it again. And she didn't let me down. She came right back with, "The cook said to tell you we're out of Caesar leaves." And I'm like, "Romaine?" And she goes, "I don't know. He just said to tell you we're out of Caesar leaves. Vote for Roy Moore." Those are my favorite ones because like SAT stands for Saturday. That's a joke I thought of, right? So I had to come down to the comedy club to work it out over 2. Most of the time, 90% of the time, that's how the joke works. You have an idea, you think about it, you go to the club, you work it out over 2 or 3 weeks, you figure out what to put in, what to take out, turns into a joke. But the other 10% of the time, you could just be sitting at the Outback Steakhouse with your mother, and the heavens open up and a moron flies in on a Pegasus unicorn of idiocy, and with a completely straight face says, "The cook said to tell you we're out of Caesar leaves." So
that was a 2-minute long bit. And the premise is that instead of saying romaine lettuce, the server at this Outback in Alabama said Caesar leaves. And Vic told that joke for 2 minutes. People are laughing. I mean, there's people laughing at it. I don't know why.
Yeah, because you've been in comedy clubs before. You know that there's this nervous energy.
Yes.
When somebody's on stage and they pause, you're just laughing to make them not feel horrible.
There's a lot of that. You're also probably shit-faced.
That don't help. That don't hurt.
There's some of that going on as well. But that's what I thought his comedy would be. That makes a lot of sense. He thinks that by saying that I talked to a server at a restaurant and they said something stupid is a 2-minute long comedy bit.
He said something. Maybe did you cut that up, or is that
No,
how it was?
That's exactly how it was. Unless
he
Opie
said,
cut it up.
He said SAT stands for Saturday I Thought of a Joke.
Oh, I think what he's doing there, I think what he, and again, this is how Opie played it on his show. I didn't change anything. I think he's doing a callback and saying, remember that bit I did earlier about how SAT stands for Saturday? Like, I wrote that joke. That was me. That's all me. This bit I'm doing now is because I observed this in the real world. I think that's what he's saying.
Okay. All right.
Which is insane, because just hearing him say SAT stands for Saturday, you're like, well, that's not funny at all. That's not a good bit.
That was the funniest thing in the whole 2 minutes.
I took my SATs. Oh, yeah? What did you do? Oh, it was Saturdays. I don't know. I don't know what his bit is. I haven't heard it. All right, 2 more things that I want to play from Opie real quick. And the first one is, you know the movie Parasite that won the Best Picture, the Academy Awards? So Opie says that his wife won't watch Parasite because she doesn't like scary movies. And someone tells a joke that everyone goes bonkers over.
So with Parasite, my wife won't see it because she hates scary shit.
It ain't scary. It's not scary at all.
Which is funny.
She married you? It's a...
Nice.
Good night. Let's go eat chicken.
So on Opie Radio, this podcast that we've talked about from time to time, a funny joke is to say she doesn't like things that are scary and she married you. And that apparently is a mic drop, we nailed it, moving on type of joke on this show.
Yeah, the show's over now. We can all go eat chicken.
How is it going to get funnier than that? That's amazingly funny. But good news, it does get funnier. They're still talking about Parasite. And this is another joke that totally sucks.
One of the best things I saw after they won the Oscar was like, to make this even more scary, the only thing that could have happened was if it was a North Korean movie.
Nice.
Dick Cox again.
Nice.
Coming in from the blue line.
He is coming in.
Dick Cox playing hockey.
It is like so barely a joke.
All right. And then Vic Henley talks about how for some reason he was coming in from the blue line with that joke. I don't understand that either. That's enough about Opie. I don't know what this fucking guy is up to, but he is flailing. I do want to, while you guys are here, hit this real quick.
Bum, 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 bum.
Sorry. That's a great stinger.
Opie is back, and he did a show.
Funny.
He did a show at Gebhard's with Tammy Pescatelli, and I love the fact that we played on last week's show. He did a show at Gebhard's with Vic Henley, and Vic Henley got wasted. And Vic Henley's not a funny or witty person when he's sober or on stage, that we found out. So him wasted is hard to listen to. Very difficult to listen to. This is Opie's assessment, and this is the type of quality control that produces shows like Opie's show. This is Opie's assessment of that episode.
So the last episode of the podcast, it was me. Sherrod tapped out the episode before that. So it was me, Judd Jones, and Vic Henley. And we did a perfect podcast, I got to say. Vic Henley's got a new CD out or whatever they're called. What do you call these comedy downloads? Albums, records, downloads, whatever.
That sounds good.
But Vic Henley has one. It's called Hell is Real. And we came here to celebrate. And we did a perfect podcast, right?
Yeah,
perfect.
it's fun.
He's not saying that ironically. It's not meant to be a joke. Opie thinks he put out a perfect podcast.
Oh, wait a second. This guy who's been in radio since he was 18 years old.
Yeah.
On CDs.
Hey, check out his new comedy album. It's coming out on compact disc as well as cassette.
Where does he do his podcast now? At Fuddruckers?
Check out Vic Henley's new comedy album. I listened to it on my Discman with up to 40 seconds of anti-skip.
Oh, that's nice. Those are more expensive. They eat the batteries.
I love that you brought up he's been doing radio since he's 18, because Opie's terrible at podcasting, but the one thing he should know are basic radio etiquette rules. One of them being one person talks at a time. When you get people talking over each other, the listener can't decipher what's happening. Here's an amazing example of that.
White letters, people person. Black tape over people. That's fantastic.
Yeah.
That's great.
That
It
seems
is making a
exhausting.
statement.
There's 3 people talking at once on that clip. I don't know what they're talking about. I don't think it matters.
I imagine that's what it sounds like in Dr. Manhattan's head.
Yes.
Or that literally just sounded like I'm Professor X and I was in Cerebro. You know what I mean? I'm like, oh God, I can hear everyone at the same time.
And then the show starts off, Tammy Pescatelli's telling some story. and he hasn't really started the podcast yet. And by the way that Opie starts a podcast is he turns on his Zoom recorder and places it in the middle of the table. We're not talking about miking people up or anything like that. So he's just like walking over towards her, and this is just a perfect way for Opie to start a show.
What started my career, been there a million times. And I asked this, I go, hey, so what happened to whatever her name was, Renee, the waitress? And they go, oh, she killed herself. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome this thing. It's like, what the?
That was off mic, but I'm keeping it in the podcast. Screw that, man.
Wow, Opie's breaking all the rules. Watch out. Hey, nobody could hear that joke, and I didn't start this show off very well, but I'm keeping it in. Great job, Opie. Nailed it.
He thinks he's artistic.
Yes,
he
does.
He thinks this is a fucking indie film. Like, yeah, I'm different, man. I just show up and I film. I show up and start recording, man. I catch real life people. Opie, you have the money, dude. Rent a studio. Fucking set up some microphones. Get some guests and try to do this perfect. This whole walking around with a little recorder thing is a niche thing to begin with, but it's so distracting. And then all you hear is forks clanking and glasses hitting the table and a waiter coming by and going, "Hey, you want some more Diet Coke?" Like that's not good, man.
He's the Shia LaBeouf of podcasting. You couldn't have summed it up better than that. He thinks he's a fucking artist. This is not an art that we need to figure out, Opie. We figured it out. You want to hear one person talk at a time, and you want it to be a compelling, interesting conversation. That's it. We got it.
Did you see him interviewing Yakov Smirnoff in a Motel 8? Of
course I did.
I can't believe it. I felt bad for Yakov Smirnoff. I felt bad for him.
I didn't.
I did. Yakov was telling jokes to Opie that Opie wasn't getting, and Yakov was like, everybody gets that joke. How do you not get that joke? He was so frustrated talking to the guy.
Yeah, because he does like hack approachable comedy. It's easy to know like a Yakov joke, and Opie's not oblivious.
So fucking funny. Opie tells jokes though too. Here is a great AIDS joke that he tells on a recent episode.
Be great.
They never tell us about stuff.
Yeah.
AIDS had to kill 500,000 people practically before they told us about it.
Yeah, but you had to get popped in the shitter. I mean,
but let me tell you.
So Opie says, in order to get AIDS, you have to get popped in the shitter.
So is his new thing just talking like Norton? Because I guess he thinks now that Norton's not around, he can talk like him and get away with it because nobody will notice.
He finally got what he wanted. Remember, Opie said the reason he couldn't make it was because Anthony and Jimmy were holding him down.
Right. Yeah, with all their stupid jokes.
I'm surprised he didn't say honey hole.
Give it a couple months and Opie's going to be full on like, good, get AIDS, stupid. You get popped in your shitter, dummy. Huh? You're like, get shitter in your fucking, I'm going to suck a cock, fucker.
The one thing that Opie is not following that Jim used to do is Jim didn't used to laugh at his own joke afterwards, and Opie can't stop himself from laughing. So getting popped in the shitter.
Get AIDS and die, stupid. You're like, all right, Jim, that don't.
Yeah, in the year 2020, making fun of anal sex transmitting AIDS is not necessarily PC. So
pretty cutting edge, dude.
Yeah, so he comes back around on this joke and explains that that's not really how you get AIDS.
When the AIDS epidemic first started, there was a period where they didn't know how they were getting it. So I need to say that.
Right.
Although I'm pretty proud of the joke I just came up with, but I want to keep it. I want to keep it accurate.
He's pretty proud of the joke.
Oh, that made me
so
sorry,
but the joke was getting fucked in the butt gets you AIDS, and you think he came up with it? He thinks he came up with it?
So much so that he felt compelled to bring up how proud he is.
I'm pretty proud of that joke, guys, just so you know.
Pretty awesome.
Oh, my God.
Dude, that would be like if I went out on a basketball court, put your black guys in the hood are playing a fucking half-court game, and I come in dressed like Joe Pesci in The Super with the sweatbands and the sweatsuit and everything on. I'm like, I'm ready to dunk on you fools. And then I immediately go for a layup, trip over my shoelace, smash my face on the backboard, and then vomit everywhere. And then I go, you know what? Pretty proud of that. That's pretty awesome. pretty nice display of athletic prowess. And it'd just be like, what the fuck is wrong with you?
This is where Opie has gotten to in his career.
All he had to do was push his fucking buttons. That's all he had to do. Dude, and not go to management every time some employee pissed you off, and then lie and go to the employee and go, dude, I did everything I could for you.
The amount of shit that this fucker did, when you find after he left and you find out he went behind literally everybody's back to management and fucking shit on them and told on them and tried to get people fired and I'm talking about people that were his friends, people that sided with him when everything went down. All he did was try to throw everybody under the bus. And then he wonders now why the only people that do his show are fucking Vic Henley.
And it's so funny too, because he likes to say, you find out who your friends are. You know, when I had a big show, everybody was my friend, and now look at everyone's deserted me. Well, guess what? Anthony doesn't have a big show anymore. He's not on Sirius XM, and people still hang out with him. It has nothing to do with that. You were always an asshole. No one wanted to put up with you. They just had to.
He was always conniving. He was always going behind people's back. He was always trying to, you know, I know it's a hack thing to say all the time, oh, it's jealousy, but it really was with him. It really was it's because he just wouldn't accept what his role was,
right.
You know?
All he had to do was push his buttons and be nice to people, and they would still be making tons of money. That's all he had to do. Show up, push it. By the way, I know he always wanted, I'm not the funny one, and that shit ate at him, that he wasn't the funny guy, or he couldn't be like Norton or whatever. But it's like, you had a nice family, a nice life. One of the easiest gigs in the world. I would just show up, I would have my coffee, and I would just push my buttons. I would have been like, this is great. Fucking $3 million a year to push buttons. And he just couldn't do that. He couldn't bring himself to do that.
Well, let's not sell him short, because he also would tell very compelling stories about his childhood growing up. And he still does that today. He brought up to Tammy a story that he's told 2,000 times. Tammy says, yeah, I know that story, but it does not stop him.
Don't mess with me with the no tax thing.
Why?
I was at church. I was at church growing up.
Oh, that's right. That's right. You were.
Did I tell you that story?
Yeah, you told me the story. Your father. That's so cool. You
my
should
dad
continue
decided.
that church.
My dad decided to become a church because he figured out through his buddies.
Did you hear Tammy? That was the plead of let's not go through this again. She goes, yeah. No, I know. You told me that. I know. Fuck, he's doing it. Damn it. She couldn't stop him.
And then after this, he's going to say about the time his dad made homemade buttons next, because he tells that story a lot too.
Yeah, it's like, we get it. Opie, you have 30 stories. You've told them 900 times. Have something else to talk about.
Hey, he does something else. Sometimes he walks by the water and films it and goes, hey, look at that sunset.
All right, last thing I want to play from Opie. We talked about how Brendan Schaub can't do an ad read. Opie's ad reads are the worst ever made. I don't know what he's trying to accomplish with them, but here's just an example. He's got a new sponsor called Hawthorne, and the whole thing is ridiculous, but this is my favorite part.
You go to their website, hawthorne.co. You take a little quiz. They ask you about your hair. Do you have the thin hair? Do you have the heavy hair? Do you have the oily hair? Is it a bit on the dry side?
You're not charismatic.
The fuck is he talking about? What impression is he trying to do?
Here's the thing with this. Brendan has an excuse, right? Not being able to do live reads and stuff because he's not a radio guy.
Yeah.
You know, like that's not his thing. He has, and I don't know if you know this, been doing it since he was 18.
Right.
Oh, really? I didn't know that.
He's brought it up once or twice.
No, thanks for updating.
Brought it up once or twice. He's been doing this forever. If anyone should know how to do a live read, it's him. Like, that's just Radio 101, right? And it's hawthorne.co. That domain is dead now.
Oh, no. This is a brand new episode.
Well.
Uh-oh.
Well.
Uh-oh.
They're already out of business.
Might want to look into that.
And I realized that these comedians who are just touring nonstop have nothing to do right now.
Yeah.
They're looking for shit to do.
Oh, yeah. I could tell because Opie
his latest episode was calling into a bunch of radio shows now
Yes.
because all these people are starved for content that they want Opie on their show.
Ba, 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 ba.
We did not plan this out. That's a brilliant segue. Opie is doing 3 shows a week again, all about coronavirus. He is taking full advantage of this
Yeah.
situation. He cannot wait to talk to everybody he knows about it. And recently, he was on the McNeil and Parkin show.
Yes.
And they're on The Score in Chicago. This is something that I used to listen to a lot of sports talk radio. I don't anymore. I don't know what the fuck these people are talking about. I imagine they're talking about Tom Brady and a 17-game season, but can you do that for 3 hours a day, 5 days a week?
What could they possibly be talking about now?
What are they talking about?
Yeah.
Well, the answer is Opie. Opie calls into this sports talk show because they have nothing else to talk about. So
they're like literally scraping the bottom of the barrel.
Yes! Literally scraping the bottom of the barrel. Not figuratively.
All right, not literally.
Not figuratively at all, Andy. Literally putting their spoon down there. All right.
Fuck you.
I know. So they talk about, we're going to have Opie on from Opie and Anthony. And Opie and Anthony, and these guys are radio vets. They're the ones who fucked up April Fools for us. Because back when they were in Boston, they said the mayor had died in a car crash, and they play the whole news segment from that, and then they bring Opie on.
You can still listen to him. He's got his Opie Radio podcast. You get that wherever podcasts are available. He's on the Alpamonte Ford hotline. Opie, you're on in Chicago. McNeil and Parkin's on The Score. Thanks so much for the time, man.
Oh, hey, guys. Thanks for having me. First of all, you just played that old clip of me, and I sound like a real jerk.
Yeah, any regrets?
I sound like a real jerk. You live long enough, you come to the realization that you can't relate to your old self anymore. But I was like such a surfer dude back there. I was just such an idiot.
Nailed it.
It's funny because if you listen to the Opie Radio podcast, you hear this from the other end of the phone.
Right.
His podcast is just this, only released on his channel.
Oh, so he actually put this out as if it was his show.
This is Opie's show, not their show.
I got this from their show. So he did a radio appearance.
No, it's Opie's show.
He did a radio appearance and now he turned that into his own content? Yep. Can I tell you the funniest fucking thing? Guys Grocery Games is on the Food Network. Carl Ruiz used to be a guest judge, or he had some affiliation with that show.
Correct.
I never watched it.
No.
This past week, they did a tribute to Carl Ruiz, and Opie was on the show. Did you know this?
I did, because the beginning of this episode, what I just said, him putting all his appearances on his own show, is him telling that story to Weez.
Okay. I didn't hear that.
Okay.
But I watched the show. It's on my DVR. We can go watch it after this if you want to.
All right, we'll do that.
All right. Opie is on Guys Grocery Games. Now, I didn't know what this show was. I knew Carl Ruiz was on it. It is bonkers. They're having so much fucking fun all the time. Like, everything's so funny and crazy. And can you believe we're going to make this recipe with all this hot sauce? Whoa! That's going to be spicy. Like, it is terrible. It's the worst thing you've ever seen. They bring Opie out. Opie comes out with a shopping cart full of sweatshirts and hats. And he says, this is all Carl's clothes that he used to have. And the premise is they're going to put on these sweatshirts, and then there's like a shoplifting game. We have to go around and shoplift. And Carl Ruiz's brother George is a security guard. Don't ask. I don't know why I'm explaining this. It's the dumbest fucking premise. Opie comes on, he has a couple of lines to read, does it horribly. But the thing that's amazing is he's holding his Zoom recorder on national television.
Stop it.
On Food Network, on Guy's show. This is why Guy, when he was in his house, we played this on the show.
Yeah.
Guy's like, are you fucking podcasting it, Opie? Get the fuck out of here.
I can't believe
he had to do it on Guy's show.
I'm surprised Guy didn't just like snatch it out of his hand and
Me
throw it
too.
across the fucking room.
Me too. Opie, you're on national television. It's being seen by way more people than are hearing your podcast. Put the fucking Zoom recorder down and just do your appearance.
Unbelievable.
Do you think, I know Carl Ruiz would have had a good sense of humor about this, but don't you think Carl would be like, oh, what are you doing?
Yeah.
What are you doing? Guy invited you on the show.
How did he even get out on camera with it? Like,
I don't
wouldn't
know.
some director...
Wouldn't somebody be like, Opie, why are you holding up that thing?
Why are you holding that fucking thing?
And I'm sure it was edited out. They never address it. No one even asks what it is, why he's holding on to it. So it's just like this really awkward, weird thing in the middle of a show. This fucking guy looks homeless. Opie looks terrible. He must have skipped hair and makeup because he looks terrible. He comes right up on the show and he's holding a Zoom recorder and just talking to fucking Guy. And Guy goes, all right, Opie, I need you to do the countdown for when these guys go. So we're going to do a 3, 2, 1 countdown. Opie goes, go. He didn't even get that right, and then I was like confused. Like what?
Boner, man.
He's such a boner. That's a perfect word.
And also, if this was 20 years ago, you would have been on the radio making fun of this fucking show.
Yes.
And all the people that were on it involved with it.
Wait until you watch this show. It's so fucking corny.
I can't wait to watch this.
It's nothing but cornballs. I didn't even know Carl Ruiz was a part of this, but whatever. I don't want to besmirch his name.
Yeah. So, but I did listen to I think it was the newest one, and it starts with him on Wheeze, recounting the day before going on this show, and then it goes into the sports talk show, and then it goes into Creamy Butters giving away like a watch, and these shitheads that are over the moon about getting a watch that Opie doesn't want anymore. It's a lot of callers calling in and saying how much they love the show to Butters.
I don't even know. I don't know what his bottom is. Like they talk about that with Artie Lang. They're like, Artie, why aren't you getting sober? You've hit your bottom. It's like that's not his bottom.
Yeah.
There's a further drop from that bottom.
He still has a hole in his face that he could pour drugs into.
Yes, right. Like there's no bottom for Opie. Like Opie has lost everything. It's embarrassing. He's got a guy named Creamy Butters who's running his Facebook group, and now he's like controlling segments of his show. And Opie's like, this is good.
Yeah.
Fuck.
And he's just hijacking other people's shows.
I think that Opie's trying to get to a point where we don't even want to make fun of him anymore because it's too sad. He's like, I'll show them. I'll be so pathetic. No one will even rag on me anymore. Anthony will feel bad about it. It's like, all right, well, you got us. But before we do that, let's get back to this McNeil and Parkins guy's show. So Opie's describing his April Fool's prank, and he brings us back to that day. Now remember, this is 25 years ago.
Oh, and it's not like I haven't heard this story a million fucking times.
Oh, but this is great. Opie's explaining how this all came about. 25 years later, guess who the hero of this story is?
One. You get one guess.
Yeah, guess who sucks at everything in this story? Anthony.
Well, yeah, you ruined it for the rest of us, man. You guys got all the fun in back in the day with radio doing these insane pranks, and now no one's allowed to do any April Fool's Day pranks anymore.
I kind of feel bad, but radio needed to wake up at the time. I'm saying at the time. There were so many morning shows doing really hacky April Fool's pranks, and none of them were believable. And I was pacing my apartment that morning, and I'm like, what could we do today to really, blow up the whole April Fool's prank? And it came into my head, let's say that the mayor of Boston died in a fiery car accident. And I'm just saying that. I'm cringing, trust me. So I call up Anthony, and Anthony's half asleep. I go, hey, this is what we're doing today. We're going to say that the mayor of Boston died in a fiery car accident for April Fool's. And Anthony goes, yeah, whatever, fine, I'll see you in a couple hours. He was barely awake. And then I remember, we looked at each other like, are we going to do this today? Are we going to do this? And I just said, F it, and announced it, and the rest is history.
Wow, Opie. Fucking, despite having a co-host who couldn't be bothered with your brilliance, you still were able to persevere and put together this amazing radio show that got you fired. Congratulations. It's amazing.
This shithead just sleptwalked through the whole thing, but luckily I was there to carry the whole
He adds
story.
details that no one's asking for.
No.
These guys don't know Opie and Anthony from Don and Mike. They don't know what the fuck they're... And the guy goes, yeah, so you fucking fucked up April Fool's for all of us radio folks. Well, let me tell you how that happened. I call up Anthony. Anthony's asleep. He probably drank too much the night before.
Was it a morning show?
I think it was an afternoon show.
Oh, okay.
Otherwise, it doesn't make sense.
Yeah, because he's not calling him at like 3 a.m, right?
I wouldn't think so. I would think they could have that meeting when they get to the station, if it's a morning show. So then the reason why Opie and Anthony got fired in New York was because of the Sex for Sam thing they did, where a couple of people were having, I think, butt sex in St. Patrick's Cathedral.
Yeah.
It's frowned upon. So Opie goes on to explain that he decided to do this stunt because it was time to blow up all of radio.
And then, then we go to New York and we get fired again for the whole Sex for Sam stunt that we did for 3 years in a row. And then after that, they really shut down radio because they increased the fines, the FCC fines and whatnot. So, but I think the time was right for just to blow up the whole thing. Unfortunately, it hurt a lot of people that were still in the radio game.
So Opie's the one who blew up radio.
All of radio.
Changed everything. After Sex for Sam, all the fines went up. It had nothing to do with the Super Bowl with Janet Jackson and the FCC getting involved. Nothing to do with that. It was Opie and Anthony's Sex for Sam stunt, which they had nothing to do with. People who were literally having sex. They were up in the studio.
Right.
They weren't part of that.
They didn't tell those people to do that.
I mean, people
they put it on the air.
People were fornicating in a church. And Opie's like, I did that. I needed to blow up radio. Like, well, if you want to take credit for shoving a wiffle ball bat in a girl's vagina, I'll give that to you.
Yeah.
All right. And then Opie goes on to explain, because they ask about this other disc jockeys in Chicago who were having a feud with Opie and Anthony, and Opie's like, I don't remember. And I believe that. Like, they've had a lot of feuds with a lot of people.
Yeah.
But Opie explains how they used to go into combat, I should say, with these radio hosts.
I know he would try to beat us up and, take shots at us, but me and Anthony's philosophy back then was, you take a little shot at us, we're going to take a nuclear warhead right back at you. We didn't play fairly, that's for sure.
Very different than his philosophy these days, which is ignore Carl for years and act like he doesn't exist. Who are these podcasts? Never heard of it. Moving on. Let's look at a sunset on the beach. Wow, things have changed.
I'm spinning around on the beach.
Wow, things have changed. I did listen to a little bit of Opie talking to Brother Weeze.
Yeah.
On a recent episode, because he's got to get the scoop on coronavirus, and who would know more about it than Weeze from his condominium in Fort Lauderdale?
Yeah.
And I do appreciate the message that they're sending, and I'm hearing it loud and clear.
Yeah.
Bro, people hate everything.
Well, that's the world we live in, as you know, right?
Yeah, we've talked about it. People just have more fun hating shit than just trying to say be nice.
Yeah, it's the culture we're stuck with, unfortunately. Maybe after the coronavirus, we'll all wake the fuck up and realize that life is precious. And why are we spending so much damn time on the hate when we should be spending it on the love?
Amen.
Right?
Opie knows a lot about love.
Yeah.
Spending time on the love. He wasn't part of a radio show that went on and
actively went out of their way
to take down every other morning radio show, this bit called Jocktober.
Right.
Where they would tell the pests, their fans, to go on and post ridiculous things on their Facebook page, got all their Facebook pages taken down.
Call people to the point where they drove them crazy.
Right. Yeah. No. It's all about love and not about hate. I don't understand, Weeze. I don't understand this world. There's so much hate out there. Why can't we all just love? No hypocrisy there at all.
Nope.
None whatsoever. Last clip I want to play about Opie, and I call this one Father of the Year. This is amazing because there's a lot of parents out there who are challenged. They have their kids at home all day long. They're probably working a job. It's very difficult to juggle all these things. Now, Opie doesn't have a job. His wife doesn't have a job, but it's still difficult, right? They're in their mansion in the Hamptons right now. They left New York City.
Yeah.
It's 4 people living in a mansion.
Must be hard.
With nothing to do and millions of dollars in the bank. And we just like, brah, you have kids, brah. I don't even know. How do you deal with that? Opie's got the answer.
People with little kids.
Yes.
Oh my God. So what do you do with the kids?
My kids, they're cool. We're just keeping them busy as best we can. And, that iPad is a lifesaver for parents. And at this point, it's like, go on your iPad for 8 hours, no problem. Because even if they go on their iPad for 6 to 8 hours, we still got another 6 hours of stuff to do during the day. So.
Oh, no, Opie, did you just say that out loud? You just explained what a terrible parent you are out loud on your podcast. Why would you do that? His wife must be pissed. Like, what did you fucking say on your podcast? You're lucky no one hears that. You're very lucky nobody hears that podcast, because if they did, they would know that we're the worst parents to ever exist.
Yeah, a lot of people are busy with homeschooling or maybe concerned with getting some exercise.
Activities.
Yeah.
He's like, you give him an iPad, that's 8 hours. Then the battery dies, you gotta fucking find something else to do. But for 8 hours. Is that incredible?
I mean, it doesn't surprise me that he's involved as little as possible.
I'm not a parent, and I'm better at it than he is. I'm literally better at it than he is somehow. Oh, boy.
Unbelievable.
It's all stupid. And speaking of stupid...
Ba, 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 ba.
Opie's been doing a thing lately where it's all coronavirus talk all the time.
He changed the cover of his show.
Yes.
So that he's wearing a face mask and behind a window with like a stay away sign or some bullshit.
Yep.
Oh,
that's what Opie's doing. He had a guy on named Dr. Steve. Now, anyone who used to listen to Opie and Anthony back in the day know who Dr. Steve is. He has a show on Sirius XM. He actually has been on Howard Stern a lot lately. And Dr. Steve from Weird Medicine comes on the show because we got to get experts on. There's so much information out there.
Yeah.
What's the truth? We need an expert. Opie gets the expert who gives us the advice that we need to know.
Wash your hands. Don't stick your fingers in your nose, mouth, and eyes.
Good.
Okay.
I'm glad Opie is putting this information out there.
Where else would you get medical advice like that?
This I thought was really funny. So Opie puts out a free podcast, as you know, because Dr. Steve says, I've made all of my shows about coronavirus free. Everyone is doing everything good that they can during this pandemic. And Opie has resisted the paywall.
No, I'm putting my podcasts out there that are COVID related for free. They're not behind the paywall anymore. So I just don't want to be seen as profiteering.
No, Patreon reached out to me very recently. He's like, you know how much money you can make with a Patreon account? I'm like, I don't care, man. I want to keep my stuff for free. There's
Patreon reached out to him. Opie, you gotta get a Patreon account. You know how much money you can be making? I'm gonna give him the answer because I know how many downloads he gets compared to how many downloads we get. Less than $1,500 a month is what Opie can be making on Patreon. Less than $1,500. This is a multi-millionaire who lives in Manhattan and has a house in the Hamptons. And he's like,
Stuttering John is begging for that.
Oh, Stuttering John would be able to pay his gas bill finally if he had $1,500. So fucking funny. I love that. Yeah, Patreon's reaching out to me. No, they're not.
Yeah.
No one's reaching out to you, Opie.
Yeah.
Patreon isn't reaching out to anyone. They're just taking applications.
No, when you're Opie.
Yeah,
when you're Opie from Opie Radio, Andy, things change a little bit.
Oh, God, they're begging for some asshole to come and be a jerk off.
I love that Opie has Dr. Steve on because it's really important in this time, during this pandemic, that we spread as much fear as possible. Fear-mongering is very important right now.
I think every hospital is going to get bad before it gets better, and very bad, right? There's no escaping this.
Wow. Thanks, Opie. Thanks a lot for that. By the way, I do want to announce something right now. I'm done with Howard Stern. I'm officially done with Howard Stern. I know.
What took you
this
so
should have
long?
happened 10 years ago.
10 years ago.
I know.
That's been bad. Yeah.
I cannot fucking listen to this shithead anymore.
So now that he's doing his show like it's a podcast, you realize it's horrible?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Without his handlers around, without people producing the show, he's just sitting in his house.
Team of like 20 people writing for him and telling him what to do, that you realize it's total shit.
It would be a terrible podcast if it were a podcast.
Yeah.
This is a man who cannot do anything for himself anymore.
Yeah.
He is in his home with his wife, Beth, and about 80,000 cats. And he's complaining about how he has to make his own food.
Yeah.
He has to go into the kitchen and prepare his own food during the show.
Yeah.
He doesn't know how to fucking do it.
Yeah. And he hasn't had to do it for 40 years.
I'm like, all right, I can't listen to this anymore.
Yeah.
I can't listen to it.
Yeah,
You fucking lost me.
Listening to a bit of it this week in the car was with you was on. Yeah, it was on fucking unrelatable, unlistenable. It was just awful. I don't even have words for it. It was so fucking boring.
Opie, when he has a doctor on, likes to try to sound smart, which I think is always fun.
You know, what you learn about the universe and the soul and energy and everything in between and the power of now, Eckhart Tolle and the rest of these big brains. You know, you realize you can't compete with the knowledge of the universe. Simple as that.
Yeah.
He just goes, yeah.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
Whatever you just fucking said.
You know, I did some mushrooms in college, too. Yeah.
Fucking
sure,
idiot.
Yeah.
Yeah, he stared at a blacklight poster.
Sure.
All right, so Opie says something that is extremely stupid, and I know that's surprising to everybody, but I have to point this out.
Yeah, imagine our ancestors. They the flu of 1918, the Spanish flu. Then they had the Roaring '20s, and then they went into a depression. Oh my God, is that a crazy decade?
Crazy decade? Oh, Jesus.
He even explained the years.
Yeah.
There was the flu of 1918. There was the Roaring '20s, the Depression in the 30s and 40s. What a crazy decade that was. Do you know what decade means, you fucking moron?
And how the fuck would you know?
Yeah, I know. It's so stupid. Their internet was really spotty back then. All right, so this is Opie did a show with this guy who I've never heard of, Des Bishop.
Yeah, I listened to 40 fucking minutes of that show.
Did you?
I got one clip. There was one thing even worth clipping. It was 20 minutes of two guys who knew nothing about coronavirus talking about coronavirus.
Yeah.
They hadn't read any articles. They had no comprehension of any of the stories that they've heard. They're just like, I don't know, do masks help? I don't know. Should you wash your hands? I don't know. I mean, it was 20 minutes of that.
Yeah.
And then they get bitching about Trump. It's these two guys who don't know anything about politics complaining about politics.
Yeah.
Why? Why are we doing any of this?
So I have a clip, and this is what I call Opie handling this whole situation very well. This is him pulling up to Dez's house.
Going crazy. All right. Don't touch anything. Don't touch anything. Going up his stairs. Don't touch anything. Don't touch your face. Turn off the TV. I'm not going in your house. You could have the Rona, bro. You don't know who has the Rona. Hold on, I can't hear you until you plug your mic in. And you're using your own microphone. Are we going to the side of the house? I got it all set up. All right, don't touch anything. Don't touch anything. Don't touch your face. Don't touch your face. Don't pick your nose. Don't touch anything.
He's adjusting well.
And it goes on and on. These two guys sit down and like, well, that's a new cushion on the chair, and I only touched the corner of it, and I Purelled afterwards. And here, you want some Purell, and here's some wipes, and here's some... What the fuck is wrong with you idiots?
This is why I can't listen to Howard Stern anymore. He was bitching that his dad was still reading the New York Times. So my dad's gonna die. He's picking up the New York Times and reading it.
He touched a newspaper
with his fingers?
Oh my God! Heavens!
Jesus Christ! How stupid is everybody? How did everyone become this? I get it that people are afraid.
Yeah, sure.
Because it's nonstop, wall to wall fear mongering. I get it.
Yeah,
we're all gonna die. Understood. But guess who's not gonna survive this? Vic Headley. He wanted to come out to Long Island to stay with Opie. It's not going to happen.
That I actually didn't feel safe asking him out.
No.
And not in a bad way, just like, it's just not what you're meant to do.
Yeah, Vic Henley's been hinting, and I'm like, dude, maybe if you take a Perel bath, and then I do have a room, I could probably get you into this room
because
from
he
a
has to
side
quarantine
door.
for according to the CDC guidelines, he has to quarantine for 2 weeks if he comes out here.
Yeah, exactly.
Vic,
or maybe it's just the perfect excuse to get yourself away from Vic Headley.
Yes, the perfect excuse. You know, Vic, I'd love to hang out with you, but coronavirus, apocalypse, there's just things that are going on right now that are stopping me from doing that.
It's the same reason I'm not there right now. I'm just like, maybe I should stay home, and in the non-foreseeable future, I won't be over.
Yeah, you also weren't invited, asshole. All right, so Opie has a joke that he comes out with. And I love this because Dr. Steve immediately shits on it. I always love when you have a guest on your show who shits on your joke.
I was just going to finish up when I found out that Justin Trudeau's wife had it, but he didn't. My eyebrows raised. They raised up like, oh, someone's not having sex at home.
No, you could be in the same room, cooped up with the same person, breathing the same air, and not get it from them.
Yeah, I know. Well.
Thanks, Dr. Steve.
Wah, wah.
Yeah, fucking Buzzkill Jr. over here. Nice work. Opie also points out the fact that no one can get their hair cut right now.
Yeah.
Unless you're me, I live with a hairstylist, which works out really well.
Yeah, really.
But most people cannot get their hair cut right now. And so people are walking around with bad haircuts. And
I look like shit.
And Opie makes this observation.
I mean, my hair's a mess, but whatever.
I watched Opie on national television when he was on the Food Network. Andy was over last week. We watched this together. Yeah. He looks like shit.
Yeah.
He skipped right past hair and makeup, just ran right onto the set. Like, Opie, come back. Wait. We didn't get him in time. It's like a fucking homeless man. Anyway, I thought that was fun.
So better than me.
Andy, everyone looks better than you.
Yeah.
What are we even talking about? So I didn't play Opie stuff. He put out a podcast since Vic died, but unfortunately it was just an old episode of him hanging out with Vic, which is not fun to listen to. There have been a lot of speculation around how long he's going to drag this one out for. I don't think Vic was as integral to the show as Carl Ruiz was, but I'm definitely predicting a number of shows where he gets together with Sherrod Small or anyone else who's ever talked to Vic in their life, and we have to hear about what a great guy he was and how amazing he was. So looking forward to that. Definitely pull clips from it. We have to talk about this.
Ba, 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 ba.
Opie is now doing the Vic Henley tour, where he wants to eulogize his buddy Vic Henley, who passed away recently.
Vic, the guy who didn't do his show for quite a while and kind of avoided him for the last few months of his life.
Yes, that Vic.
Okay,
that's the one.
Just curious.
Yeah, that's the one that Vic only came back to Opie when he was plugging his comedy show.
New album, yeah.
The new album that he dropped.
Yeah.
Hell is Real.
All right, man, I'll come and do your show, but I'm going to die right after.
So Opie did a show where he interviews Vic's neighbor, this guy named Judd Jones. And Judd Jones is not just Vic's neighbor. He's also an aspiring comedian who tours with Vic Henley or toured with Vic Henley. They would do shows together. Mm-hmm. The show starts off with a sappy song done by that guy. Remember Joe Salvia? He used to be the producer when Opie actually worked for a company. Before Western One said, "Oh, this is embarrassing. We don't want you on our platform anymore."
No, I did not remember him at all. But...
So that guy is a musician. Him and this guy on Twitter who plays guitar put together this song. It has the Sweet Home Alabama riff in it because that's where Vic Henley's from. Wow, there's a fucking theme today, isn't there?
My eyes are rolling.
And then it's the sappiest fucking song you've ever heard. And they play, this is 3 minutes long. They play the entire fucking thing.
And you lived your life like Caesar leaves in the wind.
Caesar leaves in the wind. See, that would have been funny. So they play this entire song at the beginning of the podcast and again at the end of the podcast. Here's a little clip of that.
Do you know what that song is?
No.
That's a Warren Zevon song. That's the song that was on that album that he put out when he found out he had cancer.
Oh, is that what that is?
That's the Warren Zevon tune that I think he did on Letterman.
Oh, so they didn't write that song?
They did not write that song.
The way Opie made it sound was like they created a song for Vic. So they must have just recorded that.
No, they took a fucking karaoke track and then they said an asshole sing.
Oh, God.
That's like the Warren Zevon's like, keep me in your heart for a while.
Ugh.
Absolutely.
Ugh. I hate it.
It's
no Werewolves of London.
It's no.
That's for fucking sure.
It's no Roland the Headless Thompson Gunner either.
All right. Let's talk about this guy, Judd Jones, who Opie is talking to on the show. How bad of a stand-up is Judd Jones? Here's the answer.
But yeah, man, he was, nothing but cool to me and took me around all the clubs and introduced me to everybody, and I got to open for him.
He opened for Vic Henley. That's how bad a comedian Judd Jones is. He was Vic's opener. No. Vic Henley's the opener, dummy. You're doing this wrong.
Well, I was the MC. He was the feature.
Yeah, probably. That's probably true. Let's talk about when Opie first met Vic Henley. You know, when somebody passes away who's your good friend, you probably think back to all the fond memories you have.
Sure.
And like, I remember when that person entered into my life. And I remember him telling the story about Carl Ruiz because Guy Fieri had brought Carl onto the Opie and Anthony show with them. And then they just hit it off. And next thing you know, Opie's paddling around with Carl Ruiz.
Bumming off of him for subs.
So he's probably got a similar story with Vic Henley, you would think.
And you know, it's funny. You mentioned the first time you met Vic. I honestly don't remember the first day I met Vic. I was doing radio. I believe he just came in like a million other comics.
So he made zero impression on you. He bombed on your show. Wasn't funny at all. You don't remember him. That's really...
But when the divorce happened, he's the only one who'd answer his phone. Hold on a second.
That tells you a lot,
Did
doesn't
he
it?
interrupt this guy telling his stories about touring with Vic to tell him, by the way, when
Yeah,
I
let me tell
met
you
him,
about
I
him.
don't remember him at all.
I don't even know
Let me
how I
tell
met
you,
him.
that's Opie's problem. And the problem is he has to make everything about him. He can't just let things hang. He always
You
takes
think?
it back to him. And for no reason. It's unbelievable.
Oh, yeah. Even when he's talking about Vic, he has to make it about him.
I was at the top of the mountain in the radio world. I wasn't fucking happy. I mean, I got a damn good life because of it and stuff. But you know, I'm having more fun now talking to way less people, making way less money, and
that's one of my favorite clips ever. Opie's having so much fun talking to nobody and making no money. It sounds like a good time. Sounds like a really good time. Hey, there's also these crime cat ladies. They seem like they're having fun too.
And this Judd guy's like, hey, listen, man, if you ever need anybody to come and be your co-host, I'll be glad to.
Oh,
I
dude.
bet you this kid is all over it.
For sure. For sure. He
I put
can't
money
wait
on it.
for New York City to open back up again so that he can be like, hey, because he even says, we got to get together at Gebhard's again, man. We got to get together. It's like, okay. I don't think you want to ride those coattails. They're going in the wrong direction there, buddy. But this guy, Judd, has podcasting totally figured out.
Dude, it's a simple formula, dude. If people are having a good time talking with each other and talking shit and telling stories, that's going to be interesting to people. They're going to, want to listen to that.
Jane, you ignorant slut.
Wrong! Completely wrong. Wrong! This is the entire problem with Opie, is that he thinks that people want to listen to his conversations with his idiot friends.
And even as wrong as this kid is, that would make Opie's show better, as opposed to making it like when people having a good time telling interesting stories instead of people nodding politely to Opie telling them nonsense about himself.
And Opie...
Even this kid is like, you're doing it wrong, Opie.
Professional broadcaster Opie, you'd think the one thing he'd be good at is segues into an ad read. He's been doing this for decades. Listen to the segue into a Blue Chew spot.
Oh, Judd, I wanted to ask you about Blue Chew. Are you a boner guy?
I have that as an ISO.
Are you a boner guy?
Are you a boner guy? What's your take on boners? You pro boners or anti boners? Like, what do you think?
Oh, I thought he was asking, was like, are you gay? Like, is what I thought that meant. Like, I didn't know what that meant.
I got to do this ad read for Blue Chew. Are you a boner guy?
Right.
And Judd, being terrible at what he does, says, well, I don't need that kind of thing. I can get it up, no problem.
Oh, good.
Dummy, this is an ad read for Blue Chew. The thing you're supposed to say is yes and. Yeah, I'm a boner guy and I love Blue Chew. Give me some boner pills, baby.
You get yourself some Blue Chew, your dick will be stiffer than Vic Henley and Carl Ruiz. That's how you do it.
That's how you do it. Let's talk about his ad read fail. He's talking about some CBD product, opias. And the whole point of, you've done this for many years. When you get a sponsor, you explain the product as if you enjoy it yourself.
Correct.
The whole point is that you're endorsing what they do. And Opie's trying to do this and fails miserably. Judd tries to help him out and also fails miserably.
And I swear to you, I feel like I'm thinking clearer when I'm on the CSS5, the ECS5. I guess I'm not thinking that clearer.
See, well, you're so relaxed that you fucked it up right there.
Oh, Judd Jones, that's why you're the best.
Opie should not be
Is that why?
promoting any products that make him think better. That's not going to work. No one's going to buy it.
You should be taking them until you find ones that work.
Right.
That's what he should be
It's like,
doing.
you guys are going to love this product. It makes you a good broadcaster. Like, I call bullshit. I don't think it does that.
Nope.
Oh, boy.
That's why you're the best, Judd. That's why you are opening for Vic.
You will be shocked to find out that Judd had a conversation with Vic Henley's mom.
Huh.
And Vic Henley's mom...
Very disappointed.
thinks very highly of her son, Vic.
Oh.
She said that Vic, photographic memory, which makes sense. He would never say that, but he had a crazy memory. But she said he had a photographic memory.
Right.
She said that when he was in the 2nd grade, the school wanted to move him up to the 6th grade.
Wow.
Okay. That's bullshit.
Correct. Well, Alabama, hold on.
In what world does it make sense to bring a 2nd grader into the 6th grade? Is this Doogie Howser?
His mom was like, he remembered every one of my 10 rapes every day.
I mean, we did it in front of him, so he'd know, but holy shit.
Vividly, he can recite all of them to me.
But that's just such fucking nonsense. You wouldn't bring a kid from 2nd grade to 6th grade, and Vic Henley is not smart. He's not a smart guy.
I'm so like, listen, he's dead, so whatever, I guess. Yeah, you were going to be in 6th grade. Okay.
All right, let's figure out how smart this guy is. Explain this to me, Vinny, because I can't make any sense of this.
We actually had a gig scheduled, or multiple gigs this past weekend. He told me that he liked to book gigs on tax weekend because that was his fuck you to the government.
Right. Oh, good old Vic.
What does it have to do with fuck you to the government?
He probably didn't pay taxes on shows. He probably is one of those comics who would book shit himself and just be like, I'll take cash under the table, no problem.
That's not what they said.
Right.
That's not what he said.
But that's what I thought it meant.
He said he books gigs on April 15th as a fuck you to the government.
Uh-huh.
Like, working is the opposite of fuck you to the government. Not working is a fuck you to the government.
Right.
Working means tax money is being generated.
Unless you're just not paying the tax money on it.
Even if he's not paying... There's a club of dumb people going to see Vic Henley.
Sure.
And they have to pay taxes on everything.
Sure. It's not going to make you feel better after you have to write that quarterly check or that yearly check to the government and then you go see Vic. Oh, does that make you feel good?
No. That doesn't make any sense to me. Okay. Opie's talking about podcasting at Gebhard's, and I thought this was interesting.
You know, with Gephardt's, if we stayed too late, they would start turning on the music and the people would be coming in.
So, in other words... Opie comes in with his stupid Zoom recorder and says, hey, shut everything down. I'm going to do a podcast. And then after an hour or two, they're like, all right, Opie, we're going to turn on the music again and let people enjoy themselves. Like, sorry, we can't just shut everything down because you want a fucking podcast.
Yeah, there's a bar full of customers here.
Right. Those people who are in your way right now, there are customers.
Finish your beer, finish your IPA, and leave.
Yes.
Question.
Yeah.
You went to Gebhardt's, right?
I did.
You did?
Yep.
What was the environment like in that place? I mean, is it like a bar?
It is. It's a, they have the bar that's more bar than it is tables for eating.
Uh-huh.
And then there's a little room in the front where you can actually be on the street.
Right.
And you're in an enclosed space, so you can actually drink at a table and you're kind of on the street as people are walking by.
Where does he podcast from in that scenario? Like, where's his spot? I'm sure you asked.
He's definitely been in the front because I've heard him like talking on the street and back then him and Carl Ruiz be like, whoa, look at that chick. Whoa, look at that chick. Okay, great podcast, guys.
Opie, I want you to remember, I will be gone one day and you can't do this.
Right. Actually, I take back what I said about Vic not being smart. It turns out he was smart.
Henley, not the voicemail girl.
Not the voicemail girl.
Okay.
She works at Panera. I doubt it.
Dub.
But Vic Henley was smart because he said this.
And it's funny, I would have even more recordings of all of us, but there were times Vic would look at me and go, turn that thing off. But I'd be like, because I got a programming mind, I'm like, oh, this is so good. We could do another hour or two. But, you know, he was right.
Sure.
Turn that damn thing off and let's just hang out. We did it. Let's just enjoy each other.
So do you hear that mentality? Opie talks to his friends for an hour, calls it a podcast, and then goes, let's just keep it going. And Vic goes, no, can we stop pretending that we're podcasting? Can you just hang out? What the fuck are we doing here? And Opie thinks that, well, let's do another hour. We can get another hour in. If I leave this thing recording and we just continue to drink and say nothing and laugh about nothing. And this is really interesting because...
It says so much about his psyche, doesn't it?
It does. That's the way he thinks. He's like, I got to get another hour
When you read into it.
I got to get another hour in.
I almost want to take it a step further and think about it. It's like the best times in his life is when he was doing a show.
Yeah.
And I imagine that the rest of his life is just really not good.
He doesn't know how to be a person.
Right, exactly right.
Correct.
So, like, he only feels like he could be friends with people while they're on the air, which is the saddest
Correct.
part of all of it, because no one wants to be on the air with you except for this Judd kid, and good luck with that.
He even said at the beginning of the show, I don't have the clip, but Judd's like, how are you doing through all this? And Opie says, you know, I'm able to turn it on for the show and get my energy up, but really I'm a mess over all of this.
Yeah.
It's like, that's who Opie is. Opie's this character when he's doing a show, and when he's not, he can't be that character, which is why he's doing YouTube Live every single day now.
Well, I want to make him feel better. Where could I buy a Vic is Dead t-shirt?
I think
How can I make Opie feel better?
Whoarethese.com. There's a link to our merchandise. I'll have the Vic is Dead up before the end of the day.
You really should have a Vic is Dead.
I should.
It's really funny.
I think I'm going to do that.
Yes, I love it. Vic is Dead.
Oh, boy. I'll share all the proceeds.
Put one of those little stupid cookies on it. One of those stupid Panera frosting cookies on it. Vic is Dead. That'd be great.
Wait, which Vic are we talking about here?
The one who deserves death.
Fair enough. I think I'm going to share the proceeds of my Vic is Dead t-shirt, because it would be wrong for me to just accept all the profit for that.
With me for coming up with it?
No, with Kai and Doug, because they are my co-hosts on the P-Pod. Guys, you got to download the P-Pod.
In money.
Yes, it's making money. You got to, please, just, if you could figure out a way to just download every episode over and over and over again, we need to get rich off this shit. Actually, Kaya said that he was going to donate his third towards vaccine research. I'm keeping the money, but Taya is willing to actually donate
Which vaccine?
That to a good cause. I don't know. Whatever he's got.
It's this one that gives people cancer.
Oh, do you mean all vaccines?
Yeah.
Oh, all right.
That's my Kaya.
That was pretty good. That was a pretty good Kaya.
I don't know Carl.
He's in the Discord right now.
I love Kaya.
I know.
That's why I imitate him.
So Opie explains that he just wanted to have the Zoom recorder on all the time and just recording. And he didn't actually know when he was doing a show and not doing a show.
Just as natural as if the audio was on or not.
The line was always blurred because, like I said, I've been doing this a long time, but it was so just easy and natural with those guys.
The line was blurred because you were never doing a show.
The line was blurred because you blurred it.
Because you were never doing a show. Your version of a podcast is not a podcast. Putting a Zoom recorder down on the bar and talking to your friends is not a podcast. You lucked out the Carl Ruiz is semi-interesting. But you are not. Vic is not. Sherrod Small is not interesting. This show is not interesting in any way. I make it interesting when it's not interesting.
Correct.
And listen to how dumb Opie is. He's telling, they go off on this whole thing about his aquarium that he has. He had to go back into New York City to get his aquarium and bring that back to Long Island where he's staying now. And he talks about this fish that had babies, and he thinks that fish are people.
And then the fucking savage Molly mother just starts eating her own kids, basically.
Hey, man, Hakuna Matata, motherfucker.
Oh, my God. This thing.
That's how it works.
But how do you go through life and you get pregnant as a stupid fucking fish, and you know you're carrying something in your belly, whatever knowledge they got, and then you give birth to 100 baby fish, and then your first thought is, I got to eat all of them.
You answered your own question, asshole. It's a stupid fucking fish.
Yeah.
You know how much a Molly costs? If you go to the pet store to buy a Molly, they're like $2.
Yeah.
Okay, they're not
understanding.
They're not like even a good fish. You stupid asshole.
He goes, you know you're pregnant. You know you're pregnant with baby fish. Like, why do you think that? Why would you think you're putting human intelligence and emotion into a fish?
Correct.
It's not a human. You fucking moron. But he does have some hot takes. This is his hot take on Carol Baskin.
And Carol Baskin.
And I want to point out, this is a new episode. Who would be still talking about Carol Baskin?
I would never be a part of any show that's so lame.
And Carol Baskin killed her husband. Fed him to the tigers. I have no doubt in my mind.
It's a hot take, Opie. Good job, buddy. Let's talk about the fact that Opie's going to teach us something.
And here's the other thing I'm going to teach you.
That sounds like a Weezism.
I thought the same thing. Thank you. When I heard that, I was like, that's something Weez would say.
And here's the other thing I'm going to teach you.
Let me tell you, bro.
Here's the other thing I'm going to teach you right now. If you leave before they bring the check. it magically disappears. I'm just kidding.
Just kidding, Weez. We love you, buddy. So it's interesting to know that Vic Henley was an insecure hack, which is good. Maybe he was smart because he would say this to Opie.
He would always be, after a radio show or a podcast, that was good, right, buddy? That was good, right? I'm like, oh, God, Vic, of course it was good. It was effortless, always with him.
I agree that it was effortless. That part I agree with. I think Vic Henley was always effortless.
I don't think that makes Vic. I think that actually makes Vic a better person. Going, are you sure this is all right? But like Vic was actually trying to get him to improve his show.
Correct, and that makes me happy because the fact that he was that bad on podcasts and always had to ask, was that good? I've never had a single co-host ask me that after we've done a show down here.
Because none of us care.
Because we all know it's not good. Correct. It's fine. We're moving on from it. But that's some serious insecurity right there. Hey, I got a quick question for you.
Are you a boner guy?
All right.
So I've had only one comic ask me that, and he asked me that like 75 times in a weekend. I'm not going to tell you who it is.
Oh, really? Of course it was. Somebody, I think it was in our subreddit, said that we should go back and revisit My Wife Hates Me.
Why would you do that?
See what's going on.
Why would you bring him up right now?
See what's going on with those
bring
two
that guy
assholes.
up right now? Why would you bring him up? Obviously, that's not who I'm talking about.
No, it could have been Bonnie. There's a lot of people on that show.
It was the daughter.
It could have been the daughter.
It was the daughter.
All right, so Crozier and I, on a bonus episode, broke down Vic Henley's stand-up special, Hell is Real. And his crowd work is atrocious.
Well, if anyone would know, Vic Henley would know now, doesn't he?
That's true. That's a good point. For doing podcasts with Opie, I sent it to you too. So this is
Hell is Real.
This is Judd talking about crowd work that Vic did and fawning over it. And you're a comedian, so I wanted you to hear this and tell me what your take is on it.
Okay.
There was a table in the front, and it was 20-something people at the table, 25 people. I mean, it was a long table that went straight from the stage out, you know.
The rest of the room was
And it was all black folks, like in their 20s and 30s, and there was one white dude at the end.
Yeah.
Right, who was with like a chick who was black or whatever. So he's sitting on the end. It was all black folks from, you know, the whole table like that. And Vic noticed it, right? And he goes, oh, hello, black people, like that, you know, and right. And then he sees that white dude. He goes, oh, white guy on the end. And then the, you know, people kind of whatever. And he goes, I'm going to call this table reparations. Perfect. It was beautiful, dude. I mean, it was just perfect. I mean, but he had, you know.
Can you explain that to me, Vinny? Why is that funny?
Nope, can't explain it.
See, the joke would be, oh, that must be the coach. Or, oh, that's the boss.
Hey, coach, this is a good one.
Right. Reparations, I don't get what that means. What does that have to do with a white person hanging out with black people?
Right. It makes not a lot of sense, but the word reparations is just what he thought was the punchline. So the word, you gotta laugh.
Right. Because there's tension with black and white, and here's this white redneck and addressing black people. I mean, better than what Michael Richards did, but not great.
Yeah, I'm just going to say that this kid's recollection of the situation might be a little hazy as to how huge it went over with the room. It may have gotten a chuckle.
That's funny.
Oh, okay.
Although, and I don't know,
the Caesar leaves bit.
I don't know if he's sweetening it or not. Oh my God, that was so funny. You sent me a pic of your SiriusXM radio. Car. You're in your car listening to whatever the stand-up.
Raw Dog.
Yep. And fucking Caesar Leaves comes on. Oh, man. It's the worst bit.
They played that album over and over again for like a week on SiriusXM. A lot. That album was getting a shocking amount of airplay. Wow. Every time I felt like I got in my car, I was hearing Vic Henley, and then he was dead. And I was like, wow. This guy finally got,
some notoriety.
Publicity, some notoriety. They're really playing his shit.
Yep.
I was impressed that he got so much press.
I haven't listened to Raw Dog
since
years.
Ron left.
Yeah.
Since Bennington left.
Right. I haven't listened to it in years, and I just realized why. Fucking Vic Henley's in regular rotation on there.
A lot of the SiriusXM, Sherrod Smalls is in there sometimes. Yeah,
well,
all those guys got in.
Those guys have connections over there. So, all right, this is the last thing I want to play from Opie.
Won't play my shit. Fuck you
Come on, guys, play Vinnie Paulino.
Yeah.
I'll put in a good word for you. I'll be like, you guys got to play Vinnie Paulino. You knew I was going to go. All right. This is the best part about this show because it's something that I've already said on WATP.
So me and some of my friends on the internet have decided that you are responsible for Vic's death.
What?
Yeah, since you didn't bring him out to your house on the beach.
Are you crazy?
So I actually predicted that Vic was going to die right before he died because Opie said he wasn't going to let him come out of New York City and stay with him on Long Island. And thankfully, Judd brought it up to him like, you killed Vic. And we all know it.
Yes.
And Sherrod Small should be very afraid right now.
So who else is even on the short list for that? E-Rock? No, E-Rock hates him.
Yeah, no, Sherrod's the only other guy who does that show.
Yeah.
So Sherrod is next.
Actually, Judd, I'd be worried about your self-fulfilling prophecy there, asshole.
Yeah, no shit.
You're lining up, kid.
That's all I have for our friend Opie this week. Okay, let's move on because I want to respect our guest time, but Brian, we have to talk about this guy.
Ba, 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 ba.
I listened to Opie recently. He was doing one of these YouTube stream shows like John does.
Yeah, where you shout out the people that you see on the screen and thank them for listening.
Right.
So annoying.
So annoying because he's outside, he's on the beach, and you hear the wind blowing and it's obnoxious and it sounds terrible. Brian, any chance you are checking out what Opie's putting out lately?
In as much as whatever you guys decide to air, that's what I listen to.
Okay, so you're like most people. Fair enough. So Opie is living through the same thing that we all are and trying to figure out the new lifestyle here. And I love that he's learning things that I feel like most of us probably knew long before COVID-19.
I didn't realize, proper hygiene, you could actually prevent yourself from getting the flu, the cold, and everything else. I wish I knew that years ago.
Is he that stupid? Is he playing a character? My new Opie character is not the dumbest dummy to ever exist. He didn't know that.
I feel like that is a character. Listen
Right?
to his voice. It gets very high. Like, I didn't know that. Like, he's trying to play dumb.
That has to be it because he goes on to explain he didn't used to wash his hands.
I didn't wash my hands a lot until this. Just didn't. Then I'm like, God, I got the flu again.
I could be wrong.
Brian's like, I stand corrected. He really is that stupid. Jesus Christ. So this is a guy, Greg Opie Hughes, who used to be on one of the biggest radio shows ever. On XM Radio, on Sirius XM, millions of listeners, huge fan base. Now he's doing a podcast that doesn't rank as well as Two Dumb Sluts on Barstool Sports.
Yeah.
And he's complaining about comedians and how much attention they need.
It's kind of funny to see some of these comedians. They're kind of going crazy. They're kind of losing it a little bit. My advice to them would be to get a little more balance in your life. You can't have your whole life revolve around getting on a stage. And then as soon as you're off that stage, you're thinking about getting on another stage within an hour. That's exhausting, right?
Said the former shock jock, now on YouTube Live, streaming to 17 people. What's wrong with you people? You need so much attention. He's giving mental health advice to stand-up comedians who are having a difficult time because they can't perform.
Yeah.
Stand up.
Said the guy who wandered onto Supermarket Sweep holding his Zoom recorder while podcasting while you're on TV.
I forgot about that. Guys Grocery Games. Supermarket Sweep. Guys Grocery Games fucking walks out there like a homeless man. Delivers his lines terribly. Yeah, I got a bunch of sweatshirts. I think Carl used to wear sweatshirts, right? Is that the thing we're doing?
If you're to analyze that statement by Opie, it is kind of narcissistic where, like, he probably, after working so much, just discovered, like, oh, wow, there is a life outside of radio, like my wife and my kids, and there's this whole big world. And now that he's discovered it, he just assumes no one else has discovered it.
Well, it's really easy for people who have fuck you money to tell people to get over it.
Oh, right.
You know, that's a really shitty thing to say to someone. Like, these stand-up comedians, they need to get on stage. Like, well, that's how they make a living.
Yeah.
My buddy Vinny Paulino is a stand-up comic. He's making no money now.
Yeah.
It sucks.
Yeah.
It's not fun. And Opie's going, what the fuck's your problem? You got to be on stage so badly? Well, it's how I get paid.
Yeah. I feel trapped in my studio, New York City, 3rd floor walk-up apartment. Whoa, why can't you just go to your house in the Hamptons? What the fuck is wrong with you?
Yeah, why isn't everyone like me?
You fucking idiot.
Why didn't you hook up with a guy who's actually really funny and talented and ride on his coattails all the way to the top and then retire when you're 55? Why did you do that? That's what everyone's doing.
I think Vinny's trying to do that. He just picked you instead of somebody talented.
Fair enough. All right, so this is Opie showing how out of touch he is with the rest of the world.
Yeah, but I like the social distancing. I mean, my life, I like to keep to myself, as a lot of you know, which was kind of stupid to go into radio if you think about it, because I've always been a very private person that kept to myself. And then for some reason, I used radio to express myself and get another side of my personality out. But this is pretty much my life, whether we're in the coronavirus pandemic or not.
Said the loser. If your life hasn't changed, you're not doing well. There are people I know, my sister, whose life has not changed. It's not a good thing. It's not something to brag about. What's everyone complaining about? I didn't have friends before this. Well, okay. I mean, I did. What are you guys missing out on? Dinner parties? Well, yeah. That's one of the things.
Yeah.
Finally, his inability to relate to people is an asset.
Yes. It's like, guys, I got this all figured out. You want to ask me how to live your life? It's really easy. All you need is 17 followers on Facebook.
Yeah.
But Opie, how do you make any money? Oh, I made millions of dollars years ago, so I'm fine. Oh, okay, that's the part that I fucked up.
I missed
then.
that step.
Yeah, I'm skipping straight to the being a loser in my house and podcasting. I missed that thing in between. Jesus Christ. All right, I love when Opie gets political because he knows nothing about politics. He's so bad at communicating his position on things. This is the most generic bullshit to complain about.
That's what pisses me off more than ever. Now it's become this, like, tug of war, I guess, because stupid us, stupid humans, stupid humanity, we have to make everything political, and we decide to make a pandemic political. God, are we so stupid? God.
Said the unemployed man who didn't have his job ripped away from him. Why is all this so political? I don't know, because the governor told my company that we had to shut down. Yeah. Sounds like politics are involved. I'm just throwing it out there, Opie. This fucking asshole, he's like, why don't you just drive to your fucking house and just hang out in your house like you do every day? Because that's not how I live my life. I don't stay in my house all day. So then he goes on to tell a story that's definitely not true. And we're in New York State, and Brian, you're in New Jersey. We're in some of the hardest hit places for COVID-19. So we all wear masks out in public now. It's I don't know, a regulation. It's not a law, but they certainly recommend.
Courtesy.
They certainly recommend that you do. You walk into Wegmans, there's a fucking sign that says, put a fucking mask on, you asshole.
Yeah.
I made that sign and I put it up there for free. And this is Opie telling a story that could not have possibly have happened.
So now if you're out and about with a mask on, people are pointing at you. They're getting in your space. One of my friends said that someone yelled at him and said, "What are you, robbing a bank?"
Does this sound like an experience anyone's had?
No, it's usually the opposite.
Right, if you're not wearing a mask, people are pissed.
Yeah.
People jog by my house outside by themselves with a mask on. I point and ridicule them, but they don't see me.
Yeah.
But that was Opie's
hot take.
Well, that was because he talked about how it's all, political, and he's like, this is what's going on right now. I said, well, that's not what's going on at all. It sounds to me like you've never left your house and you don't know what's going on.
What's interesting is, watch any number of episodes of Anthony Cumia's show where he does political commentary, and I don't think I've seen him once break down into God, with absolutely zero commentary on anything.
Yeah, that actually sets up this nice clip perfectly.
Yeah, I'm struggling to understand it.
So this is where he goes to with his hot political talk.
We're so immature as a species. We think we're so smart. We're just not.
To your point, Brian, that's exactly what he's doing. I think it was there was a comic on SNL who had a skit, and he would hold up the newspaper headline and just go, I mean, what? And that was like, that's like Opie's hot take on stuff. Guys, can you believe this? I mean, what? Really? I've been accused of having that hot take myself. Now that I think about it. What are we talking about? All right. Fair enough.
Yeah.
But Opie does relate to us guys when he talks, and we can all understand where he's coming from.
The puberty where, you start looking down and going, oh my God, I got ball hair. And at first it freaks you out. Let's be honest. First time you started getting pubic hair, it kind of freaked you out, right?
No. A, I don't remember. B, no one's freaked out about pubic hair. What's he talking about?
I don't know.
Remember when you got ball hair and you running to your mom? No, I don't.
Acts like you see a ball hair and you're like Carrie in the showers.
Right. That's not how that happened at all. I was anticipating this would happen.
Yeah.
I took health class in 5th grade. I knew this was going to happen.
Yeah. You can tell by my voice that I still haven't hit puberty.
Yeah, and he won't be freaked out. I promise you. You'll be fine with it. Opie put out a video that is so generically unfunny after this whole controversy with Trump talking about injecting Lysol, whatever the fuck Trump said. Who even knows? Opie put out a video where he's pouring bleach and different cleaners into his coffee and stirring it around. It's the opposite of funny.
Yeah.
But he has to bring this up on his podcast and explain about all the haters.
The Tide Pod coffee? Yeah, that pissed off so many people. I'm like, relax, I'm just going for a joke.
No, it pissed people off because it wasn't funny. See, people with a sense of humor get upset when someone's trying to be funny and miss that badly. It bums us out. We get pissed off about that. The whole point of this episode, though, was talking about his glory days of being on Opie and Anthony. When he had a bit, strippers would come in. He had a bit where he would guess their ages by looking at their taint.
Mm-hmm.
Here's that clip.
You liked when I guessed their ages? Thank you. This was the NEW days, WNEW for the old fans. Regular radio, which I can't believe. And these young ladies would come in, and I think Anthony would set me up and say that I have a special talent, that I could guess a girl's age by looking at their taint. And these dummies, these bubble-headed bleach blondes, they're like, no way! And before they finished saying no way, they were completely naked and bent over.
So Opie's explaining that he was getting over on these strippers. Meanwhile, the Opie and Anthony show at that time was nothing but naked girls in the studio.
Right.
It's what they did.
Yeah.
And if a stripper came on the show, the only job she had was to take her clothes off. And Opie's like, I was able to trick them. I told them to show me their private parts, and they did. That's why they went on the show. That was the whole point of going on the show. This is him explaining that he outsmarted them.
And these dummies, I'll give something away I've never given away until this moment. These dummies forgot they had to fill out a form to come on our radio show a mere 10 minutes before they came in the studio, where they had to give their birthday.
What a Houdini.
So in Opie's mind, he thought that the girls really thought he could tell their age by looking at their taint. The girls didn't think that, Opie. They knew what was going on. They were in on the joke.
Right.
Show me your vagina and I'll tell you what year you're going to die. Okay. Is he that stupid?
Yes.
Well, he's commenting on how these girls are all dumb. Meanwhile, he's a guy who's been broadcasting for decades and doesn't know the meaning of a windscreen on a mic.
Yes! It's so hard to listen to. It's so hard to listen to. Oh, fucking Opie. By the way, that was a...
Enjoy his cackle.
I know. That's the other thing, too, is he's putting on this... He's never himself, obviously. He's always playing a character. But he's putting on this... When he podcasts by himself, it's so hard to listen to. Because it's nonstop him pretending to crack himself up. And then the strippers, they show me their boobs. You're not laughing at that. Genuinely.
If he didn't do that, you wouldn't know where to laugh in the story.
Right. Crows, you brought more clips than what we've played so far.
Yeah, I got a couple things I wanted to present to you.
Is there anything I should do to transition into the next part of the show?
Well, I mean, if you had a song about that guy, Opie, that would be a cool thing to, like, play.
Ba, 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 ba.
So I discovered this week, Carl, that I fucking hate myself. And I listened to the Opie show on purpose.
Nice.
He had a woman on named Sue Costello, and we were talking about good questions to ask.
Yep.
Here's Opie's opening question to Sue, number 23.
So how are you doing with this self-isolation, this stay-at-home, this quarantining, this social distancing, this should I wear a mask or not? Should I wear gloves? Should I go shopping? Should I stay in a line? What the hell do we do?
How do you answer that?
Yeah, that was not only a question. Yeah, not only a real question, but his opening question. So Opie's still not handling this very well.
How do you feel about 70s rock? How do you feel about Led Zeppelin? How do you feel about...
Oh, God. And this goes into a long political discussion. And, like, if I wanted to hear a bunch of 50-somethings talk about politics, I would basically go to anyone's fucking dinner table anywhere in the country. Like, who gives a shit? Who is, like, waiting to hear this? And from, like, comedians, you know what I mean? Like, I don't even want to hear fucking news people talk about the news anymore, let alone comedians. But here's number 24. Here's the only interesting thing Opie brings to the table.
Hold on, I have to stop you right there.
Sorry, go on.
Who are the comedians in this mix? Is there a comedian in this?
I was trying to be generous.
Oh, okay. Comedians?
Know who I like? You ready for this?
Yeah.
Andrew Cuomo. Nipples and all.
Oh, boy.
Oof. It just gives you the douche chills. So,
did he think that was going to be the funny joke?
So this happens a couple times where he like goes for something and he doesn't get a response, and he gives you the old like please clap kind of thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It happens over and over again. The only one I grabbed because it was like brutal was number 25.
Well, then we'd have to come up with our diabolical laughs.
Oh, we'd have to do like this.
I'm kind of bummed you didn't do the diabolical laugh. Let me hear a diabolical.
I'll do it with you.
Are we listening to Seamus's show again? What just happened? What's
like-
going on? Is a child making this show?
I mean, it's one thing when it's like when forced laughter is going on, but it's another thing when it's like, hey, you gotta come on, do a cool laugh, come on, force some laughter, please. So all right. So anyway.
Who is this person that he's talking to? I don't know who that is.
So
Sue
Costello is she's a woman. She does like a daily internet show.
Okay.
She's used to be a comedian, but obviously there's no comedy going on right now. But
Gotcha.
she's putting together a movie. Now, I thought this was really interesting because she had a role that was perfect for Opie. So during the conversation, she kind of presents this to Opie like, hey, I got this role that's fucking perfect for you, buddy. And here's number 26.
So I've already done a couple of meet and greets with, that's what I'm going to call it, with the kid who's playing my son and the girl's playing my best friend. And I want you to play the guy who sexually harasses me. That's who I want you to play.
What?
Yes.
Why did you think I was good for that role, Sue Costello? What is wrong with you?
I think you're perfect. I think it's going to be your Oscar.
Okay. So she wants him to play the guy, and then they go on, and it's like a kind of a Me Too part of the story, but it's before that. So it's like this guy is he's in a position of power. He's her boss, but he's really like aggressive towards her. And then Opie, for reasons...
This is a comedian who wants to write a movie? A comedian.
For reasons that are fucking completely beyond me, Opie starts, like, identifying with the character. He's like, well, maybe he's not that bad. Maybe he just is misunderstood. So here's number 27.
Oh, boy.
And, but...
And you have a wife.
Oh, I have a wife. So me coming on to you is sexually harassing you? Maybe it's I just think you're cute. And then maybe I want to move on from my marriage and start dating you.
But it's the way you go about it in the office that's the problem.
Uh-oh, and how do I go about it?
You come right out, you push me onto the desk and try to crawl on top of me.
Yeah. No, you're kind of missing it, Opie. Your character would hold her down and try to, like, forcibly kiss her. It's not a cute thing where you're, like, trying to leave your marriage. Like... I don't even know where he's going there. Like, maybe this guy's not so bad.
Well, then he started giggling when she explained how terrible this person would act.
And then, everybody has a big laugh about it. It's very strange.
That's weird.
And then they wrap it up with number 28. And you know how, like, every once in a while, Opie seems, like, self-aware for, like, 2 seconds?
Yeah,
and
it's always like weird spurts, and then it goes away quickly.
So here's 28.
I haven't even thought about casting any other pompous assholes.
Oh,
Just
okay.
you. You're the only one I thought of.
Oh, really? That's great. I'm the Brad Pitt of pompous assholes.
That's awesome.
I mean,
that's awesome.
I couldn't have said it any better than that.
God damn it. It's between him and Stuttering John for sure.
Yeah.
And those two are supposed to do a show together. I don't know if I've talked about this in the show, but there have been tweets that have gone out. I probably did. There have been tweets that have gone out about them doing shows together.
Really?
Please, please get Opie on your show, John.
Yeah,
that would be amazing.
Yeah. Well,
I think that would be the topic of conversation for the next 3 months of Who Are These Podcasts. If John and Opie combined forces.
Oh, man. Yeah, that would be some glory days.
And my co-host, Casey Armstrong, is here again. Hey, Casey.
So,
even Casey's like, fuck these cunts.
Yeah, really. Really.
All right, what do we got?
All right, so this is just kind of random, but they start talking about the film Mommy Dearest from 100 years ago. Here's number 29.
All right, but...
The only person who ever suffered from that was, was Joan Crawford when she played Mommy Dearest. That's the only person that career suffered from doing a bad role.
You had to mention Mommy Dearest.
Because they thought she was really like that, so she could never do another role because she was so good at it.
And she portrayed my mom. No wire hangers, Christina! That was my mom. Oh, God, the yelling and screaming while I was growing up. Anyway, that's for another time there, Sue Costello.
Yeah, so she mentions a movie, and first of all, Joan Crawford isn't in Mommy Dearest. She's portrayed in Mommy Dearest. I know that's nitpicking, but come on.
Yeah.
And that's like his Niagara Falls. That's his And Slowly I Turn. It's that keyword that sets him off, and he's got to start doing an impression, and it's like he's having Vietnam flashbacks. You know what I mean? Yeah. Helicopters are going in the background. There's a tower. It's a whole fucking thing. Now,
he did just melt down just there.
Yeah, it's weird.
Uncomfortable.
So then he mentions Artie. It's a small world. Now, this is all new to me. I didn't know this, but I guess him and Artie hung out or had a podcast or whatever. Maybe this fell out of the back of my brain or whatever.
Opie and Artie had a podcast together?
Oh, you didn't know this? Okay.
They most certainly did not.
Because I'm listening to this, I'm like, God, I swear Carl would have talked about this or we would have reviewed. Something would have.
Yeah.
So this is fucking breaking news then.
Okay.
Opie and Artie together at last. Here's number 30.
Artie Lang?
Yeah.
Fuck Artie Lang. That's what I say today. That's what I say today.
Whoa, okay, all right. That's just when the name comes up. I'm sorry. So 31 is where he actually tells the fucking story.
Okay. Because you know who did have a show with Artie Lang? That would be Anthony Cumia.
Yeah,
it was the Artie and Anthony show.
But it was almost...
Did Opie think he's Anthony Cumia?
But apparently it was almost the Artie and Opie show or something. If you
I know Opie wanted that to happen.
If you can make heads or tails of this.
Okay.
He started doing my radio show. Yeah. He had great appearances on my radio show.
Well, of course.
Even though he was cutting them short a lot to go to the bathroom and to run out of Sirius XM. But still, I got some great stuff out of him. And then he started texting me and DMing me and stuff that he really enjoyed, doing my radio show. And he was thinking that we had something and that maybe we could put a show together, me and Artie. Fast forward, the guy doesn't even put me on his podcast. Not once. Another guy.
I bet you it's because you're good.
I'm too good, right?
Yeah.
Now, there's a lot going on.
Wow, that's funny because, again, Artie started up a show again.
Yeah.
He had Anthony Cumia on as a two-parter.
Yeah.
Anthony Cumia was one of his featured guests on there. He's had a lot of great guests.
Yeah.
But they're normally like comedians or people who are interesting. Opie would not fit in the guest list that Artie had on his show.
Yeah. Well, so the whole middle of that clip that we just heard was him like getting angry. I mean, he's disguising it as comedy, I think, or thinly veiled maybe. Yeah. But it's not. It's somebody who's angry, and he's like, Artie's big time in me. Artie, like in the secret messages, he told me like secretly, oh buddy, you and me, we're awesome. We're gonna do a show together. It's gonna be so fucking cool. He told me that. It's so awesome. And now it's fucking too big. And this, the whole fuck Artie Lang thing is weird. That's some charged language. There's a lot going on there.
Yeah.
And then the way that she wraps it up is she says, you know why, Opie? It's because you're so good.
Yeah.
The reason they don't want you on their show.
She was put in a tough spot right there.
Yeah.
And that was probably the best way to get out of it. Yeah. I would not have thought of that.
Yeah.
Can I just be honest with you, Crows? Opie, you're too good for Artie Lang would never have come out of my mouth in that scenario.
Yeah.
I probably just would have started laughing hysterically at the guy. I'll do the diabolical laughter now, Opie. Yeah. Artie doesn't care about you. You suck.
And it's like she even stepped it back and was just like, but you're just too good. Like, period. Like, you're on another level from these losers. Like, not even just Artie, but just fucking
You know what's funny about that? Opie is upset because he used to have a radio show that was heard by millions of people, and he was able to get big guests on it.
Yeah.
Now he has a podcast that's heard by you and me.
And that's about it.
And nobody wants to be a guest on it anymore.
Yeah.
And he thinks that they've turned on him when really that's how show business works.
Well, yeah.
However, Anthony Cumia has a show that's watched by a few dozen people. He just had Joe Rogan on the other day.
Yeah.
He's able to get big guests. That's about as big as you can get right now. Because people like Anthony Cumia and his show is funny.
Yeah, it's almost as though Opie hasn't been able to form a single human connection with any of the friendly people who were like on his side and rooting for him over the span of his entire life.
It's shocking.
Let's hear him wrap it up. Here's the last thing they say about Artie.
Had Mark Maron on my radio show for years. He did great radio, but no one knew Mark Maron like they know him today. And what happens to these people now that I'm not on the top of the mountain anymore? I'm not needed, so you're not going to, help the Opster out?
and give him a
I
little
don't know
push.
what. No, I think it's because you're good, Opie. I swear to God, I do. That's the hard numbers.
I like that. And that Artie Lang,
I do.
not once on his podcast, that Artie Lang. And then I tried to get him on my podcast, and they pretty much said, well, he can maybe call in. Call in.
Yeah, you take it. Artie Lang's way to call into your podcast. Oh, great. Let's set it up.
Seriously.
Give me a date and a time. Let's do it.
And doesn't that say it all? Like this whole thing that he's yelling about, he could have had. Like, no. He would have called into your show. Well, fuck that bullshit. Call into my fucking show. What am I, some fucking asshole with a podcast? Yes, that's what you are. No one cares. And like, as you can hear, that's a long topic of discussion. That's like, it goes into a whole thing about, holy fuck, I'm such a victim. Everybody's fucking me over. And that poor woman's just like, it's okay. It's because you're so good.
It's because you're so good.
It's because you're so good.
Oh, man. Maybe that's why people don't want to be a guest on their show, because they have to be your fucking psychiatrist while you're on there.
You think?
It's kind of annoying. That's really fascinating.
Yeah.
Right there.
Oh, and that, listening to Opie, that's an hour I'll never get back.
If Artie Lang put out a podcast tomorrow that was called the Artie Lang Farts into a Microphone for 25 Seconds Show, it would get more downloads than Opie Radio.
Yeah.
By a lot. Speaking of censorship, so Opie was on his show recently, and he's doing his YouTube live stuff where he's out on the beach, so you hear the wind flying through, and it sounds like garbage, and he's talking to people.
It's real.
Yeah.
It's more real.
So raw.
You really feel like you're in the experience with me.
It's so raw. And of course, he's reading questions that are coming in from the dozen or so people who are watching him babble on about nothing. Before I get any further.
Ba, 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 ba.
I just realized I have a fart drop, and I'm making fun of these guys for having a poo cast. Who the fuck am I to make fun of anyone? All right. So
it's you know, poo is fine as an accent.
Right.
Not as a main
Can't
dish.
be the main topic, right. It's not like, who are these shits?
Right.
Who are these shitty podcasts?
It's one thing to sprinkle some shit flex on via fart, you know?
Oh, boy. All right. So Opie gets asked the question about Joe Rogan and his new Spotify deal that I'm sure we all know about. It's rumored to be between $100 and $110 million.
Can you even fucking imagine getting a $100 million deal for a podcast?
And not even just to be exclusive on Spotify. He doesn't change anything else that he's doing.
He doesn't even have to be exclusive till the end of the year.
Right.
That's
Yeah,
crazy.
It's crazy.
Could they possibly make that back off of that? I don't know.
Their
I don't know
stock,
how much money
their stock went way up.
Okay,
it was a
I
big
guess it's
deal
good.
for him. Yeah. I mean, listen, Joe Rogan is the biggest podcast, and him going to Spotify, because Spotify has been spending years trying to be, they bought Gimlet and Anchor, and they're trying to become the place to go to get your podcast, which scares the shit out of me. The whole point of podcasting is that it's neutral. It's not a specific platform. You can get it anywhere, but whatever. Spotify wants to take over the world. So Opie is extremely jelly of Joe Rogan and his big deal.
Yeah, that Joe Rogan deal is insane, isn't it? $100 million is what I'm hearing to have his podcast on Spotify exclusively. Brother. But I don't do this for money anymore. See, because I'm very spiritual. I'm all about living in the moment, man. Money means nothing to me. Fuck! Good for Joe Rogan.
All right.
Jesus Christ, dude.
Yeah.
Tell me how you really feel.
That's insane right there. That Opie is a guy who's made millions and millions of dollars being a radio shock jock. He was on Sirius XM, national show, and he's jealous of Joe Rogan? It doesn't look good. It's not a good look for you.
Just the venom in that. Like, damn, he sounded so angry and bitter. Like,
oh, bitter is a good word. Bitter is the perfect word. And someone then asked him, well, Opie, would you ever go on Joe Rogan's show? Now, Opie was on Joe Rogan's show years ago. You would think a guy like Opie could get on a show like Joe Rogan. The two of them have collaborated on many things over the years. Joe Rogan used to go on Opie and Anthony's show all the time. But apparently Opie knows that he is not welcomed on the Joe Rogan show, but he's already decided why. And this is amazing. This is how, if you're an asshole, you have to trick your mind into thinking that everything's everyone else's fault, or else you might become suicidal. This is how Opie does it. This is great.
Rogan's not having me on. I'm a free thinker. He says he's a free thinker, but I think he's more of a free thinker for the right. I'm just a free thinker. So I tried to get him on my podcast, and I made a silly video that people make fun of me about to this day, but that's okay. I still called him out and stuck up for myself because I thought it was very much bullshit that he gave me the old blow-off.
Yeah, do another video, Hope. Maybe you'll pay attention.
What's the point of not trying again? Right? Like, you've been on before. The precedent exists. You have been a person who can get on Joe Rogan's podcast. You can be that person again. Figure out what you were doing right back then that you are fucking up so badly now.
No, Digi, you're not understanding. Opie's a free thinker, and Joe Rogan would never want to have a free thinker on his show. Have you seen the lineup of guests? He goes, he's only a free thinker for the right. He had Bernie Sanders on and kissed his ass for 2 hours straight. What the fuck is Opie talking about?
He embarrassingly did not ask him anything that answer any questions I would have wanted answered. Like, for me, like, he sucked his dick so hard it made me less like him.
Right. This is a guy who notoriously hunts his own meat. And he didn't want to talk to Bernie about the gun issue. Like, this guy is not a right winger, Joe Rogan.
No,
it's not even close. But Opie,
I mean, if anything, he is a filthy centrist for clout.
Yes, well, that's true. But Opie thinks that he's too much of a free thinker. Now, the last Opie clip I want to play is him complimenting himself when talking about that Joe Rogan has a good podcast. This is amazing.
Look, I mean, Rogan's got a good podcast. I mean, you know, because now this will blow up in my face again. He's got a very good podcast. I'll tell you why Rogan is very, very successful and very, very smart. He does give me and Anthony credit for doing the podcast the way he does it.
That's unbelievable. He has a good podcast. I'll tell you why he's so smart. He did what we did. He's doing what we did. He's copied us.
Is his show even similar to theirs?
No.
Like, I've never heard Opie and Anthony, but I didn't get the impression it's a fucking interview show.
It definitely was not. And what Joe Rogan gives credit for, and Opie doesn't understand this for some reason, because Joe has said this multiple times, he gives credit to Anthony Cumia, because Anthony, when he was on Opie and Anthony, used to do a show called Live from the Compound, where he would do a video show from his house when he was drunk. And Joe saw that and went, oh, you don't need a studio. You don't need any of this shit. You can just turn on a webcam and you got a show. And he's told Anthony Cumia that to his face. Like, you're the one who showed me I could just have my own show. And this is why I do this. And Opie goes, well, I mean, he copied our format. He's pretty much doing, everything that I pretty much set this all up for him. And now he's got $100 million. Like, Opie, you have nothing to do with any of this.
No,
you couldn't be
absolutely nothing.
You couldn't be less correct about this.
Ba, 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 ba.
Doug, speaking of lying, I listened to Opie's latest episode, which is a YouTube live episode that he likes to do where he's just chatting with the folks on YouTube. And listen to the lies that come out in this when he's explaining why he wears a mask.
Now, if you wear a mask, it's political. How did we get here? No, I'm wearing a mask so I don't give my family the coronavirus or my friends or my coworkers.
What's he talking about?
I don't know. I hate this guy.
You're unemployed and you have no friends. All right. I don't have a ton on this episode because it was really, Opie is just grasping at straws. He's got nothing to talk about. And it's very similar to what Stuttering John's been doing, just repeating himself because he's putting out too much content. This is the problem when you don't have a show format. is it's very difficult to continue to be interesting when you're just talking about fucking random shit that's in your head. That shit that's in your head has already come out. We know. We got it. Opie does say this, though.
I pray there are more people out there like me.
Well, bad news, Opie. I think our prayers are canceling each other out. So don't bother doing that. This is an example right here is what I'm talking about. When I say, I don't know why you wouldn't put a little bit of work into your show, give us some production value so that it's interesting for people. Most podcasts at this point would not just talk about something that was funny, but would actually play it.
And then yesterday, Biden is doing an interview, and it sounded like he had an old man fart. You guys should search out that video. I'll try to post it on my Twitter, but sure sounded like he had a real wet old manny fart. And they're trying to figure if it was him or the other guy, but I'm like, no, man, that was Joe Biden farting, and he needs to check his pants.
Oh, good one. It's a shark joke. How lazy do you have to be to say, oh, I saw this video, it was really funny, you should check it out. Maybe I'll tweet it later.
Oddly enough, I can answer that question.
you know how lazy you have to be to do that? Fuck. Opie, because he's not funny and he doesn't have anything interesting or compelling to say, will do these voices. And I finally picked up on something, and I'll tell you what it is after this, but I think when he does this over-the-top voice, he's actually doing an impression of someone who's been on his show many times and is actually funny.
They're going to make our lives that much better. Oh, they'll make it a bit better. They'll make it better by a smidge. My life is better by a smidge because Trump's in office. And then let's say Biden's in office. Oh, my life is better by a smidge.
Even that laugh afterwards. Did you pick up on who he's doing right there?
No, I know my guess is way off base. So.
Oh, it's Bill Burr. And it's over the top, but Bill Burr will do that voice, but he's saying funny things along with it, so it works. Opie's just rambling with nonsense and doing that over the top voice and then giggling at himself. It's embarrassing, Ope. We've heard Bill Burr on your show before. But in that, he's making this crazy political statement where he says, I don't like Biden or Trump. You don't say. Wow. What a crazy, crazy thing to think. And he goes on to explain that that's just him because he's a free thinker.
You don't even have to agree with me. I'm just doing some of that free thinking.
Remember, he said Joe Rogan wouldn't have him on his podcast because he's a free thinker. And I was like, what does he mean by that? And I guess what he means by that is that he thinks both of the people that we are able to elect as our next president are terrible, which I'm pretty sure almost everyone agrees with. That's not a hot take.
Anybody that out loud claims to be a free thinker is a fucking retard.
Yes, right. Nobody sits around and just goes, yeah, I just repeat what CNN tells me, or I just repeat what Fox News tells me. Everyone who does that goes, I'm a free thinker, man. Just so happens Chris Cuomo makes a lot of good points every single night. This is funny. It's very surprising that he interacts with people on his show, just like Stuttering John, because he's so insecure about everything that when people make comments, he lashes out. And somebody says that his voice is cracking, and listen to him lose his mind about it.
Why is your voice cracking? I don't know. Because I'm leaning way back in this chair, and I'm actually not used to doing this on a regular basis anymore, so I don't know. I could get a sip of water for you if that helps. Sorry, my voice is cracking. How's that? I cleared my throat. I'm sitting up properly.
All right, calm down, Opie. How many excuses did he have to make there just because somebody put a fucking stupid comment on the YouTube? How insecure is he at this point?
Do you have any idea how much he's making now or if he's making anything?
Yeah, he makes $0 a week, Doug. He makes $0.
Oh, that's too bad.
Yeah, it's a shame. He's putting out the same content as our boys, what are their names? Rhett and Link?
Rhett and Link, yes.
Yeah. He's putting out the same content, but making way less money.
You know what I think Opie's problem is he hasn't named his audience yet.
Oh, yeah. They got to be like the Opesters or something. The Nopesters. All right, that's all I have for Opie. You know what? Fuck it. I'll play one last clip. I hate I think Dick Masterson said this recently. The lamest take you can have is to say, there's no way they can make Blazing Saddles today. That movie could not get made today. Like, yes, I do know that. It's not an interesting thing to say.
Yeah, I know. Blazing Saddles couldn't be made today. You're 100% right, which is too bad. That movie was really, really funny. Great.
This is the kind of content that we're talking about that Opie is putting out now. He's reading comments and going, yeah, you know what? That is a funny movie, but yeah, it's a little too spicy for today's norms. Like, okay. These conversations have been said already.
They couldn't put out Archie Bunker today. It just wouldn't work in this environment.
It wouldn't work in this environment. It's just so offensive, Doug. Just people are just too sensitive now to that type of
Which
racial
is a shame.
humor.
It's a shame because it was really funny.
It's really funny. Yeah, it's a real shame. Guess who else wanted to weigh in on this Howard Stern controversy?
Ba 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 ba.
Opie was asked about Howard Stern.
Yes, let's get the least popular opinion. Like, who fucking cares?
Who could possibly care about his opinion? I love that Opie is asked about this. So he does these shows now where he's just reading comments as they come through. And he's asked about this Howard Stern controversy because aside from every mainstream news outlet, CNN, New York Times, Washington Post, none of these people have talked about Howard Stern. They'll talk about anyone else in blackface. For some reason, Howard Stern, no big deal, whatever. But it's a big deal, and they decide to ask Opie about it, and Opie immediately makes it about him.
So then Stern, he wants to be known as, I guess, a liberal now. He wants to be known as Hollywood Howie. He wants to be known as a great interviewer, although Ron Bennington destroys Howard Stern as far as interviewing skills go. And I'm not too bad myself, damn it. I'm going to put my name on that list.
Good God.
Oh, God. He thinks he's a good interviewer.
He's the fucking worst.
He's the worst. He doesn't listen. He doesn't prep. He doesn't know what anyone's talking about.
Is
that surprising that he would say that?
It's not surprising that he would say it.
All right, good
it's
point.
Ridiculous thing to say.
Okay.
Fucking nut.
I agree with that. He says Ron Bennington, Ronnie B, is a better interviewer. I agree. I love Ron Bennington. He's fabulous. You might also say, Joe Rogan. Other people who are known for giving really good interviews.
Yeah. I mean, you're going to go way down the list before you get
to Opie?
Greg Hughes.
You know who else thought that Opie sucked at interviewing people? His co-host, Carl Ruiz, as I might remind you from this clip going back a year and a half.
You stay there because if not, you're going to start interviewing everybody. Why can't I interview people?
It gives me fucking stress, and today's not the right day. I will set this whole place on fire.
Why do you get so stressed out when I want to talk to the people of New York City?
Because you have a particular talent that makes things...
What's up, sir?
Yeah, there it is. It makes things so... Your face is so arrogant.
How are the...
Let's ask Gary Busey if Opie is good at interviewing people.
Holy shit.
Ask anybody that has ever been interviewed by Opie if he's good at interviewing people.
Ray Liotta was on Opie and Anthony.
Yeah.
Opie didn't have anything to say to the guy. And at one point, Ray Liotta looks over and was like, is that guy okay? Talking to Anthony. Because Opie didn't have anything prepared to talk to Ray Liotta, one of the biggest movie stars ever. Didn't have a question for the guy.
He's playing Candy Crush.
He's probably playing Candy Crush.
What an asshole.
All right, let's listen to Opie's terrible take on this.
And it's very simple because back then when he was doing the blackface and he was yelling and screaming the N-word, no one had a problem with it. The culture's different today.
What is he talking about? Nobody had a problem with Howard Stern. That's his take on this. Guys, I don't know why we're making a fuss over this. Nobody cared at the time. Well, then why is he famous?
His boss was actively trying to get him fired, right. And he was just doing everything he could to get attention drawn to him, including racist shit. And
according to Opie, nobody had a problem with him yelling the N-word on his radio show.
Wasn't there endless letter campaign from the NAACP trying to get him taken off the radio?
So this brings up my next clip that I wanted to play for you, Andy.
But with that said, all this stuff he did in the past, If people didn't really have a problem back then and there wasn't a swelling of people that were offended trying to get him fired, then why the fuck all these years later should a man get fired over that stuff?
And I'm only calling him out because he's a radio guy and he knows better. People were trying to get Howard Stern fired all the fucking time.
Right.
It was a nonstop thing. The irony is, it used to be people on the far right. It was like the Christian conservative groups.
Right.
And now it's people on the far left who want to get everybody fired.
Yeah.
It just switched.
Right.
But they've always wanted to get Howard Stern fired. What's he talking about? Nobody even cared about Howard Stern back then. He was the most shocking. He was getting fined by the FCC. What are you talking about? What could you possibly be talking about?
He didn't get fired. And to Opie's credit,
He got fired from our market.
Oh, that's true.
The radio group, and I can't remember what the radio group was, took him off of our market.
Just paid out his contract and got rid of him.
He got fired all the time.
Yeah.
Howard Stern. Fired all the time. Opie's been fired before. He knows this.
Yeah. But, you know, for once I agree with, I don't like cancel culture.
I agree with Opie too. And Opie comes out and he says, I don't want him. Yes, he goes, I don't like Howard, but I don't want him canceled. I don't think anyone should get canceled, especially for things they said fucking 17 years
even
ago.
Opie's like, I hate his guts, but he shouldn't get fired.
And why does Opie hate Howard Stern's guts? I have that clip, Andy. I think this is kind of interesting.
And I don't think he should get fired or canceled, and I hate Howard Stern. And for the people that don't know why I truly hate Howard Stern, it was probably the day that he talked about, skull fucking my dead dad's skull.
That's terrific. That's terrific. I don't know why he doesn't think that's funny.
Now that's funny.
That's pretty fucking funny.
Was he in blackface when he said that?
It only gets funnier. Just keeps getting funnier and funnier.
Oh, God. I just wanted to say right now that if anybody is listening to this just for the Opie shit, but you're not on Patreon, you got to get on the Patreon and listen to the nice Dougie Nice Carl Patreon.
Thank you for that.
Like 2-3 weeks ago.
Thank you for that promo. We did an awesome episode.
It never gets old. He's a bottomless pit of fodder. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I mean, it was a great.
Because the thing that he does
Patreon
now, is he goes outside while he's podcasting.
Bumble.
And he gets distracted by nature. Here's an example of that from the episode I just listened to.
I'm not sure how normal I am. God damn it, the bugs are out tonight, you motherfuckers.
And then as soon as I heard that, it reminded me of Doug's clip. I'm going to play this clip. This is from the bonus episode.
To have their minds changed. Sorry, I just saw a fucking deer. Sorry about that. Ooh, a bumblebee. Hold on. We interrupt this live broadcast for a bumblebee. Do these things bite?
And I want to point out, he thinks he's Brian Regan. Ooh, a bumblebee. That's a Brian Regan thing.
Oh, is it?
Right?
I don't know.
He's constantly doing Bill Burr and Brian Regan's like, Opie, and Wheeze. Opie, can you have your own
Patrice
personality?
O'Neal?
Yes!
Yeah.
Could you just have your own personality?
He just rips off funnier people than him.
And makes it less funny.
Yeah.
And somehow makes it way less funny. Producer Chris and I were just talking about this because he listened to this Opie shows. Opie never has a funny thing to say, so instead he just goes like, damn. He'll just say things weird.
Yeah.
And he thinks that makes it funny. Yeah. And which worked back in the day when Anthony was telling funny jokes and Jim Norton was telling funny jokes. Then it works. When you're on your own, talking to Phil in Atlanta, not so much. By the way, I mentioned that he's reading the comments that are coming in and just reacting to them in real time. Terrible decision on his part because people just troll him.
Yeah.
I have a couple examples of that.
That's the best part.
The first one is someone asking him about Chip Chipperson's podcast. If you're not familiar, Chip Chipperson is a character that Jim Norton created that has his own show that is more popular than Opie. It's Jim Norton pretending to be an idiot, and it's more popular than Opie. So Opie doesn't like when people bring this up. And I swear to God, I don't think Opie edits his show, but this sounds like a hard edit. Like, it sounds like he probably said something, he's like, I don't want to say that, and took it out. Listen.
Does it annoy you knowing that Chip Chipperson is a parody of you while also being literally thousands of times more successful? It's not a parody of me. Jimmy decided to spin that shit after he got really, really mad and pissed off at me. And honestly, I don't know how many views his podcast does, and I don't really care. I'm answering your question because I guess if I'm answering your question, it means I care, but I don't really care at all. What's up, Braden74? How are you, man? And what's up, Scott?
Do you think he got himself into one of those loops where he's like, oh shit, I don't care, but I'm talking about, so maybe I do care, but I know I don't care. I obviously don't care. I keep saying I don't care, but maybe I do care because I keep saying I don't care, but maybe that means I do care. I'm gonna edit all this out.
How long did he talk about that while scream crying before he's like, oh, I'm gonna cut this out?
And another thing about Chip Chipperson, ooh, a bumblebee. Fucking idiot. Here's another example of him getting trolled.
Yes. Thank you, Sword and Scale. Enjoy your life. You and Ant made my life a million times better, inspired me to start my podcast. I've never heard your podcast. I'm sorry. I don't really listen to many podcasts. I listen to very weird podcasts.
So Opie says, Sword and Scale is in the chat room and says, thank you for inspiring me to do my show. Now, the guy from Sword and Scale, Mike Bidet, who was canceled.
Yeah.
He was on the Wondery Network.
We've talked about doing this
huge show.
Yeah.
Huge show.
We almost reviewed it.
One of the biggest true crime shows ever.
Yeah.
The host of that show was a creep, like Chris D'Elia, and was trying to hit on all of his fans, and then they outed him with screenshots and stuff. So they pressured the network, and they took the show down. And that's the goof, is that this guy's like, hey, I'm a big fan of you, Opie, being a known fucking creep who lost his show. And Opie's like, yeah, it's awesome, man. I'm glad to hear that, buddy. I haven't heard your show, but I'm sure it's great. You fucking moron. And then Opie goes on to explain that comedians have terrible podcasts, which he said before. He's starting to repeat himself a lot, unfortunately. But he goes on to say the comedians' podcasts suck. Now, he just said he doesn't listen to podcasts. Yep. But he knows that comedians who have podcasts suck.
Oh, my God. Most comedians have shitty podcasts. Can we all agree? There's a few good ones. You know which ones are the good ones. I don't even have to tell you. And then there's a lot of just babbling. Babble, babble, babble.
Is that the best description of Opie Radio you've ever heard?
Babble, babble, babble.
Yeah, it should stay on the board.
It's too perfect.
Yeah.
This is a guy who's walking around at the beach, wandering around.
Yeah.
With no thoughts in his head.
Talking to 4 Instagram followers.
I'm allowed to make fun of other people's podcasts because I put some effort into it.
Yeah.
It gives me the right to say, oh, your podcast sucks. You put 0 effort in. You turn on your phone. He also tries to talk about politics, which always blows my mind. Opie does not understand politics at all. He thinks it's very much everyone's either far right or everyone's far left.
Time to dig in. Let's do this. My tribe versus your tribe. Are you ready for the Thunderdome? I got my talking points off Facebook. Do you have yours? Let's do this. It becomes part of your identity. And then you have to argue these points because you really feel that your survival is at risk. Look at me going deep. Well, goddamn.
He thought that was him going deep into political discussion. Andy, you live in the real world, as do I.
Yeah.
Do you have friends who are constantly like all in on Joe Biden or all in on Trump? Because I don't know anyone like that.
Oh, well, I'm a truck driver, so yes, I do know people that are all in on Trump.
Okay. Fair enough. Apparently that's who Opie's hanging out with, too. Because most sane people that I know are somewhere in the middle and are not battling with people all day long about politics. I don't know why he thinks that is. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm the asshole. Ever hear yes, Andy? Opie watched the Jeffrey Epstein documentary. Have you seen that?
No.
It's interesting. It's interesting. It's worth a watch.
Yeah.
Yeah. Of course I did. We all knew about Jeffrey Epstein before this doc came out, though, right?
Yes, I did.
I mean, it's a pretty big news story, right?
It's crazy.
Opie's blown away.
Did anyone see the Jeffrey Epstein documentary? I needed a goddamn shower after that. That guy was very manipulative, huh? And it looks like he had a lot of dirt on a lot of people.
No shit, Sherlock! You're just figuring this out now, Opie. You're just coming up to speed on Jeffrey Epstein. Jesus Christ. Who is listening to this show? His political ranting is, you're either on the right or the left, blah, I'm going deep. And then he goes right into, Jeffrey Epstein had a lot of dirt on people. You think?
Did you ever see that movie about the Michael Jackson and all the kids that he fucked?
Did you know that Michael Jackson slept in the same bed with a 9-year-old? Can you believe that?
What was that movie? Captain EO?
Jesus Christ.
We fucked all those kids.
All right, we have some good news here. You know that Vic passed away. Vic Henley.
Oh, I thought you meant voice.
Not the Vic that everyone loves from WATP who does our review segment.
I was like, oh,
Vic Henley passed
away.
Yeah. And Vic Henley passed away right as the lockdown was happening.
Yep.
So there was no memorial service for the poor guy. We didn't go on the Vic Henley tour like we did for Carl Ruiz, which is very upsetting. But thankfully, they're going to do something.
We're doing the memorial for Vic Henley finally online this coming Monday. It's not open to the public, but they're saying that maybe we could put some of it out there for others to check out. So I'll keep you updated on that. But
please do. I would be tuning in for that.
You know what he's saying there?
What?
He asked whoever, Vic's wife or Vic's daughter, whoever is putting this on, if he could podcast during the service.
You're right.
And they said,
you're right.
We'll see.
Yeah.
No fucking way.
Opie, can you not YouTube live?
Yes, he's totally wanted to
memorial
do
service.
A fucking Instagram live of Vic's memorial.
It is funny that you assume that Vic would have either a wife or a daughter. He has neither.
Whoever is organizing
his family is his mom and maybe a sibling or two. Actually, I know for a fact that Vic Henley's brother played football in college, because if you look up Vic Henley on Wikipedia, that's the only thing you can find is information about Vic Henley's brother, which still cracks me up.
I am honestly going to miss the Vic Henley being on there and saying goofy shit for us to make fun of.
I'm not.
I'm going to miss that.
I miss Carl. I don't miss Vic. I do not miss Vic. All right. I want to clear something up, because on last week's show, I played a clip of Opie explaining why he hates Howard Stern.
Yeah.
And he says, he said he was going to skull fuck my dead dad.
Yeah, which...
And I didn't...
How was that?
And I didn't explain that Opie is lying, and I got called out for that.
But you would have explained that before on this show.
I've explained it before, but I didn't explain it then. I got called out.
Carl, you need to say it every fucking time.
Every fucking time. By the way, Opie's wrong about that. Howard Stern did not say he was going to skull fuck Opie's dead father. He was talking about Man Cow, and I have the clip. They had Andrew Dice Clay in studio, and Andrew Dice Clay is talking about how he goes over on Opie and Anthony because Anthony does the Dice impression.
Yeah.
And Dice is now like bashing them. So they're talking about Opie and Anthony, and then he brings up Man Cow, and then this happens.
I know you know Man Cow from Chicago. I would say, other than you, he's the only one, and it was about 8 years after I started doing your show that I became friends with.
Okay.
Now I know you and him got a thing, and
I have
just
no
like
thing.
comics have things, but you know what I'm saying.
I'm just going to fuck his father's skull.
Stop it. Don't do that.
I'm going to dig up his father's grave and stick my dick in his skull.
You see, that's where I get mad at you, because that's
the
where
way I am.
But you shouldn't do that.
Hey,
you know what I mean?
You have your beef.
I know.
Do I stop you?
But that's... that's somebody's
Howard loves Opie. He let you rail on him.
Yeah.
Fuck Opie. No, but that's where I draw the line. All right, forget it. I'm just saying,
I don't draw that line.
Okay, I know you don't.
I don't know how you can draw a line. He has a legitimate beef.
Yeah,
when somebody sends a box of excrement to an 18-year-old girl who works for me.
Don't go into the Man Cow thing yet.
Okay, all right. I'm just telling you. That's when I fuck your father's skull.
Stop it. Do this when I'm not here.
All right, go ahead.
Because he's my friend, just like you have.
I don't care whose friend you are.
All right.
That's one day I got to do my thing, man.
I know you got to do your thing.
You call me and you keep me on the phone for 3 hours, I got to fuck his father's skull.
There is something really wrong with, and there's something wrong with me. You want to?
Yeah, go ahead.
So let me tell you.
Go ahead with your feud.
All right, so the next time you're in Opie's super chat, can you just please explain to him he was talking about Man Cow? He said it 3 fucking times. It was about Man Cow. Opie's name was brought up in the middle of it. There was a conversation about Opie and Anthony.
Yeah.
But they were talking about Man Cow. He doesn't want to skull fuck Opie's dead father.
Opie wishes that someone would say that about
Correct.
him. He really does.
If Howard Stern said that about me, I wouldn't shut him out. It'd be the fucking opening of the show. Are you kidding me? I'd have my father killed just so Howard could skull fuck him. But I'm glad you brought up, and I apologize for all the homework I gave you, but I'm glad that you brought up Tammy Pescatelli making the rounds, because she's been doing like a weekly show, I feel like, with Stuttering John for some reason. I don't know why she's doing that. And then, yes, she was a guest on Opie, and I listened to all 55 minutes of it. Let's get into it.
Opie Radio. The Opie Radio Podcast.
Did you listen to the show, Doug?
I tried. Listen, here's what I will say. Okay, here's what I'll say.
Yeah.
I tried to listen to both Tammy Pescatelli episodes, and at least the one where she was on with Opie was somewhat listenable, because I tried to listen to her with Stuttering John, and for the first 5 minutes, it was just her making jokes and him going, "What? I don't. What? I can't hear you. What?"
Yeah.
It was terrible. So at least this one, I guess the quality was better, the recording quality, the audio, I guess.
So Opie,
but I listened a little bit.
So I agree with you. I think Opie is a good podcaster compared to Stuttering John. I think that is a true statement, which is really sad. I have to start
nothing
off.
to brag about.
No, certainly not. I have to start off with this, and I teased this to my buddy Vinny, who works over at the Comedy Club here, Comedy at the Carlson.
Yeah.
And Comedy at the Carlson's been busting their ass during the whole pandemic shutdown. They're figuring out ways to continue to have shows. So one of the things they did, and they had a few of these types of shows, is drive-in movie style, where there's a comedian outside on stage. They have screens set up so you can see them, and you park in the parking lot, and it comes in through the FM dial, and you can listen. In fact, producer Chris, who's here with me right now, he and I went to a show. It wasn't Tammy Pescatelli, but it was actually a funny comedian. And we went and saw that in this setup, which is, they're trying to find a way to keep comedy going. I know there's other clubs that have done that. So this is the setup. Tammy explaining that she just had a gig up in Rochester.
They did an outdoor show. They had it really set up nice. They bogarted a radio station, an 89.1 at the top of the dial, and 3 different screens, and people would sit in their cars and they could honk, or they could have their windows down and laugh, flash their lights.
All right. So Tammy was just in our town doing the show, and then decides to bash the shit out of the Comedy Club. And this is the part that I'm excited to play for my buddy Benny.
The only thing that was bad is there was an open roadway in between the stage and the parking lot, so that was a little bit weird. You'd get to a punchline and a bus would drive by. Right. But it was completely humiliating. If I had enough money, I would have never done it. Yeah. But I don't have the money, and they also need to stay open.
It was completely humiliating for her to play the show at the Comedy Club. And then Opie decides to bring this up again at the end of the show, and again just bash Comedy at the Carlson.
I keep going back to you in Rochester performing in front of cars. Oh my God. I just want to hug you.
Listen,
I just want to hug you.
If I didn't hang myself that night, I don't think I ever will. And how about this? I didn't even sell out the parking lot. How about that? I didn't even make a bonus because I didn't sell out the parking lot.
It's because you were promoting the show on the Stuttering John podcast, you fucking moron.
Why would you say that? Why would you advertise the fact that you can't sell out a parking lot?
Well, that part was funny, but I just love that she explained if she was ever going to kill herself, it was after the show that she did at Comedy at the Carlson. And like I said, I have a little bit of insider knowledge. Vinny runs these shows. So much work goes into these shows. They have to build the stage. They have to tear it all down and then build it again the next day and then tear it down, build it again the next day. The promotion that goes into this, parking people, they got food vendors. It's this whole fucking elaborate thing that they're doing. And Tammy Pescatelli's like, yeah, I did that. I want to kill myself. Oh, okay.
Way to burn your bridges there, Tammy.
In her defense, she was on Opie Radio. She didn't think anyone would ever hear this.
Well, no. If it wasn't for you, nobody ever would.
Correct. So Tammy at the beginning of the show is going to say something and then stops herself and makes a brilliant decision. I have to give her a lot of credit for slowing down.
I mean, we call it Black Lives Matter now, which is important, but there's still the NAACP, and you certainly wouldn't use those words.
You certainly wouldn't use. What do you think she thinks the N stands for? NAACP.
I know exactly what she thinks it stands for.
You certainly wouldn't say those words. Good job, Tammy.
That was pretty smart. She still knows nobody was going to hear it, but was like, you know what, I'm going to play it safe here.
So Tammy's talking about the way that she first was introduced to Opie. She was on Last Comic Standing on NBC.
Right.
And on Opie and Anthony's, this is going back a decade or more, on Opie and Anthony, they were playing clips of her stand-up and goofing on her from Last Comic Standing. She happened to be listening live while it was happening and then called into the show to defend herself.
Uh-huh.
This is her talking about that incident. And what I want you to zoom in on is Opie is giggling along with this story the entire time. He's having a grand old time. Then she brings up Chip Chipperson, and Opie is triggered immediately. Listen to how Opie reacts to this.
Everybody was picking on me for doing all those Italian jokes.
Right.
And I called in and I was like, guys, it doesn't even hurt my feelings because you know what you're not saying? I'm doing chip jokes. I'm like,
oh, fuck Chip.
I guess you didn't get the memo. You don't want to bring up Jim Norton on the Opie radio show. No, fuck Chip.
Yeah. Opie was pretending he was having a good time there for a couple seconds.
He does pretend, doesn't he?
Yep.
Oh my
Sure
gosh.
does.
If I ever had Tammy Pescatelli on this show, and God willing I never will, the last thing I'd be doing is giggling through one of her fucking rambling conversations. Well, yeah, Tammy. Then what happened?
I mean, I'm not saying you should get her, Carl, but it seems like you could get her. I mean, that doesn't seem difficult.
I mean, she does Stuttering John show on purpose.
Right. Yes.
Unless she's been tricked into it.
That's always a possibility, I guess.
Opie decides to start singing on this show and then has an amazing joke right after that.
Do you know the song Into the Night by Benny Mardones?
I might do a little bit. Tell me a little bit.
She's just 16 years old.
Oh, yeah, that's Leave Her Alone, they say. Right. A beautiful song, too, right? But, like, it's, boy, hey, creepo.
I think that's Chris D'Elia's favorite song.
Brilliant, Opie. Very witty, very topical.
Yeah,
well done.
No, very. I like how he continued singing. I mean, she got it.
Yeah.
He had about 3 words out of his mouth. She got it. But going on, I don't know if he thought it was funny. I don't know if he thinks that he's a good singer. Both of those are incorrect, though.
Yes, he's neither funny nor a good singer. And you're right. You picked up on that correctly. When someone starts singing a song, do you know this song? And they start singing it, and you go, yeah. I know that. No, I know it. It means shut the fuck up. They don't want to hear you sing anymore.
Shut
it's
your
embarrassing.
fucking mouth. Like,
You're
this was a
embarrassing yourself
mistake.
and everyone around you. Speaking of embarrassing,
yeah,
Opie is doing the show on his phone. And you know how this works in these modern times. When you're on a phone call with someone and someone else calls, you get a notification that there's another call coming in. In this clip, you can hear the other call coming in and then Opie dropping the ball.
Oh, they're fucking... Yeah, I never saw anything like it. They looked like they had, like, squiggles and hazard signs. I mean, it was like it looked like a Saved by the Bell episode segue. Like, they were just horrible.
That's amazing. Hello? You heard that call coming in. I thought I hung up on the telemarketer, but I just hung up on Tammy.
Think about it. Would this be interesting to you? Would you listen to this?
Opie has talked a lot about how he enjoys editing, and he's big into editing. That would have been a perfect opportunity to maybe do a little bit of editing. Maybe edit that part where you hang up on your guest and then are embarrassed.
I mean, but you've been pointing this out for years, for the whole time you've been doing this show, and Who's buying it? Like, who's buying it now? If you're listening to his show or if you're listening to your show, you're not buying anything that he has to say.
I am a broken, hilarious record, aren't I? All right. This is your favorite part of any Opie show. This is another episode that I listen to that doesn't feature Tammy Pescatelli. And by the way, when Opie does these shows where he's just interacting with people in the live chat, it's insane. And of course, it always has to start with us.
Good morning, everybody. What's up, Steve and Rachel and Kerry? What's up, Phil? How are you? Oh, what's up, Phil? It's that Phil. Patricia, what's going on? And Tim McConnell. Hey, Tim. Brian and Jeff and Lloyd and Dave and hey, Ben Perry.
Shut up! Shut up! Shut up!
Who would want to listen to that
on a podcast? Why does he feel the need to do that?
I don't know.
Does he assume that if he mentions it by name, they're not going to drop out 2 minutes into this? Who cares? It doesn't sound like a brag that people are listening because you mentioned like 8 people.
It's the equivalent of putting the sticker on the child's ditto. Like, good job, you completed the assignment. Here's your sticker. Right. Yay! I got Mom, guess what? Opie said hi to me today. Mom!
So he's doing all these shithead stickers. That's crazy. The dumbest reason to do this, Opie.
So on this episode, Opie gets super political, which is, it's my favorite thing when Opie gets political.
Is he getting super political or is he just right down the middle super political?
Oh, he can't explain enough that he is right down the middle.
Yeah. That's why people are confused by me. They think I'm a libtard because I make fun of Trump. But then they ignore when I make fun of Biden. God, it's exhausting.
Yeah, Opie, no one thinks you're a libtard. We just think you're a tard.
Right? Oh, he's the last sane man. Oh, Opie, what a martyr for, I don't know. Like, I just don't understand why he thinks that way.
I don't know either because he literally explains this every podcast. Like, guys, you all think that I just love Biden, but I don't like Biden. I don't like Trump. Like, we know.
Yeah.
We know. And in fact, he explains that if Biden became the president, he'd be telling jokes about Biden.
Oh, you'll see me go all in making fun of Biden. No problem. And that's what confuses everybody. I'm not a lefty. I explained that on the last podcast episode. Go back and listen.
You explain it on every podcast episode. Yeah. So this is my question to you, Doug, is what would be an example of a Biden joke that Opie would come up with if Biden was elected as the president?
I don't know. It would have to have something to do with possible dementia, I guess.
Oh, how about this? Joe Biden is so forgetful, he calls his cabinet the Oversight Committee.
Oh, that's a good one. Okay, that's a good Opie joke.
All right. Opie wouldn't have come up with that. Never mind. I take it back. This is great, too, because Opie's explaining how he gets underneath people's skin, and he likes to troll people on Twitter.
Sometimes I'll tweet something that I don't even believe in, and I'll just walk away from Twitter. And then I'll go back 6 hours later to see the mess I started.
So I decided, all right, what's going on his Twitter? What kind of activity is he getting? Yeah. He gets an average of 8 likes and 1 retweet per Twitter post that he puts out.
Okay.
This is a guy who's explaining that, oh man, I like to just blow up Twitter. By the way, he has 220,000 followers and he's getting 8 likes.
Oh, Jesus. It's crazy.
If I were him, I wouldn't even bring up Twitter. I'd be embarrassed.
No.
I would just pretend I'm not on Twitter.
You and I mean, we talked about this on Patreon. Everybody should subscribe to your Patreon. I don't mean to bring it up again, but he's a guy who just exists online. He doesn't talk to real people.
Correct.
It's almost like he thinks that everybody is so hardcore right or so hardcore left because those are the only bots that he interacts with online.
Oh, but he has these platitudes too. So he thinks because he's Opie from Opie and Anthony that when he says things, it must be important and better than what other people are saying. And this is where he just does not understand what a fucking idiot he is.
We're eating ourselves alive in this country. Other countries are laughing at us as we fight over our politics day after day, splitting this country in half. It's the stupidest thing we could do as a country. We got to focus on the things that bring us together. not the stuff that separates us. God, is that the most logical thing?
You take forever to say nothing.
I mean, I'm guessing, Doug, you probably zoned out. What did he just say?
He says nothing. Just what Homer Simpson just said.
He really thinks that he's the only one who's figured out, guys, stop it with the right and the left. Let's all come together. We're all Americans. Why aren't we working together? Why is everything so political? He thinks he's the only guy who's come up with this thought.
Yes, he thinks he's the only person to think that way or to say these dumb platitudes. As you said, like, this is just nonsense. It's just nothing. That idiots who don't know anything say.
Well, there's a reason why he says such dumb things.
You're looking or hearing a guy that does not like Howard Stern at all, but I also have what's called logic in my stupid brain.
I got logic in my stupid brain.
I'm smart, not like everybody says. Like dumb, I'm smart, and I want respect.
Opie is talking about the Stevie Ray Vaughan statue that was taken down. And I guess this happened in Austin, Texas. Listen to how distracted he gets. He can't even have a coherent thought because he's responding to people in the chat and he's confused. This is a very typical portion of Opie Radio in 2020.
What could have been the problem with the Stevie Ray Vaughan statue? That's in Lady Bird Lake, right? On the other side of Lady Bird Lake. I rented a bike and I checked out the Stevie Ray Vaughan statue when I was in Austin, Texas, which is a great, great city. Love Austin. I would live there in a second. Stevie Ray Vaughan does have 3 names, Tom. You are right. I guess he was a racist in some way.
To me, that clip is just
babble, babble, babble.
Oh, right. I mean, he rented a bike. That was the most exciting thing about what he just said there.
There was so much going on. He's like, oh, yeah, that statue that got taken down. It's not about Stevie Ray Vaughan. It's not about statues being taken down. He's like, oh, that's in Austin. I rented a bike in Austin. Austin's a cool place. I would maybe live in Austin. Like, whatever. What are you
Stevie Ray
talking
Vaughan
about?
has 3 names. You're right. You're right, random shithead that's commenting on this.
He talks about Joe Rogan. And the title of this show is that Joe Rogan is hypocritical. And if you probably know about this is the clip that was going around on the internet. When he had Bill Burr on, he was kind of calling Bill Burr out for wearing a mask. Because Joe Rogan's like, what are you, fucking pussy? You got to fucking wear a mask. And Bill Burr gave him shit right back. You're familiar with this, right, Doug?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, definitely.
So Opie's figured out that Joe Rogan is very hypocritical.
He's doing that to Bill Burr and making fun of, in general, the people that wear masks out there. Do you know that every single person that goes on Joe Rogan gets tested for the coronavirus? So it's easy to sit in his seat and make fun of people that wear masks to protect themselves from the coronavirus when you know damn well before that person sat down across from you, you know he doesn't have the coronavirus. And I think that's fucking hypocritical, don't you think? And most people don't know that. And it took just researching it online, I don't know, maybe 5 or 10 minutes, and I found that.
All right, so here's my problem with this clip. Opie says, most people don't know that the guests on Joe Rogan who go into his studio and record get a test for coronavirus. Joe Rogan talks about it on every episode. This is not a secret. Joe Rogan explains that he has testing kits and that he tests everybody. That he's even explained, I've never had one person test positive. All these people I've had come in here, no one's tested positive. He talks about it all the fucking time. And Opie thinks he's discovered this hypocritical incident that's happened that only he's aware of.
So do you think his 10 minutes of research was listening to 10 minutes of a Joe Rogan show where he said that?
I know. What did he Google to find that? Things that Joe Rogan talks about openly on his show? Was that his search query? So one of the things that I'm very surprised about, because I know that Opie is aware of how he's made fun of on the internet. He's alluded to it quite a bit.
Oh, sure.
And one of the things, there's a picture of Opie where he's kind of like slunched in his chair and he's wearing a tight shirt, and you can see that he's got like tits. He looks so bad. And because of this, his nickname is often Tits when you talk about it on the internet. In fact, Anthony Cumia has some issues with his complexion, so they used to call him Tits and Zits. Was the Opie and Anthony nicknames.
Right.
So Opie is doing a live read, and I can't believe he says this.
I got bitch tits. Oh boy, did I get bitch tits.
Yup. I sure do.
Well, he is the same guy who thinks that boners are going to solve all the world's problems. So.
Oh, that's a perfect segue. He's doing a Blue Chew spot and exclaims this at the end.
And if you want this podcast to continue being free, support the sponsors.
If you want this podcast to be free, support the sponsors. What's the alternative? That the podcast doesn't exist, or that you go behind a paywall? Because I would love to see what would happen if Opie went behind a paywall. Go ahead and hop on Patreon. Let's see what happens there.
Yep. It's crazy because I would gladly pay for Seamus behind a paywall. There is no way I am paying for Opie.
Nobody would pay for Opie. He does zero prep and talks to zeros like Tammy Pescatelli.
Right.
So right after he says, to keep us free, you got to support the sponsors, he says something that is the creepiest thing he could say.
Support the sponsors. Get a boner now. Are you a boner guy?
What is with Opie and boners? I just don't want to talk about boners with him anymore. Can we please stop talking about boners, Opie?
I don't know. That's kind of the best thing he does on his show.
It's too much boner talk.
That.
Oh, fuck. Ralph, I got to talk to you about this. I'm so excited to have you on the show because what happened was about a year ago, we were listening to Opie Radio, which we tend to do a lot. And Opie had Louis J. Gomez on the show. Mm-hmm. And it's Opie with the late, great Carl Ruiz. They're talking to Louis, and Louis brings them to the Gas Digital Studios. Do you remember this?
Yeah, I mean, I was there. I walked out and saw them outside. They're like, I don't know if you've seen the Gas Digital. There's like an outdoor area, and I guess it was like spring or summer or something. So I was inside recording something. I don't remember what. And when I walked out, Opie was recording with Louis.
Yeah, so Opie's walking around with the Zoom. I'm going to play you a clip that I played a year ago on our show, and this is you showing him around the studio.
These are two workstations with the full Adobe suite and anything to do the editing. All the wires are hidden everywhere behind the walls. Everything's hidden so that...
This is starting to get boring for the podcast, but it's amazing. You guys got an amazing setup.
That was the most rude thing. Opie does nothing but bore the shit out of people, walking around the Zoom recorder, doesn't take anything out. He was at Mike Buschetti's house, walking up the stairs while a dog was barking, didn't edit it out of his show. You're showing him an amazing studio, and he goes, this is getting boring. It's like, well, I didn't tell you to podcast during this. I'm just showing you around my studio.
Because I didn't even realize they were still recording.
Right. Like, this isn't part of your show. I was just showing you. I was being nice and taking some time out to show you what we have going on over here.
Exactly. I remember that because actually, I think that the guy that was with him, what's his name? I'm sorry. The guy
Carl Ruiz.
Had asked about it, and I didn't. So he came in at one point, and whatever it was, I forgot, but they wanted me to show them around.
Yes.
So I said, all right. And you could tell by the audio that the mic is far away from us because it's echoey.
Yeah.
And I did not realize that they were still recording. So I was just fucking showing them the studio. I remember that. That's funny. And actually, to be honest with you, until you played it at this moment, I didn't realize I was even on the fucking show.
And this is going to be really funny for you. They leave the studios, and now it's Carl and Opie on the street looking for an Uber to get back to wherever they're going. And Carl Ruiz, who's been podcasting with Opie for 2 years straight with his shitty Zoom recorder walking around, says this after seeing your guys' awesome setup.
I was embarrassed. Why? Because we're walking around with this dialysis machine, and he's got this whole thing going on.
Yeah, but we do it different.
So Carl Ruiz is like, holy shit, these guys have this is what real podcasting is. These guys, Louis and Ralph, have built a real multiple studios. They have a network. They have all these shows. And Opie's like, I don't know, man. We do things differently. However, this is what I couldn't wait to talk to you about, Ralph. There is a tweet that Opie sent out about a year ago over to Louis, and it says this. Serious question. Would you be up for me buying a huge chunk of Gas Digital? I honestly see potential with your network, but it needs some tweaking and just a couple more hit shows. Ralph, were you ever in discussions with Opie about him coming on as a partner?
I mean, not me. Look, I can't speak for Lewis because I don't know if he. Like we get a lot of people offering to buy pieces of gas or asking to meet with us on a somewhat regular basis because podcasting obviously is a very hot topic right now.
Yeah.
Right. So if you have some money to spend and you want to be in the entertainment space and you look around, maybe you see gas as one of the shows, one of the networks to potentially invest in. So I get emails like that a lot. So does Lewis. I don't bring shit to Lewis for us to sit down and have a talk unless I think it's going to be something worth really sitting down and talk with. And I think Lewis does the same for me because we both have crazy schedules. And why are we going to bother each other unless it's something we're taking seriously? So,
so what you just said is Lewis would never even consider working with Opie. So he didn't even bring it to my attention.
I mean, that's one way to look at it. But what I mean, like, is maybe it never got to anything more than a tweet. You know what I mean? I don't know. I can't speak. Maybe they talked about it and they were on opposite wavelengths of what they wanted. I can't speak for Lewis. So maybe they did have a conversation and Lewis just said, "Oh yeah, this is not going to work." I don't know.
Well, it's such a pompous tweet to send out. It's not even a DM. Yeah, it sends it out. Everyone can see it. And he's like,
it sounds like he's saying it to solely just kind of like be ridiculous. You know, I don't think he was saying it. That doesn't sound like a serious tweet to me, in my opinion.
All right.
I think he was saying it to just kind of be Opie. You know what I mean?
It's weird that he prefaced it with serious question then.
Oh, maybe. I don't know. It's funny again. I never heard that before either. Like I think I might follow Opie, but I'm never on Twitter. But I don't even remember that. I never even heard that tweet. You know, you think that would have been brought to me?
You would think so. I know. I mean, I talk about Opie a lot, so that was brought to my attention right away. But maybe that's not part of your world.
I mean, again, to speak of like the people I can relate to, I relate to Opie in that I'm the Opie of SDR show, you know, and Jay's the Anthony, for lack of better word. Jay's the really funny one, and I'm the guy that's driving the ship, so to speak, you know. Right. So I get the dynamic, I understand it, and I think that evidence has shown, and you could see that over and over again, that they needed each other. They were both bigger together than they are independently. There's no denying that, you know. So there's something to be said about that yin and yang of Opie and Anthony. So I definitely get it and get what it's like to be the Opie, the one who doesn't get the credit because they're not funny. You know what I'm saying? So
you know what else Opie needs besides Anthony? He needs a studio.
More famous ones was Steve the Whistler. Did a mosquito just bite my nose? Hold on a minute. Oh my God, I got bit on the side of my nose. And now I got bit on my hip. Oh my God, I got welts all over my body. I hope you're enjoying this.
Is he still doing his podcast?
He sure is. This is the brand new one that I'm playing for you right now.
Yeah. So I mean, look. Also, I'm going to say another thing I get is he did radio far more successfully than I did. I mean, my show might have been on about 90 stations at one point, but nowhere as big as Opie and Anthony ever were.
Nothing to sneeze at, though, my friend. That's very impressive.
We were weekends, they're weekdays, and whatever. But I get wanting to do a 180 of what you were going through, But he's trying to be completely off the cuff and thinks that everyone will still follow him. I don't know what kind of listenership he has. I have no idea, but I get why he's wanting to do it that way now. I do understand. Again, I relate to Opie. I do feel it's funny. The nicest thing Bobby Kelly ever said to me was that you remind me of him. I hate saying this. I think he said it on the air, so I could say it anyway. That he reminded me of him, but you're funnier, and that made me really happy. Because I worshipped Opie and Anthony. I think we all did. You wouldn't be talking about them today,
of course,
if you didn't love Opie.
Yep,
so
that's very true.
When I first met Anthony, the first thing I said is, "You're the only time." Being a Howard Stern fan my whole life as well, and Howard's the reason why I got into radio. But Opie and Anthony was the only time in my life I stayed in the car to wait for a bit to end. Yeah. Never happened before in my life, and they're the ones that did that to me. And I was the first Whip 'em Out Wednesday on-air call. I was the first person to call in.
That's impressive. I had no idea. I knew about your call into Howard Stern and how you got started on that. I've heard that call, but
I lied. I was running my radio show, and I was on my way to the event, and I thought it'd be a great last-minute promotion because it was a Wednesday night. We were doing a live concert with a band from the '80s, And I said, they were starting this Whip 'Em Out Wednesday. I said, I'm going to call and say that I got a girl, show me your tits. So they'll put me on the air. And I said, hey, I'm on the way to that concert in whatever. And I just got my a girl, show me your tits. And they played it on the air.
Smart. See, you're a marketing guy. I like that, Ralph. You understand how this works. So you said that Opie's trying to reinvent himself and try new things. I don't want to shit on your point, but what he just put out recently as a brand new Opie Radio episode was an Opie and Anthony bit, which I guarantee he does not have the rights to. I doubt Anthony and Jim have signed off permission for him to put that on his podcast stream. But this is more in the recent episode of him reliving past moments of his life. He's talking about one time he did something really funny on Opie and Anthony.
I remember Kristen Bell called the radio show to promote a movie, and we were in the middle of just a really, really good radio show. This was when we were at Sirius XM. So I just quickly asked her if she was, I don't know, excited about the movie or whatever. And then I quickly went, okay, great, and hung up on her. The interview was literally 10 seconds long, and it got one of the biggest laughs ever on the radio show, and we had a live studio audience.
But then he played the audio of it right after explaining what happened, just to prove how funny he once was 18 years ago on the radio.
I mean, I do think a behind-the-scenes look at classic bits would be a good segment for his show.
Well, honestly, if that's what the topic was, I would be more interested in that, probably.
Right. Yeah, I mean, out of context, I'm just saying, I would love, I'm sure, let's put it this way, and I'm sorry to play devil's advocate here. I know I'm supposed to be more mean. I get it.
No, it's fine.
If you had an opportunity, like let's say O&A said to you, all right, we're going to start a show once a week where we take 3 of our bits that we loved and talk about what was going on in the studio with that bit, I would fucking love to hear that show.
I would too. What's happening, though, is not that. It's just Opie saying, do you remember that time I was funny? And then playing the time that he was funny. But I agree with you. I agree with you. And by the way, you don't have to come on here and agree with me. That's not a good podcast either. I'd like you to push back a little bit.
Yeah, I just, because again, and it's funny. So I also, by the way, met O&A when they were the hugest thing on 102.7. I was doing a live show at House of Blues? Is that where it was? The House of Blues that doesn't exist anymore on one side, and they were doing their show on the other side. I was hosting a Winger concert, and they were doing a radio show on the other side. And I went and talked to them, and we just had a nice talk. And actually, Opie was the nicer one at the time. Anthony was kind of weird. And then years later, I feel like they flipped a little bit.
Yeah, I think that's probably true. And I'm glad that you said that, because it actually sets up, it's a nice segue to my next package that I want to play. Opie has this podcast out about, I think the title of it is I'm Going to Get My Gun. And he tells this story, which is odd because usually when you tell a story, you're the hero of the story. He's the villain of the story. He's an asshole. He's talking about, he's on the beach. He lives on the beach. He's on the beach, and there are some people there who aren't practicing social distancing, and he gets very annoyed with them. Here's the setup.
So these people walk in right by me, 2-3 feet away, and I just go, too close. And the guy goes, excuse me? I go, too close. So I go, I'm taking the coronavirus very seriously. And the guy goes, then why are you on a public beach? And I go, because I live here, you idiot.
Okay.
You know what's funny is that he sounds like the guy that we were making fun of on the podcast.
Yes! Those guys would get along pretty well.
Yeah, he sounds like an old radio guy that doesn't want to assimilate to the new world. That's what it sounds like.
So guess what? After he tells these people that they're in his space and he's taking the coronavirus very seriously, he sees that they're kind of eyeballing him. And they're looking over at him and his wife and his kids, and they're giving him the hairy eyeball. So Opie decides to get up and do something about it.
But I saw this whole fucking thing, so I jump up, and I run over to him. I'm like, is there a problem? Is there a problem? And the guy's like, too close. Too close. He's mocking me, right? I go, none of you guys are tough guys. None of you. So knock off the tough guy act. And next thing you know, they're looking at me in shock, right? And I'm like, what can I do? Most of you guys know I'm kind of an asshole.
Yep.
So I go, I'll be right back. And I start walking away, I start walking toward the houses. they go, where you going? You know, like I'm leaving the situation, you know, after telling them the tough guy act isn't working. I go, I'm going to get my gun.
I mean, it's just hard to listen to. It's hard to listen to.
Thank you. It's so ridiculous.
Yeah,
This
it's
is
hard.
the guy's podcast.
Yeah, I feel like is he doing that alone? Is he with anyone?
These shows mostly are alone. He does have guests on from time to time. But what he's doing is he's doing like a YouTube or Instagram live chat thing. So he's often just interacting like you were doing in the Discord. He's just interacting with people who are commenting as he's going.
Yeah. And by the way, speaking of which, in your Discord, I have listened to the show before. Sorry, continuing.
Oh, good. Okay.
Yeah, because some of you never have. I have several times.
Love
but
it.
anyway.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's weird because, again, I get it. You know, he's trying to figure out what's next. You know, even though he has more money than we ever would need, you know, he definitely is sitting pretty financially. If you are someone who wants to be in this space and don't understand it, you're just trying to figure out something that works. That's all.
He's been trying to figure that out for a while.
Yeah, I mean, look, didn't the show get dropped from the network he was on? Isn't that right? Or
Correct. He was hired by Westwood One, which is why he started a podcast. That lasted about a year, and now he's on his own, which actually brings me to my next clip. I only have a couple more things to play on Opie, and I won't torture you much longer.
No, it's fine. I don't mind at all.
Oh, good. Okay, I'm glad to hear. Because I actually, just a little bit behind the scenes, I reached out to Ralph and said, listen, I know you know Opie. You've been on Stuttering John's show. Like, we don't have to talk about these people, because when people actually have relationships, I don't know, they don't want to burn bridges. But you were really cool. Like, I don't fucking know these people. So I just assumed that we could go ahead and have a chat.
I would never. I take, a lot of times I've met a shit ton of people in my life.
Yeah.
But I would very rarely say I'm friendly with. I met Stuttering John once. I met Opie once. I don't. They're being endeared by me or whatever. It means nothing to me. I don't. It's not going to affect my life in any way. No offense.
Chris, I like this guy. This guy works out well for WATP.
Well, I mean, I'm just speaking as honestly as possible. I would never shit on someone. I get the shtick of the show, but I would never shit on someone just to shit on someone. If I don't like it, I'm going to. That last clip was hard to listen to. You know.
Yep.
And also, I've never known Opie to be a tough guy. Am I wrong?
No.
I always thought Anthony was the wackadoo whenever things happened. I could be wrong.
Yeah, when it comes to gunplay, that's Anthony's realm. I never heard Opie say, "I'm going to go get my gun" before.
Yeah, ever.
That's
So that's
weird.
the thing is that, and I've never known in my life. I don't remember Opie ever getting into fist fights. In my knowledge, I don't remember. But maybe I don't. Wasn't a religious listener, but I was a big fan. But it just seemed so weird. Again, it feels like I see this guy just trying to figure this out on the beach. Is how I figured.
The only fight I know about that Opie's talked about is he was playing basketball with his buddies and dropped the N-word and got his ass beat for it.
Oh, wow. Jesus.
That's a funny one. Okay, so I have a question for you on this one, because he's talking about how he has to pay for his bandwidth and he needs people to support his sponsors. And because you run a network with 24 shows on it, I have a feeling you're going to have some knowledge on this. Let me play the clip and then we'll chat.
I'm not going to lie to you, man. It's getting tougher and tougher to keep this free because the bandwidth is just crushing me. I got advertisers. I'm trying to cover the bandwidth. I don't really need to make a lot of money, but I don't want to watch thousands of dollars going away every month.
He says that he's spending thousands of dollars a month on bandwidth. He's using.
Well, I don't know his.
Well, he's using a provider called Omny.fm, OMNY.fm. I went on the website to look at their pricing because I pay $32 a month for Libsyn to syndicate my show. That's what I pay for bandwidth. This says that you get a terabyte at $29 a month. He's claiming that he spends thousands of dollars a month on bandwidth. And Ralph, you would know better than anyone. How is that possible?
Well, I can tell you. So again, is why I say I don't know his setup. If he's doing what we're doing, which is to have all your audio and video behind a paywall that you're privately hosting so that YouTube can't tell you what you can and cannot air, is what Gas Digital does. Or we pay for our own hosting service for audio and video that's a private feed, right? that is thousands of dollars a month, especially if it's video.
All right, can I stop you right there? There is no video.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and so if it's just audio, and he doesn't have a paywall.
There's no paywall, and it's just audio.
Yeah, so then either he's doing something really wrong,
Yep,
or he's lying. It's one or the other.
Yes, thank you, stupid or liar. I thought the same thing. I'm like, either this guy is the dumbest person getting ripped off by this hosting service, or he's just lying.
He could be doing it completely incorrectly.
It's possible.
That's possible. Because you can get, like, let's say, because we were on a hosting company for a while, and the hosting company for just the website. All the media is stored on a media site, but the website was getting so much traffic that the website started costing a crazy amount of money a month, right? And so that wasn't even for the audio, for the media, or just to be the visitors on the website.
Yeah.
But then you can go to a site that gives you unlimited bandwidth, and that's just a few $100s a month.
Right.
And I don't imagine that's even the scenario he's doing. I don't know if he has a website. I don't know. But if it's just for the podcast, you'd have to go out of your way to spend thousands of dollars a month. You'd have to figure out a way. It's not possible.
Right. Yeah, it would be difficult to spend a lot of money on
for a podcast. If it's just audio, that especially is not behind a paywall. And if you're behind a paywall, use fucking Patreon. It costs you nothing. So I don't know how you could go about. I'm not saying he's not doing it. I just would really love to hear how he's doing it if he's spending thousands a month, because he's making a mistake.
All right, I got to keep this running. I'm going to play the last thing I want to play for Opie. He did a show with this guy named Wheels. Wheels is out of our hometown, Rochester. He works on Brother Weeze's show. And Wheels is a guy in a wheelchair who has a podcast. He got Opie on. It's a big get for him. Of course, Opie puts this out as his podcast as well for some reason. And the sound quality's not great, whatever. I'm not going to pick on that. But this is the question that came in from Wheels. He wants to know about Carl Ruiz.
Do you have any good Chef Carl stories that you could tell us?
All right, so the question is, any good stories? Carl Ruiz, anyone who's listening to this show knows this, was a character. He lived a lifestyle that was ridiculous. He owns restaurants, he's on television, he's divorced, he's banging random strangers, all sorts of things going on. He sounds like a fun guy, in my opinion. Opie is given this. Just tell me something interesting about Carl Ruiz. Opie's answer is hysterical. It tells you so much about Opie's makeup. He makes it about him. He tells a story about them in Nantucket, because they did this show in Nantucket early on, and explains how he made Carl laugh.
He decided we all needed Nantucket hoodies, and we went into a store, and he begged me outside the store not to carry on and make a scene. And I'm like, God, Carl, of course I won't. And then, of course, as soon as I got into the place, I just started announcing that we were there and taking over the store and just being loud and obnoxious. And Carl was laughing his ass off to the point he couldn't breathe, but he also was so uncomfortable and so embarrassed, and he just wanted us out of the store. And he quickly bought everyone's hoodies and dragged me out of there. So those are the moments I cherish.
Yeah, the times when he's laughing at my jokes. That's what I remember about Carl Ruiz. He really loved my jokes.
It definitely goes to, every clip you've played is that, yeah. Someone, again, not to keep putting it on me, but understanding that there are people that are going to be funnier than you. Put those people front and center. Like, Lewis is a far better promoter than I am. So it's better to have him be the face of Gas Digital than me. I don't want to be on Instagram every day. He loves it. So finding the people that are better at other things is where you bring it. But then don't get jealous when they're the more famous person. But he seems to hold on to the fact that he feels he never got the credit he deserves.
Yeah, I think you just summed it up perfectly. When you have confidence in your ability and what you're good at, and I'm hearing that with you, Ralph, like, what your role is, you're confident in what you can do, and you let other people take care of the shit you're not good at.
Right, 100%. Someone told me that a long time ago. One of the few people in my life I met that was a billionaire said to me the day that his life changed was when he realized that he should just put people that know things better than him in those positions.
Yeah.
And it stuck with me, and it's funny is that, most people, if you're a fan of Gas Digital, think that I just gave Lewis money and said, do what you want to do. Right. And I don't care that that's the fucking narrative. If that's what they want to believe, let them believe that. I know my value to the company, and it's fine. But if they want to think that, let them think that.
Well, I think you just set the record straight, my friend.
Well, yes, maybe I'm lying. Who knows? Maybe it is all.
I have to tell you, Vinny, that our boy Opie is trying out a brand new format on his show. You want to talk about it?
Is it trying to be funny?
No, he has not tried that.
Okay.
You have to try that one.
All right.
Let's get into it.
Bum, 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 bum.
Are you familiar with a app called Swell?
No.
Okay. There is an app. It's called Swell. This is Opie's account, Opie Radio, at Opie Radio on Swell.
We'll be using audio from my Swell post for my podcast. Let's have some fun. Okay.
Basically what this is, he has 17 followers on Swell. Opie Radio does.
There's 17 new producers?
Yeah. It's funny you say that. Creamy Butters does show up here. So what Opie is doing, and what the point of this platform, as far as I could tell, I just discovered it this morning, is you can record audio and then podcasters can play that. So this is for lonely people who want to be heard, which is oftentimes people with no opinion or interesting take on anything.
These are lonely people that want to be heard that can't start their own podcast.
Right, which is the worst kind of lonely person.
Yeah, the lonely person who can't afford a microphone or a computer.
Right.
Or a laptop to just open and scream into.
Or Anchor.fm. You could just piss in the toilet and be on the internet with Anchor.fm/Peapod. So this is the question that Opie posed to his new platform here, Swell, in order to get some great content. So
What do you hate about Jim Norton the most?
Yeah. No, this is great because this is a call-in show.
Fuck TBS.
This is
Why do you hate TBS? Tell me.
This is how is Chip doing? Is he still in that? I don't know either. So this is a call-in show.
I can just imagine that had to annoy the shit out of him.
Oh, of course.
That's all.
I think that everyone's success around him annoys the shit out of him. I think that's the way he thinks about
life.
life.
Especially that character. Like him just doing the character that just made him so angry. He's like on national television.
I know. It makes me happy too. This is the question that he put out on Swell. And it couldn't be a more boring, mundane question.
So Donald Trump says that we got the coronavirus under control and that we're winning. What? What's your thoughts on this? Are we winning? Do we have the coronavirus under control? All right.
So
was that a question for the fucking CDC? Who is he asking this to? Assholes that have a social media platform?
Correct. He's asking lonely people who want their voice on podcasts.
I haven't had contact with anyone.
Yes.
Ever.
Yeah. And those are the people he gets answers from. Here's one of the people he got an answer from. Remember, this is Opie Radio. The guy says, "Hi, Chris."
Tying this all together from the girl from Asbury Park, New Jersey.
Oh, this is a girl. All right. The girl says, "Hi, Chris." Still a lonely person, just wrong gender. I misgendered this person.
Tying this all together from the girl from Asbury Park, New Jersey. Hello, Chris. I think that the Beans and Trump have a lot in common. I think it's all producing hot air, and the more we have masks, the more we can keep the hot air inside. So I think it's all very unfortunate right now, but people have to stick by their moral codes in a way. Like, I think we have a president who has fantasies, and he drives his car filled with the gas tank of fantasies. And we don't have to run on his gas. Do you understand what I'm saying? Anyway, thanks for the conversation. Good morning.
This is content on Opie's show.
But wait a second. Who the fuck is Chris? Did you steal that from someone else's Swell account?
That's what I'm talking about. Like, this is not related to Opie Radio in any way. He's pretending that he has a call-in show. But it's just random people with their shitty opinions saying nonsense.
And let me ask you this question.
It's not entertaining. It's not fun.
If you were trying to put together a show, and you get we get voicemails on our show, you get voicemails here. You edit them, and you pick ones that actually are funny or entertaining.
That's what's so amazing about this.
This is just, it sounds like it wasn't even for his show, and he still played it, and it was terrible. Oh. It's not even like it was a good call to somebody else.
Think about how embarrassing this is You're Opie from the Opie and Anthony show, and you can't get people to participate in your podcast, so you go on a platform where random nobodies will react to any question you ask. He's got like hashtags on it and shit, like hashtag Trump. Like people are going to find it, right? And he gets people like this Eastern Indian woman calling in to explain her hot take. She has no idea who this is.
Hey, Opie Radio. I don't know if it's Opie or Opie, so forgive me if I got that wrong.
Would you play that on your show if someone's like, oh, hey, what's going on? I don't know if it's Vinny Paulino or Vinny Paulinot. I don't know. Anyway, like, that's embarrassing.
Opie. You can edit the clips, Opie.
You don't have to play them all.
If there is a part of them that's like all right, you can clip it.
The part where the woman has no idea who you are, take that out. Go ahead and pull that part out.
Why not just tighten it a little?
Oh, but no, Vinny, because Opie has some fun with that. He makes his own pie joke that, and listen to the voice he's doing. I don't know what he's going for here, but it's so obnoxious.
Thanks for asking about my name. Yes, it is Opie, because I love my pie as in Opie. I especially like strawberry rhubarb pie, if you're asking.
You know he submitted that to TBS. It's my new character, Opie.
What's interesting about this character? I like to eat pie. All right, pass. It's fine. All I heard was
babble, babble, babble.
And what's amazing about this show is that he's turning this nonsense into his content. That's how bad his content is. And he thinks
turned an interview with Wheels into his own podcast.
I know. I played a clip from that. I don't know if you heard that last week.
No, I didn't. No, poor
it sounded like shit too because he's playing his version of it.
Like Facebook.
Yeah, it's really bad. So this is,
and Wheels is a sweet kid. He's a nice guy.
I'm sure he's a sweetheart.
What the fuck?
This is Creamy Butters, who's answering this question. So we all know who Creamy Butters is, right?
I have a vague idea.
He's the new Mike Sappho of the show. And Creamy Butters sees that Opie's like, hey, I want to hear your opinion. He's like, oh, I can't wait. He leaves like a fucking 4-minute long message. Opie leaves it all in.
He's like, finally, Opie will listen to me.
Yeah, I know.
Little does he know.
He leaves it all in, and this is just a really bad idea to make Creamy Butters the content of your show.
Hey, yeah, what's up, Bope? It's Creamy Butters. Under control, not on a federal level, man. No fucking way. I tell you what, Trump came out of the gate on fire with coronavirus, and I thought he was doing a great job, and then he turned around just so he could suck his base's dick like he always does, the pathetic little ass boy that he is. Let me tell you where it's kind of under control. Massachusetts, because our true Republican governor is kicking fucking ass, all right?
Hot take there, Creamy
Hot
Butters.
takes!
So, what Opie keeps saying, if you're following along at home, why are we politicizing this? This is a pandemic. We shouldn't be politicizing this. Creamy Butters comes on and immediately politicizes the whole thing. But because he is a devotee to Opie and Opie Radio, he remembers that, and immediately after saying his governor's doing it right, Trump's doing it wrong, he says this.
But nothing should be politicized, all right? I wear my mask, right? I'm a diabetic.
Oh, Creamy Butters is a diabetic? Shocking! You don't say, Creamy Butters. So he says, you know, this is all the problem with the government, but I don't know why you're politicizing it. We shouldn't be. And then he goes on to try to come up with, and I cut most of this out. I've tried to spare people this time. He comes up with a child sex slave joke that I think maybe misses the mark, but you tell me.
You got to stop politicizing things. You know, if you get your child sex slaves from Wayfair, you're not a fucking awesome Republican. Or if, like me, I get my child sex slaves from IKEA because I like hearty people with hearty Icelandic names to be my sex slaves because I live in New England. All right, I don't know where I was going with this. But anyways.
Yeah, that's your buddy, Creamy Butters. Don't embarrass him by leaving in a shitty joke. Pull it out. It's very rude.
You know, they had a conversation. Probably was like, he's like, you gonna put in my Icelandic sex joke in there? You gonna squeeze it in for me, Ope?
No, Opie's like, can you do my joke? I wrote it for you.
No,
it's great. You say IKEA, get a big laugh.
You can't fool me. Opie's never written a joke.
Pause for applause. Oh, wrong, my friend. I have an example right here because they talk about wearing masks, and Opie explains why it's good to wear a mask. You guys ready for some fart humor?
I know when I wear the mask, I don't smell people's farts anymore, so that's a good thing, right? Especially the old ones. They smell like an old dog that was left outside in the rain. Anyway,
Are you sure that wasn't Opie?
I'm not sure who wrote that joke.
It's Opie. I can't smell farts, but I can eat pie.
Oh. It's fucking terrible.
Wow.
Here's another person who called in who has no idea who they're talking to, and I don't know why Opie plays this on his show because it's embarrassing.
Hi, y'all. This is Allie from Austin, Texas. And,
Hi, y'all. Hi, y'all at Opie Radio.
I just want to say God bless America. And I like what this Creamy Butters has to say.
So this is Opie's second question that he puts out there. And this is a question you would ask if you just want participation. You just desperately want people to participate in the conversation with you. Because he's picking the one thing that he knows people will have a opinion on.
all right, man. How are y'all? What's going on, man? I got a question for you. Should we be opening up the schools for the kids in the next few weeks with this coronavirus out of control?
I don't know what that character is.
I don't know either. It's a stupid question. So I'm looking at his Swell account, and the question is, what is the plan as far as sending our kids back to school? Hashtag Trump, hashtag schools. 8 swells. They're called swells. 8 swells on that one, including him. Underneath that is, use this swell to record audio that may be used on the Opie Radio podcast.
Oh, can we record something?
2 swells. One of them is him. So in other words, he's like, well, I can't just ask people to do stuff for my show. I guess I got to ask like generic questions that someone will fucking react to. Or else.
Wow.
But yes, the answer is yes. Can we please do that?
Yes.
I think we're recording the Creep Off on Monday.
Yeah.
Can we take some time and record some swells? Maybe put it up on OnlyFans or something?
All day. No problem.
Okay.
Done and done.
Because I
That'd be
think
very
I
fun.
know Opie well enough. I know what he'll play on his show.
Yeah.
I know the type of thing to say to him. You got to tell him that he's
Okay.
way funnier than Jim Norton and Anthony Cumia is a racist.
You just want to use my voice because you know he knows yours.
Oh, didn't you hear Patrick Michael say he doesn't even know if I play cups? He's never heard my show. I think Opie's the same way. I've never heard of that guy. I don't even know what you're talking
Oh,
about.
so you're taking the word for it, are you?
I'm joking. He knows my voice.
Man, Opester, it's so cool to talk to you. Listen, I just want to say, I don't know if Trump knows what's going on with these schools. I don't think you have to say nothing.
Yes,
You have to use a lot
correct.
of words and say nothing and basically blow them a little.
And can you give me a recipe for that pie you were talking about on the last episode? Sounds amazing. I know why Opie is using Swell. It's to find new fans for his podcast. So he posted his podcast on Swell, and this is a guy who found it through Swell.
Hey, I really enjoyed the podcast that you shared there with Judd Jones. It actually was the first time I've actually listened to something in a long time where I'm listening to people talk about a topic with common sense.
This is how lonely and pathetic people are who use Swell. They think that Opie has common sense. And
That's like his brother-in-law, dude. Like, I don't believe that.
Maybe, but look, listen to this. It's working.
I really like the style of your podcast. I'm going to be listening more. So thank you.
One listener at a time. Opie's growing his empire right back. He's coming back, baby.
You know the cheer that he must have let out when he heard that? His kids were trying to watch TV, and he's just in the room doing, like, air fists. Yes!
You got a listener.
Yes!
Back on top.
Whoa! Whoa!
Ric Flairing through the living room.
Just losing his shit. Honey, I told you! Just, like, playing it for his wife.
Yeah, she's like, I know, dear. Swell, I know. That's your plan. Get on Swell. I know. Good job. You're killing it. Oh, my God. The show's just turned into...
Babble, babble, babble.
Speaking of which...
No.
Bum, 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 bum.
This is going to be a short Opie song.
Okay.
He put out an episode recently. He hadn't for a while. And then he revealed why he hadn't put one out in a while. It's because they just got a puppy.
Oh, it's not because his show sucks and he has nothing to talk about.
No.
Okay.
He would never realize that, which is the beauty of Opie. I love Opie. I love Patrick Michael. Vic, I'm not so sure about. So He just got a puppy for his 10-year-old son. His son turned 10. They got him a puppy.
Fun.
And he tells the story of getting this puppy, which is great because, you know, typically you want like a rescue dog. You want to go to a shelter, a dog that, you know, is not going to make it otherwise.
Yeah.
He went to a breeder.
Oh, of course.
Because he's a millionaire.
He's an asshole.
He's an asshole millionaire. That's what you do. And in case you were wondering how big of an asshole he is, his wife had to purchase books on how to raise a puppy and give them to Opie. And why did she have to do this? I'll let Opie explain.
So, man, the stuff started arriving at my house. All sorts of dog books, how to properly raise a puppy. Did you know you can't yell at them? Did you know you can't really hit the dogs anymore? We used to hit our dogs, right? We come from a generation where everything got hit. Our dogs got hit, our cats got hit, the kids got hit, the kids would hit each other. So that's where I come from. But, oh, no, man, they do it very, very differently. You got to get your books. You got to study up on puppies.
Most people don't have to buy books. I think your wife just realized you're a psychopath and said, yeah, you're not going to train the dog by hitting it. Read this book, you fucking asshole. Is that insane?
You seem like the kind of guy that needs to be told that you can't throw a sack full of kittens in the river anymore.
He was hitting cats. We used to hit our cats. Why? What's wrong with you? That was never okay.
Scratching the chair, kick it.
I love when Opie's on these podcasts where people are just, you know, chatting with him and he's just scrolling through as he's going.
You love that?
Yes.
I hate it.
Because he gets triggered so easily. This one's great.
Zachary says this is a riveting story. Zachary is a douchebag that just wants to be here to make everyone's life miserable. Holy shit, you know how much content there is out there? Why would you do this to yourself? If this isn't riveting, just go. I can't even keep up with podcasts, and I'm not even a podcast listener.
Him and Patrick Michael are starting to sound very similar. Oh, you don't like my show? Then don't listen to it. I never told you to listen to my show if you don't like it. Like, well, first off, you're telling a story for 15 minutes about getting a dog. It's not exciting.
No.
And I just love that he gets triggered so hard by somebody else later on triggers him with Chip. And he freaks out when you mention Chip Chipperson.
Really?
Oh, I love it. This is so funny. Yeah.
Chip is greater than Opie. Dude, I don't have any connection to the old days. Like, why are you doing that to yourself? Why the fuck would you do that to yourself? The O&A show ended 6 years ago. It's kind of creepy that you're so obsessed. And if you like Chip over me, my God, you're brain injured. You need to be rescued. You fucking idiot.
I am obviously brain injured.
That must have been Syed Z.
Certainly prefer Chip to Opie. But what's great about that is you just heard how upset he gets when he just reads the word Chip. He gets very upset. I've documented that many times. But then he has to go on to explain that it doesn't bother him at all.
What do you want from me? What is supposed to happen? Like, I'm supposed to get really mad because Chip, you like Chip better than me? Why would I care about that?
Yeah, why do you?
I'm
care
hanging
about
out with a lot of really cool people.
Are you?
At one of my 3 houses, and I'm supposed to be bothered because you're saying Chip is greater than Opie? What are you fucking nuts?
I think you are bothered. I think it's very obvious when you start showing how many houses you own.
Yeah.
That means you're bothered.
That was an extra house. I didn't even know he had that.
Yeah, I know. 3 houses.
Oh.
No shit. Well, I bought one for my sister.
Well, hey, you know, he has 3 houses. I'm not going to make fun of him anymore.
Yeah, I know, right? It's like Senator John. I actually have 2 cars. Well, one of them is for my daughter, but
I gave one away, but
I got 3 houses.
If you count the one I gave away, I have 2 cars. Fucking loser.
All right. So he explains that he went to a breeder, and when you're walking around with a puppy, people often ask, is this a rescue dog? And Opie has learned to lie.
Oh my God. Is it a rescue dog? No, we got it from a breeder. Mid-pet. The person walked away. Mid-pet. So guess what the Opster learned? that every single person that asks me if it's a rescue dog, I go, yes, it is. I'm a good guy.
Opie learned how to lie.
Yeah. Maybe you should say that your podcast is a rescue podcast.
Oh, shit. All right, so then he starts getting into politics, which is always my favorite thing. And just a couple more clips here that I have on Opie. And he doesn't like Trump. He's made that very clear. And he thinks that because he's made that clear, that's why people hate him and blame things on him because he doesn't like Trump.
So I try to explain to people that I don't like Biden. I don't like Trump. I think we could do better as a country. And I know that's pissing off people as you fucking hear this now. But because I say I don't like Trump, that means I'm a libtard and I'm a snowflake and I should die and I'm the biggest piece of shit ever, blah, 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 and you ruined O&A and blah, 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 blah. They blame me for everything because I want you to wear a goddamn mask and I don't believe in Trump.
It's not because you don't like Trump that people think you ruined O&A. That's hilarious. This is how he's connecting his brains. It's like, well, it must be political that people think that I sucked at my radio show.
Yeah.
No, there's documentation of it. I watch videos all the time of you sucking on your radio show.
You know that show you were on before this guy was the president? He ruined your show.
Yeah, right. Opie, it's not because they're Trump supporters. They just like comedy. They're just fans of comedy. And when you step on it, it pisses them off. So Opie's talking about how, and guys, I know you've never heard this before. He doesn't like Biden or Trump. He's not on the right or the left. All right. Did you guys know this? I mean, he never talks about it.
I've never heard of such a thing.
I know.
Yeah, right.
I know, who could possibly be like that, right?
Yeah.
He learns a new word that describes what he is. He's very excited about this.
Where was I? Oh, so a couple people were like, you know, you're a centrist. And I'm like, damn, I got to Google centrist. And I'm like, oh, centrist is like being a moderate. I'm like, yeah, I'm a centrist.
Google it.
So now I used to just tell people that I'm a moderate, but I think I'm going to up my game and just start telling people I'm a centrist. That sounds cooler, right?
You never heard the term. Opie, stop talking about politics. Never talk about politics again. You didn't know the word centrist? You had to Google it? Are you fucking insane? Use the context clues.
Oh, you mean you don't want either of the 70-year-old men that should have nothing to do with the country?
Yeah,
to be
it's not a hot
president?
take.
Yeah,
it's not a hot
wants
take.
this.
It's not a hot take at all. So the next episode after that, Opie is going through his Twitter feed, and he put out a tweet, and then people started debating him because it's political. And of course, he's so proud of himself for this tweet. Listen to how he compliments himself for what he wrote. And just tell me if this praise is justified.
But I wrote or tweeted back to this guy, this is horse shit. Yes, they should ask Bill Clinton as well, but this isn't about politics. And Bill Clinton isn't the president right now. It's about being a decent human being no matter where you fall politically. Oh, my God. You know, you go on Twitter and you tweet something like that and you pat yourself on the back like, look at me showing some intelligence and big brains.
He thought that tweet was proof of his intelligence and big brains? That's such a nothing tweet.
About Bill Clinton?
Well, before that, because Ghislaine, Trump said he wishes the best for Ghislaine Maxwell.
Oh, right.
And Opie's like, well, that's kind of fucked up.
That woman that facilitated all the rapings of underage women. Yeah.
The president probably should be like, I hope she does well. It's pretty stupid. So then Opie posts that, and then the guy's like, well, what about Clinton? You know,
right.
which is why are you on Twitter? Why are you wasting? You have 3 houses. Why are you wasting your time with this debate on Twitter? Who cares? So fucking stupid. And he's patting himself on the back. I love it.
So great.
I love it. All right, that's all I got for Opie.
Wow.
Kaya, I
yes
had the misfortune of listening to the latest Opie Radio, and I just want to share a little bit with you on what Opie is up to.
Yeah, okay.
Ba, 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 ba.
Opie's doing another one of these shows where he's just on some kind of live feed and reading the chats as they come in and answering people's questions. And I think some of the trolling is starting to get to him a little bit. I think he's getting a little bit sensitive, like right out of the gate when he gets made fun of.
Good morning, Brian Bernard. How are you, buddy? And Chris Rocco and Tish Negron and Ryan Anderson. One of the haters said, your podcast, all it is saying hi to people.
Yup. We have said that. Yeah. I believe it was Doug from Good Times, Great Movies specifically who said that.
Yep.
I think we're starting to bother this guy a little bit. By the way, he put a tweet out because someone was calling his podcast pathetic. So he responded that he's had almost 1 million downloads in July, which I think is possible. I mean, it is Opie Radio. He might have 1 million downloads in July, but he's very concerned about his numbers, and he's really looking into it.
And I got to understand that when I do these live streams and these podcasts that I'm talking to the entire country. I mean, let's be honest, small pockets of the entire country. I see my numbers. Ooh, I got 20 people in Dayton, Ohio listening to me.
I don't think he's joking. I think he's looking up how many people in Dayton, Ohio are listening to his show. And I believe there's 20. That sounds right. This guy was on a national radio show on Sirius XM that everyone in the country could listen to. Anyone who bought a new car would hear this. And he has 20 listeners in Dayton.
If you can focus on individuals and it's just the small numbers that granularly, you don't have many listeners, man. If you can pick them out, it's like, oh, there's like 2 people in Kansas are listening to me. Like, you shouldn't even be noticing that.
That was my point. That was my point. Yeah. I'm very rarely drilling in on which cities in Ohio are listening to who are these podcasts, but that's just me. I don't know. I could be wrong. This is a perfect summation of what Opie's show has become. Is this clip right here? That one might be better than this one.
Babble, babble, babble.
But I like them both. I'm keeping that one on the board.
Does Opie have a family?
He does. He has 2 kids and a wife.
How old are the kids?
The kids, I believe, are 8 and 10. And they ask him in the chat if he's going to let his kids go back to school with all this coronavirus stuff happening. And he explains that he's not. He's not going to let them go back to school. And people say, well, that's easy for you to do because you're rich. And he says, that's not the reason why.
But you're lucky, Hope. You don't have to work anymore. And that's why your opinion is such. You've lost touch with America. You've lost touch with your fan base. Oh, my God. I'm a parent first.
I love when Opie's doing the hater voice, because that's all he hears. That's all he reads on the internet is just people telling him that he sucks and he's out of touch.
I was going to say, I guess his family treats his podcast like, your wife's and your children will sometimes treat a husband or a father's hobby as, that's just what daddy does. He collects synthesizers. He has that nerdy one hobby that no one else cares about. And I guess for OP, it's sitting in his fucking one room and recording this shitty podcast or being out in the bars. Has he been affected? So, okay, I guess he would know. Has he been affected by the COVID stuff since he now no longer can just lounge around other people's bars and harass the establishments?
Yeah.
Sit around with a Zoom recorder?
It's gotten so bad because he just walks around on the beach. So he has a place in the Hamptons. He has moved out of New York from his apartment in Manhattan. And he's living in his house on the Hamptons. And every podcast is just him by himself walking around and reading a chat forum in real time and answering people. It's surprisingly pathetic. And he doesn't even realize people are trolling him. Like at one point, someone asked him why he wouldn't get a show back on Sirius XM.
Go back to XM. I don't know how that would work, man. I was building a brand new crew and a brand new show, and I took 2 major hits by losing Carl and Vic.
In Opie's mind, the reason why he's not on satellite radio is because Carl Ruiz and Vic Henley died. No, the reason why is because you got fired. They don't bring people back who had a show, sucked at it, and then got fired. That's how that works. The only reason why I'm not doing it is because Vic Headley died. Well, that doesn't make any sense. I think you're lying.
I assume he probably also blames the virus.
Oh, for sure.
When people go like, oh man, if not for this virus, the gyms would have been open, man. I would have had a 6-pack by now. No, you still would have been fat. Doesn't matter if there's... When they were around, Carl didn't even like this guy. I remember those episodes where Carl was trying to get rid of this fucker.
Right.
To get him out of his restaurant, saying, okay, let's wrap this up. You gotta go. Can you also stop scratching my tables?
I know. He's totally changed it now. He's like, Carl wanted to podcast all the time. I should have podcasted more often. Like, no, I heard those shows. He did not want to podcast more often. Definitely not the case.
Nope.
And so somebody asked him what types of podcasts he's going to be putting out in the future. I'm excited about this.
What's the next few podcasts about? John, I have no idea. I mean, I got a lot of podcasts that I got to do. I promised Tammy Pescatelli I would go over a Good Housekeeping article from 1957, I think.
Think about it. Would this be interesting to you? Would you listen to this?
He's got a few podcasts he has to do. You know, like that one with Tammy Pescatelli about some fucking magazine article.
Yeah. I'm just so sick of and tired of these podcast hosts who think that being aloof and not having a clue somehow makes them cooler.
I don't think he has a choice.
What I'm going to talk about, man. Just... Well, I guess that's a good point. But him and the cuckolders both going, I don't know. I don't really know anything. I don't know why people listen. I just still do it and people listen. I'm just that awesome, I guess.
Or you can be a stand-up and just go, the reason why my stand-up sucks is because I'm autistic.
Yeah, Bob, that too, yeah. Exactly. Dude, you're not going to look, all of you, you're not going to look autistic or nerdy or dorky if you have a topic. No one's going to accuse you of doing too much work.
Yeah, I know. No one's ever said,
okay,
man, you're just preparing way too much for your show. You got to stop it.
Yeah, right. Just get one topic. Don't always do this, oh, I'm too cool, man. I'll just talk about whatever, I guess. We'll just hang out with the boys. I'm autistic anyway, so it might suck, but that's because I'm autistic. And, I don't really know what women want. That's all three of them there in one person.
I like it. Perfect. So, Kaya, speaking of that, he actually explains why his show sucks. He sums it up perfectly, except for he's not talking about his show, which is the irony of this.
What's happening with us all in kind of quarantine, you see, these people that are supposedly huge personalities, and without the supporting staff around them, it's not good at all, man.
Yep. Fucking nailed it. Back when you were on Opie and Anthony, people prepped for you, and they told you what to talk about. And now that you're doing it by yourself, you're literally reading people's questions. Like somebody asked him about Regis Philbin. Do you know who Regis is, Kaya?
No.
Yeah,
no.
He probably doesn't have a lot of celebrity in Germany, but he's a guy who used to be on a morning show as well as Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, which was a big, what are those types of shows called?
Game show. Quiz show.
Quiz show. So this is him talking about Regis, who, by the way, is beloved by everybody. Nobody dislikes Regis Philbin.
Thoughts on Regis? I told you my Regis story. Everyone talks about how nice Regis was. And I just happened to work out at the same gym as Regis Philbin. He came into that gym, and he looked fucking miserable every time. I never saw him smile. He gave off an energy like, don't fucking even think of approaching me.
I think I would give off that same energy if I saw Opie at my gym. I don't know if that's a Regis thing. I think that might be an Opie thing.
No, it might be an everyone thing. Who the fuck is smiling when they're doing push-ups?
That's a good point. That's a good point as well. I just like that Regis is this character who is loved by everyone. And Opie's the guy who's like, I thought he was a prick. Anyway, moving on. Like, Opie, just keep it to yourself, man. Guy just passed away. So in the title of this episode, which is clickbait, is Jim Norton. It's like, oh, Opie's going to talk about Jim Norton, which is always fun. Jim Norton was his co-host on the Opie and Anthony show, and they've had a famous falling out. What's he going to say about Jim Norton? Let's find out.
Jimmy was very, very tough to have a back and forth conversation with. He was absolutely a challenge. I mean, in the heyday of the Opie and Anthony show, Jimmy more than played his part. Of course he did. But just kind of shooting the shit for long periods of time, it was very, very difficult. I mean, and I'm not here to trash Jimmy. Maybe we just didn't have the chemistry. I found him to be probably the most difficult.
I'm not here to trash him. I'm just going to trash him and put his name in the title of the episode so everyone knows that I'm going to trash him. And by the way, Jim Norton is still on SiriusXM in the morning. He still has a show. He's on multiple podcasts. He guests all over the place. No one has a hard time talking to him. It was only Opie who couldn't find chemistry with Jim Norton, one of the most quick-witted, funny people you'll ever hear on a radio show. I think that's on you, Ope. That one might be on you. No one else is complaining about it.
And it's on him that he's still talking about his ex-co-hosts from decades ago.
That is the only reason to listen to Opie, is if he's going to talk shit about his ex-co-host. That's why anyone's tuning in. I don't want to hear about his current life. That's not fun. All right, last thing I got to play for you is Opie's nephew is 22 years old. And he's like, yeah, man, my nephew, I remember when he was just a baby, and now here he's 22. I can have a beer with him. And his nephew, he's acting like they have this great relationship. His nephew reaches out because, as I mentioned, Opie lives in the Hamptons. He's got a place on the beach. So his nephew wants to hang out with them. And I just found this story to be funny.
He's just loving life. And, you know, he's young, so he doesn't feel like he has to worry too much about the coronavirus. And he wanted to see his uncle. Of course he wanted to see it. He wanted to see his uncle because this is what I got. I got ocean view. But I had to tell him, dude, we're fucking wimps. We're taking this very seriously still. And then he didn't write me back. We're good, though.
His nephew just wanted to use him for his house. Opie goes on to admit that on his show and shows what a pathetic loser he is. I just don't know why people share so much. I guess I would just share lots if I was him.
Not just that, even if it wasn't just for his house, that's his immediate first assumption. That's a sad part. Is the one family member who does reach out to Opie is he immediately thinks, oh, it's just for my stuff. Can't be because he actually misses his uncle or something.
That's a fair point right there.
This is Will Noonan, and you're listening to Who Are These Podcasts? Now let me do one as Opie. All right. Brother man. I'm trying to burp. You're listening. What's that? You're listening to Who Are These Pod? What is that what it's called? E-Rock. Slobbo, get in here.
That's perfect. I love it. All right, with that, let's get this show started.
Are you a boner guy?
Cuz-a-roo. Slap-a-rooney.
It's showtime.
A WATP. Hello, Rubber Dicks and Cuzzaroos. Welcome to another episode of Who Are These Podcasts, the only show that keeps Greg Hughes relevant. With me this week, popping his WATP cherry, it's Will Noonan. Welcome, Will.
What's up, everybody? Great to be here. I've never had so many people want me to do a podcast before, and it's an honor and a pleasure to be here
I'm
today.
glad we finally got this set up. Please go to whoarethese.com to get our email address, voicemail number, link to our subreddit, link to the Discord server, link to our merchandise, link to our YouTube channel, and of course, the link to our Patreon, featuring 2 bonus episodes every single month. We also encourage our listeners to give us a 5-star review on Apple Podcasts and then shit all over us in the comments section. Today, we'll be reviewing a podcast called the Opie Radio Podcast. This is not a rerun, people. This is a brand new episode if you're listening. We have both listened to the show. Well, actually, I just talked to Will. He has not listened to the show. I've listened to the show. Producer Chris has listened to the show. The important thing is that we have not discussed this beforehand. Let's get into it. This is a podcast where Opie from the Opie and Anthony show slowly melts into obscurity while losing his mind. It's really something spectacular to listen to in small doses. Very small, like micro doses.
Well, it's wild. Like I just got to say before we even get into it, you know, like I do have massive amounts of respect for Opie, for Greg Opie Hughes. Grew up listening to him and Anthony.
Me too.
Every day.
Yep.
And listen to him and Jimmy. I'm a fan. I just like you remember how he always used to talk about Opie always talked about he would wave at Howard Stern and just to kind of like throw like, you know, hey Howard, and then like they wouldn't even let Opie in that part of the building anymore.
Correct.
You remember that?
Yep.
So my making fun of Opie, my Brother Man videos, they're my wave at Opie. They're my hey Howard, only it's Opie. And just the way that Howard has no idea who Opie is, Opie has no idea who I am. So I always just want to say that I don't like think I'm better than Opie. I don't think that I'm like, you know, I don't think that he's not successful. But in the words of the great Luis Gomez, who I love dearly, I met Anthony first. I made friends with Anthony first, and Anthony, I'm on Team Anthony.
All right, Will, I hope that now that disclaimer's out of the way, you're ready to dig in a little bit.
I'm ready to dig in, but right. I got so many people telling me like, yeah, go fuck that guy. He's a piece of garbage. I'm like, all right, let's not like take it too far. All right, the guys is, you know, the Opie and Anthony show was dope. It was Dopey and Anthony. So I just want to say that before.
But the reason why Will was on my radar is because he did a great parody video of Opie in the streets twirling around with his phone, talking to Joe Rogan. Yeah, you've done several of them.
And honestly, it makes Anthony laugh so hard that's why I started doing it, because it was like the hardest I had made Anthony laugh was like making fun of that. That was where I thought it was so fucking funny of him to be like, come on, Joe. Like, bro, we've been friends a long time. Like, what the fuck? Like, come on. Why won't you you're the busiest guy in show business right now, and your podcast is crushing it. Like, why won't you just come on my, like, podcast that I record walking down the street?
Right, and the best part was, he goes, I even told you I thought your podcast was great. It's like, okay, Joe hears that all the time. You think you're going to kiss his ass a little bit to get him to go on your show? The best part about that, the reason why he was so butthurt, is because when Joe Rogan was in New York for that weekend, the first thing he did was go on Anthony's show. And he didn't even respond to Opie.
No, that's what it was. That's what it's really about. He wants to be like, hey, we both did something for you. Why you only like Ant? You know what I mean? And that's sort of like, I talk about this with my producer, Paul. We probably talk about Opie as much as you guys do. Like, we're just like, everyone's fascinated with Opie, you know, and like who he is and what he's doing. But I always thought the thing that I liked about him, and like the thing that I understand about Opie and why I can do an Opie impression so well, is because I get it. I'm like, I'm part Opie deep down, but I think a lot of us are part Opie deep down, but we skip by those jokes. Like, you get your Opie jokes first and you're like, all right, I'm not going to make that joke. It's like a little too obvious. It's a little too silly. It's a little too much of a dad joke. And then you get into the good stuff. And the beauty of Opie is that he just goes with that stuff like right away.
The beauty of Opie. I like how you spun that at the end. And what's great about him is he doesn't give a shit if he sounds stupid and it's the most obvious joke.
He's not going for the funny. He's
I actually
going for
have an example of just what you're talking about.
Let's go.
Because for some reason, his show is in the comedy category on Apple Podcasts. There's no jokes. There's nothing funny going on. He's talking about his brother-in-law's COVID, and he's talking about politics for some reason and everything else. But he does at one point turn it into a comedy show when he says this. And I think this illustrates the point that you just made perfectly.
Sweet Lucy was a dancer. Is that the only song that has the word cunnilingus in it, by the way? Deep Purple? Sweet Lucy was a dancer. I dare you to figure out another song that has the word cunnilingus in it. Oh my God, I can barely say it. But I could still do it.
Good one, Opie. Good one. Hey, all right,
that's what I'm saying.
I wanted to sit there for a second.
Opie's like every one of us after like 6 beers. You're hanging out with like your dad and your uncle, and like you're like that level of humor that you're trying to do. You know, you're like, cunning linguist. Oh boy. You know, it's just
hilarious.
I don't know.
All right, so Opie's show format is he's on Facebook Live. He pops onto Facebook Live, and he's just interacting with the 100 or so people who are in there with him, who are messaging him in real time. And what's so funny about this, and Chris and I were rolling, like, this is his show format. He's the one who came up with it. And then he gets pissed, even though it's a ask me questions and I'll answer them show. He gets pissed if you don't ask the right questions.
Shane, oh my God, I got to answer the same questions every single day. And it drives some of you nuts. I still have a place in New York City. We abandoned the place.
So somebody asked him, do you still have your apartment in New York? Because he's been living out in the Hamptons for the last 6 months, 7 months. And he's like, oh my God, I got to answer this question again. It's like, oh, but you don't have a set schedule. You just pop on live whenever you want to. People aren't following your podcast. You've seen the numbers. People aren't listening to every single answer you've ever given and know every question you've ever gotten. And honestly, I listen to Opie quite a bit. I've never heard anybody ask him that. And he's like, that's the question that's bothering you? You still got a place in New York?
Even if you were Tom Cruise and everyone's asking you the same 10 questions or whatever, it's such a dickhead celebrity move to be like, oh my God, everyone just asks me the same questions. It's like, oh, you know, like it's people are interested in your life. You know, that's a good thing.
Someone's
People
asking you anything. It's a miracle. There's 100 people hanging out in Facebook Live. These people have nothing going on that they're watching Opie.
One of the things that always bothered me about Opie listening to the show was when he would be like, I hate mentally ill people. I can't be around mentally ill people. And I was like, what the fuck kind of thing is that to say, man? It's like, I get, you might not want to be around your mom. I got that shit. But it's like mentally ill people. It's like you run a radio show with you work with Jim Norton, you work with mentally ill people, man. Like that's the gig. Like
he's
comedy is filled with
he's the one who's mentally ill.
No,
I've been
but
documenting this for the last 2 years.
But that's like the irony of it all. He's like, my mom was a paranoid woman. She thought everyone was against her. She thought everyone was like not on her side. E-Rock, what are you looking at me like that for? You know what I mean? Like he was always he was like reliving all of the stuff he hated about, I guess, you know, which is common.
That's just how that happens. Yeah. The vicious cycle of mental illness. So the show format is people just get on there and they chat with him and he responds to people. Now, he doesn't have to. Like, as you know, we have people chatting in the Discord right now. I'm not paying attention to it because we actually have a show format and things to talk about. But Opie just sits there and reads the things, whether he likes the question or not. Now, Will, if I asked you, what is Opie famous for? What would your answer be?
The Opie and Anthony show.
The Opie and Anthony show, right. This is why we know who he is. And he gets pissed anytime someone brings up anything about Opie and Anthony, such as this example.
Yeah. Call Anthony Pablo. Why the obsession with this horse shit? Why do I have to do that just because you love the Opie and Anthony show? And I really, really respect and appreciate the people that loved the Opie and Anthony show, but there's nothing in that for me anymore.
But Opie, don't get pissed if someone brings it up. It's the only reason why you're famous. It's because you're on the Opie and Anthony show. It's not because you were a disc jockey in Boston back in '96 by yourself.
No, I mean, Anthony himself, like, you know, I mean, every time you're with him, someone comes up and just goes like, I love the Opie and Anthony show. And he's like, thank you. You know what I mean? Like, that's it. That's all you got to say.
Right.
Like, thanks. We had a great time doing it. That's all.
Not for nothing, but he's concerned that someone on social media is being a troll. Do you know how many people troll me on social media minute by minute? I mean, you're watching the Discord there, Chris. It's probably happening right now. It's like,
I mean,
are you stupid? You don't have to read those questions. If it's bothering you, if it's triggering you so much, just leave it alone.
That's the problem. I mean, one thing about him is if you're going to be that sensitive, like you really shouldn't even put out a podcast or even have a Twitter account, because it's kind of like, that's what people do. You know what I mean?
He talks about Twitter a lot and how it's a cesspool, and he hates it.
There's people like, I'm like, why do you let that get to you, man? It's like, those people are like, Bobby Kelly always said, like, to people on that show, he's like, and other people too, he's like, you just got to take the hit. Like, just take the joke. The joke will be on someone else in a couple minutes. Right. You know, sometimes it's on you. That's the fun, you know. But every time, like, you'd hear, sometimes with Opie, you'd hear like this big, everyone's going around the room shitting on each other, and then it gets to Ope, and he's like, no, hey, no, I don't do that, guys. I don't do that. You know what I mean?
It just
and you're
ruins
like,
it. Yeah,
and it just kills the bit.
Kills
and it's
the whole thing.
And I've heard Bobby always be like, come on, take the hit. You know what I mean?
So I'm going to get into this in a little bit because Opie hates getting trolled on Twitter. But he also talks about how he likes to throw things out about Trump that are controversial, which of course is going to get a conversation started. So you can't have it both ways. You can't be like trolling people and also get pissed if people troll you. But anyway, we'll get into that in a second. A couple more examples of him getting triggered by what people are saying in his chat room.
The country needs O&A. Oh my God, Mike, what are you talking about? That show is dead.
I mean, it's a compliment, right? It'd be great if Opie and Anthony was still on. Like, oh, thanks. I know. It was a great show. Everyone loved it. Great.
I really love doing the impression of Opie, and like all I can hear is like he's doing the impression of himself. Like right now, he's like, "Come on, guys," you know, like that's just classic. That's like his verb of his attitude. He must wake up and go like, the morning coffee, eggs, bacon, toast.
You know he's insufferable to live with. You know that's the case.
I mean, he just seemed like that. I mean, that's what you love about shows like Opie and Anthony. You know, like you tune in every day, 5 days a week. It's like they're your friends. You're listening to these guys. And Opie became like that dude you work with who you're like, why has he got to be like that? Why does that dude got to be so weird? Like, that's kind of what it ended up being. I always felt like. I remember when Jimmy said to him on one of the shows, he was like, dude, you say weird shit to people. And I was like, oh.
Yeah, it sums it up perfectly.
I was like, you summed it up perfectly, because that's the stuff. It's like, It's like not just weird. It's like you're thinking about it. You're like, what the fuck did that even mean to both of us? You know?
This is interesting because after somebody says we need O&A, he says that most of the podcasts that are out there, especially ones featuring comedians, are stealing their format. Listen to this.
Thank you. Michael Long says it. Stop talking about O&A. That's right. We're doing this now. And if you like it, great. If you don't, that's okay too. There's simply a million. At this point, there's a million podcasts out there. Just people just babbling with each other. Most of them are kind of stealing the whole old O&A format. Ugh.
So again, everyone's ripping him off. But of course, they did it amazingly, and no one else can do it because they were so talented. Now, I'm going to play a clip, and this is where, Will, I'm really interested in your opinion on this, because he starts ragging on any podcast where comedians are on it. And this is a little bit of a longer clip, but this is great because he starts doing an impression of what he thinks these podcasts sound like. They're probably out there. I don't know what they are. I don't know what he's talking about. Maybe you do. But listen to this. He is so disrespectful to comedians.
I swear, man, if I have to hear another comedian and their stupid podcast just babbling and babbling and babbling, oh my God, I never realized that me and you were friends. Oh my God. Tell me about your experience in the comedy clubs. Do you have a story about a comedy owner or being ripped off, or you want to talk about a heckler? Something that happened to you while you were doing stand-up? Let's talk about the condo and how you had to live for the weekend with strangers. Shut up! You're not interesting!
The best part about that, at the very end there, he's talking about the condo, living with strangers. He just had Tammy Pescatelli on a month ago, and I played the clip where they were talking about her living in a condo. Like, Opie, this is your show.
Tell me about the condo.
What is he talking about? I don't hear a lot of podcasts where they're talking about the life of a stand-up comedian. Maybe I'm missing that.
All right, now I'm glad I heard that, because now I feel better about this whole operation. You know,
I knew you would.
I was like, but you know, that's kind of funny thing about Opie. Like, before he blocked me on Twitter, he used to kind of, I would try and get his attention by kind of saying stuff like, you know, like, Opie, this is what's really happening here. Like, you know what I mean? I was like, these people are making fun of you. They're not your friends, or something like that. Right. Mm-hmm. And one time he was like shitting all over comedians. And I was like, Opie, I was like, comedians will say anything to you, like, to get, you know, like when you're the host of a popular radio show, I'm like, comedians will say anything to make you laugh, to what they say in the room, they don't really mean. And he's like, exactly. He retweeted me. He wrote, exactly. And then he wrote, and who the fuck are you, to me? I'm like, oh, great. So it's just like a little dig mixed in with the,
well, he obviously didn't get it. He wasn't understanding. He wasn't picking up what you were putting down. And he had to say, and by the way, I don't even know who the fuck you are. Like, thanks, Opie.
Yeah, like always throws in that dig at the end.
Right.
But I actually completely understand what that whole thing, well, not understand, but I think I know what he's saying is, like, he hates the comedians. He hates Anthony because it's like, everyone was like, you don't need those guys to do a show, Opie. Like, you don't need those dudes. You're the interesting one. And now it's been like years of him doing a show alone. And it's like, no, you need those comedians. You need like Anthony.
You've summed it up perfectly, because he goes on to explain that comedians are not interesting, and that's why they're podcasts. I just have a couple more clips within this package that I have to get through, because you're going to be blown away by this.
Oh my God. I hung out with so many comedians, and I'm like, oh my God, your whole life is just making fun of everything around you, and you don't have you don't do anything. You don't do anything. You're just scratching your body and counting down the hours until you can get on a stage again. That is it. That's why they're not interesting when it comes to podcasts.
So I do want to point something out, and I realize this is not what he's talking about, but I was just listening to Tim Dillon on Joe Rogan's podcast this morning that just came out, and they're the two most interesting people you'll ever hear talk about any subject, and they're both stand-up comedians.
Oh, and
maybe they're the exception, but what the fuck is he talking about? Stand-ups don't have any hobbies. They don't do anything. Joe Rogan has 1,000 hobbies.
Yeah, I have a lot of hobbies. In fact, one of the main things comedians say is that it's so hard to talk to regular people when you hang out with comedians all the time, because comedians are so interesting. The words they say are usually like not bullshit. You know, it's like if a comedian you've never met will come in and be like, man, I've masturbated 4 times today. My wife is leaving me. I'm broke. You know what I mean? It's like comedians are just full of honesty all the time.
I just want to wrap up this conversation about comedians. Let's figure out why he's so angry at comedians, because it seems weird that he thinks that they can't have a conversation and they're not interesting.
It's like exactly what you said, though. It's because since podcasting came out, it started with like the comedians. Like, you know, podcasting now is its own art form. There's so much stuff happening. But at the beginning, it was like Mark Maron, Joe Rogan, Greg Fitzsimmons. Like, there were not a lot of podcasts at the beginning that weren't just two comedians like chit-chatting. I mean, it took Rogan like a year to even start having non-comedians on.
Right.
And that was sort of the birth of it, and that was what everyone loves. And the truth is, he's kind of right in a sense. Every comedian on earth has a podcast, especially since COVID. Like, everyone.
Most of them have
their own
3 podcasts.
Yeah, I mean, I have 2 technically. I have one that like has been stagnant for a year, and I have the one I do on YouTube. You want to? I mean, YouTube. That's even sadder than iTunes when it comes to like people not listening. But it's still. So I could see him saying that, but it must grind his gears that like Bill Burr talking for an hour is like doing the same numbers, if not better numbers, than the O&A show used to do. And Rogan and all these other guys who I think he feels like he broke them. You know, he's like, it wasn't all those hours in the clubs. It wasn't all that traveling and all those specials and all that hard work those guys did. It was the, appearances.
You just set up another package that I have. But before I get into that, this is the final thing that I want to play that shows why he's so resentful of comedians.
You say package a lot, bro. I'm just saying.
All right.
Sorry.
Brilliant observation.
And then if you're in a room with more than one comic, then the whole thing becomes who is the funniest in the room. It's exhausting. And we all know I'm never the funniest in the room.
So that's really what this is about.
Wow, that was like, if I was a therapist, I would have just written down a big note. I'm taking out my therapist pad and I'm underlining things, because that is like basically what is happening right there. That's the entire crux of the entire thing, is like, I'm not the funniest guy in the room on a comedy radio show. He's like, his whole thing is, it doesn't bother me. It doesn't bother me. It doesn't bother me. And it's like, clearly it still bothers you all these years later.
It bothers him so much that he's ragging on podcasts. No one even knows I guess he's talking about Bob Kelly and Bill Burr. He's probably talking about the guys who used to do his show all the time, who now have podcasts. But it's crazy how pissed off he is about these people's podcasts.
Oh, I'm sure he hates the Legion of Skanks. I think that's who I was thinking. Like, when I was listening to it, I'm like, I bet that's who he's talking about right there. It's like, he goes a lot like the Opie and Anthony show. It's like, yeah, man, you did something that inspired people to continue on. Like Joe Rogan constantly says.
Well, hold on a second. This is not true, because Opie's version of when Opie and Anthony was Opie show, they were shoving things into women's vaginas. Like, that's what the show was. It wasn't until that became like a problem and radio stations were like, you can't have naked girls in here getting shit shoved into their vaginas and rectums. It wasn't until that happened that all of a sudden Jim Norton started inviting his buddies on, and it turned into comedians sitting around shooting the shit and being hilarious. Opie didn't invent that. That's what comedians do.
Well, it was Anthony even before Jim, right? It was Anthony and then Jimmy.
Yes.
So yeah, but I guess what I meant was you're a part of something that's like, he sees his name is right there, the first one, Opie and Anthony show.
Oh, I'm sure he'll take full credit for it. I just want to correct you and say he shouldn't. Oh no, he deserves zero credit for it. That's all.
But I'm sure he hears, all these. He hears Rogan say stuff like, "Oh yeah, I was inspired by that," and then you get him at home like, well, if you're so inspired by it, why won't you do my show? You know what I mean? And then it's like, well, because obviously he likes Anthony more. It's like really obvious.
Let's talk
that probably happened backstage. It's probably like behind the scenes shit,
Let's talk about how unfunny Opie is. Even his brother is unfunny. Jimmy K sent me a tweet that Darren Elmo Hughes put out. Listen to this knee slapper. Putin is claiming Russia developed a coronavirus vaccine. Really? That's like buying a box of condoms from the half-off bin at the dollar store.
Oh boy!
Can you explain that one to me? What the fuck's he talking about?
Did that get a retweet from the Opster?
I hope so. I don't know how you'd find it.
Bro. Wait till I show this to my followers, man. They're gonna love it.
The Pod Squad's gonna eat this up.
The Pod Squad.
Do you know about the Pod Squad?
No, is that what he calls it?
It's his Facebook group.
So what's weird,
the Pod Squad.
His podcast sounds like a live stream where like there's no video, but like when you watch a live stream like on like Instagram or something, like a live Instagram live,
that's what he's doing.
See the chat. You can see the chat.
Yep.
So you're like, and even that is really hard to watch. Like if I'm watching like some guy on like the Patriots, like it's like a wide receiver. He's like, "Yo, what's up? I'm answering questions." It's just all this bullshit, and you can't watch it. So that's hard to watch. So that's Opie's. He'll even if he gets on a good rant, he'll just stop and be like, "Yo, why does this guy want to talk about Philly? Why does he want to talk about the Philly crew? I don't have time to talk about that."
Really,
like,
you keep setting me up. You're talking too much because you're setting me up for like 80 clips I gotta get to. But what you just said, listen to this. He actually gets upset with someone because he's in the middle of talking about something, and someone puts a note in the chat.
And then there's De Blasio. Give me a minute, will you, please? This is De Blasio.
He's by himself. And he's scolding people. I'm talking about De Blasio. Give me a minute. Like, dude.
See, like that's what I'm saying.
It's fine.
Not only does Opie miss like doing the show and being with the guys, but he also misses being mean to underlings.
Oh.
And that's what I think he's like. He misses that a little bit. So he's like, give me a minute here. Come on, let's go. He misses having like a group of guys he could be mean to.
He says this.
I used to be a big radio star, and now I'm using my body to block the wind so I could talk to you guys for a few minutes on Facebook Live.
I might have punched that one up a little bit.
You meet a lot of guys like that in stand-up. You know what I mean? Like that's another reason why I think I get such a kick out of Opie, because he's like, there's so many of these dudes who they say that. I mean, there's guys who have that written into their act, I used to open for Andrew Dice Clay in Las Vegas in front of thousands of people, but it's great to be here tonight at this VFW hall.
We used to have a comedy club here in Rochester that was in a strip mall, and every single comedian the first day would be like, you really made it when you're playing a strip mall outside of Rochester. Like,
yeah, it's like it's written into everyone.
Yeah, good one.
Yeah, and it's like that's kind of like that vibe, and it's another way to just remind people like I used to do cool shit.
Correct. By the way, the reason why I have 100 people watching me on Facebook Live is because I used to be a big radio star. We know.
Yeah, and it's like most of these people are here because they just really just want you to get back and do like 10 episodes with Anthony. That's what really everyone wants, like get those guys back together, do 10 episodes. Who knows what would happen? I imagine it would just be like some sort of like mini series of a mental breakdown, or like it'd be like that some kind of monster like with Metallica.
Yeah, right. Just embarrassing. They never should have done it. No, well, honestly, I remember back when Opie would like call in sick or he wasn't on the show and it would just be Anthony and Jim. And those were the best episodes. We just want Ant and Jim to get back together. We don't care what Opie does.
Yeah.
He would just drag it down anyway.
There was some, there was some times though, like when Ant left the show or was not really left, but was like kind of forced out. But it was like there was something new to like about the show, which was how awkward it just was between Jimmy and Opie, like all the time. And some days Jimmy would just be like, whatever, I like this gig, I'm going to make the best of it. And then other days you could tell he was just like regretting it through his teeth the entire show that he had to do this.
I honestly didn't make it very long. After Anthony left, I canceled Sirius and was like, okay.
It was pretty weird. It was weird.
So Opie's talking about, and this is a long conversation, I'm not going to play any of it, but he's talking about how he put something out on Twitter about Trump to get people talking, and then he gets all flustered because somebody trolls him, and this is him talking about what the person said to him. And this is that package I was talking about earlier, Will. You're going to love this. You're going to love this package. And if you have a Harry package, don't forget the Lawnmower 3.0. All right, here we go.
And I'll talk about Kamala Harris for a minute too here, just so we're fair. But anyway, so kind of made those points on Twitter, and a guy like just attacks. Excuse me, and he's a troll. He obviously just made the account first thing in the morning. Like who the fuck does that? First thing in the morning, time to make a fake troll account to attack me or whoever else out there. There's a lot of these type of people. And he goes, "That's why you don't have friends." I'm like, "Oh my God, that's fucking creepy."
So the guy tells him this is why you don't have friends. And this set off Opie so much that he talked about it for a good 7-8 minutes straight.
Yikes.
On his podcast, which is something that like you should just brush off immediately. Like there's some guy with 0 followers who says this is why you don't have friends. Like that wouldn't stop me in my tracks at all. Like whatever, who cares?
Yeah, like if that gets to you, like it's time to delete Twitter. You know what I mean?
Yes,
like it's time to just like
right. Don't even mess around on it. It's not for you.
But just to devil's advocate, he probably needs or really likes reading praise about himself.
Correct.
So you can't not have
you
that.
know how I know he loves that? He retweets every single one of them. Anytime someone says anything remotely complimentary, he will retweet it. No doubt.
I do notice that a lot.
So his comeback to "you don't have any friends" is this.
You don't even know me.
This is the same comeback every pregnant 13-year-old on Maury uses. This is his comeback. You don't even know me, man. And then he explains why people would have this thought that he doesn't have any friends, and he's spot on.
And it's like, it's well known that there were a bunch of people that I used to work with and public figures. There's definitely a little group. I would call it a little group of people that I'm not friends with anymore.
No, it's not that there's all of those people you used to work with who you're not friends with anymore. It's that they openly hate you. Like they openly come out. When I did my first review of Opie Radio and bashed him, I was getting notes from ex-producers that hadn't worked with him for 20 years who were like, "You are spot on. This guy's a fucking asshole." Like this is just a universally thought notion that Opie's a douchebag.
I get a lot of those when I do the Brother Man videos. I get a lot of like secret texts from like some pretty big names too sometimes.
Isn't it hilarious? It's like people like want to remain anonymous. Like, by the way, just so you know, keep doing this. I fucking love it.
Yeah, like funny. I love it. Like, yeah, like we're all in the green room laughing at this right now. You know what I mean?
So this is why people think he has no friends. Because
we're all in the condo. We're all in the condo, just laughing right now.
We're in the condo,
paying our dues.
But this is why people think he has no friends, because they watch these other shows like Bob Kelly's show, like Chip Chipperson, Anthony Cumia. All these guys who used to do the show together are still doing shows together. They're all friends.
Yeah,
they enjoy each other. They do a good job.
And like been through hell too. Like if Rich Voss can still be friends with everybody after everything he's been through, like it's true. It's actually kind of funny. The more I'm thinking about it, well, as we've been talking, I'm like, how did the guy who once thought it was funny to step on a homeless guy's cake, and it was kind of funny. How did he think that was funny? How did he become this? How did he become so thin-skinned? How did he become so sensitive?
Well, he's always been sensitive.
I know, but I think it was like, I honestly think it was, he thought that I think when Anthony, got fired, he thought like, this is it. Now I'm going to prove to everyone that like, I'm the show, and like it's gonna be better without him.
Yeah, he wanted to do that anyway. He wanted to move away from Anthony because he was getting tired of all the political talk and racial conversations. So Opie was already in that mindset, like, I got to do my own thing. I'm the talent here. What am I doing?
Exactly. And then when it was worse,
it fell apart quick.
And when people were like sending in hate mail, he just dissolved into like.
This is how you know that he's a scumbag. And you were talking earlier about how he thought that he made all those comedians. Like, he thinks that he owns stake in Joe Rogan's success.
Yeah, or like Joe Rogan really owes him. You know what I mean? That's the vibe you get. Yeah.
Well,
he almost says that all the time.
Well,
you know,
listen to this. Listen to this clip. This is how you know this guy is a shithead.
And I question if I ever were friends with them, because I really feel like they were friendly towards me because I sat in the powerful seat and I could do a lot of things for them in their careers. And then when I lost that seat and I lost my power, thus then why I'm doing a Facebook Live for about 100 people right now, those people went away.
So he thought he was a kingmaker.
I see that bothers me on a very deep level.
Me too.
Because it's like, no, but it's like also like Opie, how many people did you have on your show? And like, do you think about them? Like, everyone is doing a job there. Like, you go on radio shows to promote yourself and to promote your career, and you usually do it for free. So they get a little bit of like, you know, a comedian on their show, and they get a little entertainment. It's like everyone gets something out of the deal, right? You know, and for him to say something like that is kind of like, it's like, dude, do you think about all those people that you just used along your like the, you know, they had chicks up there, they were throwing stuff at them and stuff. It's like, if one of those chicks out there going like, I made Opie who he is, and he never talks about how he threw baloney at my ass.
Right. I hate to say it, I have another package about that as well.
Wow.
But I know. You're predicting the future over here. But before I do that, I want to wrap up the I Have No Friends segment of our show. And this is the funniest part of all of this.
And then it's spun by the haters that I have no friends. And I try to explain this on Twitter this morning. I'm like, look, I have plenty of friends. And I have plenty of friends that are still public figures, by the way, but they ignored that part of it. I could give you a whole fucking list.
All right. I'm putting it out there right now. Opie, I want the list of your friends. You said you can put together a list. I want to see this list. I need to know who your friends are.
I could give you a whole fucking list.
Could you imagine being that concerned about a tweet that you're like, you think I don't have any friends? I'll put together a whole list of people who are my friends. Like, oh, Jesus Christ.
Have I had sex? I've had sex. Yeah. I've had sex with so many women. I'll make a list of all the women I've had sex with.
Jesus. He's like, it's in 7th grade still.
No guys, all girls.
All right, so I want to get into the stuff that you were talking about, how he used to deal, how he turned chicks into entertainment on his show back in the day. And that was really his strong suit. That's what he was really good at.
Well, I mean, it's a Stern, like, copycat thing.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah.
So Opie's talking about how he had a daughter, and the daughter freaked him out.
And then I just started staring at every guy. You're all fucking pigs. I know. Not that I was a pig. I was respectful.
Opie says he was not a pig. All guys are pigs. But he was
not
respectful.
That I was a pig. Yeah, see? Wow. So, you know, I hate to say it. He's turned into his mom. He always talks about his mom and how she just didn't, like, she rewrote history in her own mind all the time. I mean, come on, dude. You were literally a shock jock. It was what they called you for years. Like,
well, thankfully, the people in the chat hold him to task on this because he talks about being a feminist, which I'm not even joking about. And then he does go through some of the things that he used to do.
There was a time on the Opie and Anthony show, I think this was even before satellite radio, we were able to do so much more with women. We did many things with girls and their vaginas.
Yeah. All right, let's talk about what some of those things are. I'd be really interested to hear that.
We built a heat shield, and we put a bottle rocket in her vagina, and we lit it, and it flew down the hallway and exploded. Yes. That's what we did. The golden era of radio.
I can't even tell if he's happy. I can't even tell if he's kidding or being sarcastic.
He's not. I mean, This started with I was concerned about having a daughter because I think guys are pigs and I'm a feminist. And then it turned into him reliving his glory days and he starts getting really excited about these stories. Here's another one.
And then we also proceeded to see if a cell phone would ring inside a vagina.
Yeah.
And that was the days when the cell phones were a bit larger, excuse me. So we had to find a special lady. And I believe we couldn't get the cell phone to ring, but I'm not really sure. I don't remember fully.
All right, Opie. What else did you do with women back in the day?
Then we had a lady that made a lot of money at bachelor parties. She called us up and said she could throw things from her vagina. And I'm like, come on. So she came down with eggs and ping pong balls. And she had this hip motion where she would place stuff in her vagina. And, of course, we made her, get completely naked because it was very important for the radio show. And then she would do this hip move, and these things would go flying out of her vagina. And then we would try to hit them with wiffle ball bats and whatnot. And then we had a catcher mitt, and we would catch them. And so we got that done.
No
Opie
sense of irony.
He says the word vagina like a Catholic nun, just like
Vagina.
Vagina. It's really hard to tell. Like I was literally listening. I'm like, is he shitting on himself for his old machismo, or is he just reliving the golden days? I can't even tell what he's doing right now.
He's so proud of himself. Because I'm not joking. While he's telling these stories, there were people in the chat who didn't know these things. And he's like, wow, I'm freaking people out right now. You guys don't know about the golden era of O&A. And it's like, Opie, you can't have it both ways. You can't talk about how woke and how amazing you are now, how you don't care about Opie and Anthony and you're moving on, and then relive the things that you did enjoy about Opie and Anthony, which was exploiting chicks with low self-esteem and daddy issues. Sorry, Vic. I wasn't talking about you.
See, I thought he was when he said for the radio, we did all these visual jokes on radio. I think that was an unintentional joke.
Right. We made her get naked. Well, because we're chauvinists, and that's just what we did, even though there's no reason for it. But this is the best. This is where he talks about becoming a feminist.
I'm like, you know what? You're right. And at that moment, I became a feminist. And I started studying women. And supporting women.
He's not saying that as a joke either. He gets really into how he's a feminist now, and then talks about hitting a ping pong ball that comes out of a woman's vagina with a wiffle ball bat.
I hate it when guys say that too, about, I don't have any kids, but I hate it when guys say yeah, when I had my daughter, I just started thinking about how everyone's going to be trying to fuck this kid of mine. I'm like, what the hell's wrong with you?
Why is that your first thought?
Yeah, just get up, worry about that in 17, 15 years. I don't know, worry about it later,
Or you'll walk out and she'll be a lesbian, which is what
you might not even have to worry about it.
Right. She starts bringing home all of her girlfriends when she's 16, 17 years old. All right, maybe I need to cut some of this stuff out.
He's like, one thing I hope is that my daughter grows up to go on radio shows where she sticks cell phones up her cooch and gets a couple texts.
She's actually able to type out whole paragraphs while the phone is in her vagina. She's got this amazing technique.
She can hate tweet me from her vagina. It's amazing.
This is the best. He's talking about cancel culture, and it's so funny that he's worried about what he's going to say on his Facebook live stream.
And then I got to be really careful because of cancel culture.
Opie, good news. You don't have to be careful. You've already been canceled. It's over.
You don't have a job.
You don't have a job. What are people going to cancel you from? What is he talking about? Cancel
Honest
culture?
Honest to God, it would be hard.
Go ahead.
They would have to cancel Opie. They'd have to be they'd have to spend 10 minutes reminding everyone who Opie is before they spent 2 minutes canceling him. And it also is funny when you said that. I was like, is he trying to cancel himself right now? Because it sounds like he's just bringing up every bad thing he ever did on the radio that would be considered sexist nowadays.
I don't think he's aware enough that.
No. I mean, I was being facetious. I know he's not really trying to.
I don't think he even
cancel
that
himself.
aware.
He's just pontificating into this Zoom H4n.
Well,
that he carries around.
I think this is interesting because he he talks about this a lot. And Will, I'm glad that you go deep with Opie because you know that over the years, Opie has explained that he's happy now, but he wasn't before. And then you find out that when he said he was happy, he actually wasn't, but now he is. And then you find out that he wasn't happy any of those times, but now he really is happy. I don't know if you've recognized this pattern.
Yeah. All that stuff I said before was a lie, but this is the truth.
Right. So this is him talking about how much he enjoys talking to 100 people.
And I don't know, in a weird way, I talk to a little over 100 people on average in this room at any given time. And I had probably more fun right now than I did the last whole bunch of years on the Opie and Anthony show. I enjoyed this more.
That's what he always talks about, how much he's enjoying himself. I really enjoy talking to 100 people. Well, yeah, the pressure's off. If you have no talent and you're a fraud and you have to get on a radio show for 3 hours a day and try to entertain people, I can see that being a lot of pressure. I can see that giving you a little bit of anxiety. Possibly.
Yeah, it's kind of like a lot of people talk about what they would do if they had so much money that they didn't need to do anything anymore.
Yeah.
Like Opie's really doing that. He's like, I'm going to do a Facebook show where I shit on everything I don't like and everyone who's ever done anything wrong to me. And I don't even care if it's good because what are they going to do? You know, fire me. I'm a millionaire. You know, like that's pretty much it.
Except for he's embarrassing himself. The one thing I wouldn't do if I had fuck you money is embarrass myself on the internet. I don't do it now. So I don't know why I would do it that.
It's like he missed being trolled. It's like he's like, I need to give people a reason to shit on me on Twitter
and
all
I do
day.
appreciate that. I really am glad that he puts these shows out because there's so much to talk about. This is more about how he used to not be happy.
I mean, the fact is that when I was a big radio star and I was in a state-of-the-art studio, I don't know how happy I actually was.
That's kind of on you, Ope.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the time to enjoy your life when you're on the top of the mountain in a state-of-the-art studio making millions of dollars.
Yeah, and like what was so much worse about that than talking into your cell phone, like, and reading, 100 comments? That's very nice, but it's like, come on, man. You used to have like the mayor of New York call in every time something happened. You know what I mean? Like it was like they were like movers and shakers.
Well,
I sound like they were movers and shakers.
Well, you must be in the industry. You know all the slang.
These guys are making things happen. They had juice. They had juice, Carl. Juice.
There's a lot of momentum over there. All right. So this is him explaining how many people are watching him on Facebook Live. This is fascinating. This is peering into a person who is losing their mind.
You see 151 people in the room? Nice. Let's talk about how many people are in the room. Oh, it just dropped down to 147, my friends. Nope, now we're back up to 152. My God. What's wrong with people? They got ADD. Now it's 155. No, I didn't like the last two words he said, so I'm getting out of here. Yeah, but maybe he's saying something really interesting again. I'm going to go back in the room and check that out. That wasn't that great. That rant was just okay. I'm going to go check out another podcast. Yeah, but I don't know. He's still live, and he's fucking nuts. He could say something really, really fucking stupid, so I think I'm going to go check it out a little more.
I think he's run out of things to talk about.
Yeah, he sounds like it sounds like, it's really hard to do a podcast all by yourself. You know what I mean? I did one for a long time and I was like, okay, this is good. Bill Burr's one of the only guys who's that talented to like pull it off. It's really, really hard to do.
Tim Dillon is amazing at it.
Oh yeah. But even he doesn't have he's got a guy sitting there that he can kind of bounce stuff off of, I think.
A little bit, yeah.
But like at least a presence, right? But like, yeah. I mean, Tim Dillon's just doing like the gods. He's like the god of comedy right now. I mean, he's like the man for this moment. It's not, there's no one better.
I agree, and that's what I wanted to be listening to this morning was him with Joe Rogan. But instead, I'm listening to fucking Opie talk about there's 152 people now. There's 155, 147. What just happened? What did I do? What did I say? You're saying nothing.
It's like he could watch a clock and be like, oh my God, it's 12. Now it's 12:02. When is this gonna stop? Oh, 12:02, 30 seconds. Oh my God.
What is it?
Now
Saturday?
It's
Just yesterday it was Friday. What's going on around here? What's tomorrow gonna be? But I want you to be aware that he's very happy with how things are going on his podcast now.
My life has been pretty damn good lately. Things are going in the right direction. I'm very, very happy with the podcast.
Why? Why would he be happy with the podcast? He's lost two of his friends who used to co-host with him. One of them was actually funny. He's now just talking on Facebook Live for 120 people, and he has to exclaim that he's happy with how the podcast is going. Where are your expectations? Raise your expectations, Opie. You should be trying harder and doing better.
And where is he even doing this from? The beach? Is that where he is?
Yeah, he stands out on the beach, and it's windy, and it's obnoxious.
I want to hear the podcast that's done by like the woman who's like, there's a guy who stands outside my house every night and records into his chest. I'm watching him. He's weird. He has red hair. He seems angry.
Yes. You know his neighbors all think he's a lunatic.
Oh, yeah. Carl, give me 35 more seconds to pee. I've drank a lot of water today.
Okay, buddy.
I'll be right back.
Sounds good. Chris, the third generation trimmer features a cutting-edge ceramic blade to reduce manscaping accidents thanks to Manscaped's advanced skin-safe technology. The water-resistant technology allows you to groom in the shower, and one of the coolest features is the LED light, which illuminates grooming areas for a closer and more precise trimming. Chris, you saw me getting in there this morning. I was getting every nook and cranny with the Lawnmower 3.0. Oh, now you don't want to talk about it? Now you're embarrassed? Whatever. They've upgraded to a 7,000 RPM motor with quiet stroke technology. Quiet stroke is trademarked, by the way. They invented this technology, quiet stroke. And let's not forget about the charging stand. You can show your mower off loud and proud because this intelligently designed stand is a convenient charging dock powered by USB. Someone comes into your house, I feel like that should be the centerpiece. When you're sitting down with guests and you have a dinner date, the Lawnmower 3.0 should be fuck flowers. The Lawnmower 3.0, it's a conversation starter. Oh, you shave your balls today? Yeah, why, you didn't? What are you, a weirdo? You didn't shave your balls before coming over to my house to eat dinner? What are you, crazy?
I'm back.
Trim that. I was just talking about the sleek charging stand for the Lawnmower 3.0. It's unbelievable. Yeah, it's the Manscaped. It's the way.
Dude, that stuff is great.
It's precision engineered tools for your family jewels.
No, I end up using them on my face because I can get a nice smooth line.
Yes.
You know?
I encourage that. I say shave your balls and then just shave your face, shave your head. Shave your nose hairs.
Then all the chicks you meet can smell your balls to get in for a kiss.
I shove it right up my nose. My nose hairs are gone thanks to the Manscaped 3.0. WATP 20 for 20% off and free shipping. What were we just talking about? Oh,
I was hoping you were shitting on me for going to the bathroom like Opie used to do to Jimmy. Jimmy pees a lot, and Opie always goes like, why does he always gotta pee? What's his bladder like? What's going on?
I find it a little bit annoying because I know that you don't drink anymore, and I do, and I'm not peeing as much as you.
No, I got dehydrated, Carl. I got dehydrated last night. So I've been drinking a lot of water today to try and get my hydration back, and it's making me pee.
The big news with Opie, and the reason why he put out an episode where shit just got real, it's called, is because his sister's husband, his brother-in-law, has coronavirus.
Whoa.
And he talks about this.
But now he's dealing with a cough, which scares the fuck out of all of us, and he's also dealing with body aches. And he says he feels better, but we're checking in on him like 3 or 4 times a day.
He's checking in 3 or 4 times a day. Honey, who's that calling? It's Greg again. Can you tell him I died? Why does he keep calling here? I have a
cough
cold.
and
it's
body
fine.
aches. Like, it's like, yeah, I mean, he's not going to die, hopefully. You know what I mean? It's like, what do you... And I also like that obvious lie. It's like, yeah, someone is checking on him. I hear about it when my wife brings it up.
3 or 4 times a day. How obnoxious is that?
Yeah, that's unbelievable.
Are you dead yet? You dead yet? Now are you dead?
Yeah,
you think you're gonna die? Should I come over? Should I watch you die? Jesus.
Yeah. I don't want to come over because then I'll get corona, but I do want to know what's going on. So I want to bother you, but
Can
not
I just
be
watch
there.
through the window as you die? Opie's got a new sponsor. Oh, go ahead.
It's his brother-in-law, you said?
Yeah, it's his brother-in-law.
So it's probably like someone younger than him. That's probably why he's freaked out about it, because Opie's kind of a hypo, right? He doesn't want to get it himself. So
correct. He's very
keeping
concerned.
a close eye on him.
He said, we're taking it real seriously in our household. He's taking it real seriously.
So no friends coming over.
Dude, it's so funny. Vic Henley invited himself over because Vic's stuck in the city. So he invited himself out to the Hamptons, and Opie said, "No dice, Vic. You're not coming here." And then 2 days later, Vic Henley died.
I was just gonna say, Vic
it's one
Henley
of the funniest
died.
things.
Right.
It's funny, right? Producer Chris. Vic Henley died. It's funny, right? I could be wrong. All
Poor Vic Henley.
So Opie's got, I don't know if you know Vic, but Opie's got a...
I do. I don't know him super well, but honest to God, I know. I wasn't a huge fan of him on the show, but I was a fan of his stand-up, and I didn't know him, but everyone says he was a great guy. So
I'm sure he was. I'm sure he was very nice.
Everybody says so. Now let's get back to shitting on the living.
Yes, that sounds good. At least he can defend himself. Poor Vic can't even defend himself from my rants anymore. All right, this is Opie's new sponsor. It's some type of tobacco product. It's very confusing. I'm not sure what it is, but I just thought this was hilarious.
I got a new sponsor. God, I love Lucy Nicotine. Love these guys. It's Lucy.co. Lusy.co.
Lusy. Is that how you spell Lucy? Lusy.co.
How did he get a sponsor? I'm shocked he has one. I'm like,
yeah, I'm still suspicious whether he even has real sponsors or if he just does ad reads to make it seem like
he's like, my new sponsor, Coca-Cola. They got some great stuff.
So I just want to point out, if it really was lusy.co, that would be the world's worst domain. It doesn't make any sense. It's not. It's Lucy, because that's how you spell Lucy. This fucking idiot.
So he got it wrong.
He got the domain wrong on the first ad read for it. Like, you fucking moron.
Damn. Imagine imagine sending like some weird money to Opie or like Venmoing Opie. You're like, I'm not sure if this is a good ad or not. And everyone's like, come on, man, Opie and Anthony, it's gonna be great. Then he just messes it up first thing.
Yeah, right, exactly.
You're like, man, that was a
Like,
waste.
how many listeners does he have? Over 100. I mean, come on, let's just give him some money and see what happens.
And what's funny to me is that Opie clearly doesn't need the money to like have a sponsor. He could put the show out himself like very easily, so he doesn't need a sponsor. So I wonder if he just has the sponsor just to do the reads and make himself feel like he's doing a radio show.
I'm sure.
You know what I mean? I wonder if
I
that's
do
what
know
it
what
is.
you mean. That's my theory.
Yeah, I think that's what it is. He's like, I remember he hated podcasting like when it started. You know what I mean? He was one of those guys who was like, podcasting's lame. It's never gonna take off. They're trying to be like us. You know what I mean? And he just hates being wrong.
Well, that's too bad because it happens a lot.
Yeah, it happens a lot.
I just have a couple more things that I want to play because I just find this so funny. Opie starts to get political, and the political talk is mind-boggling. This is one of the most racist things anyone's ever said. He's talking about the reason why Obama became our first president. And I just find this insulting to everyone involved.
So even with Obama, I mean, very carefully he becomes the first black president, and he was just the right tone.
Oh.
He's talking about his shade, the shade of his skin. He was just the right tone to get elected. Like, well, he's also really charismatic and likable, and he was really good at speaking.
Maybe the greatest public speaker like since Kennedy.
Yeah, like, and Opie's thought is, well, if he was a little bit darker, he never would have gotten voted. I'm like, wait, Opie, is that what you think? Is that how you think about it? Like, that's insane.
That's a big one. Maybe of all the things we've heard on this show today, that is the most revealing. To be I
agree. I've never once thought about how dark Obama's skin color is. I don't know why that's relevant in any way.
It's just I do remember Opie always likes to try and please everybody all at once. Like
Correct.
he tries to say something that the Trump people are gonna like, and then he realizes like he went too far, so then he says something that the Obama people are gonna like, and he tries to like sprinkle it all over the place so he can always be like, "What are you saying? I'm on your side. Come on."
Yes.
You know what I mean? But
this is going on more so now than it ever has before. He's constantly talking about how he's a centrist and he doesn't like Trump, but he also doesn't like Biden, and he's not sure about Harris, and he's got all these ridiculous views. If you're like, I was talking to Anthony, I was on Anthony's show on Thursday, and that was a lot of fun. We played some Opie clips, we played some Stuttering John clips, and Anthony was like, I was telling him how he's declared he's a centrist now, and he's like, you can't be a centrist if you're a broadcaster. That's the most boring point of view you could possibly have. You got to have like a take on shit. Well, otherwise, why is anyone listening to you?
Yeah, it's just, I don't know. He's always kind of been that way. And I remember when Trump was running, he was one of the first guys to be like, it's never going to happen. It's never going to happen. But why won't he come on the show? Like, what? Like, you know what I mean? So it was like, as soon as Trump started to get a little serious, he was like, he used to do our show all the time, you know?
Yeah. Well, it's interesting because Donald Trump Jr. used to do their show all the time too. And he's still doing Anthony Cumia's show. He was just on last week. So
I know.
Funny how that works.
I mean, obviously it's all right there, right?
So this is just wrapping up the
reason why I have
portions.
Sorry to interrupt you, but the reason why I have so much deference for Opie is because I don't have a personal relationship with him. Like all the people that know him aren't afraid to shit on him, but I don't know him that well, so I'm always like, I just want to sometimes be like, I don't think I'm better than Opie.
I think you're better than Opie.
I mean, I was gonna say in some way, I think
do.
I'm funnier. I think I'm funnier.
You're definitely funnier. You're a better broadcaster. I could tell just from the last hour of us hanging out.
Carl. Oh, Carl, baby. If you had a vagina, I'd fuck it.
All right. That's another thing I'm going to have to pull out as an ISO. That's really funny. All right. So this is a thing after he talks about Obama, because he's talking about Biden grabbing Harris as his running mate. And he's like, I think it's annoying that we can't vote for the VP. And then he says this.
If Joe Biden picked Wanda Sykes, this country would fucking lose their minds.
And he's saying that as if it's because Wanda Sykes is a certain darkness.
It's
because she's an annoying cunt.
And she's a stand-up comedian.
She's an unfunny stand-up comedian. If Wanda Sykes was the VP, I would definitely lose my mind. It has nothing to do with her skin color. She's obnoxious.
I love how much he cracked himself up with that one too. He was like, ah ha ha.
Get it, Wanda Sykes.
And he put a black scent on to say Wanda Sykes. He was like, Wanda Sykes. Wanda Sykes.
Yeah, he used to be weird around Patrice O'Neal too. The way he would talk when Patrice was on as opposed to Jimmy.
There's a lot of people who do that. I love Black Opie when he'd be like, yo, Patrice though, you know.
So embarrassing. I'm embarrassed for Opie. It's not even happening right now.
There are, exactly. It's true though, right?
My face is turning red because I feel bad for Opie. He's so embarrassing.
Someone in the chat has a problem with the word black scent. You never heard that one before? I think that's a great one.
I like
Didn't
it.
make it up. Yeah.
Don't pay attention to the people in the chat.
No, hold on a second. There's a guy in the chat. Now there's 147. A minute ago, there was 146.
Can I get someone giving me a running tally on how many people are in the Discord, please?
Closet confidence, I see you.
All right. This is Opie explaining that he's not a fan of me personally.
Oh.
But I don't respect people that have to try to knock me completely down, and that's what makes them happy. Just go off and listen to what you like, and that's it. Simple as that.
I want to listen to what I like. I wish I was spending my time listening to what I like.
That is right at you, Carl. That is right at you.
Yeah, pretty much. Kind of sums up my whole gimmick over here. My whole shtick. Oh, and by the way, when he was talking earlier about how all these podcasts rip off their format, we actually literally do rip off their format. This is Chuck over. I forgot to make that point. Where
that's true.
I don't think the other shows are that's just comedians. That's just what they do. They get together and shoot the shit. We're literally taking their bit and making it a podcast.
Yeah, I mean and it was one of their best bits, and everyone loved it too. You know what I mean?
It was my favorite bit.
And also, I'm sorry though, but it's if you're part of one of the most influential radio shows of all time, you don't get to complain about being influential. It's people love that show.
That's a really good point. He's complaining instead of saying this is great. Now there's all these shows with all these funny people doing this format.
It is, that is kind of I've seen Anthony. I've seen people come up to him and tell him dude, you mean so much to my life. I got into radio because of you. Or I got into this, and he's and Anthony would be the guy you might be afraid to go up to and say that to because he's so funny on his show and can be so brutal, but he's super nice to everyone who says that to him. You know what I mean? He's like, thanks. We had some great times. I'm just glad people like it. I'm glad people still listen. He's just such a gentleman about the whole thing.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
It's kind of just the normal way to react to people enjoying what you've done and complimenting you.
Yeah, it's actually like a great thing.
Yeah,
like,
right.
And they were sort of, I think they were kind of underappreciated in their time. Like they were appreciated by their own fans, but a lot of the like younger comedians now, like guys in their 20s and like early 20s, they're listening to O&A on YouTube and they can't believe how fucking funny it is. But they're tuning in because of Burr and Patrice and
WATP. I mean, obviously, we're the ones turning people on to O&A.
Yeah, I mean, it's like...
I mean, I would never say that, but that's what people are saying to me. I would never take credit. That's what people are telling me, is how influential we are in their lives. People stop me on the street.
Yeah, they're like, did they ever just say, like, hey, man, you're like the Opie to me, you know what I mean?
that would be such a dick thing to say. I'd smack them in their face.
What would you? I have a question for you?
Please.
What would you do? You're coming out of Starbucks, like you're walking through Manhattan. You got to take a piss, and you go into a Starbucks, and it's that solo bathroom. You're in there. You pee. You're washing your hands, and you open the door, and the next person waiting for the bathroom is Greg Opie Hughes. What do you do in that moment?
I would literally say, "What's up, Ope?" and keep walking. Because I don't have hatred for him. I want him to keep doing the podcast. It feeds me a lot of great content. And we treat everything like a roast. If he wanted to have a conversation, I would tell him, he's never acknowledged us, which is probably a smart move. But I would tell him, dude, if you think we suck, then hammer us back. Anytime someone makes fun of me back, I always play it on the show. I love it.
Yeah,
I encourage.
Yeah, I think that. But would you like say like would you like geek out a little bit and be like, Opie, oh my god, like it's you, like would you do nothing like that?
Dude, because so we're up here in Rochester. I went and saw Jim Norton perform years ago, back when Opie and Anthony was still going strong. And of course, Opie's here because Brother Weeze is here, so he likes making the trip to Rochester. So he was standing right there. I was standing right next to him, and I had nothing. I'd rather talk to Club Soda Kenny. I'm like, there's Club Soda Kenny. Let's go talk to him.
I know. I did get. I've gotten starstruck from Club Soda Kenny before.
He's much more interesting. By the way, that was Opie's driver. He's much more interesting than Opie.
He is an interesting guy. I saw him backstage somewhere. I didn't expect to see him, and I was like, oh my god, Club Soda Kenny. You know what I mean?
Yes. Right. So to your point, this has actually happened long before I started WATP, and I didn't care then, and I don't care now. I don't have anything to say to the guy. I love meeting Anthony. It's been so fun talking to Anthony and Jim Norton. I've loved talking to them and being on their shows. Opie, I would have no interest in doing a show with him or talking to him or anything. He's a boring guy.
It's just I always kind of thought that too. Like when I first started doing the Brother Man stuff, like he knew about it and I knew he knew about it, and I was like, he should have me on. Like that would be what I would do. You know what I mean? If someone was out there doing me or doing like taking shots at me in any way, I'd just have him on the show, and I'd be like, it'll be great radio. It'll be great radio, bro.
This is the last clip that I want to play. And this proves, because remember I played that Opie's so happy. He's never had more fun doing his podcast. He's never had more fun in life. But then he admits that maybe doing the podcast is not the best thing he could be doing.
Actually, the fishing would be fantastic right now. Maybe I should turn this off and just go enjoy my life.
I love when the truth slips out from time to time.
Yeah.
Because all the bullshit is how happy he is, how much he's enjoying things, how he loves talking to 100 people on Facebook. Like, that's all the bullshit. And then he'll be like, you know what? I could be fucking fishing right now. That'd be so much better than this.
It's almost like I hadn't listened to his podcast in a really long time, but you were so right. It's like a mentally ill therapy session without the therapist. It's just a guy talking, and occasionally he gives himself a little good advice like that. Like, maybe I should just stop this.
Occasionally gives himself good advice. That's well said.
Maybe I should just stop this and go fishing. Like,
that is well said.